Hello, the admin is feeling lazy today, so let's skip the intros. Today, I'll be recapping I'm Not That Talented. Heroes and the Demon King coexist in this world. Heroes are those who sacrifice themselves to fight for the good of the kingdom. In contrast, the Demon King is the one who rules over the demon realm. The world grants heroes power, and their sole mission is to destroy the Demon King. Similarly, the Demon King exists only to wipe out the heroes. These two opposing forces have always existed, constantly clashing. And the Legion commanders are the loyal servants who serve the Demon King. The Legion consists of 12 commanders, numbered from 1 to 12. They are the Demon King's subordinates, possessing incredible power and extreme cruelty. For them, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let a target escape. No one is strong enough to fight against them, except for the heroes. However, there are exceptions to everything in this world. History has recorded one case of a demon killing a hero. The one who did it was the Demon Commander Zero, named Arus. He is the Demon King's public trump card, his most talented and most favored child. One day, for some unknown reason, Arus placed a letter of resignation on the Demon King's desk. Seeing this, the Demon King became furious. He clenched the pen in his hand, snapping it in two, then slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Arus with a murderous aura. "You dare try to leave me?" One would think the Demon King would yell or give Arus a good beating, but who would have guessed he would instead get on his knees, hug Arus's leg, and cry, and beg for him not to leave. Arus seemed all too familiar with this behavior. He said nothing and just coolly glanced away. The Demon King couldn't understand why his favorite wanted to suddenly leave him like this. He guessed wildly, wondering if it was because the other subordinates were discriminating against Arus for being a human. But that was completely impossible. Even though he's human, Arus is terrifyingly strong. He has reached a level of power that others couldn't touch, no matter how hard they trained. Therefore, everyone worships and respects him. For the Demon King, Arus is the strongest card in his hand. Messing with Arus meant messing with the Demon King, so no one would have the guts to confront him. Arus, maintaining his cold expression, replied that no one was looking down on him. But when the Demon King asked for the specific reason, Arus gave a very bizarre reply: "Can you kill me?" Upon hearing this, the Demon King couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Arus was his favorite. He treated him with the utmost care. He cherished him more than anything. So being asked to kill him, he'd rather kill himself. The Demon King truly couldn't understand why Arus would want this. He frantically shook Arus, asking repeatedly, "Why? Why?" which exhausted the boy. Suddenly, Arus's nose started to bleed. It seemed this wasn't the first time this had happened. Seeing his favorite fall ill, the Demon King immediately and frantically called for Arus's personal doctor. His shout was so loud it shook the entire demon realm. A moment later, Ben, Commander Zero's personal doctor, arrived to treat Arus. He said it was an after effect of Arus's injuries from his battle with the hero. The Demon King, of course, already knew this, but what he needed was for Ben to find a permanent cure. The sooner, the better. The Demon King looked at Ben with a terrifying killing intent. "If you can't get this done, you know the consequences will be severe." The Demon King ordered his men to take Commander Arus to his room to rest. Without waiting, Dr. Ben immediately grabbed Arus's hand and whisked him away like the wind. Very quickly, Arus was placed on a bed that seemed to have been prepared in advance. The doctors pushed the gurney while chattering, "Oh, honestly, making such a fuss over a little nosebleed. Commander Zero is vomiting blood again? This is just a mild after effect from that battle with the hero. Even so, he's still the second strongest person here, right after the Demon King. He is Commander Zero, after all. This is going to be a real mess." All Arus ever wanted was to live a normal life, but why was it so difficult? Just imagining those peaceful days was enough to know how wonderful it would be. After giving their precious Commander Zero special care, the doctors bowed their heads and left. Demon Zero, Slayer of Heroes, infinite power. What a load of crap. In reality, Arus was just an ordinary human named Deon Hardt. Not only that, he was the weakest person in this entire demon realm. Even a little bit of pressure was enough to make Arus suddenly fall ill like he did today. But everyone here mistakenly believed Arus was a powerful being, and so, he became Commander Zero, a subordinate of the Demon King. Therefore, his only option was to use the excuse of after effects from the battle with the hero to hide his weakness. If anyone were to discover that Arus had been as weak as a snail since birth, the outcome would surely be tragic. Just thinking about being mocked, and then run through by those demons sent a chill down Arus's spine. But on the other hand, it was thanks to this reputation as the strongest in the demon realm that Arus had managed to survive in the Demon King's castle until now, even receiving his ridiculously excessive special treatment. Seeing Arus was sick, the Demon King immediately brought him a whole roasted pig to help him recover. It was truly speechless. As he was lying there, lost in thought, the door to his room suddenly opened. It was the vice commander of the Zero Legion, S had just returned from the human world and rushed over immediately upon hearing that Arus was ill. He even brought a new Rubik's Cube for him to play with to ease his boredom. S was one of the few demons Arus felt comfortable being around. Every time he went to the human world, he would bring something back for Arus to cheer him up. Seeing Arus sick in bed made S extremely upset, even though Arus said he was fine. Like the others, S greatly respected and admired Arus, perhaps even more so. To S, Arus was like a savior who had fought with all his might against the hero for the sake of the demon realm. Seeing Arus suffer from the injuries of that battle, S swore that he would definitely find a way to cure him, even if it meant tearing that doctor, Ben, to shreds. Indeed, every demon in the demon realm is terrifying. After his brief visit, S left to let Arus rest. Having a few people who cared about him like S made Arus happy. The Demon King also cared about Arus, but his over-the-top antics were a bit annoying. But in the end, it was thanks to him that Arus could live here safely. That night in his office, the Demon King held Arus's resignation letter, scrutinizing it over and over, still unable to understand. Arus always wore a cold, blank expression, so the Demon King could never tell what he was thinking. He recalled his first meeting with Arus, who was an enigma from the start. At the time, the Demon King saw him standing there, staring intently at the hero's corpse, and assumed Arus was the one who had killed the human. On top of that, a few bystanders chimed in, spicing up the story. That guy pierced through the hero's defenses and killed him. This made the Demon King even more convinced it was true, to still be standing on his own 2 feet after all that. His power had to be extraordinary. The Demon King approached and asked for Arus's name. Arus just coldly gave a short reply, Deon Hardt, and so, their agreement began from that moment. But he still didn't understand why Arus had agreed to join the army so quickly back then. Even now, the Demon King still hadn't figured out what task to assign him. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a report on the desk. After reading it, the Demon King let out a strange, cryptic smile. He gave an order to hold a meeting of the Legion commanders, and he announced for all commanders to gather immediately. He thought, Arus is going to love this. Meanwhile, Arus, who was trying to rest, was extremely annoyed by the news of a sudden meeting. His precious moments of peace were completely ruined by the Demon King. He had just been told to get some rest, and now he was being dragged into a meeting in the middle of the night. If it was a meeting for the commanders of each legion, that meant the other commanders living in the Demon King's castle had also been summoned. Normally, just meeting some low-ranked demons was enough to scare Arus to death. Now, having to sit in a meeting with the other demon commanders was like getting a taste of death itself. The servants around the castle saw Arus's tense expression and began whispering amongst themselves. Arus let out a tired sigh. He needed to fix his expression so he wouldn't cause any trouble. If he ended up fighting them, there was no way he could win. However, it seemed the rumors about his origin and his first meeting with the Demon King had been a bit overblown by these small fry demons. He had clearly told the Demon King his name was Deon Hardt when they first met. But somehow, coming from these demons, his name had turned into Arus, the evil demon. Hearing this was incredibly annoying for Arus, but there was nothing he could do about it. His weakness was maxed out at 100%. So who was he going to fight? It seemed the misunderstandings were getting more and more serious. But whatever, let them say what they want. Looking on the bright side, thanks to these rumors, none of the guys here dared to mess with him. If his secret was exposed here, Arus would be dead for sure. Before he could leave this demon territory, he absolutely couldn't let anyone discover that he was just a weak coward. He had to pretend to be proud and confident. Acting like he wasn't afraid of a single soul was the only way to live up to the title of Commander of Legion Zero. Just then, Arus arrived at the door to the Demon King's room. He put on a cold, murderous expression and demanded the 2 guards open the door. When the door opened, it seemed everyone inside had already arrived. Arus was probably the only one who was late. The Demon King looked at him and said, Arus, you've arrived. Arus immediately sensed that something was very strange about the atmosphere. All the Legion commanders had gathered, including Legion 1's commander JK, Legion 3's commander Asil, Legion 4's commander Adelia, and Legion 6's commander Velaton. There was also Rhinel, commander of Legion 11, who had a secret crush on Arus. Arus took the seat right next to the Demon King, but sitting surrounded by so many Legion commanders made him feel so much pressure he started breaking out in a cold sweat. The Demon King gently asked if Arus was all right. There must be a reason for being so late. Arus apologized and just made up some random excuse to get by. How could he possibly admit that he was late because he kept hesitating about whether to come or not? Just then, a demon servant standing nearby offered to pour Arus some wine. On the outside, Arus maintained a cold expression, but on the inside, he was absolutely overjoyed. This was the very thing that had made him hesitate about coming to this stupid meeting in the first place, because Arus's favorite thing in the demon world was its wine. Whenever there was a meeting in the demon territory, he always got to drink expensive wine to his heart's content. As soon as the wine was poured, Arus quickly picked it up and took a sip, but he suddenly felt something was off. It seemed the liquid in his glass wasn't wine. Arus suddenly couldn't help but exclaim, "This is grape juice." The other commanders were completely shocked by this, looking at Arus with bewildered and somewhat awkward expressions. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew heavy, and a gloomy silence fell over the room. Arus also realized he had just done something wrong. His face darkened. He felt as if they were looking down on him. The Demon King sighed, rubbed his head, and spoke up to break the tension. "I was the one who ordered them to do that. You and your love for wine, honestly." But Arus still didn't understand why only his glass was filled with grape juice. Was this some kind of racial discrimination between humans and demons? Or did they think he was so useless that they wouldn't waste wine on him? Arus just sat there, wildly speculating and overthinking, convinced that his true identity had been exposed. If so, their purpose for gathering here must be to execute him, or to announce some other tragic end. While he was already overthinking all these negative scenarios, the Demon King added fuel to the fire by saying that Arus was the very reason he had called this meeting. Needless to say, Arus fell into despair upon hearing that. The Demon King then ordered the commander of Legion 6 to distribute the documents he had previously submitted. Velaton obeyed and began to relay the information. The number of phantasms was currently increasing at an alarming rate. Legion 12, which was protecting an important village, could no longer handle the situation. After the phantasms destroyed more than half the village, Legion 12 and its reinforcements evacuated the remaining villagers to a city with high walls. However, it was impossible to predict when that place might be ambushed next. Therefore, they needed to send in more forces to hunt down those phantasms. The only thing is, for some reason, the commander of Legion 12 was absent from this meeting, which sparked a lot of rumors. But, speaking of the phantasms, since they are defective products, they shouldn't be a problem individually. What's concerning is that when they gather in numbers, they become quite formidable. But in reality, the source of this mess is from the same root as the demons themselves. Among the species created by the Demon King, phantasms are entities without sentience, loyal only to their own instincts and desires. Because of this, they are considered failed creations. If the rumors are true that the commander of Legion 12 was defeated by those creatures, it's truly unbelievable. Lately, for some unknown reason, the phantasms have been continuously growing stronger, in both power and numbers. The number of heroes who used to hunt phantasms has also been decreasing. So, it wouldn't be surprising if the commander of Legion 12 was killed by a swarm of them. But the commander of the Zero Legion was the one who killed the hero. Arus was terrified. Were they really planning to use this as an excuse to get rid of him? But in reality, Arus hadn't killed any hero. More importantly, the one who tried to kill the hero back then was the Demon King himself. Therefore, he should be the one responsible for this. Arus turned to make eye contact with the Demon King, his gaze filled with a message pleading for him to say something about this, or at the very least, not to drag Arus into it. The Demon King caught Arus's gaze, but perhaps the connection was faulty because he completely misunderstood what Arus wanted. The Demon King smirked slightly and then loudly announced that the commander of the Zero Legion would be sent to support the 12th Legion. Sitting next to him, Arus felt like he'd been struck by lightning, frozen solid in shock. That wasn't what Arus meant at all. Oh god, damn it. What the hell did that Demon King just do? And he was sitting there smiling happily, as if he'd just done a good deed. Not only Arus, but the other Legion commanders were also quite surprised. In their eyes, Arus was lucky to have the Demon King's trust and respect. But deep down, they all harbored a certain suspicion towards him. In truth, Arus really didn't want to go, but he couldn't refuse outright, so he pretended that his body wasn't feeling very well at the moment. When Jay heard this, he initially thought Arus was just making an excuse because he didn't want to go. Well, it was true that he didn't want to go, but for some reason, seeing Arus's expression gave him a completely different feeling. Perhaps he was trying to suppress his anger right now, and checking to see if his body was healthy enough for the journey. Although he didn't want to believe it, Ja had to admit that Arus's expression was truly that of a great commander. Not only was he a strong individual, but he also knew how to make accurate judgments. Arus was living proof of the saying that it doesn't matter how strong you are. As long as you have a cool, captivating expression, you're set. The Demon King said Arus wouldn't have to do anything too strenuous there. He just needed to command the Zero Legion and then rest in the village. That would be very easy for him. But for the real Arus, every damn thing was difficult. His inner voice was screaming, "I don't freaking want to go," but it looks like that's impossible in this situation. With no other choice, he had to take the risk. Arus spoke while crying silently on the inside. He said that he would go on this mission. That very night, the Legion immediately set out. Deon Hardt once again sighed, remembering his failed escape plan. The day has finally come. The more I try to run, the closer the apocalypse gets. That night, when the Demon King saw his luggage, he asked, "Deon Hardt, have you packed your things already? Are you that eager to go? My apologies, I should have sent you sooner. Hearing this, Deon Hardt broke out in a cold sweat. No. This is… Yes, I'm dying to go. Thinking about it, he sighed. How could he possibly confess to the Demon King that he was trying to escape back to his kingdom? And of course, wanting to escape back wasn't going to be easy. The Mad King sent him to the Demon King, and his own brother hated his guts. Still, it was better than being surrounded by demons and dying without even knowing when. He couldn't get depressed. He had to think positively. I heard the Zero Legion is also extremely strong. I'll just play my part well, and they'll handle the rest. Just then, a subordinate came to report, "We are about to arrive at the village, sir." Hearing this, he replied, "Maintain formation and don't let your guard down." He silently reassured himself, that's right. There's no reason for me to have to step up. The Demon King also said I wouldn't have to do much. All right, no need to worry anymore. Let's just enjoy this time." With that thought, Deon Hardt's hand reached for a bottle of liquor with delight. It was a special liquor from the demon realm, a rare type only found there, with a very delicate aroma that many demons craved. Deon Hardt smiled with satisfaction, remembering how he couldn't drink it earlier because the Demon King was present during the entire meeting. But it'll be a new problem if they think I'm going to give up so soon. I stole this bottle when the meeting was postponed. They say whoever drinks this stuff feels like they're on cloud 9. Maybe I should try it once before I die, just to experience the local specialty. Lifting the bottle, he took a big gulp, and Deon Hardt laughed with delight. This stuff is seriously good. The demon realm makes top-notch liquor. It feels like I'm truly alive. Outside, E was worried when he heard no movement from Deon Hardt. The young man fretted. Is Lord Deon Hardt still feeling unwell? It's probably because of what happened before we left. As the Zero Legion was about to move out, a girl ran towards them in a hurry. Lord Deon Hardt, wait. I know you enjoy riding, but please consider your health and stay in the carriage until you've fully recovered. Deon Hardt looked at the girl blankly, thinking to himself, what is this person talking about? Of course I'm getting in the carriage. Who said I like riding this ferocious beast? Deon Hardt then walked straight inside. Fine. I was just looking at it for a bit because it looked interesting. This made E feel extremely guilty. He sadly thought to himself, I've served Lord Dion for a long time, so I should know he loves riding. It's such a simple hobby, and yet I just want him to be able to ride for as long as he likes. But the Demon King's order was to do everything for Lord Deon Hardt's benefit. When he heard that Lord Deon Hardt intended to ride his horse, the Demon King had crossed his arms and angrily shouted, Are you insane? You think letting him ride is a good idea given his diagnosed health condition? Time passed uneventfully, until the rider at the front suddenly called out, Your Excellency, we have arrived at the village. Before them was a village engulfed in the crimson glow of fire and smoke. On the ground, bodies were scattered like straw. The scene was one of utter desolation. Seeing this, E exclaimed, This is horrible. I think the monsters have already swept through the village and left. They can't have gone far. Pursue them. Forward. But unexpectedly, a horde of hideous and ferocious monsters swarmed out, surrounding them from all sides. E panicked for a moment. The monsters ambushed us at the entrance? Soldiers, prepare for battle. Fight for Lord Dion. It's all up to us. The battle that erupted was incredibly fierce. These failed experiments. Their minds knew only slaughter, so they furiously attacked anyone who appeared before them. The sounds of weapons and shouts echoed everywhere, making the place chaotic and thick with the smell of rust. E grimaced and said, Damn it, there are too many of them. Sir, be careful. Just as he finished shouting, a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared right in front of him. It was opening its massive mouth, ready to bite him. E stood stunned with horror, thinking, Damn it, I let my guard down. Back at the Demon King's castle, Ja was discussing the military situation with the Demon King. Your Majesty, will the Zero Legion alone be all right? Hearing this, the Demon King nonchalantly replied, Oh, the monster subjugation? Goat explained. Their numbers are quite large. Should we send more reinforcements? The Demon King immediately let out an amused laugh. It's fine. The Zero Corps isn't very strong, I guarantee it. Besides, if something really goes wrong, they still have him. On this side of the battlefield, S was hanging on by a thread. He thought he was a goner for sure, but then, by some miracle, someone came to his rescue mid-fight, sending blood splattering everywhere. The giant monster, after receiving several deep cuts from Dion's weapons, let out a loud roar and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing that his leader had arrived, S was overjoyed and called out, Sir Dion, sir. He was about to offer his thanks when a sharp dagger was suddenly pointed right at him. S froze and exclaimed, Oh God, I was just about to ask for your help. Dion stared at him with cold eyes and asked, You're an enemy too, aren't you? It's a disaster if you can't even tell friend from foe on the battlefield. Hearing this, he panicked, guessing his boss was dead drunk, and quickly said, No, sir. Dion asked again, Then is that thing the enemy? The moment he finished speaking, he was hit by a slap that felt like it weighed a ton. The demon struck so fast he had no time to react, and was sent flying into a corner. Witnessing this terrified S, he was scared to death. After the dust settled, it revealed Dion, covered in blood and looking absolutely pathetic. Being attacked so suddenly without knowing why drove him mad with anger. Deon Hardt stated coldly, "So it's true, isn't it?" The moment he confirmed who the enemy was, he shot forward like an arrow of vengeance to get revenge on them all. Deon Hardt was consumed by madness. In S's eyes, every one of Deon Hardt's strikes was decisive. He just needed enough awareness to know who the enemy was. His twin daggers would do the rest. The other members, despite being demons themselves, couldn't suppress a shiver as they watched the truly bloodthirsty demon in front of them, furiously tearing the monsters to shreds. They asked each other, "So that's the commander of the Zero Corps, the demon Deon Hardt?" As he slashed, Deon Hardt thought, "Don't leave the enemy in one piece. Even if the enemy looks dead, you must not stop tearing them apart. Make the enemy feel fear from this frail body of mine. This is how I've survived in this world." Meanwhile, in another place, news of the Zero Corps had reached the ears of a certain individual. He sat on a throne and said solemnly, "The commander of the Zero Corps?" The mysterious figure kneeling in the hall immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty." The soldier sent to scout the demon realm reported that the one said to be the commander of the Zero Corps is participating in this attack. Rumor has it that he is extremely strong and ruthless. I've heard that the commander of the Zero Corps is the Demon King's most prized subordinate. King Diz of the Edwador Kingdom chuckled softly and replied, "That reminds me of someone. If that's how they want to leave the demon realm, then we need to be prepared. I also have a prime candidate. What do you think? I'll give you a chance to achieve something great." The mysterious person didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately clasping his hands respectfully and replying, "I will obey the royal command." The king extended his hand towards the man and added, "Good. Then you will become that prized subordinate. The 8-year war to win glory for the kingdom. That place was soaked in blood and bones. Among them were the noble sacrifices of the vanguard on the front lines, but in Deon Hardt's mind, they were nothing more than abandoned meat shields. This is simply hell. They constantly tried to encourage each other in those life or death moments. Don't falter. Fight bravely for the kingdom. I never wanted to come to this hellhole or risk my life fighting for some kingdom. What a joke. I don't want any of this. I have no intention of sacrificing myself for the country that pushed me into this hell. I'm simply doing whatever it takes to survive. I refuse to offer myself up for their ambitions. I have to survive no matter what, and get my revenge on them." The strange and overly realistic dream caused Deon Hardt to bolt awake in a panic. He froze, thinking to himself, "A dream? What did I just dream about? It felt so real. Is this my room?" Dr. Ben and S, who were right by his bedside, saw him sit up and immediately rushed over to ask, "Sir, are you awake? You've been asleep for a whole day. We completed your treatment while you were sleeping. Do you have any idea how panicked I was when you returned covered in blood?" Dion replied blankly. "What are you guys talking about? And when did I even get back here? What about the mission?" S frowned and immediately replied, "The monster subjugation is complete, sir. They fled in terror, and we returned to the Demon King's castle as soon as you lost consciousness. Please forgive me, if only I were a little stronger." As he said this, he flinched, realizing something strange. "What? The mission's over? And what do you mean I lost consciousness?" Seeing his dazed expression, completely clueless about what had happened, Ben offered a diagnosis. "Oh my, I think you're suffering from temporary amnesia. This injury is really serious. Don't you remember anything? You were hit by a monster, but you got right back up, so we didn't think much of it." Deon Hardt was still baffled, not understanding what they were talking about. "I have amnesia?" But in the next second, Deon Hardt's face went pale. He sat silently, trying to remember everything. A flood of memories flashed through his mind, making his mood worse and worse. Did I get drunk and cause trouble? I think it's because I drank too much, not because of some injury. I must have just been fighting randomly while I was dead drunk. Dr. Ben then added, "But I heard that the Zero Corps completed the mission without any casualties, even though there was a huge swarm of monsters. It's truly incredible." Deon Hardt replied awkwardly, "No, I didn't really do anything." S said, "You're being modest again, sir." Deon Hardt thought to himself, "Sigh, I give up. It's true I didn't do anything, right? S and the Corps handled everything, didn't they?" Cutting off his train of thought, he turned to S and said, "I'm sorry, I was just a burden." But contrary to his expectations, S smiled cheerfully and replied, "Not at all, Sir Dion. You were truly amazing. You took out a whole swarm of monsters on the front lines. You're a model commander." Dr. Ben, beside him, continued, "But you really overdid it this time. We know you're strong, but your body was weakened after that battle, so please be careful." Deon Hardt turned his face away, on the verge of tears. "What are you people talking about? How could I possibly have taken on all those monsters? S clenched his fist and added with determination, I know you don't fully trust us, but you were still there for us. We will become stronger, so you can rest and recover with peace of mind. After hearing that, Deon Hardt just gave up, faced with a doctor nagging him for not prioritizing his health, and a soldier who was completely loyal to him. This idiot was burning with the determination to get stronger so he could protect his leader, which put a lot of pressure on him. I have no idea what these two are talking about, but there's no way I can do that. Whatever. I just need to get out of here. Just then, the 3rd Corps Commander, Asel, and the 4th Corps Commander, Adelia, suddenly showed up. Sir Deon Hardt, we heard you had woken up. Asel walked in with a frown and yelled, Keep your voice down. Commander Zero needs to rest. Not one to back down, Adelia shot back. You're even louder than I am. So why did you follow me? You want me to play with you? Cut the crap. I'm here to visit Commander Zero. Seeing the two of them, Dion was utterly bewildered. He wondered to himself, why are these people here? We're not even that close, so why the visit? Kaiser found them a bit annoying and spoke up to reprimand them. You two are being too loud. If you're here to visit him, just greet him quietly and leave. Can't you see he's uncomfortable? Hearing this, the two of them obediently apologized to Deon Hardt. Sir Deon Hardt, I sincerely apologize. Internally, all he wanted to do was flip a table and kick every single one of them out. But on the outside, he only dared to sigh, not having the guts to be aggressive with anyone. Looking at them, Deon Hardt thought to himself, how am I going to get rid of these people? Seeing Deon Hardt's silence, the 3rd Corps Commander thought worriedly, oh no, he must be exhausted from that last mission. I'm being so inconsiderate. Kaiser, who was beside him, added, I understand you two don't like each other, but stop it inside this castle. Don't try to kill each other anymore. Hearing that, Dion immediately shot back. What do you mean by kill? In his mind, he was thinking, kill who? Kill who? What kind of ridiculous thing is he saying? I couldn't beat anyone, even in my dreams. If these bastards find out I'm weak, they won't be merciful with me. Wait a minute. Mercy. Should I teach them about mercy so they'll be merciful to me later? They might spare me if they know I'm weak, Asil said worriedly. Sir Deon Hardt, if you're truly bothered, we sincerely apologize. Dion curled his lip into a slight smile and replied, It's true. I am annoyed. He thought to himself, I need to speak more carefully. My tone has to be firm, but without revealing any anger. But there's no reason to get physical just because of anger. I don't always wish to injure others, do you understand? That is what mercy is. Even when faced with deceivers, even when dealing with those weaker than us, we should learn to treat those around us with mercy. As he finished speaking, Dion thought smugly to himself, Good, I think that was effective. Remember this lesson, and remember to spare me later. His words were gentle, but his aura was murderous. This sermon on kindness was so chilling, it made everyone too scared to say anything more than obediently bowing their heads and saying, We will take it to heart. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit off, Dion frowned, thinking to himself, What is this vibe? It seems I've become a preacher for demons. Even this Kaiser guy is scared, and he didn't do anything wrong. The 1st Corps Commander then spoke up. In any case, I heard that you've completed your mission. You must have gone through a lot. Adelia, beside him, had already forgotten her earlier guilt and excitedly chimed in. There's so much talk about you, Sir Dion. They say you single-handedly wiped out half of the monsters. Are you all right, Sir Dion? I'm fine. Hearing this, Deon Hardt couldn't help but be astonished. He silently asked himself, I wiped out half the monsters? What a vicious rumor. Did I end up taking credit from the others? Deon Hardt awkwardly turned to them, silently apologizing in his head. But the man's face was flushed with happiness, with no trace of resentment or anger whatsoever. Deon Hardt was once again stunned. What's with that expression? Asil stepped forward to make a proposition. I also heard the heroic tales about you, and came here to ask a favor, Dion asked curiously. A favor? Asil replied, It's nothing major. After you've fully recovered, would it be possible for me to have a match with you, Sir Deon Hardt? Needless to say, Deon Hardt was absolutely terrified. Thinking he must have misheard, he quickly asked again, A sparring match? With me? Inwardly, the young man was screaming. Isn't this a fight with a demon? A match with a real demon, the commander of the elite 3rd Corps that protects the king. Asel nodded enthusiastically and replied, Yes, I've been hearing constantly about your glorious achievements, Sir Deon Hardt. I would be greatly honored if I could learn a few things from you. The other two were just as excited as he was. Kaiser rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, That sounds interesting, he mused to himself. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Commander Zero train with anyone since he became commander. I also want to witness Commander Zero's skills. I wonder if he'll accept this request? Adelia exclaimed excitedly, Oh my god, I get to see Sir Dion in a fight? You know the 4th Division is the intelligence division, right? I'm going to gather the largest audience possible. Hearing this, Asil retorted angrily, I don't care who comes to watch, but don't let anyone get in the way. Deon Hardt stammered with a pained expression. Wait a minute, I don't want to. But his words trailed off when he saw the expectant looks in the commander's eyes. Deon Hardt thought to himself, there's no way to refuse. Imagining the scene, Deon's face turned pale with fear as he thought, why are they just deciding things on their own? This makes no sense at all. Am I going to be obliterated by this Asil guy's hands? Deon Hardt clutched his head in fear and said, I think it will be very difficult to accept this request for a sparring match, because of the after effects of fighting those monsters, and my power. I mean, I might die. Ah, no. I mean, you will die. Deon Hardt spoke for a bit until he didn't even know what he was saying anymore. The more he looked at them, the more he panicked, and the more he panicked, the more nonsense he spouted. Asil's face had darkened by now, as he silently wondered, is he trying to avoid a fight? But why? Looking at Asil, Deon Hardt thought worriedly, he's looking at me with suspicion now. Well, it makes sense. Who would possibly understand such a lame excuse? While Deon Hardt was still at a loss for words, Kaiser, the man who loved to project his own thoughts onto others, spoke up. How wonderful. Even when facing a commander, you're still so confident. I always wondered why Commander Zero never spars, but now I understand. You're worried your opponent will get hurt. After hearing that, Asil turned to look at Commander Zero, dumbfounded. A moment later, his eyes widened, and then he shouted, No way, Kaiser replied. Of course, he's refusing because he's worried about you. Besides, it's been a long time since he's fought anyone, so I'm pretty sure he'll have trouble holding back in the match. That means once the sparring starts, it'll be a fight to the death. Asil thought pensively to himself. And that confidence that he would be the one to win. Me, someone who's always been confident in everything. He wasn't even confident he could win a fair fight against the other commanders. Was this the kind of absolute power the Demon King had trusted in? After careful consideration, the commander of the 3rd Legion finally bowed his head and said, This is humiliating, but I'm honestly not confident that I can win, and I have no desire to fight you to the death. I won't dare challenge you again, Sir Deon Hardt. Although my pride is a little wounded, thank you for your generous consideration. Deon Hardt was stunned, thinking to himself, he actually agreed. Beside him, Az looked at his leader with a proud expression. Just as I expected, Sir Deon Hardt is so amazing that he makes these fearsome commanders respect him. Deon Hardt frowned at Az, thinking to himself that he didn't understand a single thing. Whatever, as long as I don't have to spar. Az then added, but I'm not giving up. Once I'm confident that I'm stronger and won't die, I'll challenge you again. Deon was furious, screaming internally, but I don't want to fight you. Just give up, damn it. Oh my God. The commander of the 3rd Legion clenched his fist and said cheerfully, All right. Your promise will be my motivation. Well then, I'll go train right away. Is he seriously going to train right now? And just like that, he's gone. Wait. After Az left, filled with a burning passion, he left Deon with a sense of dread. He clenched his fists, trying to remain calm, and said, This is going to drive me crazy. Jaka heard this and replied, He never really had any ambitions, but perhaps you've given him some motivation. That's a good thing. Adelia, beside them, was just concerned that Az had been too loud. Then, Deon suddenly clutched his head and staggered. Seeing this, Az panicked and cried out, Sir Deon Hardt, is your fever back? He immediately turned to the other 2 commanders and said, My apologies, but Sir Deon needs more rest. Seeing Deon Hardt looking so exhausted, the 2 of them didn't bother him any further and left together. Of course. We wish you a speedy recovery. Please get some rest. We'll be on our way. Deon Hardt didn't respond. He just took the cup of water from his subordinate's hand and drank, his mind once again on escaping the demon world. Just before leaving, Jaka cheerfully turned back to add something. Oh, right. After you spar with the 3rd commander, let me have a match with you too. I'm really looking forward to it, Sir Deon. The shock and fear were so great he passed out. I have to escape the demon world, now. Dr. Beninays panicked and rushed to give him first aid. His heart is beating too fast. Please don't die, Sir Deon. Time passed. Deon leaned wearily against the wall, exhausted. So damn tired. I finally managed to sneak out, Az was constantly nagging him. You should get well soon so you can visit the 0 Legion. Everyone is waiting for you, Sir Deon. Ben always wore a worried expression as he gave instructions. If you just lock yourself in your room like this, you won't get better, and you need to get some exercise. Az was also diligent in his reports. Are you planning to visit 0 Legion? I'm also training hard to keep my promise to you. These endless visits were a massive headache. What do you people want from me? Please, just leave me alone. In his frustration, he accidentally kicked a stone, which hit a demon in the head. It immediately turned around, snarling and roaring. Who did that? Which bastard? Dion was spotted and instinctively took a step back. Oh crap, I'm screwed. I shouldn't have hidden here. Just as he opened his mouth to apologize, the other demons bowed their heads and apologized first. Greetings, I am Commander Zero. Sorry for the disturbance. It's our fault. Deon Hardt blurted out in confusion. What do you mean, a disturbance? Huh? The demons didn't dare delay and immediately replied, we were just teaching this guy a lesson. He's just a lowly incubus, but he dared to get in our way. We'll handle it without bothering you, sir. Deon Hardt looked at the incubus before him and thought, huh. I heard that incubi are the lowest-ranking demons in this world. So this guy is getting ganged up on? Seeing Deon Hardt remain silent, the other demon forced a smile and added, we'll be leaving right away. He thought to himself, I don't think he's happy. Let's get out of here fast. After saying that, the demons scrambled away, leaving the corridor empty except for him and the incubus. Dion thought. They all left. Now, what do I do with this kid? This is the first time I've met a demon weaker than me. What now? The incubus clenched his fists, his whole body trembling as he thought, he's looking at me. I've heard he's usually quiet, but when he gets angry, he's more ruthless than any other demon. My presence must have annoyed him. I'm dead for sure this time. But to his surprise, Deon Hardt didn't show any disgust. Instead, he reached out a hand towards the incubus and said gently, hey, can you stand up? The bullies are gone, so don't worry anymore. The incubus was stunned. After a few seconds of shock, he was moved. He's not looking at me with disgust, but with such kindness. It's been so long since anyone treated me this well. Tears were already welling up in the incubus's eyes. Looking at Dion's hand, he hesitated and asked, I'm just an incubus. Aren't you disgusted to touch me? Without a moment's hesitation, Deon Hardt grabbed the kid's hand and pulled him up, his expression as blank as ever. So what? If you put it that way, I'm a human. Am I disgusting too? The incubus frantically explained. No, that's not it. How could you be? Dion smiled, placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, and added, I don't think so, so it's fine. He thought to himself, is this kid also struggling to survive in this world? Oh, it was the first time the incubus had met someone like this. He was deeply moved and said, you're so kind. I've never been treated like this before. I really want to repay you. Are you free right now? Deon Hardt replied blankly. Huh? I feel like I just got myself into another mess. Or is it just a feeling? At that moment, the Demon King was also heading to Deon Hardt's room to visit him. Looking at the empty room with no one in sight, he wondered, Deon Hardt, where did he go? It seems I have nothing to do right now. After a moment, the young man replied, did you say time? The incubus's eyes were full of anticipation, as he quickly answered, yes. To repay your kindness, I want to take you for a walk around the garden and give you some medicinal herbs to help with your fatigue. Sir Deon Hardt, I know a commander is very busy, so it's okay if you don't have time. But Deon Hardt was extremely surprised to hear that. He asked, the Demon King's castle has a garden? There's a garden in this gloomy, dark castle of the Demon King? The incubus then bowed respectfully and said, yes, sir. Greetings, Sir Deon Hardt. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Hai Hun, and I am the gardener in charge of all the plants in the Demon King's castle. Deon Hardt's jaw dropped in astonishment as he thought, a gardener in the demon world? So a peaceful profession like this actually exists here. She looks like a good person. Then, the young man raised a hand to his chin and began to imagine things. A garden, a place with fragrant blooming flowers and lush greenery, with incredibly fresh air. That's the perfect healing spot I need. Just the thought of it made Deon Hardt feel incredibly relaxed. He happily agreed. That sounds like the perfect place for me to calm down. Can you lead the way? The dream demon's eyes lit up as she quickly replied, yes, please follow me. As he followed, Deon Hardt thought to himself, finally, I can breathe again. They quickly arrived at an extremely beautiful garden with an entrance framed by 2 rows of lush climbing roses. The dream demon gestured inside and said excitedly, here it is. Deon Hardt smiled happily and exclaimed, what a beautiful garden. The fresh scent of green plants, the clean air. But just as Deon Hardt was thinking this was the most wonderful place in the demon castle, he almost became dinner for a carnivorous plant next to him. Deon Hardt, terrified, quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding its serrated teeth. His face went pale with fear. He frantically placed a hand on his chest, wondering, what was that? Hai Hun immediately walked over, gently stroking the plant's stem and saying, now, you're not allowed to pounce on Lord Dion like that, or do you want to be taught a lesson again? Then, the girl turned to Dion, smiling sheepishly, and said, I'm so sorry, Lord Dion. I think it was just excited that you came to visit. Dion still hadn't recovered. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, thinking, this is the first time I've seen a demon weaker than me, so I was a little on guard. I was deluded into thinking she was normal, too. Wait, now that I think about it, this garden looks normal on the outside, but is it filled with plants like that on the inside? I need to get out of here, fast. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best way to save my skin. Deon Hardt didn't dare hesitate any longer and immediately made up an excuse to leave. I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up. I have to go now. Hearing this, Hi-Hen blurted out in confusion. Huh, but there are even more amazing plants than this one if you go a little further in, Dion said. That's exactly why I don't want to. I mean, the training grounds. I need to go check on the Zero Squad right now. Because I've been away for so long, I think I need to go see them immediately. Anyway, goodbye. With that, Deon Hardt bolted, leaving a stunned Hi-Hen standing there. He's gone. Seeing him in such a hurry, he must be very busy. The plant next to me looks as gloomy as I feel. Hi-Hen gently placed her hand on it, stroking it and asking, "What's wrong? Are you sad that he left like that?" "I am too. Do you think he'll come here again?" "Yeah, next time, I have to bring him a gift. He seemed to really like plants. I should probably give him the cutest plant here, right? I hope Lord Deon Hardt and I can become closer." Meanwhile, Dion still hadn't recovered from the shock. As he walked, he muttered to himself that he was still getting goosebumps. How foolish of me to think there was anyone normal in this Demon King's castle. Yep, my room is definitely the best. Everywhere else is too dangerous. His feet suddenly stopped as he hesitated. Even though I only used it as an excuse to escape the garden, maybe I really should go see the members of the Zero Squad. Since I caused quite a bit of destruction while I was drunk, I've been avoiding my responsibilities to save face. But the Demon King and E keep pestering me, saying, instead of just lying in your room, why don't you go to the training grounds to see your squad members and give them a word or two of encouragement? Deon Hardt looked pained. That's right. What he said wasn't wrong. Although, E never actually said that. Well, since I'm out anyway, I should at least show my face. I can't let that terrifying experience stop me from meeting the members of the Zero Squad. All their effort and hard work is for me, too. With that thought, Deon Hardt headed to the training grounds. Looking at the quiet scene before him, Deon Hardt sighed and said, just as I thought, no one's here. I've already come here, so I should just go back now. But running away won't solve everything. I'm also curious about how strong the Zero Squad is. Dion started looking around for a place to sit and wait for them. His gaze then happened to fall upon some wooden swords neatly arranged to one side. They train with these things? I lost my memory during the demon subjugation and can't remember anything. This is probably a good chance to test myself. Deon Hardt picked up a wooden sword, intending to test his strength, only to realize he couldn't even lift it. How humiliating. He stood there and started lamenting. That's right. On the battlefield, I can't even lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron one. My strength is cursed. I should just devote my love to games. Just then, the members of the Zero Squad, having finished their lunch break, began flocking to the training grounds. Hearing the noise, Dion turned to look, thinking miserably to himself. Members of the Zero Squad, when did they get here? I hope they didn't see me just now. In their eyes, the young man before them was like an evil god, his entire body radiating a dense demonic aura. But when they realized it was the leader of the Zero Legion, they rushed over, chattering with concern. Lord Deon Hardt, greetings. Are you well, sir? You haven't been here in so long, we were very worried. We just finished our break, we weren't slacking off. Lord Dion, you did an amazing job on the last mission, sir. Lord Dion. From top to bottom, men and women alike, everyone was so excited and talking so much that it made his ears ring, forcing him to quickly cut off their greetings. Calm down, I'm fine. Everyone, please calm down first. But it didn't stop there. The demons of the Zero Legion continued to whisper amongst themselves, but he still looks so tired. Lord Dion always says that. Yeah, he can't be okay after overworking himself like last time. Our commander, we will protect him for the rest of our lives. Looking at the sniffling crowd before him, Deon Hardt thought helplessly, why are they looking at me like that? Whatever. I'll just get this over with and leave. With that thought, Deon Hardt turned and began to walk away, saying, I had intended to come here right after finishing the mission, but I was unable to for various reasons. My apologies. Do well on the team's mission. After saying that, he immediately thought to himself, since my training method is basically benign neglect, I'll just say a few suitable motivational words, then wait for them to start training and just watch. Dion continued in a serious tone. That's all I came to say. Well, I'm sure that even if I say nothing, you will all carry out your duties perfectly. All right, you can all resume your training now. Just seconds after looking cool, Dion twisted his ankle, causing his whole body to start wobbling. He turned pale, thinking to himself, crap, my leg is completely numb. If I fall like this, I'll be a laughingstock. Come on, hold on. Dion knew he was about to fall flat on his face with so many eyes staring at him. He'd probably have to leave in shame. But who would have thought that the very moment he collapsed, he'd luckily avoid a sword strike from an attacker sneaking up behind him. Everyone saw it and exclaimed in astonishment, how did you dodge that? Deon Hardt had no idea what was going on. Only after hearing everyone's shouts did he realize he had just been snatched from the jaws of death. A member of Legion Zero shouted in concern, "Commander, are you all right? What's wrong with that bastard?" Dion, pale with fear, wondered, "What's happening? Did he attack me? This is dangerous. I have to get away." Just as Deon Hardt hastily turned to run, his elbow, by some miracle, slammed right into the assassin's face. The man took the full force of the blow, blood splattering as he stumbled backward. Seeing this, Deon Hardt quickly pulled his arm back. Huh? He got hit. The assassin clutched his face and cursed angrily. "You damn devil, Dion." Looking at the person before him, Dion was surprised to see it was a human. He frowned at the man, thinking to himself, a human? How did a human get in here? If Legion Zero doesn't know him, he must be an intruder. The members of Legion Zero finally rushed over to their commander in a panic, asking, "Commander Dion, are you all right?" Seeing that he was in a tight spot, the human tried his best to get up and run. "I need to get out of here now." But before he even had a chance to get to his feet, Dion had raised the heavy wooden sword high and, with all his might, brought it down on the man's head. The man's eyes went wide, and he let out a terrified scream before collapsing motionless on the ground. Deon Hardt thought to himself, if I let him go now, he'll definitely be a danger later. And so, Deon Hardt successfully apprehended and took down the assassin, purely through sheer luck. He looked at everyone with a sharp gaze and said, "Report this to the Demon King and lock this man up." "Yes, sir." After speaking, Dion scurried away, completely unaware that behind him, the members of his legion were staring with eyes full of admiration. A blonde-haired girl said sadly to her comrade, "Commander Dion seems very disappointed in us." The young man beside her sighed in response. "Of course he is. We let this guy infiltrate the training grounds, after all, and he was the one who had to catch him." A green-haired man nearby frowned, thinking to himself, all of his movements were so fast and fluid. Commander Deon Hardt was just taking a casual stroll to stretch his legs, yet he still dodged that attack with unbelievable speed, and even managed to counterattack. What's more, he captured the guy as he tried to escape and resolved the situation instantly. The skill of the Legion Zero commander is terrifying. His presence alone is enough to outshine the entirety of Legion Zero. I thought I'd been training harder than ever to be recognized, but his skills are far beyond my imagination. We can't even hold a candle to him. With that thought, the young man turned back to his comrades and shouted, "Let's not waste any more time. From now on, we'll start training immediately. We will train until we can be of use to Commander Deon Hardt. We will train relentlessly starting today." On his way back to his room, Dion massaged his wrist while complaining, "I swung that wooden sword a bit too hard. My wrist is killing me. Once I'm done with this annoying task, I'm going to sleep all day in my room." And just like that, as soon as Deon Hardt got back to his room, he fell asleep until the next day. As he was yawning and sitting up, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Did you sleep well?" The Demon King was sitting there waiting for him, looking completely at ease. He sipped his tea and said with a pleasant smile, "You must have been exhausted, seeing how soundly you were sleeping." Deon Hardt couldn't believe his eyes and immediately asked, "Am I dreaming?" "It's not a dream, is it? Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" Placing the teacup down on the table, the Demon King looked at the Legion Zero commander seriously and said, "Forgive me for disturbing you just as you've woken up, but could you spare a moment?" "What is it?" Deon Hardt stood up, his heart filled with anxiety, thinking, "What is it now? Did I cause some trouble recently? Whatever it is, I hope it's not for me. But for him to be here, and to even wait for me to wake up. 4. Could it be something urgent? If it's urgent, then." At that thought, Deon Hardt exclaimed in surprise, "Is it about the intruder?" "Indeed. First, follow me." A short while later, the Demon King led Deon Hardt down to a place in the castle's cellar. Looking around, Deon Hardt thought, "This is the underground prison. That intruder must be locked up here. But why did he bring me here? Did that guy say something strange about me? Or is he really going to make an example out of me for this?" While still lost in his own thoughts, Dion found himself standing in front of the intruder's cell. Seeing the man's blood-soaked body, Deon Hardt's jaw dropped in surprise. "What is this mess? What happened last night?" The Demon King walked up beside the man, grabbed him by the collar, yanked him back, and said, "Deon Hardt, take a look at this bastard. Does he look familiar to you?" The man struggled in pain. "Let me go. I'll kill you." The more he struggled, the tighter the Demon King's grip became. He continued, "The power he possesses can take down a demon, even though he's human. That power becomes even stronger when facing me, the Demon King." Hearing this, Deon Hardt was even more astonished. Being rather sharp and intelligent, Deon Hardt suspected this might be a hero. From what he understood, a hero facing death while fighting a Demon King had one of two choices. First, self-destruct, to inflict maximum damage on that Demon King. Second, use their life force to spread their power across the continent. creating a heroic remnant. Most heroes chose the second option, afraid their power would vanish, and the Empire has been seeking out and recruiting those who possess these remnants. And all those who possess a remnant are called unofficial heroes, but only those who prove themselves worthy through outstanding achievements are given the title of hero and rewarded with immeasurable glory. In reality, they're just exploited to the bone by the Empire. But the Demon King suddenly released his grip on the man's collar and said, "This isn't fun at all. Sending a hero to the demon realm? No, it's more accurate to call him a hero candidate than a hero. It must be the remnant of a hero." Deon Hardt thought pensively. He's right. If this was a hero recognized by the Empire, he wouldn't be this weak. But he's still a hero. It's too wasteful to treat him as a disposable pawn. There's no way they would send a hero candidate into the demon realm so carelessly. What is the Empire planning? Deon Hardt's red eyes suddenly shifted. He turned coldly toward the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to speak with this man alone for a moment." Seeing the look on his face, the Demon King didn't bother asking any more questions, and just agreed. "Okay, I'll wait for you outside the door." "Yes, sir, I'll be right out." There were no messages, and he was only targeting me. But why? What is he thinking? Now, only the two of them were left. The assassin began to curse at him. "Deon Hardt, you treacherous dog. You gained the Empire's trust and became its hero, but then you betrayed us for the demon world, you damn mutt." Hearing this, Dion suddenly covered his face and burst out laughing. "Ah, I never thought he'd send me a message like this." The confused intruder asked back. "What?" Deon Hardt laughed so hard he was trembling, tears welling in his eyes before he finally stopped. He asked the man, "All right then, you must just be a discarded toy, right?" Hearing that, the man flew into a rage and shot back. "How dare you say that? I was given an important mission by the kingdom to eliminate a traitor." Deon Hardt immediately replied, "No. The proof is that you're calling me a traitor." Feeling that wasn't enough, his smile grew a few shades more malicious as he started his psychological attack. He stopped mocking him and asked, "What mistake did you make against the Empire to be thrown away like this?" The man retorted, "What do you mean? Thrown away?" Dion stepped forward, placing a hand on the man's trembling shoulder as he continued. "The king knows everything, the reason I'm in the demon world, my purpose, everything." Hearing this, the man gasped in shock. "So, that day, was it real? The king sent you here, to a dangerous place like the demon world, just to kill one traitor? Did he really cast me aside?" Dion said. "Think about it carefully before you die. Even an idiot can see this was just an excuse to get rid of you." After clearing the man's mind, Deon Hardt walked out, leaving the assassin alone to scream and wail about his betrayal. "I sacrificed everything to serve the Empire. You Imperials. I will not forgive you. I will kill every last one of you, no matter what it takes," Dion thought grimly. And this is what they call loyalty? What a waste of time on a piece of trash like this. The Demon King had been waiting outside for him for a while. Seeing Deon Hardt emerge, he asked, "Are you done talking? From the look on your face, I guess all your suspicions have been cleared up. So, what should we do with him? Perhaps I should use him as a pawn?" Deon Hardt smiled faintly and replied, "Everything is as you command, Your Majesty, but I believe it's best to kill him." Very well. Is that your decision? Fine. Whatever. I'll take care of it, but you have to do something for me. The First Legion just sent an urgent request for reinforcements. Dion immediately replied, "On the front lines?" "Correct. They said it's not a hero candidate this time, but a genuine hero who has joined the battle. You know that humans and demons don't get along, don't you? If the hero appearing on the front lines isn't just some toy the king used and threw away, but a real hero, then ordinary demons will be no match for him. And more importantly, you're very curious, aren't you? Pay attention to that straw hero the king sent. I trust you'll handle everything just fine." Deon Hardt lowered his head without a word, and then, as his next personality awakened, he startlingly asked himself, When did I get here?" After speaking, the Demon King turned to leave, but not without a final instruction. "You should prepare to depart." The horrified Deon Hardt, face pale and dazed, said, "Prepare to go where? To die?" Not long after, a carriage and an entourage were waiting at the castle gates. Deon Hardt walked slowly towards them, with 2 long streams of tears running down his face. "I'm so screwed this time. I remember going down to the dungeon with the Demon King, but the next thing I know, I'm getting ready to go to some insane place. I keep blacking out, and every time it happens, I feel like I'm going crazy. Is this some kind of illness? All I remember is that the intruder is going to die, and then the Demon King ordered me to the battlefield." In the distance, E suddenly waved at him and shouted, "Sir Dion, everything is ready for our departure." Dion thought, "I get it. And the appearance of a new hero. Right, since I'm going out, I can see what this hero looks like. I'm actually really curious. Anyway, Looking at his commander, happily thought to himself, I know he was satisfied after suppressing those monsters, but that still wasn't enough, was it? Sir Deon Hardt, I heard the battlefield is really brutal right now, but he looks as happy as if he's going on vacation. Just as he was about to get into the carriage to head off to work, or rather, his mission, the commander of the 11th Legion, Renel, flew in on a magic broom to see him off. The commander waved from above and shouted, I missed you so much. Deon Hardt asked, puzzled. Renel, what are you doing here? He thought to himself. Even though she looks cute, she possesses demonic energy second only to the Demon King. I won't be fooled by her appearance again. The girl looked at Dion with adoration and replied, I heard you were heading to the battlefield, so I wanted to give you this. Looking at the necklace in Renel's hand, Dion wondered to himself, a necklace? Why? This looks really suspicious. Why would she give me this? It's too suspicious. I won't accept it. Unaware of his thoughts, Renel happily explained, I've placed a protection charm on it, so it can save you from death one time. It's not much, but I wanted to do something useful for you. Hearing this, Deon Hardt immediately threw his philosophy of doubting everything out the window. He snatched the necklace and said, thanks. Inside, he thought, she's giving it to me, so how can I refuse? How could I possibly refuse such a valuable item? That would be a huge loss. In that moment, Deon Hardt distractedly reached out and patted the small girl's head, making her blush with joy. A moment later, he was startled to realize he had patted her head unconsciously. Is that thing alive? That thing can move? Is it the ribbon? No, that tentacle looks too weird. Renel seems to like it, so I guess it's fine. But it's too creepy, so I should stop. Standing beside them, was deeply moved even though he wasn't the one who received the gift. Thank you so much, Renel. I know Sir Dion is very strong, but because of that injury, I was so worried. So, thank you so much for giving that necklace to Sir Dion. Renel was also incredibly touched to hear that. She covered her mouth in surprise and replied, to worry about Sir Dion that much, you truly are a loyal retainer. Please continue to serve my Sir Dion just like this. Yes, you can count on me. Deon Hardt frowned and burst into laughter, cutting them off. Ha, wonderful. Just do whatever you want. Seeing this, frantically replied, Sir Deon Hardt, please allow me to escort you. Dion sat in the carriage, lost in thought, and muttering to himself. The rear guard. Huh? Is that the reputation I got after killing the hero? To set the record straight, though I wonder if it ever will be, I didn't take down the hero. He blew himself up, and I was injured in that explosion. At that time, I was the only comrade left beside the hero, a group of wounded men helping each other through the forest. Out of an entire legion, this is all that was left. We had lost so many people on our way here. Suddenly, the hero stopped and said to me, Mr. Hardt, please stay here. At the time, Dion didn't understand why he would say that. He asked, Are you serious? The hero replied, Yes, I am. He then said, I will end this war with the royal soldiers. Deon Hardt hesitated, but the hero insisted, This is enough. He looked at Dion with expectant eyes and said, Since this Demon King is known to be the strongest in history, there's no guarantee that you will survive. We also need someone to report the outcome of this battle to the kingdom. I want you to be that person, Mr. Hardt, so please go back. You still have things you want to do, don't you? Seeing the conflicted look on Dion's face, the hero became even more resolute in his decision. I know why a war hero from a previous generation like you joined this journey. It's because you need a more glorious achievement to fulfill your wish, isn't it? If you return with the results of this battle, that in itself is a glorious achievement. And if that's not enough and you still wish to join this battle, then you'll have to ask the nation. Are you planning to defy the entire kingdom? The hero was also quite curious about Dion's wish, so before leaving, he promised to look into it after he returned safely. Looking at Dion, the hero smiled and repeated, I will return. Time crawled by slowly. Deon Hardt was left alone, sitting under a large tree, waiting for days on end. He propped his head on his hand and thought, how long has it been? How many days have passed, and they still haven't returned? I'm dying to know, but I can't bring myself to go. Is it because of shame, humiliation, or fear? Or maybe, all of them? My comrade's mission was to forge a path to the Demon King, but I was asked to stay behind. Waiting here in one spot like this is driving me insane. Deon Hardt muttered to himself, damn it, I just want to survive. No, I have to survive, but I should at least go see how the battle is going. If they've won, I'll bring them back. If they've lost, I'll go back and report it. As long as I watch from a distance, I'll be fine. With that, Dion immediately stood up and crept closer to their location. But the scene before his eyes made him gasp in shock. Damn it, what is this? Is it over? How could it be so one-sided? All of his comrades had been killed, and the hero was kneeling at the Demon King's feet. The Demon King asked, any last words? The hero didn't answer, only giving a small, contemptuous smirk. The very next second, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from his body. Deon Hardt secretly watched them from a high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing his self-destruct plan. Dion gritted his teeth in anger and thought, "Is this how it ends? I have to report this to the king." "You there, who are you?" A voice suddenly came from behind Deon Hardt. Startled, Deon Hardt whipped his head around to see who it was. Good heavens, the moment he turned around, he came face to face with a massive, terrifying demon. It swiftly swung the greatsword in its hand toward him. In a situation like this, you'd need to call upon all your ancestors to have a chance. The massive blade slammed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Deon Hardt had luckily managed to jump aside and dodge the blow. He cried out in terror, "Son of a bitch, why did it just swing its sword without any warning?" However, just as Deon Hardt had narrowly escaped, a flurry of other slashes came for him. Using his battlefield experience, he tried to weave and dodge the attacks from his foe. After a while of jumping up and down, Deon Hardt was getting tired. At this rate, there's no way I'm getting out of this alive. I need to find a way to tie him up. With that thought, he charged forward to engage. Deon moved nimbly, feinting left and right. In a flash, he reached its foot. Deon slashed a line right across the back of its knee, causing it to drop to the ground in pain. "You wretched little brat." He was a renowned assassin of the Empire. He had more than enough skill to leap onto the giant's body. Deon Hardt gifted the giant a dagger to the neck. But as bad luck would have it, his precise stab didn't have enough force to bring the giant down, but it was enough to make it stumble and drag him off the cliff with it. Seeing the Demon King's army below, Deon Hardt cried out in sheer terror. "What do I do now? Holy crap, oh my god." The next second, the two of them hit the ground with a thunderous crash. After the loud explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere, the giant demon was laid out flat in a pool of its own blood. And on top of it was our protagonist, Dion, still alive and breathing steadily. He covered his mouth in astonishment, thinking to himself, "I'm alive? That's right. Is the monster dead? I must be alive because I landed on top of it. I guess if you put your full body weight into it, you can stab a monster. Wait a minute. If I fell from that cliff, this must be the middle of the enemy encampment." Just then, Dion was jolted into realizing the danger of his surroundings. The demons below, who witnessed the event, turned pale and asked each other frantically, "The commander of the 7th Legion. Who is that human? How is he so strong?" Hearing that, Dion collapsed in pain. He was just defending himself. He never imagined this would happen. He was the commander of the 7th Legion? That means I fell into the middle of the enemy's camp and killed a Legion commander right in front of all of them. Wait, what the hell? Isn't that the Demon King? He's staring at me with murder in his eyes. His unexpected appearance had thrown everything into chaos. Even the hero's self-destruct plan couldn't be carried out anymore. The hero called out weakly, "Deon Hardt, what are you doing here? You knew I was planning to self-destruct, so why did you still come?" Deon Hardt rushed to the hero's side and answered, "I'm sorry, I wanted to fulfill my duty." Hearing this, the hero suddenly grabbed Dion and made his request. "You're a sharp one. I was really hoping that you, at least, would survive." Dion frowned, thinking, did he stop the self-destruction? He was an unbelievably kind and loyal person, the complete opposite of what the world thought of him. If only you could become the next hero. The hero continued, "World, are you watching this? This is my final request, so please, let this man live. Please, I beg you, grant him even a fraction of your power." Because of this, Dion's entire body began to shine with a blindingly brilliant light. The Demon King couldn't react in time and could only raise a hand to shield his eyes from the piercing golden light. He blurted out, "That light, it's different from the light of self-destruction. Could it be that the hero is trying to transfer his power? Impossible. How could something like that even happen?" Before long, the light faded and slowly disappeared. The hero had passed away in Dion's arms. He thought to himself, that fool. He should have known that transferring a hero's power through sheer willpower is impossible. I can't believe he canceled his self-destruction just to try and pass his power to me. Then, he gently laid his comrade down. At the same time, Deon Hardt covered his mouth, deep in thought. I wondered for a few seconds myself, but as expected, there's no change in my body at all. I'm still as weak as ever. The demons nearby saw this and began to whisper amongst themselves. What's going on? Did that human just kill the hero? I think so. He stopped the hero from self-destructing and killed him instead. That's incredible. But I think he's in a lot of pain. If he took the brunt of the hero's attack, there's no way he'd be okay. Looking at his blood-soaked hand, Dion thought, ugh, I'm throwing up again. Is it from falling off that cliff? It doesn't really matter. There's no way I can take down this many demons. I guess this is the end, even after I struggled so hard to survive. Just then, the Demon King turned his full attention to the newcomer. He approached and casually started a conversation. Well now, how can you be smiling in a situation like this? Hey, what's your name? Dion looked at him suspiciously, thinking, I don't know what he's planning. But I think keeping him happy is probably better for my health. He then replied coldly, Deon Hardt. After hearing his name, the Demon King offered, Good. I like it. Have you ever considered joining the demon army? Upon hearing this, Dion thought, I'll make him lower his guard and then try to escape the first chance I get. Yes, I'll join the army. Huh? What does he want from me? Seeing his surprise, the Demon King added, let me tell you this up front. Don't worry about any opposition from humans or demons. After what they've witnessed here, they wouldn't dare dream of it. Dion clutched his mouth, thinking in horror, I'm just trying to survive, but I never thought I'd have to survive like this. The flashback ends here. Deon Hardt smirked, looking at the passing scenery as he thought. It all started that day. Everyone in the Demon Castle, including the Demon King, shares the delusion that I'm some unbelievably strong person. They really need to tone it down a bit. They're overdoing it so much that it's making me scared of what's to come. Just then, S approached, interrupting Dion's train of thought. The vice commander of the Zero Legion said respectfully, Sir Deon Hardt, we have arrived. The border between the human and demon realms. The front line, where endless battles between demons and the Empire take place. I've come to a place like this. As soon as the troops arrived, the commander of the First Legion, Ja, immediately came out to greet them. I've been waiting for you. Seeing his haggard appearance, Deon Hardt could guess that the situation here was pretty bad. Dion extended his hand to shake his, nodding slightly. In his mind, he thought, I should have refused him back then, but I figured I'd die if I said no. So I had no other choice. Deon Hardt gave a small, helpless laugh, thinking that he never really had a choice from the start. That's my life for you. Seeing Dion's unconcerned face, Ja's own worries began to subside, just as he'd expected. His expression has relaxed since we left the Demon Castle. I'm sure he's looking forward to the battle. With that thought, he added, My apologies for disappointing you, but the fighting has died down for now. We don't know when the battle will resume, so you can prepare in the meantime. Deon Hardt was bewildered, wondering to himself, What are you talking about? Who's looking forward to what? You mean the Legion? Ja immediately replied, No, naturally, I was referring to you as well. I'm very eager for you to join the fray as soon as the Empire's forces begin their attack. Those words struck Dion like a bolt of lightning. He screamed internally in horror. You want me to fight too? The next morning, at the Empire's camp on the human front line, the Empire's commander had received urgent news from the demon realm. He leaned on the table, asking pensively, You mean the Zero Commander? The messenger replied, Yes, sir. According to our scouts, there are multiple reports that the Zero Commander will be participating in the battle, and the morale of the Demon King's troops rose significantly yesterday. In contrast, the Empire's army the commander frowned and cut him off. Stop. That's enough. He worried to himself. What a pain. Why did that wretched bastard come all the way down here? The Zero Commander is the Demon King's trump card, known as a figure who surpasses even the first commander, the one who's supposed to be the strongest of the 12 commanders. The leaders of the upcoming battle were discussing their strategy. Now, hearing news of this uninvited guest, they began to panic. A bearded man anxiously asked the person next to him, What should we do? If this is true, there's no way we can secure a victory. A man in a blue cloak remained silent for a moment before answering, We'll send an assassin. Assassinate the Zero Commander? That's impossible. The man in the blue cloak slammed the table and stood up, saying helplessly, True, if the Zero Commander actually exists, I know the rumors about him are extraordinary, but no one has ever actually proven those rumors to be true. Perhaps this Zero Commander is just a lie the Demon King cooked up to boost his soldiers' morale. The one who had just spoken was the Empire's dashing hero, Kruin. Kruin continued sternly, If we can uncover the truth with a single assassin, it would be a major accomplishment. Prioritize gathering information on the Zero Commander? Meanwhile, on Dion's side, Vice Commander S was carefully bandaging his leader's hand. Dion was contemplating beside him, thinking, Do I really have to join this battle? No matter how worried I am about the pressure or the consequences, I never actually wanted to quit this Zero Commander position, and things have been going smoothly because people usually avoid me or have the wrong idea about me. But today, I'm really going to quit. Noticing his leader's silence, Est asked with concern, Sir Deon Hardt, are you unwell? It's hard to wrap your bandages because you're trembling so much. Deon Hardt forced a smile and replied, It's nothing at all. Yes, well, I'll get back to it. You don't have to be so thorough, Deon Hardt added silently. I just came to see the face of the Empire's hero and then retreat. S asked blankly. What's wrong? Deon Hardt sighed, thinking to himself, What's with this look? You're looking at me like I just said something hilarious. It's making me really uncomfortable. Right after that, Vice Commander S immediately began his speech. What did you just say, sir? We have no idea when the battle will start. The human realm is right before us, and morale is high, so I have to be even more careful than usual. You really don't take care of yourself at all. You have no idea how worried I am about you." Seeing how worried he was and how carefully he took care of him. "But why do you keep following me without a single complaint?" Dion raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. "Let's see, what's so attractive about me? I'm always coughing up blood and fainting easily. My skin gets damaged from long exposure to the sun. No matter how you look at it, I'm a useless piece of trash from the human world, so why am I still the vice commander?" He's less of a demon and more of an angel. S had just finished bandaging his master. He grinned with delight and added, "With this, we can wipe out humanity with ease." Hearing this, all of Dion's aforementioned fantasies were instantly shattered. "Maybe. I was mistaken." S happily continued with his duties, enthusiastically explaining, "The Demon King specially made this suit from magic so that you can fight with all your might. It can also protect you from the sun and keep your body temperature stable. As long as it's not completely destroyed, it can even regenerate itself." Dion sighed helplessly and continued, "I heard. He also used a spell to make the areas around the eyes, nose, and mouth move more easily. The Demon King brags about it all the time." S added with a cheerful smile, "From the way he uses his magic so generously, His Majesty truly values you. Lord Deon Hardt, he even put a spell on the cloak to help you see better." Deon Hardt grumbled to himself. Isn't it just because the Demon King has so much magic, he doesn't know where to use it? So he just uses it randomly to keep from getting bored? Magic is something that breaks the laws of the world, and a demon's magic has its limits. The demonic energy used to perform magic cannot be restored. Moreover, there's a rumor that the more demonic energy is used, the sooner a new human hero will appear. If he's using so much magic, does that mean he's confident he can defeat the new hero? Well, it's not my problem anyway. It's all done, thank you, this suit is very comfortable. S's face was full of fighting spirit as he said loudly, "For this battle, as long as we have the Zero Legion and you, Lord Deon Hardt, I believe we have nothing to worry about. Every member of the Legion has been training like mad to prepare for this battle." Dion thought helplessly, "Sigh, I'm really not as strong as you think." Then Dion replied, "In that case, I will go inspect the 9th Commander's Legion and take a look around this tent." S asked, bewildered, "What? Shouldn't you be saving your strength for the battle? I have enough strength." With that, Deon Hardt waved his hand and left, leaving S standing there, idolizing him, unaware that it was just an excuse. Deon Hardt's footsteps grew more hurried. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I need to buy some time and find a place to hide." But as soon as he stepped out of the tent, Dion ran into a group of demons. Seeing him, they all froze in place. A dark-skinned demon exclaimed in awe, "Whoa, it's really Commander Zero." The one next to him was sobbing as he said, "We've struggled so hard, but we don't have to anymore." Hearing this, Deon Hardt sighed helplessly to himself. Why don't you have to anymore? What does that even mean? In the distance, the 1st Legion's commander, Jaka, and his guard had been observing the whole thing. When he heard someone say they were looking forward to the coming battle, the vice commander let out a smug little laugh. "There's no doubt about it. We're guaranteed to win the next one." Jaka didn't speak, but he gave a small, silent smile of agreement. Just as I expected. The Demon King made the right choice. Just by showing up, he boosts the morale of every soldier. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, as if something was pressing down on them. "It seems we have a pest among us." Deon looked up, his red eyes wide. Utterly bewildered, he stared into the space in front of him. How did the glass just go flying like that? Deon Hardt remembered clearly. He just wanted to shoo away the annoying fly that kept bothering him. He glared angrily. "Why, you damned fly! Get lost!" Unable to hold back any longer, he tightened his grip on the wine glass, making a sudden, forceful movement. Abruptly, the glass shot out of Deon Hardt's hand, flying straight into the air like an arrow. He stared after it, stunned, speechless, his eyes wide. His eyes bulged, pupils contracting for an instant. Then the glass fell to the floor, shattering into sharp pieces, the red wine spreading like blood. Deon Hardt was shocked. "How did that happen?" he stammered, awkwardly trying to explain. I didn't mean to." S remained calm. Dion was startled, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Both of them froze as smoke suddenly rose from where the glass had shattered on the ground. S's eyes widened, while Dion reflexively took half a step back in alarm. He furrowed his brow in anger. "It's poison." Deon Hardt, however, was stunned. "What?" S looked around as if searching for someone, while Dion, beside him, was still terrified. "My drink was poisoned?" He looked up, staring at the ceiling, sensing that something had just passed by, and growled warily, "There's an intruder." The suspicious figure flitted past like a breeze, darting through the treetops, each footstep as light as a feather. The masked man in black panted heavily. "I need to report this to the Empire." "No, to Lord Cruin as soon as possible." Each footstep landing on a branch made a dry, cracking sound. He was stunned. The power of the Zero Legion's commander isn't exaggerated at all. He's truly formidable. The dark figure darted through the trees, panic spreading throughout his body. He's incredibly dangerous. Jaka stared ahead coldly, a grim look on his face. Someone dared to infiltrate this place. Their objective was to assassinate the Zero Legion's commander. A gasp of surprise escaped from one of the soldiers. What? Commander Zero? Another asked doubtfully. But how did they get in here? Besides, Commander Zero, no one noticed anything. Jaka stood tall, authoritatively giving the order. I will punish you all later for letting an outsider successfully infiltrate. For now, make sure there are no more enemies in the area. Go. The soldiers stammered loudly. Yes, sir. In the dim light, Deon Hardt stood silently. His breathing was heavy. He was incredibly tense. Whoa, I really could have died just now. Beside him, S bowed his head, full of guilt. Lord Deon Hardt, I am truly sorry. He couldn't stop blaming himself, because I was too foolish to notice the intruder's presence until it was too late. Deon Hardt was a little surprised. I didn't think they could get past us. Then he thought cautiously, that just goes to show how skilled that assassin is. He sighed. I should quit being a commander. The Zero Legion or whatever. Because of this stupid position, even those imperial bastards want to kill me. Deon Hardt muttered, cursing his fate and that damn assassin. And I can't even get a drink of water. Then his eyes landed on the bottle of wine being cherished in the pink-haired guy's hands. He called out softly. S jumped, responding respectfully. Yes, Lord Dion. I will gladly accept any punishment you wish. He looked as if he was plotting something. Before you poured me a drink, the bottle was unopened, wasn't it? S was bewildered. Yes. The pink-haired guy froze as a hand landed on his shoulder. He let out a yelp as Dion snatched the wine bottle from his hands. The pink-haired guy flinched. Dion furrowed his brow. You're certain the poison was in the glass and not the bottle, right? He spoke slowly, as if considering something important. That means... A glint appeared in his eyes. He raised the wine bottle with a hopeful expression. I can totally drink this, can't I? He was ecstatic. The wine is fine. In another room, a gray-haired man stood solemnly before him. Cruin rested his head in his hands, looking gloomy and exhausted. A heavy voice rang out. He is very dangerous. Cruin placed his elbow on the table, his brow furrowed with tension. He was lost in his own memories, the panicked voice of the masked man still echoing. It seems the rumors weren't wrong at all. If things continue like this, the Empire won't stand a chance. His eyebrows knitted together as if pondering something unbelievable. That assassin was no small fry. And yet, he came back looking that stunned. Cruin tapped his fingers on the table. Now we've confirmed that the commander of the Zero Legion is truly as strong as the rumors say. He was reluctant. We're going to need that bastard to defeat the demon faction, because they have the Zero Legion's commander on their side. The blonde officer looked slightly surprised. Do you mean the other hero from the Empire? Cruin sounded a bit regretful. That's right, but he's not here right now. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, he wore the solemn expression of a true leader. So we will retreat. The blonde officer was indignant, his eyes flashing with anger. But if we retreat, won't it look like we're running away, because we're afraid of the Zero Legion's commander? Once they start looking down on us like that? Before he could finish, Cruin furiously stabbed his knife into the table. He tried to suppress his boiling anger. We will withdraw. But if any of those bastards dare to follow, we'll just have to ensure their absolute demise. Then he slowly lifted his head. This is a desolate land without a single ray of sunlight. We don't need to raise our weapons to capture this useless territory. We need to make those demons think that. Cruin calculated. We will withdraw without showing them any weakness. And we need to signal that we won't fight unless they invade the human world. The officer was startled. Yes, sir. I will relay the message to everyone. But what will we tell the Empire? Cruin's voice grew grave as he emphasized each word. The order I received was to reclaim the imperial land that was seized by the demons, not to expand our territory into the demon realm. The knife was stuck deep into the map spread across the table. Cruin continued. We have already reclaimed the Empire's land. He bowed his head slightly. We don't need to cause any more friction between the two realms, so we have decided to withdraw. That is what we will report. Finishing his speech, Cruin told himself, yes, that should be fine. He clenched his fist. I don't need to overdo it and ruin my debut as a hero. Having come this far, I won't let anything tarnish my heroic name. Cruin let out a sigh. Let's just hope the commander of the Zero Legion doesn't take his anger out on the wrong people. The officer was still extremely worried. I heard that the Zero Legion's commander rarely takes to the field himself. Do you think we'll be able to withdraw safely? He continued. What a relief. If that's the case, let's proceed with the plan. Before the words had even left his mouth, a soldier burst in, screaming at the top of his lungs. General! He was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in horror, stammering. The Demon Legion is charging, and their leader is the commander of the Zero Legion. Cruin was stunned. frozen for 5 seconds. The officer beside him was terrified, gritting his teeth. Cruin scowled. Damn it. Cruin was a little panicked, thinking to himself, nothing is going according to plan. Outside, Dion was maniacally slaughtering a soldier, blood splattering everywhere as the man groaned in agony. He burst into insane laughter, a long peal that echoed through the blood-soaked space. Ha ha, aha. Deon Hardt twirled the sword at his side as if it were a toy. The blood on the blade sprayed out in an arc. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm and slashed the soldier's arm. The soldier was terrified. His jaw dropped as he stared at his half-severed arm. He screamed, "Ah, my arm!" Fresh red blood spurted into the air again. Deon Hardt gripped the hilt of his sword, repeatedly skewering the soldier. Beside him, S choked another soldier, lifting him high off the ground and shooting Dion a sly glance. S frowned. He drank the whole bottle. Now he's completely plastered. Still, this is for the best. With Lord Dion here, everyone's morale is through the roof. He decisively threw the guy to the ground, making him cry out. The soldier on the ground scrambled backward, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Deon Hardt stood tall like the Grim Reaper himself. The soldier sat slumped on the ground in a panic. Dion's eyes rolled back as a smirk played on his lips. The soldier was still trapped in his terror. If he isn't a demon, then who is? Dion's gaze lowered, glancing at the soldier on the ground. The soldier was scared enough to wet himself, tears streaming down his face. But reason took over. His hand grabbed the sword beside him. If I want to live, I have to fight. He raised the sword, pointing the tip straight at Dion, and fearfully shuffled backward. Don't come any closer. Then he glanced over at the soldier, who had just died. Am I going to end up a corpse like that one over there? Dion gently took hold of the sword, pointed at him. The soldier probably soiled himself. Somebody, please. Deon Hardt leaned down. Why are you cowering down here? He teased in a soft voice. If you want to live, you have to resist. The soldier was still trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a word. Help! Dion raised his arm, ready to send him to the afterlife. Or, you'll lose your life in an instant, just like this. The soldier still clung to a glimmer of hope that someone would come to his aid. Save me. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the silence. A blinding light erupted from the thunderous blow, scorching the entire landscape. That soldier had earned some major points thanks to the Star of Hope. His jaw dropped, and he wailed like a newborn baby. The last attack had sent Dion flying, making him crash to the ground. He groaned as he staggered back to his feet. He scrambled away in a panic. Lord Dion. The man rushed to Dion's side and helped him up, carefully checking every inch of his body. He frowned with worry. Are you all right, my lord? Then his eyes narrowed as he shouted in fury. How dare you injure Lord Dion? The figure of a warrior silently appeared, and all eyes were glued to that tall frame, everyone stunned. That man's name was Cruin. In that breathless moment, a glimmer of hope was lit. A hero. A voice rang out, completely devoid of emotion. I was going to kill you in a single blow. The man's eyes shot open in shock. That person was the hero. Beside him, Deon Hardt groaned in pain. The soldier cried out in alarm. Lord Deon Hardt, are you all right? Deon Hardt gasped for breath, reaching a hand into his shirt as if to pull something out. A brilliant purple light erupted, illuminating his blood-soaked palm. The soldier exclaimed in shock. This is... He suddenly remembered the protective necklace from Renelle, capable of saving him in a life-or-death moment. He was astonished. If not for that, Lord Dion would have died from that attack. The air fell deathly silent, the tension so suffocating it made everyone freeze in their tracks. The soldier, as if he'd found the guiding light of his life, burst into tears. Aha! The new hero of the Empire. He reached out, as if trying to grasp the hero's aura. He was overcome with emotion. The paragon of the battlefield, Cruin. The soldier, as if mesmerized, began to crawl clumsily towards Cruin. In a flash, Dion swung his knife, slashing past the soldier. The cut made the man freeze up, leaving his words hanging in the air. He was slashed right across the neck, his eyes widening in horror. Huh? Wait a minute. Dion had moved so fast that the soldier's head was already on the ground, yet he still managed to get out his last words. What the? Dion stepped forward to stand opposite Cruin. He smirked. So, you're the new hero? Cruin maintained a humble attitude. That is what people call me, but I still feel I am unworthy of the title. Dion gripped his dagger, the corner of his lip twitching upwards. That's right. I've heard a lot about you. He curved his eyes, feigning warmth, but strangely, your voice sounds very familiar. Have we met before? Ah, it's nothing. But could you take off your helmet? Cruin was wary. You're telling me to remove my helmet in front of an enemy? I refuse. But he silently thought to himself that the man seemed very familiar to him too. Dion acted nonchalant, twirling the knife in his hand like it was a toy. I guess you wouldn't take it off for me anyway. Cruin was still lost in his own world. This is my first time meeting Commander Zero, so why? Dion tightened his grip on the hilt, his feet sliding back as he took a stance like a wild beast about to pounce on its prey. Then, in the next instant, his whole body shot into the air like an arrow, hurtling straight towards the enemy. Deon Hardt charged forward, extremely eager to skewer Kruin. "Looks like I'll have to take that helmet off for you." Luckily, Kruin lived up to his name as the paragon of the battlefield. Wherever Deon Hardt's knife went, he dodged, smoothly and flawlessly. Even so, Deon's terrifying strength, combined with his drunken state, still managed to startle Kruin. "He's so fast. I lost sight of him for a second." Kruin swung his sword, and the shrill clang of metal echoed as their two weapons smashed together. "I can quickly see the direction of your attacks, but that doesn't mean I can't keep up with your movements." The two figures sprang back at the same time, each footstep landing on the ground with a fierce shockwave that seemed to tear through the air. Their feet slid across the ground at a terrifying speed, creating long trails of smoke. True to his name, the demon Deon Hardt, he charged forward with his knife, a savage smile spreading across his face. "You managed to dodge that, huh? Not bad." Kruin charged forward at the same time. In a brief instant, they closed the distance, and a bright light flashed brilliantly against the night sky as their sharp blades met. Dion said mockingly, "Come to think of it, you said the title of hero was a bit much for you, right? Should I help you confirm that?" He replied cautiously, "I don't think you have any reason." In a flash, Kruin knocked the dagger away. He growled, "To do that." The surrounding air seemed to be torn asunder, but for a seasoned warrior, Kruin could immediately tell that even though his speed was formidable, his attacks, he carefully sensed, didn't carry much force. Immediately after, Kruin decisively swatted Deon Hardt's dagger away, sending it plunging into the ground. Deon Hardt was shocked, his hand trembling. Kruin seized the opportunity and lunged forward, swinging his sword to eliminate the man before him. But, unfortunately, a drunk Deon was no different from a mad dog. His eyes flew open, and he quickly pulled another knife from a pouch on his pant leg, swinging it without hesitation to block Kruin's strike. The violent collision of the two weapons created horrifying friction. Deon Hardt gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he tried to block Kruin's slash. It seemed that in a contest of endurance, Deon Hardt was truly much weaker, so he jumped up, delivered a swift kick to the man's stomach, and launched himself backward. They both skidded across the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that shrouded the area. He was a bit confused. Why are his attacks so weak? Is he holding back? I don't know if he's hiding his true power, or is just not interested in this fight. But the more you act like this, the more of an advantage I have. Deon Hardt tilted his head. He figured it out? Suddenly, he smiled. A smile as bright as a flower. "All right, let's stop here for today." Kruin was frantic. He truly wanted to end this madman right here and now. "How dare you? This fight isn't over. Who gave you permission to stop?" Deon Hardt laughed casually. "No, it is over. You've killed Commander 9. He narrowed his eyes mockingly. "And yet, even after reclaiming your territory, you weren't satisfied and continued to invade the demon realm. We were just taking back what was ours." Faced with that nonchalant attitude, Kruin roared in fury. "Are you kidding me?" Not letting him ramble on, Deon Hardt continued. "Anyway." He spread his arms proudly. "Let's not waste any more energy. Why don't we agree to just protect our own territories?" Deon Hardt's words made Kruin pause to think. He's right. I don't need to push the limits to fight after we've already reclaimed our territory. But if I continue, I could eliminate Commander Zero. Dion used a provocative tone. "Instead of being the new hero, you want to start another war? I don't think your soldiers would be too happy to agree to that." Kruin was startled. He glanced back and saw that most of his soldiers were severely wounded, and the few remaining had already gone to the heavens. Only then did he realize he had just lost his composure. Kruin sheathed his sword. "I will stop here for now. Our losses have been too heavy. Continuing to fight is not an option. It would be wiser to retreat as planned to preserve our forces." Dion turned and left, casually raising a hand in farewell. "All right then," he jeered. "Hope we never see each other again. I really hate your voice, you know." Kruin looked back, still full of regret. Once Dion was completely gone, he turned to his soldiers and said, "We will retreat as well." The two went their separate ways, seeming as if they would never meet again. But who knew if fate would bring their paths to cross once more? Amidst the bustling crowd, Deon Hardt walked in silence. Within that sea of people, whispers and murmurs began to spread, eventually causing the demon army to halt. "It's not like we haven't been through countless hardships since arriving here, and that's all thanks to Lord Dion." Ja glanced over. Retreating like this felt wrong, but there was nothing he could do. This should have been the perfect opportunity to advance. Since the Empire's army had lost its morale and suffered considerable losses, he was being extremely cautious. I'm sure he has his reasons for stopping the war. After all, he was looking forward to this war so much. I shouldn't say anything. There's no reason to displease him. Ja patted Deon Hardt's shoulder reassuringly. "Well done." Deon Hardt froze for a moment. This damn body, and then he collapsed. Ja frantically caught him. Hey, are you alright? Dion fell onto his shoulder, lamenting. His fate, this useless body then trembled as he clung to Ja. Ja supported him, his brow furrowed. He's burning up. Did he fight in this condition? He thought deeply. I was wondering why he retreated in the middle of the battle, but it seems he was thinking about the next fight and suppressed his desire to keep going. The enemy won't realize his poor health. Our soldiers' morale will remain as high as it is now. Both Ben and S were alarmed and rushed to support Dion. Lord Deon Hardt, are you all right? Ja was still lost in thought. In any case, if he had fallen, it could have affected the entire demon army's morale, so he took the initiative to retreat. S cried out in worry. He must be exhausted from fighting in such a terrible state. Ben tried to remain calm. Quick, bring him inside. Ja was still deep in thought. Incredible. What a brilliant strategist. Ben and S helped Dion inside. Well, we'll be going then. Ja made sure to remind them, right, take good care of him. Then he sank back into his thoughts. Commander Zero suddenly appeared and saved the situation. The scene of his first meeting with Dion and the 500 demon soldiers flashed in his mind. He killed Commander Number 7 and prevented a battle the demon realm was on the verge of losing. Above all, the Demon King had taken him in and accepted him into the ranks of the commanders. Ja grew somber. Although I know I can't deny his achievements, I still couldn't bring myself to stop doubting him. Perhaps things are different now. He smiled faintly. But his actions today have proven his worth, deserving of the title Commander Zero of the Demon Army. A huge weight was lifted from Ja's chest. Just leave the rest to me. The demon, Deon Hardt. Elsewhere, the purple-haired guy jumped in shock. Renelle, what's wrong? Renelle's face darkened. It's been destroyed. She angrily grabbed the purple-haired guy's collar. It was destroyed. The purple-haired guy's mouth fell open in fear. Destroyed? You mean the castle's seal? This is serious. What if demonic beasts get inside the castle? Rhinel shoved the purple-haired guy away, her eyes rolling back in annoyance. Not that. How could a mere demonic beast break my seal? The necklace I gave to Lord Dion was destroyed. Her eyes welled with tears, her pupils shimmering with anticipation. I'm sure Lord Dion is in mortal danger right now. What should I do? The purple-haired guy sat helplessly in a corner. Suddenly, Rhinel shouted, I have to go to him. The purple-haired guy panicked. What? He dropped to his knees, raising his hands as if to cling to a last shred of hope. You can't! Where do you think you're going? The Demon King ordered you to guard the seal. Rhinel couldn't care less about his pleas, marching forward with her soldiers, her anger blazing. Don't worry, Lord Deon Hardt, Rhinel is on her way. As soon as Deon Hardt was brought back to the castle, the Demon King was already waiting there. Welcome back. The man smiled and waved. Good job. Deon Hardt gave a slight nod, looking exhausted. Your Majesty. S, who was beside him, also bowed respectfully. The Demon King cheerfully patted Dion's shoulder. I heard from Ja. You performed another great feat this time, didn't you? You never disappoint me. So, how did the encounter with the new hero go? Deon Hardt let out a sigh. He replied coldly. Regarding the new hero, I have something to report to you. The Demon King was startled. He observed him carefully. From his mood, it seemed he hadn't fully calmed down from the battle. He said in a low voice, Shall we go inside and talk? The Second Corps commander also wishes to report information about the new hero. Deon Hardt felt weary. The Second Corps commander. He found that guy to be a real nuisance. He was always buzzing in his ear. Lord Dion, this outfit suits you so well. Please wear this entire set next time. The Demon King clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he started to cry. Judging by your expression, you don't seem to like the Second Corps commander very much, do you? But he's very busy right now, having to sort through a mountain of information. The Second Corps commander was sprawled across a table amidst a pile of papers. I have so much work to do, and I even bought so many new clothes for Lord Dion to try on. The Demon King comforted him in a low voice. He won't be able to leave his room for a while, so don't worry. Get changed and come to the office. In some luxurious room, a thick stack of documents was thrown onto a table. The Demon King gestured politely with his hand. Have a look first. There's some very interesting information in there. Deon Hardt gave a slight nod. He slowly squinted to read, then suddenly jolted. Deon Hardt raised an eyebrow. This is? Suddenly, a piercing scream pulled Deon Hardt back to reality. Lord Dion. His eyes flew open. Huh. He was completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Wait, where am I? Oh, right. I'm in the Demon King's castle. When did I get back? I was just on the battlefield a moment ago. Below him, Rhinel was a mess of tears and snot, her sobs soaking a patch of Dion's shirt. She sniffled. Thank goodness. You're safe. Deon Hardt was shocked. Rhinel? He froze for 5 seconds, still not understanding what the hell was happening. What does she mean by that? I just wanted to get drunk before I died. An old memory flashed through his mind, and he suddenly froze. Wait. Deon Hardt was utterly horrified, his face darkening. What? I passed out after drinking that stuff. I only had one bottle. Has my alcohol tolerance gotten worse? My liver was the only healthy organ in my body. Below, Renelle was still clinging to him, crying pitifully. They said the necklace I gave you was shattered, so I rushed to the battlefield, only to hear that you had already returned to the Demon King's castle. Anyway, I'm glad I managed to find you as soon as I got here. Deon Hardt suddenly jolted. The necklace Rhinell gave me, wasn't it supposed to save my life at least once? It shattered. Does that mean I was on the verge of death? Rhinell was overjoyed. But you managed to corner the hero. And he even managed to reclaim the Demon Realm's territory. That's our Lord Dion for you. Deon Hardt's face darkened. He must have gotten drunk and caused a scene again. Do I really have to quit drinking? Rhinell was still hugging him tightly. Lord Dion, you're so cool. Suddenly, Dion noticed the crumpled stack of documents in his hand. Huh? What am I holding? The picture of the person on it caught his eye, along with the name and information. A hero? Deon Hardt frowned and scoffed. Ha, that's a name I could never forget in a million years. The man I couldn't help but love. My brother. For a moment, Cruin's image flashed through his mind like a sudden storm. Unpleasant memories suddenly rushed back. A blood-soaked Deon Hardt, squatting next to a body. Across from him stood Cruin, furious. Deon Hardt was sobbing, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the corpse. Then he looked up and pleaded, "Please, help me." Cruin went berserk. He gritted his teeth, his hand flying to his sword. Deon kept begging, "Please." A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop. He had no idea what the hell was going on. All he knew was that afterward, blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire space crimson. Deon Hardt clutched the paper in his hand, his brow furrowed. So, since when was he a hero? He casually patted Rhinell's head. Confused, she blushed slightly and looked up. Sir Deon Hardt's mood suddenly darkened. My apologies, something's come up. I have to go. Rhinell touched her head, still a bit confused. All right, stay safe then, the purple-haired guy muttered worriedly. A corps commander who's not himself is terrifying. She wondered, why did he suddenly get so angry? Rhinell, are you all right? Rhinell's face fell. Sir Deon is angry. Then, suddenly, her face lit up like a blooming flower. He's so captivating. The purple-haired guy was losing his patience. That's it, I'm quitting. Deon Hardt was alone in his bedroom, looking like some powerful CEO waking up in a room with a 5-meter bed. He seethed with anger. The Emperor, that goddamn bastard. You knew everything that happened, and you still let Cruin take the title of hero? Deon frowned, right when I had to return. Now that I've seen this scroll, I can remember things more clearly. A stream of memories flashed by. The Demon King leaned in and pressed. Deon, isn't it time you went to the Empire? Deon looked up. Yes, as long as you permit it, I'll also gather more information about the new hero. The Demon King smirked. All right, go. Besides, if you stay away from the Empire for too long, they'll start to get suspicious. With that, he placed a hand on Deon's shoulder, and a purple light emanated from Deon Hardt's chest. Demonic energy swirled around his body, and a moment later, a magic circle appeared, glowing brightly with intricate magical lines. He thought to himself, a seal, a magical tracker, and a form of insurance. The Demon King smirked. Naturally, if you find anything useful, you must tell me. The corps commander of the Demon Realm. Deon Hardt coolly adjusted his collar. The Demon King continued. And the hero of the Empire. The flashback ended. So that's how our conversation went. Deon frowned in confusion. Why would I have to be a spy for the Demon King? With this mark on my body, that can't be right. He clutched his head. I'm sure of it. Whenever I'm under too much pressure, I lose my memory. And whenever I lose my memory, I'm almost crushed by the pressure. If I don't want to lose my memory, I can't let myself get overwhelmed. But how is that even possible? Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Sir Deon Hardt, it's Ice. Deon Hardt was snapped out of his thoughts. Come in. Ice walked in gently. I heard from His Majesty. You'll be returning to the human world today. Deon Hardt thought to himself, I thought he'd gone missing. He was probably with the Demon King. He replied coolly, that's right. It's time for me to go back. And I have some personal matters to investigate as well. Ice frowned with worry. Deon continued, is there something you wanted to tell me? Ice hesitated, then stammered, well, honestly, Your Majesty. A memory flashed through Ice's mind. The Demon King had yelled, Ice, what do you think about becoming a corps commander? Ice was stunned. Yes, Your Majesty. Ice spoke formally. Is it because the position of the 9th Corps Commander is currently vacant? The Demon King was nonchalant. That's right. We've always had all our Corps Commander positions filled. Didn't I have to place you as a Vice Commander? But in terms of skill, he stated firmly, you are more than qualified to become the commander of a corps. I am offering you this position. What do you say? Ice froze for 5 seconds. lost in thought. Corpse commander, he thought to himself. He clenched his fists. While serving under Sir Dion, I completely forgot about this, but it's the position I've always dreamed of. But Ice bowed his head slightly. If I become a corps commander, what will happen to my position as vice commander under Sir Dion? The Demon King remained calm. We'll have to recruit someone new, someone to rank below you. He tilted his head slightly. Well, I'm not forcing you. So take your time and think it over. But if you ultimately refuse, this position will fall into the hands of some other bastard. Are you really okay with a weaker junior becoming your superior? Ys clenched his fists with determination. Just as I thought. To be a corps commander. The flashback was cut short as a clueless Deon Hardt spoke. Ys, did the Demon King say something to you? He thought. Did he get scolded because I got drunk? Ys's eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head and smiled faintly. It's nothing. Then he thought, it's definitely better not to tell Sir Dion. Ys said excitedly. If you're planning to leave right away, I'll inform the chef. Then he can prepare some food for your journey to the human world. Dion, expressionless, said, thank you. He then thought, he probably has something he wants to tell me, but I don't want to force him. A soldier entered and bowed respectfully. Sir Deon Hardt, your carriage is ready. Deon Hardt replied. All right, I'll be right out. He then carefully reminded Ys, well, Ys, take care of yourself until I return. After speaking, he suddenly paused. Wait, the man bowed respectfully. Have a safe journey, sir. Deon Hardt was once again lost in thought. Does he want to quit being my vice commander because I'm too difficult to serve? He stopped walking and hesitantly asked, is there anything you want? Ys was confused. Pardon? Dion blushed slightly. I'm heading to the Empire now. So, maybe you want something that you can only get in the Empire. He started mumbling to himself, causing Ys's eyes to widen in shock. You seem to like snacks from the Empire. Maybe I'll find you something with a long shelf life. I'm going to be grabbing a bunch of stuff this time anyway, so if you need anything, just say so. Ys burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, he thought. Is there any other superior in the entire demon realm who worries about their subordinate this much? He replied cheerfully. I don't need anything. Deon Hardt was skeptical. Really? Well then, I'll just pick out a few suitable things myself. Ys followed him worriedly to the door. He didn't forget to remind him. More importantly, you must wear the necklace Ben gave you at all times. And remember to wear your cloak when you're in the human world. Deon Hardt waved as he walked away. All right, I know. Ys thought to himself. And there's probably no other superior who needs this much help either. He yelled so Dion could hear. I'll be waiting for your return, Sir Deon Hardt. But the fact that Sir Dion needs me doesn't bother me at all. I guess this just shows how much I truly respect him. He recalled the earlier fragmented memory, standing before the Demon King, and Ys's clear voice. Just as I expected, I don't want to become the corps commander. His eyes lit up. I enjoy being vice commander for Lord Dion, and above all, I want to be useful to him. He bowed. I wish you a safe journey. He seemed to hold Dion in high regard. No matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you as your vice commander. At the gates of a magnificent castle, 2 guards stood watch in neat uniforms, long spears in hand. The short-haired guard let out a long yawn. It's so quiet again today. The other guard snapped to attention. Someone's approaching. Before them, Deon Hardt, cloaked entirely in black, walked calmly, step by step. One guard shouted, causing Deon Hardt to stop. This is the residence of Count Hardt. They swung their spears up to block Deon Hardt. The Count is currently away from his residence. No outsiders are allowed. Deon Hardt's voice was low. Open the gate. The short-haired guard panicked. What's with this guy's attitude? Isn't he afraid of becoming an enemy of Count Hardt? He yelled. If you take another step, we'll attack. Deon Hardt simply pulled back his hood. At the same time, he pulled down his face mask. I just want to go into my own house. Do you dare to stop me? The guard flinched. Before Master Dion could even take a full step inside, the household staff was in an uproar. The Count has returned. Everyone, hurry up. The door creaked open. Deon Hardt calmly stepped inside. He familiarly tossed his suitcase to the butler, waiting by the door. The other maids bowed low respectfully. Welcome back, Master. Dion raised an eyebrow, confused. He thought to himself. I told them they don't need to greet me like this. Suddenly, another man in dress shoes approached. He spoke respectfully. You've returned. He placed a hand over his chest, bowing deeply. Master, Dion thought to himself. He's been here ever since I inherited the mansion. Seeing, remember again, really makes it feel like I'm home. His delight was obvious. It's been a while, hasn't it? Remember, smiled benignly. Indeed, Master. It has been a very long time. 6 months, I believe. Was your expedition a success? Hearing this, Dion froze. What? Oh, right. Everyone thinks I was on an expedition to subjugate monsters under the king's command. He lowered his voice. I've completed my mission and returned. Suddenly, Remember reached out and touched the bandage on his face. You're injured. The air fell silent for a moment as Remember placed a hand on his cheek. He said, remorsefully, I couldn't join you in the subjugation of the monsters, as I am just an old man. Dion flushed slightly, moving the old man's hand from his face. It's nothing. I'm not a child. Remember chuckled softly. That's right, you are an honorary count now. Remember walked beside him, suggesting gently, you must be exhausted from your long journey home. Let me have your room prepared. Without turning back, Deon Hardt gave a slight cough. That won't be necessary. I'm going to see the king immediately. The sound of footsteps echoed on the cold marble stairs, followed by a weary sigh. All I want to do right now is lie down and rest. Behind him, Remember sounded surprised. Immediately? He answered without a moment's hesitation. Yes, prepare for it immediately. Dion thought, but I'm sure the king already knows I've returned to the empire. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a crumpled red cloth. The tattered cloth fluttered, revealing the image beneath it. Deon Hardt grew tense. In the picture, there was a black-haired boy and another person who looked like Dion. Glimpses of the picture frame could be seen through the rips in the red cloth. Deon Hardt mused, I need to ask His Majesty about Cruin too. Behind him, Remember stood silent for a moment. His eyes followed Dion's figure, a flicker of unease evident in his expression. Remember bowed his head slightly. I will see to it at once, master. In an office elsewhere, Yaster's voice was tense. Deon Hardt is back. His eyes widened in a sneer. So, the king's dog has returned to his master, has he? So what do we do? The sound of a footstep echoed, and a vague silhouette appeared. Cruin strode in arrogantly. Yaster taunted. Lord Cruin, your little brother is back. Cruin frowned. I'll send a request to the Assassin's Guild. Yaster Hardt's eyes widened crazily. Good heavens, Cruin, what if you get caught? He laughed with delight. We still have an ace up our sleeve, don't we? Seelan spoke calmly. Are you referring to the Revolutionary Army, sir? Yaster Hardt replied. That's right, he continued. If that group so desperate to kill the king gets involved, it won't matter even if we get caught. Yaster's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I hardly think Lord Cruin would overlook something so obvious. Cruin glanced away. I'll contact the Revolutionary Army immediately. Yaster smirked arrogantly. I wonder how formidable the king's hero really is. Honorary Count Deon Hardt. Joyful cheers echoed through the luxurious room. Crystal chandeliers cast sparkling, star-like reflections across the room. Standing in the middle of this dazzling scene was Deon Hardt, exuding the dignified and cold aura of a nobleman. We're finished, a maid chirped. It suits you perfectly, master. Deon Hardt let out a breath. So chaotic, bathing and changing clothes in the blink of an eye. It's finally over. The maids gazed at him with sparkling eyes. This outfit is wonderful. A soft light spread throughout the room, which was filled with elegant floral arrangements. His posture exuded a noble arrogance. A soft whisper was heard. Doesn't his military uniform make him look even more striking? He leaned forward slightly, resting a hand on his knee with an indifferent expression. An internal scream thundered in his mind. No way. The trend these days is to look stern. He was screaming internally. And who said that anyway? Deon Hardt's expression soured. All the outfits are white. What is there to even discuss? Remember, approached with a suggestion. Master, the sun is still strong, so please wear this mask. Deon Hardt politely accepted the item from Remember's hand. Thank you. Suddenly, his demeanor turned serious. Remember, I know it's belated, but thank you for looking after the estate while I was away. Remember, was moved. Even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets. The tiny master I once knew has grown into a great count. I am so honored by your recognition. Deon Hardt was a little confused. Don't say such things. You're still strong. Remember dabbed at his tears. Not at all. I have so many aches and pains now. He lowered his voice. I was planning to discuss my retirement now that you have returned. Master. For a moment, Dion was horrified. What? He's going to retire? That can't happen. He manages everything. The staff, the assets, the finances, and all the resources are under his control. Deon Hardt worried. Where am I supposed to find talent like that? Remember. You can still reconsider. Before he could finish his sentence, the man cut him off with a single line. I'm just kidding. Dion froze for a good 5 seconds. Remember, chuckled. My only joy is seeing you flustered, so don't mind this old man. Deon Hardt was too angry to speak. This old geezer. You're having fun, aren't you? Anyway, the carriage is ready. You can go now. Under the clear blue sky, a magnificent mansion appeared in all its splendor. Deon Hardt climbed into the carriage and gave his instructions. I don't need this many guards. I just need a few to follow behind me. One of the men hesitated, but Dion narrowed his eyes. Not many people in the Empire know I've returned, so this won't take long. The soldiers bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. The one leading the soldiers gave the order. Half of you, with me. We're leaving immediately. Stay in formation. Deon Hardt sat down gently and let out a sigh. I had to suck up to the Demon King in the Demon Realm, and now I have to suck up to the Emperor of the Empire. He frowned, feeling how incredibly annoying this was. But the Emperor is just as terrifying as the Demon King. Dion mused. He's a king who ascended the throne by eliminating all of his rivals. The Ninth Prince. You slaughtered all your siblings and placed the crown on your own head while still bathing in their blood. It was still a topic of debate even 10 years later. By the time he was ruling the kingdom, the discussions never ceased. The king was compared to a tyrant. Eduardo sat arrogantly on his throne. I seized this position through the bloodshed of many, so I want to replace the name of the old kingdom and declare that this land will be under my rule with a new name. This country will henceforth be called the Empire. Deon Hardt couldn't stop thinking. He declared that the country would be called the Empire. Since then, the Empire. He named the country through a ridiculous decree. Of course, the other nations wouldn't just stand by and watch. And so, the war began. The war changed my entire life. The 8-year war was so long. He rested his head in his hands, feeling how terrifying life was. It was literally hell. Even though half of my memories are gone because of how horrible it was, I don't want to remember any of it. Otherwise, why would people say ignorance is bliss? Dion fell into thought again. But the Empire conquered 13 continents and became a vast empire led by a belligerent and tyrannical king. He frowned. Thanks to my achievements in the war, I was granted the title of honorary count, even though I don't clearly remember my own memories from the battlefield. But I'm sure I fought desperately to survive. A war for territory between the human and demon races dragged me into its vortex, and I couldn't escape. That's why I now have to travel between the demon realm and the Empire with two identities that I can never reveal. Dion was stunned. A sudden shock, like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Dion yelled, "What was that?" At that moment, a fierce battle was breaking out. The soldiers drew their swords and clashed with unidentified enemies. He panicked. What the hell is going on? Then Dion suddenly realized. The Revolutionary Army. How the hell did they know I was back? They even tracked me down here. He scrambled, trying to escape. This is bad. I need to get out of here now. Suddenly, from behind, a burly, brown-haired man charged forward to attack Dion. He quickly recognized the enemy, but the man still grabbed him by the neck. He forcefully shoved Dion inside the carriage, leaving behind a trail of faint white smoke hanging in the air. Deon Hardt, being choked, let out a few weak coughs. Cough, cough. He still didn't understand what was happening, feeling a bit stunned. Cough. Who is this? The burly, brown-haired man's eyes were wide, his expression as hungry as a predator's. Found you, you dog of the Empire. The organization was formed during the brutal 8-year war caused by the Empire's invasions everywhere. They were a coalition not to be underestimated. It was an association symbolized by a white bird, the Revolutionary Army. During a turbulent time, in the midst of the Empire's invasion of other kingdoms, tragic events unfolded under such circumstances. Everywhere they went, they left ruins behind. Their homes, their villages, all had been conquered by the Empire. Furthermore, the most important things in their lives were destroyed at the hands of the Empire. Their families, their soulmates, unfortunate souls who died unjustly because of their inhumane actions. This ignited a deep resentment in the surviving youth. For those with nothing left to lose, what else could they possibly hope for? They wept tears of blood in their despair. And so, when they had no other choice, they did everything in their power to destroy the Empire and its emperor. Back in the present, a menacing man with a large scar on his face was squeezing Deon Hardt's neck with one hand, while his other hand raised an axe, ready to finish him off, his voice threatening. Found you, you dog of the Empire. His airway was being squeezed tighter and tighter, and he couldn't stop the wheezing gasps. He silently cursed that damn emperor. His trembling hands wanted to fight back. His face hardened as he stared straight at his opponent, assessing him. He's created a whole bunch of madmen just like himself. At that moment, a thought crept into his mind. Whatever their beliefs are, I don't care, but I have no intention of becoming one of their victims. The man's hand pressed Deon Hardt down, his grip tightening with increasing force. He sneered. I was actually worried, since you call yourself a hero of the Empire, but it looks like you're just a useless nobody. Deon's legs struggled as he gasped for air to reply. I'm not a lackey of the Empire. The man froze for 5 seconds, completely stunned by his words. Then, the scar-faced man let go, scratching his head in confusion. My apologies. What was your name again? Dion, still in a reverse plank position, answered clearly. Deon Hardt, that's my name. As soon as he heard the name, the man flew into a rage. He grabbed Dion by the collar and violently lifted his entire body, roaring, Are you messing with me? Then you really are the Empire's dog. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Dion quickly tried to explain. No, my name is Deon Hardt, but I'm not his lackey. The man looked closely at the kid in front of him and confirmed it. White hair, red eyes, and an arrogant attitude, just like the rumors said. At that moment, Dion was fumbling for his dagger, getting flustered when he couldn't find it. My dagger. Where's my dagger? In his mind, he pictured the scar-faced man getting stabbed to a pulp the moment his guard was down. But, surprise. The man's face was impassive. He had anticipated Dion's move and used the flat of his axe to block the dagger aimed at him. Deon Hardt grimaced in frustration. Damn it, he blocked it. The man, enraged by this brazen act, slammed Dion down with a thud, raised his axe high, and screamed, "Don't you mess with me again." Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his white mask. Dion, his strength failing, let out a soft groan as he realized his condition. This is bad. I can't breathe. The menacing man began to doubt the weakling before him. Were the rumors just nonsense? How could you possibly be a hero of the Empire? With eyes burning with killing intent, he raised his axe to finish off Deon Hardt, his voice resolute. If you're going to blame someone, blame your king. He didn't forget to insult him. You fake hero. At that moment, Dion tilted his head as if he'd fainted. The axe blade was just an inch away, when suddenly, an arrow came flying in. A firm voice called out, "Stop right there, you bastard." The arrow shot straight toward the axe handle, knocking it out of its owner's hand. He was stunned by the sudden attack. The axe fell from his hand and embedded itself in the vehicle's floor, while he staggered back, not believing his eyes. He turned around, wanting to see who the hell it was, roaring, "What the hell?" A man with a sly grin approached, his voice filled with satisfaction. Nice. This man seemed proud of the scene before him. Bullseye. Even more surprising, he brought an entire squad with him. The most prominent were two large men, one with short, reddish-brown hair, and the other with long, purple hair hanging messily over his face. What they had in common was the death glare they aimed at the hot-headed, scar-faced man. Cold sweat dripped down his nose. The revolutionary soldier stared at them in shock. He immediately recognized them. Wait a minute. The diagonal cross on the imperial crest. The symbol was a creature with the body of a lion and the talons and beak of an eagle, set before two crossed swords. It was none other than the Phantom Knights, an order made up of familiar faces. The demons born from that 8-year war, led by Deon Hardt. The man roared in panic. "How did you find me? Stop them." One of the Phantom Knights, holding a bag in one hand, couldn't help but cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. "I don't think we'll be letting you go. Should we just slaughter every last one of them?" With that, he let out a cackle. But this alliance wasn't just about that. The terrifying thing about the Phantom Knights wasn't their skill. Perhaps the reason was their immense loss. They no longer had a country, no longer had families. At that moment, the Phantom Knights' eyes shone brightly against the crimson sky, their sly smiles seeming to bore into their targets. Then, without hesitation, an entire army in red and white uniforms, holding long, sharp swords, charged forward in a massive wave, their advance shaking the very ground. One of them, scowling, gritted his teeth. Kill every last one of these revolutionary bastards. Perhaps because they acted without thinking, their minds equally savage, they were extremely brutal. A sword sliced a deep gash across the back of a revolutionary soldier, sending blood splattering as the man shrieked. The short, reddish-brown-haired man who'd struck him didn't forget to bark a few curt orders to the others. "You know what to do, don't you? Don't let them die easy." Nearby, the long-haired man was still frantically stabbing an unfortunate man in a green uniform. Blood splattered, staining the ground red as he laughed maniacally. "Who cares? Let's just have some fun." Indeed, the strength of this army was not to be underestimated. Their bloodlust was indescribable. The remaining men of the Revolutionary Army froze on the spot, watching their comrades fall one by one, blood spraying out like fireworks, soaking the ground. Scarface finally knew fear, his face dark with rage. "If I face those bloodthirsty lunatics, our losses will be huge." He glared at them with hatred. "I have to finish off this bastard hero quickly and retreat." He had been so focused on the Phantom Knights that he hadn't noticed the weak, white-haired, red-eyed man. Suddenly, he frowned. Feeling a sharp pain, he looked down, and to his horror, he saw that Deon Hardt had clawed his hand open at some point. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from the wound, which looked disgustingly deep, as if it was about to be torn open. He roared in agony, his blood-curdling scream shaking the entire area. The pain was so intense that he reflexively threw Dion to the side, causing him to slam hard against the vehicle's wall. His trembling hand touched his wrist, where several chunks of flesh had been torn away. The red blood was beginning to dry, and a bone-deep pain was slowly setting in. Unable to bear it, he trembled and coughed a few times. His face darkened, and he cursed aloud, likely lamenting his mangled, sinewy hand. "My hand, you crazy bastard." Deon Hardt was now standing behind him, laughing triumphantly at the fool's arrogance. Through his mask, a smirk was visible. He held up his hand, covered in the man's blood, and taunted him. "Sorry about that. I meant to rip it clean off, but I'm just too weak right now." With that, He picked up the scar-faced man's precious axe, raised it high with both hands, and said his farewell. I've lost interest in you now. Let me send you on your way. His eyes were now like flames, blazing as bright as two headlights. The man was now helpless, able to do nothing but glare and hiss. You didn't keep him waiting long, sending him to the afterlife with a single blow. He lost control and fell from the vehicle with a loud thud. It seems you were a bit cruel, taking him out right in front of his comrade, causing the other guy to cower in fear. His blood gushed like a waterfall as he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. After getting his hands dirty, Deon Hardt finally revealed himself, stepping out of the vehicle. One of his gang members stared, stammering. The man spoke in a bewildered tone. "Commander, you opened the door." He appeared in a majestic white uniform, now stained red, a satisfied smile still on his lips. Looking at the bloody giant lying motionless on the ground, he thought to himself, "He's dead." He stood tall, looking down at the scar-faced man without a hint of pity. A wicked thought crossed his mind. Should I keep going? His eyes were only half open. Being this tough wasn't enough. With a cryptic smile, he formulated a brutish plan in his head. No. I need to make an example of him, so no one else dares to attack me again. Once he had an idea, he had to see it through. I can't stop. He walked over and sat on the unfortunate brute's body. He pulled out a dagger, as if wanting to stab him a few more times to vent his anger. Just a little more. He struck decisively, plunging the dagger straight into the man's forehead, seemingly destroying his brain completely. The man's blood vessels burst like a freshly triggered time bomb, exploding with a single touch and splattering blood everywhere. He pulled out the dagger, red blood still dripping from the tip. With that, like a psychopathic killer, he began stabbing the man relentlessly, as if to satisfy his thirst for the pungent, red liquid. He watched the fresh blood splash onto his face, a triumphant smirk still on his lips. At that moment, he was like a wild beast, and no one would ever forget this sight. Deon Hardt's henchmen were now staring in awe. One who had just finished off an enemy raised his blood-stained sword and exclaimed, "That's our commander for you." Utterly brutal. Another, sitting on a mountain of corpses in green uniforms, realized his presence wasn't really necessary. Looks like he never needed our help in the first place, huh? Just then, one of them glanced disdainfully at two cowards huddled together in the back. Of course he's fine, but I doubt these chickens will make it out alive. A frail, green-haired man, looking like he was about to collapse, clung to the red-haired man beside him, his gaze fixed cautiously on the man in front of them. The henchman now smirked and added, "If it weren't for us, these guys would have been goners." The blue-haired guy, now utterly humiliated, avoided his gaze. After dealing with the brat, Deon Hardt slowly stood up in a large pool of blood. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, as he spoke in a voice that seemed to come from hell. "What do you think you're doing?" His hands were now stained red. He unconsciously raised one to wipe it across his mask, his deadly gaze fixed forward. He gestured. "There are still enemies." He gave a cold command. "So, kill them." Before them, the two remaining members of the Revolutionary Army were trembling in fear. The long, purple-haired man confirmed the targets, taking each step as if playing a game of cat and mouse. One of them, shaking uncontrollably, let out a soft cry, realizing his worthless life was about to end. The scene shifts to nighttime. Deon Hardt's vehicle, now adorned with a few red stains, stopped in front of a magnificent, opulent castle, which looked like a shining diamond in a coalfield. "Hi, Hane," the gatekeeper snapped back to a formal posture. The red-haired man frowned, asking, "Why is the vehicle so dirty?" The other gray-haired man seemed to realize something, shouting, "Wait a minute." Deon Hardt stepped out of the vehicle, as cool as a soldier from a Korean drama, while the guard was still stunned. "That's not dirt," this man screamed. "It's blood." Seeing Dion approach him, the gray-haired man held up his hand to signal, "Halt, this is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation." He didn't waste words, replying coldly, "I am Deon Hardt." His face clearly showed his annoyance, his sharp eyes glaring at the man before him as he said irritably, "I'm here to see the king." "Hi, Hein." The guards seemed to have been briefed beforehand. In unison, they said, "Our apologies, sir." The gray-haired man said the words, but he couldn't stop the thoughts running through his mind. "I know that the king holds Sir Deon Hardt in high regard and has given him special permission to visit whenever he wishes." At this point, Dion lost his patience and growled, "Where is the king?" The gray-haired man, frightened, immediately replied, "He is in the banquet hall." Dion showed a flicker of surprise. The banquet hall. From above, the castle's splendor was even more apparent. Bright lights shone against the dark sky. The guard quickly added, "There is a party celebrating the newly appointed hero, sir." Dion immediately gave a contemptuous laugh and uttered, "A new hero." At that very moment, his brother, Kruin Hardt, was in the banquet hall, kneeling solemnly before the king. He had already guessed as much and asked the guard, "I suppose my brother is here, isn't he?" Inside the magnificent banquet hall, an air of luxury seemed to permeate the atmosphere, covering every corner in a majestic and noble aura. The light from enormous crystal chandeliers cascaded down like a shower of twinkling stars, illuminating every detail of the exquisite vaulted ceiling. The king sat with his legs crossed, with Cruin before him. He spoke with a satisfied, praising tone. "So, you have reclaimed the territory that was seized by the horde of demons? Truly wonderful." Cruin, on one knee, showed his humble respect as he replied, "I was only doing my duty." At this, the king stood up and declared loudly, "Today, we shall celebrate the birth of our new hero, Deon Hardt, and congratulate him on his first victory." The esteemed guests turned their eyes toward the two of them. The king raised a glass of red wine and continued, "So let us enjoy this moment of joy." Just as he spoke, Dion appeared from nowhere, looking as if he'd just come from battle. Everyone around was astonished. What? Some, not wanting to tolerate such a filthy sight, began to complain. "He's covered in blood." The guests at the party were all nobles. The sudden appearance of some random ruffian was unacceptable to them. "We don't know who he is, but this is so rude." Even though he wore a hooded cloak that covered his head, someone still saw his face clearly and exclaimed, "Wait, does he have red eyes and white hair?" Anthea couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock, and even Elpidius couldn't believe his eyes, looking on with doubt. Someone had recognized him. The honorary count of the royal family, Deon Hardt. Dragging his blood-soaked feet up each step of the staircase, Deon Hardt met his brother's gaze. Paying his brother no mind, he walked straight past Cruin like a gust of wind. Deon Hardt walked step by step toward the king, a trail of blood from his footsteps staining the red carpet. He let out a sigh. A not-so-positive thought crossed his mind. It seems my beloved brother has somehow been appointed a hero. With that thought, he stopped before the king, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head. "Greetings, your majesty." He reached up and lowered his hood, his resolute gaze unwavering as he introduced himself. "Your humble servant, Deon Hardt, offers his respects to the king." The murmuring grew louder. "Look at all that blood." One lady covered her mouth with a fan, leaning over to the man beside her to start adding her own spice to the story. "I've heard rumors that Dion is a vampire count. Could it be that the Hardt lineage adopted a vampire and raised him?" After hearing this, the man didn't hesitate to chime in and cook up his own version. "I heard he was oppressed since he was a child. I wonder if the Hardt family shuns him?" Yaster looked at him and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Deon Hardt," he smirked, silently praising the young man's courage. "It seems you've returned alive. How resilient." The bloodstains left on every step he took caused the crowd to whisper uncontrollably. The king glanced over, his eyes vacant but filled with unspoken thoughts. Looking at the young man before him, the king spoke. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" "Honorary Count Deon Hardt," he said with a slight smile. "It's true that I told you that you could come see me whenever you wished." His tone was mocking. "But to come here to the palace looking so disheveled. What sort of disrespect is this?" Dion, covered in gore, kept his head bowed, a path of blood trailing behind him. His eyes hardened, and he lowered his voice. "My apologies. On my way here, I was ambushed." The smile never left the king's face as he interrogated him. "Ambushed, you say? Who would be so bold as to attack the kingdom's hero?" A stream of thought that no one else could hear ran through his mind. "It's a good thing I sent knights to escort you." Deon Hardt was speechless at this, merely bowing his head in silent fury. The king, with a majestic posture, handed his wineglass to a servant and looked at him, saying, "It seems you have much you want to tell me. So why don't we go somewhere else? I, too, wish to hear many things from you." The two of them had now entered a private room. The king sat with his legs crossed on a red sofa, resting his chin on his hand as he began the conversation. "You said you were ambushed? It must have been the Revolutionary Army, no doubt about it." Dion sat opposite him in a similar chair, the two facing each other. The king feigned concern for Deon Hardt's condition. "Those worthless bastards. Are you all right? Shall I call for a healer?" Looking at the man before him, he thought to himself, "The kingdom's hero, Deon Hardt." Dion, with a calm expression, replied softly, "I am fine, your majesty." At that moment, the duke's train of thought continued, making it obvious that every gaze directed at him was hostile. He rested his chin on his hand, watching the boy as if admiring a beautiful man, all while mentally cursing him out. What a bunch of fools. What talent do they possibly have to compare with Deon Hardt? Deon Hardt's background is anything but ordinary. He was the vanguard in the 8-Year War. After the battle, the image of him standing proudly on the cliff's edge was truly unforgettable. He wasn't all talk either. He had achieved more victories than all the others combined. In an unforgettable moment, as he departed as the Empire's first hero, Dion emerged from a life-or-death battle carrying his comrade in his arms. Truly impressive. He successfully repelled the Demon Legion and saved countless comrades, something no one before him had ever managed to do. A hero who fails against the Demon King is inevitably fed to the starving demons. That is the tragic end for any failure left with no strength to resist, as dozens of ghoulish monsters tear you apart, feasting on the scent of fresh blood. So imagine what would have happened if Deon Hardt hadn't been there. If Deon Hardt hadn't succeeded in saving his comrades, countless souls would have died at the hands of the Demon King. True gold does not fear the flame. That saying is a perfect fit for this hero. Facing the Demon King was an extraordinary feat. Although it came at a heavy price, once a path is chosen, one must see it to the end. Back in the present, the king finally spoke, breaking the silence. Have you found a way to break the curse? Dion froze for a moment. The curse? Then, he realized what the king was referring to. Ah, does he mean the Demon King's seal? It was a symbol made of overlapping circles and triangles. Dion placed a hand on his chest and calmly replied, Not yet, I still haven't found a way. He turned his head aside, giving a slight, bitter smile as he thought, It's not a curse, it's just a tracking spell. But the king believed he had been weakened by the Demon King's spell. The king's gaze remained fixed on him, his brow furrowed slightly. The king thought with annoyance, He's still so careless about his own health. Perhaps there was only one reason His Majesty had sent him away in the first place. I only sent him to the demon realm in the hopes that he could break that curse. Raising his teacup for a sip, the man continued, I believe you should return to the demon realm and find a way to break it. It's a true pity that a talent such as yourself has to return to that hellish place. Dion, sitting across from him, listened intently, but his own thoughts were completely different. So he's sending me to be a spy, but he's making up this nice-sounding excuse to console me? Is that it? The king placed his teacup down, making a soft clinking sound against the saucer. He then probed, Has anything noteworthy been happening at the Demon King's castle lately? Deon Hardt replied with feigned hesitation. Nothing new. But the king, intrigued, pressed on. But what? Flashback to the past. Deon Hardt was gripping the shoulders of a man who had just coughed up a mouthful of blood, interrogating him with a savage smile. Dion said, I encountered the assassin you sent to the Demon King's army barracks. His gaze sharpened as he continued. He was a candidate for the Empire's next hero. Why did you send him to the demon realm? The king crossed his arms, his expression filled with contempt for the man they were discussing. That's right, he was a low-life piece of trash who brought shame to the title of hero. After saying that, he answered Dion's question. I knew he would die before he could accomplish anything there. But I suppose he managed to escape using some petty skill of his. The king tilted his head and smiled at Dion, adding, However, thanks to that piece of trash, you've gained even more trust in the demon realm. Isn't that right? He then uttered a few words that made Dion freeze. Commander Zero. The demon, Deon Hardt. It seemed the king knew his every move, even his appearance in the demon realm. Deon Hardt flinched, his expression darkening. He knows that much. Dion immediately bowed low, his voice dropping. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I had no way of refusing the Demon King. Seeing his panic, the king reassured him, It's fine. I'm not saying this to blame you. The king turned his head, praising him with a smile. The more trust you earn in the demon realm, the more information you'll be able to gather, to earn the trust of the Demon King himself. You are truly talented. Taking another sip of tea, he turned back to Dion. Now, don't you have something you want to ask me? This is your last chance. Dion fell silent for a moment, hesitating on how to begin. Finally, a familiar name left his lips. Cruin H. Without a shred of deference, he glared at the king as if he wanted to eat him alive, and growled. Why did you make him the hero? He spoke bluntly, not mincing his words. You already know why, Your Majesty. Deon Hardt seemed to be harboring a deep, simmering resentment. My only regret is that I couldn't kill Cruin H. He stated that Cruin was the sole survivor of the H family, besides himself. The painting in his house reflected this as well. Although it was covered by a tattered sheet, a tear just so happened to reveal his brother's face. Do you wish to amend that statement? He was the only other survivor of the H family, the one who had saved and raised Deon Hardt. When he was young, he had always loved the family portrait of the four of them. He was often caught gazing at it, completely captivated. Suddenly, a voice called his name, Deon Hardt. It was his older brother, Cruin, calling to him from the top of the stairs. Father and mother are waiting. The boy turned, his innocent face and flushed cheeks turned up toward him, and he whispered softly, Brother. He then hurried to follow him. His childish voice piped up, I'm sorry, brother. Is it already time for lunch? Cruin, already walking ahead, replied without turning, It's fine, just hurry. Dion ran up and grabbed his hand, asking with a worried look, But what if you get in trouble? His brother gave a light tug, causing Cruin to glance back, but then he suddenly snatched his hand away from Dion's grasp. Rubbing his hand, Cruin looked away as he answered, My hand is dirty. I'm late because I was training. Dion just looked at him, confused. He let out a small "oh," as if he understood. Unable to hide his discomfort, he looked away and mumbled, Sorry. The sadness was plain on his face as he thought to himself, I don't mind if my hands get dirty. And so, the two brothers walked through the vast grounds of the estate. Deon Hardt trailed behind him, calling out, Brother, wait up. Dion thought to himself, he's so fast, I can't keep up. Suddenly, Kruin stopped in his tracks, and Dion walked right into his back, letting out a little yelp. Oof. Kruin glanced back at his little brother, who was rubbing his face, and said coldly, You must really like that family portrait. You stare at it all day long. Beaming with a smile that reached his eyes, Dion replied, I do. Every time I look at it, I feel so happy to be part of this family. But his brother's next words were cold enough to extinguish that joy. It's just a painting. Dion scratched his head, replying timidly. Right. Kruin turned away, his face impassive as he gave an order. All right, don't wander around. Just stay in your room. Recalling this memory, the older Dion clenched his fists, his voice faltering. But on his way to the dining hall, he overheard two maids talking. One asked, Don't you find the second young master's white hair and red eyes a bit creepy? The other maid replied, Yes, it's true. Why is he the only one who's different? From a young age, a terrible feeling had always haunted him, and he always felt utterly alone. That maid kept going. I wonder if he's really a child of the Hardt family. She just kept running her mouth, completely unaware that he was nearby, hearing everything. A hint of melancholy sadness flickered in his eyes. But every time he looked at the family portrait, those words would affect him, and his feet would linger there just a little longer. That feeling of belonging was always there. I feel like I'm still a part of this family. The image of their family of 4, all together, was always the thing he cherished most. But he always had an impossible wish. I wish I had been born with black hair and blue eyes, like the rest of the Hardt family. Just then, in the vast dining room, the light from the crystal chandelier brightly illuminated the entire space. The two brothers' father sat at the head of the table, his stern voice ringing out, Deon Hardt, Kruin, you two are late. Seated to one side was their mother. His face was stern, and though his voice wasn't overly harsh, it was enough to make the two brothers tremble. Didn't I tell you to hurry for tonight's royal banquet? Their mother looked at Deon Hardt and asked with concern, Deon Hardt, are you feeling unwell again? She was worried about his health. It's all right if you stay in your room if you still have a fever. Kruin bowed his head to his parents. I apologize for being late. As soon as Deon Hardt climbed into his chair, he quickly replied to his mother, It's okay, I wanted to come. Her worries weren't eased by his answer. But their father, seeing his wife's excessive worry, reassured her. Calm down, my dear. We can't just keep Dion at home forever. She couldn't help but raise her voice. How can I be calm? What if something happens? The boy is already so frail. Unable to contain his anger, his face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. So, you intend to lock him up forever? He growled. We haven't even introduced him to the king yet, and rumors about him have already spread throughout the empire. We can't go on living like this. His eyes, sharp as a razor, turned to Deon Hardt, his voice firm. Do you understand, Deon Hardt? You must always be careful when you go out. You must not let others know of your flaws. He was stunned, the word flaws echoing in his mind. He lowered his head and stammered a reply to his father. Yes, I'll remember. Sadness was clear on his face, feeling as though he had disappointed them. My parents must not be happy with me. The maid's words echoed in his mind, making him even more sensitive. An appearance that doesn't resemble the family, and a weak body to boot. I'm the reason the family can't maintain its title as count. Suddenly, Kruin's voice cut through, as if pulling him out of that pile of negative thoughts. Father, I heard you've hired a new swordmaster? He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Did he change the subject for my sake? Not believing it, he immediately denied the thought. No, that can't be it. My brother isn't interested in anything that doesn't concern him. His father laughed loudly, looking pleased, his voice much happier. It's because your swordsmanship skills are getting better and better. His brother's words truly carried weight. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly the moment his brother spoke. His father looked at him, his expression full of expectation. It's very difficult to find a good swordmaster. His mother couldn't hide her joy either, chiming in enthusiastically. You say that, but weren't you thrilled to see how much he's improved? He was now nothing more than an outsider, only able to remain silent. He admired him in his heart. My brother is so amazing. Looking back at himself, Deon Hardt felt worthless, and I'm just a flawed and sad child. Even though we live together, I still feel so lonely. He had found the answer. That's right. This loneliness is entirely because I'm weak. As sad as he was, he still tried to reassure himself. It's okay. I'm still a member of the family, after all. With that, he set a standard for himself to pursue. If I try hard enough, I can probably be just like my brother, and then my wish will come true, and my parents will love me more. Now, he was dressed in a suit, ready for the banquet. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice cut in, grabbing his attention. Hey. He looked towards the approaching person and asked, Are you talking to me? In front of him stood a group of 3 arrogant nobles, uttering words meant to provoke. That's right, You're Deon Hardt, aren't you? He looked at the group, not understanding what was about to happen. It was the first time he'd ever been approached like this, and he was a little surprised. They're talking to me. This is the first time someone has ever started a conversation with me. He was visibly happy, his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked a few questions. Hello. Despite his excitement, he didn't forget his father's warning, thinking to himself, I'm really happy, but what if I do something impolite? The boy, seeing him spaced out, asked, Why are you all alone? Deon Hardt quickly replied, My family went to meet my brother's new swordmaster. The boy looked at him with contempt, letting out a harsh remark. So you got left behind? Before he could answer, the boy's wide mouth spread into a cruel, mocking sneer. Do you really not know? Dion froze, not yet recovered from the shock, and let out a soft gasp. The orange-haired boy continued, his tone incredibly snide. The rumor that you're just a nuisance to the Hardt family has spread everywhere. He didn't know when to stop and just kept shouting. Were you really locked up by your family this whole time? Deon Hardt, indignant, spoke up to clear his name. That's not it. I'm just not very healthy. The other boy moved closer, their shoes touching, and he yelled jarringly, Liar! He pointed straight at Deon's face, a scornful smile on his lips. Look at the anxious kid with white hair and red eyes. Your family would never love someone like you. Anyway. And just like that, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, unable to fight back. The kid continued, The Hardt family will abandon you. He was about to insult him with a nasty word, monster. Before he could even finish his sentence, Deon Hardt, who had been provoked into a furious rage, swung his fist right into the other boy's face. He yelled, warning him, Don't you laugh. Being naturally frail, he was the one in pain, even though he'd thrown the punch, and he began rubbing his now reddened hand. Just then, Kruin rushed over, asking worriedly, What happened? He got closer to him, his face etched with fear, as he kept calling his little brother's name. Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt. He was growing weaker, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at his brother, his mind a complete blank. The sun had now reached its zenith, bestowing its warm light upon all of humanity. Back at the Hardt family castle, a voice asked, What's his condition? Inside Deon Hardt's room, a physician was examining the boy, who lay unconscious on the bed. With a grave expression, he said, The boy's body is extremely weak. He continued, Moreover, he's highly sensitive. You must be careful with sunlight. If he's to survive, he'll need special care. Right now, all I can guarantee is that he will live. Behind the doctor stood his mother, anxiously clinging to his father, who wore a cold, impassive expression. His mother was horrified, covering her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Is it really that bad? Her husband, feeling helpless, placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. No child in the Hardt family has ever been like this. How could this happen? Just then, he woke up. Seeing his worried parents, he thought to himself, Mother, Father, I'm sorry. He reached out, wanting to touch them. I promise, I'll try harder. Even though they were only thoughts, his faint voice seemed to echo. Don't be sad, everyone. As he spoke, his hand was enveloped by someone else's. It was none other than Kruin. He held his hand, softly calling out, Deon Hardt. In a low voice, he asked, Are you okay? Deon looked at him hesitantly. A happy smile blossomed on his face, as if it had warmed his heart. I love this family more than anything, he thought. His brother beside him comforted him in a steady, deep voice. You don't need to worry about anything. But then, his brother's tone shifted completely, and he uttered words that felt like an insult. After all, no one expects anything from you. His eyes widened in shock, stunned by his beloved older brother's words. The single word that haunted him most resounded in his head, making him feel like he was about to explode. Monster, he gasped, his eyes welling with tears. His breathing grew faster and more ragged, as if someone were strangling him. Suddenly, he shot up in bed. It was all just a nightmare. Waking up from that haunting vision, he was bewildered, unable to tell what was real and what was fake. Where? Just then, someone shouted his name, the sound echoing through the room. Deon Hardt. His parents burst into his room, and his mother cried out anxiously. How could something like this happen? A fight in the palace? His father's face grew stern, filled with disappointment for his weak son. What did I tell you? I told you to be careful when you go outside, and this is what happens. Deon trembled, whispering, I'm sorry. He lowered his head, not daring to look them in the eye, and tried to explain, but father, that kid was the one who started it. How could he ever forget what happened? The image of that boy punching him over and over while spewing those ugly words. You think just because you have the Hardt name, you're actually part of the family? You're a monster, nothing but worthless trash. He remembered the boy puffing out his cheeks, trying to look intimidating. The Hardt family is going to abandon a monster like you. He's the one who started it all. He insulted our family. The word monster clung to him like a curse. Terrified, Deon Hardt covered his mouth. At that same moment, a thought ran through his mind. Father won't listen to me anyway. What if he thinks the same thing as them? Realizing this, he no longer felt the need to explain, and simply gave his father a short reply. It wasn't like that, anyway. His mother covered her face, heartbroken, as his father issued an ultimatum. It seems it's still too soon for you to be going out. For the time being, you are forbidden to leave. With a deep scowl, he looked at his son as if he were some unwanted thing, and said casually, "Stay in your room and reflect on your actions." The feeling truly terrified him. I don't want to be abandoned. He buried his face in his blanket, sobbing, thinking to himself that everyone must be so disappointed in him. Anyone in his situation would be unable to escape such negative thoughts. And he was no different. I want them to love me. I mustn't be a burden to them. But I have to work harder to make up for my weaknesses. He hardened his resolve, vowing not to shame the heart blood in his veins. A voice called out from outside his room. "Master Dion, are you staying in your room again today?" It sounded like a servant. When no one answered, another one quickly said, "Forget it, don't say anything. We'll miss it if we don't go see it now." Who knows why he tries so hard anyway? Little did they know that inside his room, Deon Hardt had his head buried in a mountain of books, studying something intensely. Pen in hand, he continuously jotted down new knowledge. Just then, the sound of laughter drifted in from outside. Ha ha ha. This, it seemed, was enough to capture his attention. He approached the window, grabbing the curtain to pull it aside. That sound was unmistakable. It was, without a doubt, his family's laughter. Outside, on the grounds, his parents and his brother were enjoying themselves. His father spoke, "That's it, you have to do a good job." His brother Kruin replied, "Yes, you can count on me." His mother covered her mouth as she laughed, and both of them placed their hands on their treasured son's shoulders, looking just like a perfect, happy family. He watched from his room above, his eyes filled with unmistakable jealousy. Then, he spun around, pulled open a drawer, and took out a long wooden stick. He reminded himself not to covet what they had. He lifted the wooden stick, imagining it was a sword, and stared at it with a serious expression. A surge of determination welled up inside him. If I just work harder, then everyone in the family will finally notice me. Without hesitating, he began swinging the stick with all his might, imagining it was a real sword. He concentrated deeply, constantly reminding himself why he started this. If I want everyone's love, I have to be stronger. Today, I'll practice for another 30 minutes. Dusk had already fallen, but the sounds of Deon Hardt's practice still echoed through the castle. Sweat dripped onto the floor. "I'm so exhausted," he thought. He exhaled sharply. He was dying to take a break, completely exhausted. But he told himself, "I'm not allowed to stop." His breaths grew heavier, yet he kept forcing himself to continue. "Keep going." He forced himself onward. Suddenly, Kruin appeared and snatched the stick from his hands, shouting, "Deon Hardt, stop." He had pushed himself too far. A trickle of blood began to run from his nose. Weakly, Deon Hardt looked over at his brother. You. He grabbed his shoulders, shaking him hard as he yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The boy stammered. I was just training." Before he could finish, Kruin exploded with rage. "I told you to stop doing such pointless things and just stay in your room." His final words were like a dagger to the boy's self-respect. "You don't have to do anything." Dion looked down, blood dripping to his chin, a faint smile on his lips. "All my effort. It's meaningless. What's it all for? I'm just disposable. A failure." When he didn't answer, the man called his name, Deon Hardt. This time, he replied, "I know." His eyes slowly turned lifeless, as a manufactured smile spread across his face. He continued, "I won't do anything at all." The thought that he was useless had burrowed into his mind. "No one expects anything from me." With that, he gently asked Kruin to leave. "Brother, I'm sorry, but I need to rest. Could you please leave?" Kruin walked to the door but paused, looking back at him with a mix of belief and doubt. Dion mused. So, to become a member of the Hardt family, he stood by the window, but the light from outside wasn't enough to illuminate the entire room. He asked himself, "What do I have to do to finally receive everyone's love?" The scene shifts to some time later. A hand is now knocking on the wooden door. Knock, knock. The butler stood at his door and asked softly, "Will you be dining in your room again today, my lord?" Dion, sitting in a corner of the room, asked the butler, "What about the others?" He was a 14-year-old boy now, but why did he look so pale? The butler was about to answer him, the count and the countess. Before he could finish, Kruin pushed the door open and strode in, interrupting with a stern expression. Father and mother had to go out for something urgent. Time flew by, and now Kruin was a 17-year-old young man, looking much more mature. Dion looked towards his brother and asked in surprise, "Brother, aren't you supposed to be at training?" Picking up the chessboard from the table, Kruin replied, "I finished this morning. Come on, Dion, play a game of chess with me." Hearing his brother's words, Dion finally stopped trying to push himself. After he gave up on everything, his brother would sometimes come to play chess with him. He replied to his brother, "Yes, I would be delighted." Kruin paused for a moment, wondering to himself. Formal language? Looking at his younger brother, he lowered his voice. "Are you perhaps busy?" A bitter truth. His parents had never once come here. Dion scoffed, a slight smirk on his face as he replied, "Are you kidding me? Who would ever come looking for me? I just stay in my room. How could I possibly be busy?" He even thought to himself, "Wow, why am I suddenly being so sarcastic?" Walking over to the chair, he confirmed again, "I'm not busy." Kruin focused on the game, not forgetting to update Deon Hardt on recent events. There's been a lot of commotion lately, so father and mother are extremely busy. Maybe he had misunderstood them. Was it just because they were busy? But as his hand moved a chess piece, he convinced himself with the same thoughts that had been drilled into his head for years. It's obvious they just don't want to see my face. He understood it all. Even though he knew his brother was lying, he still wanted to believe the excuse. But with a troubled expression, he just replied, "I see." Deon Hardt recalled the times he was in his room. Sometimes, while sleeping, he would see his mother briefly watching over him. He only believed it because she had come to see him alone. He had resolved not to expect any love from his family anymore. At that time, his mother had stroked his hair gently. "Deon Hardt, I'm so sorry. Sleep well." Back then, he had sniffled, his tears soaking the entire pillow. He cherished their small gestures. Even so, he didn't feel moved by them. He found it pathetic that he was even hoping for it. But somewhere deep inside, he still wanted to believe in that cold affection. Still, maybe it was because they were too busy that they couldn't come. Kruin stopped completely, looking up at his younger brother, and whispering, "I probably won't be able to play chess with you for a while." Dion gave a faint smile and immediately discarded the thought he just had. I wasn't expecting anything anyway." His face fell for a moment, but then it returned to normal. He replied to his brother, "I'm sorry. You've been intentionally coming here all this time. I must have been a lot of trouble for you." Kruin quickly tried to explain, "That's not it. If a war breaks out, each family has to send at least one person to be conscripted." He was in the middle of speaking when the door was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Where did these two guards come from, barging in like that? Kruin, visibly annoyed, turned and glared at them. "What is it?" While Deon Hardt was still gaping, unsure of what was happening, his brother continued, "Who dares to enter without permission?" One of the men spoke, cutting him off. "We are here to deliver an imperial order." He looked at the two of them and asked, "Which one of you is Deon Hardt?" Dion stared at him, bewildered. What the hell is going on? The butler bowed his head towards Deon Hardt, who was playing chess with his brother. "That is Lord Deon Hardt." Lost in thought about his next move, Dion was startled when a clenched fist suddenly appeared right in front of him. The man, in a neat uniform with silky brown hair, appeared to be a soldier of the court. He stood before Deon Hardt and said in a stern voice, "You will come with me." Before Dion could even understand what was happening, the man grabbed his arm tightly, frightening him. "I will explain the details as we go." Without waiting for an answer, the brown-haired man in the neat uniform began dragging him away, causing him to stumble and cry out, wait a minute." The two guards waiting outside the door couldn't help but make a few comments as they watched. "So that kid is Deon Hardt. He looks so frail. Can he even hold a sword? Tch. He'll probably just be thrown onto the battlefield." Seeing his brother being taken away for no reason, Kruin rushed forward to stop them, grabbing the brown-haired man's arm and frowning. "Please wait a moment. The one to be conscripted isn't Dion. There must be some misunderstanding." The brown-haired man yanked his arm away and shot him a single, dismissive glance. "This is an official notice sent from the royal family to the House of Hardt. We are only following orders. If you have any issues, take it up with your parents. This is most certainly not a misunderstanding." With that, he and his two companions dragged Deon Hardt away decisively, leaving the boy lost in thought. What is all this about? He thought of his parents, who had so cruelly sent him away. Did they decide to send me to the battlefield? My body is weak. If I'm sent to war, it's a death sentence. What am I supposed to do? He imagined his mother's expression then. "Deon Hardt, I'm sorry." Tears of fear welled up in his eyes. It can't be. He snapped back to reality. But the door behind him had already been shut. He tried to turn his head back and scream, "Brother, brother," but his cries were met with a deathly silence. The door remained tightly shut, not budging an inch. His face darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief as tears began to stream down his face. "Does everyone want me to die?" A bitter smile formed on his lips as tears flowed like a river. "Because I'm just a failure who tarnishes the Hardt family name. In the end, my family has abandoned me." The scene changes with a thud. A sword was thrown at him along with a voice, "Take it." In a room filled with hammers and swords, a trembling Deon Hardt stood, clutching the sword like a precious treasure. The brown-haired man held a sword, inspecting it as he announced, "All of you will soon be sent to the front lines. If you don't want to die, then train." Deon Hardt held the sword, his face pale and drained of all color, his eyes staring lifelessly at the blade. It's heavy, so heavy. Darkness enveloped him. Deon Hardt stood alone in silence, his legs heavy with exhaustion and loneliness. Whispers echoed in his ears. Is that little one Deon Hardt? Why is someone from the renowned Hardt family here? Aren't children from noble families supposed to be in a safer place? I heard he was abandoned by his family. Hearing those words, he could only lower his head in humiliation, the dim light glinting off his platinum blonde hair and face. The voices didn't stop. Look at him. He can't even hold a sword properly. He'll probably die right away. Poor kid. Tears welled up in his eyes as he bit his lip in anguish. I don't want to die. The scene shifts to the battlefield. His small body, struggling to hold a sword, stood out against the deadly orange-red sky and the endless slaughter on the front lines. From that day on, my life returned to hell. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, unable to even hold his sword, his once neat clothes now covered in dirt. He just kept staring blankly into space, his face pale and drained of all color. The endless screams rang in his ears. Suddenly, someone rushed him from behind, startling him into turning around. The man was covered in splattered blood. Every single day was a relentless fight. He crashed into the boy, sending them both tumbling to the ground. 2 swords were sticking out of his back, blood gushing out endlessly. He died with his eyes open. Everywhere, there was only the sound of screams and the smell of blood. Deon Hardt couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. His small body was pinned down, unable to get up. He writhed and screamed, I don't want this. I don't want to die. I don't want to. He struggled to lift his head, tears still streaming down his face. Another man was cut down right in front of him, blood spraying everywhere. He screamed internally, I don't want to die in a place like this. Nemesius, having just killed someone, angrily shouted at him, Snap out of it. How long are you going to stay like that? If you can't use a sword, then use another weapon. Seeing him, the boy's eyes lit up. Tears still streamed down his face like a bullied child. The man kept shouting, If you don't have a weapon, then bite them. Suddenly, he threw a small dagger onto the ground. No one cares if you're a child or if you're weak. Here, you fight to survive. The boy picked up the dagger. It was much easier to hold than the sword. He trembled with fear, his tears flowing like an unstoppable stream. Clenching his teeth and sobbing, he already knew the answer. That's right. I can't die like this. Tears still streamed down his face, but the fear in his eyes was gone, replaced by determination. I have to survive, no matter what. And so, day after day, he killed, and killed, and killed again. Until one day, he couldn't hold on any longer. He clutched his head in torment, his silent agony terrifying to behold. Slumped over, he wore a brown cloak and covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed up a pool of blood. Damn it! When can this body finally go home? He hung his head in exhaustion, his face dark, running away and hiding again. You want to go home? The next second, Deon Hardt charged like a madman, stabbing an orange-haired man who had just run past him, sending blood flying. The man let out a cough, gack, and died. The boy thought to himself, I've killed again. He wore a brown face mask, stained with fresh blood. His platinum blonde hair was slightly disheveled, revealing only his soulless eyes staring at the ground. Deon Hardt sat on the corpse he had just made, fresh blood soaking into the dirt and covering his body. He looked up at the sky and asked if there was such a thing as happiness. He had become a cold-blooded demon, his innocent heart from long ago now gone. He thought, I'm still alive. The scene shifts to a warm sunset at the heavily fortified barracks. The commander announced, Come, get your care packages. Dion sat resting in a corner. He had washed up, no longer covered in blood, holding a cup of red liquid in one hand and a piece of paper in the other. He stared at the paper with a numb expression, thinking to himself, So they're sending care packages. Ah, this is the first time this has happened since I got here. From his corner, he watched his comrades read letters sent from their families. Some were so happy, they cried. Look at this. My daughter just learned how to write and sent me a letter. Another said joyfully. Haha, she must have tried really hard. Someone else shouted, I miss my mom's cooking. I want to eat it so badly. Only he sat alone in the corner, speaking bitterly to himself. What am I even hoping for? He opened the paper. Of course, there's no care package for me. Instead, what I have in my hand is a letter appointing me commander of frontline operations. He crushed the letter in his hand, a savage smile spreading across his face. The demon inside him began to stir. At that moment, I made my decision. The Hardt family pushed me into hell, so I'll do the exact same thing to them. The scene shifts to a magnificent, luxurious mansion. The doors slowly creaked open. A blood-soaked hand was dragging a dead body towards Dion's parents, leaving a trail of blood across the floor. That blood-soaked hand belonged to Dion. He had returned for revenge. His mother reached out to him, but her hand was swatted away by his bloody one. The demon inside him thought, Finally, I've finally done it. He wore a white shirt, now stained with fresh blood, transformed into a demon with a completely emotionless face. He held up the small dagger, pointing it directly at his parents. I've come to say hello. His father stood firm, frowning slightly as he looked at him. His mother trembled, hiding behind his father, her voice quivering as she called out, Dion. The next second, he lunged forward and delivered a fatal stab to his father, straight through the heart, sending blood spraying everywhere. But his face remained completely devoid of emotion. The man only had time to let out a single cry, blood gushing from his mouth, before he died instantly. His mother, terrified, rushed forward in a panic, her voice trembling uncontrollably. My love. He stood there calmly, adjusting the dagger in his hand. The demon inside him resurfaced. For so many years, I have waited for this. Without waiting, he immediately swung the dagger towards his mother as fast as lightning, whispering, hello. Blood splattered across the room. 3 bodies now lay at the mercy of his blade. The once luxurious room was now covered in fresh blood. The demon appeared again. Finally, my wish has been granted. He bent down and lifted his mother, who was lying on top of his father, and let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha. Dion raised a hand to his face, smearing blood all over his platinum blonde hair and handsome features. His soul was screaming in agony, but his mouth still held that bitter smile as he mumbled to himself, ha ha ha. Good. Very good. You should never have done this to me. When I still yearned for your love. You should have done better, shouldn't you? His soul wouldn't stop screaming. Why? Why am I in so much pain? This is what I always wanted. All for this? Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Cruin stood in the doorway, calling out in disbelief. Dion. He dragged his exhausted, blood-soaked body towards the door, not realizing when the tears had started to fall. He called out, Brother. Cruin was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he screamed. What in the world happened here? The boy reached his bloody hand out towards him, begging, help me. Brother, please, help me. The next second, the cold-blooded demon inside him awoke once more. The tears kept streaming down, but the look in his eyes had changed. Help? Who? Cruin is going to help me? Seeing him suddenly stop, Cruin's eyes widened in confusion as the demon inside him roared with laughter. He immediately snatched up the dagger, his eyes turning cold as he lunged at Cruin. Cruin was just as fast, drawing his own sword and gritting his teeth to counter. Seeing him draw his sword in response, his eyes shot wide open, tears still streaming down his face as his lips trembled. An outsider, the demon inside him thought. So you finally turned your back on me. He dropped the dagger and clutched his head, tears pouring like a river as Cruin's sword pointed at him. Help! Just kill me. Otherwise, the sadness will kill me anyway. He raised his blood-stained hands. Blood was already trickling from his mouth as he stared at his own hands in disbelief. Deon Hardt fell to his knees before Cruin, letting the dagger clatter to the ground. Finally, he thought, my stamina's at its limit. This damn body. But the demon inside him refused to give up. I can't lose control here. I have to kill Cruin. Cruin gritted his teeth and swung his sword toward Deon Hardt, his eyes filled with reluctance at having to do this himself. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped Deon Hardt out of his dream. Sir, my Lord Count? Ren Liner stood before him, asking with a warm smile. What could you be thinking about? She was Ren Liner, the captain of the Lo-Fi Knights. Deon Hardt cheerfully patted her on the shoulder. Ah, Liner, long time no see. She immediately bowed her head. Ren Liner pays her respects to the Count. Among all these lunatics, he thought to himself, Ren Liner is the only normal one. I'm truly glad. No, that's not it. This is a royal banquet. As the two of them stood in the middle of the festivities, people all around them were laughing, chatting, and dancing together. Deon Hardt touched his clothes, his face blank as a question formed in his mind. I remember my carriage being ambushed by revolutionaries. When did I even arrive at the royal palace? And I've even changed clothes. Noticing his troubled expression, she asked with concern, You don't look well, sir. Could it be that His Majesty gave you some bad news? He quickly denied it. No. He just stood there, stunned. A million questions racing through his mind. When did I meet the Emperor? If that happened, my stress would have definitely acted up. I don't even know how I handled the revolutionaries. I have a bad feeling about it. I shouldn't think about it anymore. He turned his head and asked Ren Liner, Anyway, what's this banquet for? Ren Liner's face froze, and she answered with a hint of fear. Sir, are you joking? His expression was completely serious, not a hint of a joke in sight. Seeing this, Ren Liner quickly continued. Ah, no. You must truly not know. This is a banquet to celebrate the new hero. Cruin, dressed in a magnificent formal suit, approached them and said, This is a banquet to celebrate the hero, Cruin. So you've arrived? Dion's face darkened as he shot a glare in his direction. Damn it, he thought. Why has this dream become so intense? With all eyes on him, Cruin walked majestically toward Dion. No wonder I had a nightmare, he thought, but I still have to greet him. Long time no see, brother. He looked at his face, sizing him up. Green eyes, black hair, Completely different from me, there's no arguing it. Those are the signature features of the Hardt family. And he's someone I never want to meet a second time. He stood next to Ren Liner, crossing his arms imposingly in front of Kruin. Kruin bowed his head slightly and began to speak. A few days ago, before marching out, I ran into Commander Zero of the Demon Realm. Dion kept his arms crossed, feigning indifference. And so, but inside, he was trembling. Has he figured out who I am? Kruin looked up, speaking seriously now, watching Commander Zero expertly rally the troops. The atmosphere on the battlefield, it reminded me of you. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Deon Hardt could only stare wide-eyed and speechless. But Kruin wasn't finished. The killing intent of the Demon Lord is immense. He frowned slightly, then proposed, I've heard you're a commander who's very skilled at boosting the soldiers' morale. If you were to lead our army. Hearing this, Deon lowered his head into his hands and cried out, I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more to say. He stepped closer to Kruin, looking him directly in the eyes. With a smirk, he said, I can't do things like fight on the front lines like you, so you don't need to entertain such hypotheticals. Kruin frowned, looking down, clearly displeased. You're right. Looking at him, Deon Hardt silently recalled. His eyes are just like they were before, completely indifferent to everything. Dion gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, you bastard. He turned to leave in a huff, but glanced back to add, the man of the hour should probably be mingling, shouldn't he? I know how to enjoy this party on my own, so don't you worry about me, he thought to himself. Talking to him is a bigger waste of time than eating another pudding. Look, I'm so angry I even dropped my food. He turned away, grabbed a red pudding, and took a huge bite, thinking resentfully, this stupid banquet. I need to find a way to get back home as soon as possible. Kruin remained still, watching his retreating back. I heard you just returned from exterminating some monsters. Dion made a face of disgust and tried to stuff a mountain of pudding into his mouth, screaming internally. Why does he keep trying to talk to me? I don't want to talk to him, just go away already. He stuffed more pudding into his mouth. His face darkened as he lowered his head, about to walk away, but his brother spoke again with concern. Were you injured anywhere? Dion squeezed the pudding cup in his hand, his voice filled with irritation. This is so annoying. Why are you acting like this today? I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Even if I were injured, I would never let you see it. Hearing him say that, Kruin seemed at a loss for words. His eyes looked as if he wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Dion continued, just like always, from now on, all you have to do is stand there and watch. He remembered the day he was dragged onto the battlefield like everyone else, and his brother just stood by and watched. It felt as if they were the only two people in the room, facing each other in an eerie silence. Even Ren Liner, standing nearby, could only remain quiet, not daring to utter a word. Deon Hardt tilted his head back, puffed out his cheeks, and finished the entire bowl of pudding in one go. He stared at the ceiling, feeling resentful. All right, that's enough talking. Everything about coming to the palace today has been irritating. Kruin looked at him guiltily. Deon Hardt. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken. Yaster Hardt approached, clapping his hands with a bright smile. Such a display of brotherly affection. Dion immediately recognized him as Duke Yaster Hardt, the leader of the noble faction that opposed the emperor. Seeing him approach, Kruin bowed politely. Your Grace. But the Duke raised a hand as if to stop him, then glanced toward Deon Hardt. We've already exchanged greetings. The very next second, he unexpectedly turned to face Dion. He extended a hand with a warm smile. Count Hardt, this is the first time we've met like this, isn't it? I've heard many stories about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. Startled by the sudden greeting, Dion couldn't help but think, but why is he talking to me? He stared thoughtfully at Yaster's outstretched hand. His own hand was still holding the delicious bowl of pudding, and he made no move to shake the Duke's. Suddenly, he whipped his head away, his expression one of complete indifference. At the bustling banquet, everyone was stunned by his attitude, completely ignoring the Duke's greeting. A few girls standing by the banquet table, gossiping, were breaking out in a cold sweat for Dion. What? What was that? Is he looking down on the Duke? Another girl chimed in, just as you'd expect from Deon Hardt. An honorary count, acting like that toward the sole Duke of the Empire. Seeing his attitude, Yaster just smiled, not getting angry at all. Kruin, standing beside him, could only remain silent. Deon Hardt turned away, but there was something unsettling in his eyes. A storm brewed inside him. The Count knows, and I know too, but he covered his mouth with his hand. His cheeks were puffed out, his face pale as if he were about to throw up, sweat pouring down his face, his mind racing but unable to speak. My mouth is full of pudding, so I can't speak. First, I have to swallow all of this. Yaster stood before him, his expression gradually darkening. Dion began to sweat with fear, trying to chew without being obvious. Wait a minute, the Duke looks like he's about to explode. No, I have to shake his hand as soon as I can open my mouth. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Elpidius strode forward with a radiant greeting. Oh la la, long time no see, Duke. Deon Hardt was startled. The Crown Prince, he's the Crown Prince of the Empire. Dion, his cheeks still puffed and his face scowling, bowed his head and thought, is there honey over here or something? Why is everyone gathering? Anyway, I need to greet him quickly. But Elpidius didn't approach to greet him. He just glided past, glancing over at Yaster. The Duke has been visiting the Imperial Palace less frequently these days. You seem to be very busy, don't you? Yaster bowed his head. I am very sorry for this, Your Highness. Deon Hardt was confused, thinking to himself, why is he doing this in front of me? Elpidius smiled brightly. Nothing to be sorry about. I am the one who should apologize. The Duke has his own affairs, and I was being impolite. But in his heart, he thought, he just arrived and is already snooping around Count Hardt. What is he plotting? What a treacherous snake. He glared, thinking he couldn't just stand by and watch. He frowned, clenched his fists. A fire of determination igniting within him, he would protect Count Hardt. Behind them, Deon Hardt was chewing for dear life. He wasn't sure what was happening, but this was a good opportunity. Just swallow it quickly. As he was desperately chewing, Anthea rushed over and threw her arms around him, causing the pudding in his mouth to spray out. She shouted joyfully, My Lord Count! Unaware of what had just happened, she clung to Deon Hardt's arm and turned to Elpidius. Brother, you're so mean. If you were coming to see the Count, you should have called for me. She was the Imperial Princess, Alexer. The next second, she turned back to Dion, pouting. Count, I missed you so much. Before she could finish, a sharp voice yelled, Anthea! It was Elpidius, and he looked extremely irritated. Yaster and Cruin were also staring intently at her. Deon Hardt collapsed to his knees. The pudding splattered on the ground. He covered his mouth, his face ashen. Anthea plopped down in terror. Count. Blood. It's blood. Elpidius also rushed over in a panic. What happened? A physician. Call the royal physician. The red mess on the ground was the pudding Dion had just been stuffing into his mouth. His face darkened, wanting to run for the hills immediately, his mind screaming the word princess. It was because she had hugged him so tightly that he was in this mess. He wanted to speak up and explain, No, you don't need to call a physician. That's not blood. Liner covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Please don't say anything more, my lord, she explained to everyone. It was my carelessness. I failed to realize that the Count was not in good health. Helplessly, he wanted to scream an explanation. It's not blood, it's pudding. Listen to me. Suddenly, a stern voice from afar drew everyone's attention. What is all this commotion about? The king, wearing a majestic red cape with a white fur collar. The man walking beside him was the Empire's first hero, Nemesius. Deon Hardt's heart sank when he saw the king. Damn it, the Emperor is here too, and General Nemesius is right behind him. Anthea clasped her hands over her mouth, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes shimmering as if she were about to cry. Your Majesty, it's my fault. The Count coughed up blood because of me. I was so happy that I couldn't control my own strength. Elpidius stepped forward to protect her. I apologize. I will discipline the princess more strictly in the future. The king immediately disagreed. No, the Count is also a hero. How could he cough up blood just from a princess's hug? He lowered his head, thinking, the Count was ambushed on his way here. He must have suffered an internal injury then, which caused him to cough up blood just now. Inside, Dion wanted to scream, No, this is insane. Damn it, these people are more sensitive to the smell of blood than anyone. Is it because the perfume here is so strong that no one has noticed? The king stood before Deon. I'll call a royal physician now. Don't push yourself. Annoyed, he told himself, I have to explain this right now before the misunderstanding gets bigger. Liner stood beside him, worried. Can you walk on your own, my lord? He bowed his head and gestured with his hand. It's fine. I'm all right. Elpidius turned to the king and said, refusing like that. It must be because of the Demon King's curse. The king agreed. That's right. If it's the Demon King's curse, calling a physician would be useless. Deon Hardt felt a wave of helplessness. I have to explain, but how can I explain in this atmosphere? Well, since it's come to this, I'll just pretend to be in pain and go home quickly. I've met the Emperor and achieved my goal. That's enough. Let's go. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I must be leaving now anyway, he thought to himself. Because of the stress, I probably do look unwell. His face grew grim. I apologize for not being able to stay until the end of the party. Gulp. Suddenly, he felt like he was about to collapse. Damn it, I'm so dizzy, the king panicked. Count! Before he could fall, a hand gripped his arm firmly, holding him up. Deon Hardt swayed, his eyes dazed as if his blood pressure had just dropped, and thought, I'm saved. The person holding him was Cruin. He glanced over to thank him. Realizing it was Cruin who had caught him, he violently shook off his hand as a storm brewed inside him. I can't even live in peace. Cruin looked at the hand that had just been flung away, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Deon Hardt gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. I don't need your help. He cursed internally. Son of a bitch. Why did it have to be like that? He looked down, his eyes cold as ice, biting his lip to suppress the absolute hatred he had honed over 8 years on the battlefield. My hatred for this man hasn't lessened one bit. It's disgusting to see him come here and pretend to care about me. Someday, I definitely will. The king suddenly clapped a hand on Deon Hardt's shoulder, shattering his thoughts. Count Deon Hardt. He leaned in and whispered, "You don't seem well? Go home and get some proper rest." He panicked internally. An order of expulsion. Under normal circumstances, this could be seen as an insult, but to explain, an order of expulsion is a command to remove a guest that the host finds displeasing. He immediately turned and walked away, his voice echoing back, "Forgive me, as you've said, I will go and rest." His mind felt a little lighter now. To me, right now, that's a kindness. He walked out of the banquet hall doors. He thought to himself, if I had stayed any longer, I really wouldn't have been able to stand it. Yaster Hardt stood with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Kruin's reaction as Deon Hardt left. He continued to stare at the door, lost in thought. He looked at him as if he had realized something, his gaze unfriendly. Oh, as the banquet ends, the sky darkens into night. Kruin and Yaster were taking a walk together on the grounds of the luxurious castle. Yaster, wearing a cloak with his arms crossed, walked ahead and spoke first. His Majesty is certainly very generous to Deon Hardt. To dare show such an attitude at a party hosted by the royal family, especially toward the guest of honor. And yet, the Emperor still covered for him with the excuse of his poor health. Who would dare criticize Deon Hardt's rudeness now? Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head. "Sir Kruin, you are truly tolerant of your younger brother." Kruin replied calmly. "As the guest of honor at the banquet, I simply wanted to be more mindful of the atmosphere." Yaster frowned slightly, a small smirk on his lips. "Don't worry, I didn't misunderstand. I know why you came to see me. Can you become our backer?" He remembered their conversation in the office, when Kruin had been startled. "A backer? What are you talking about?" Yaster Hardt had said, leaning casually against the desk. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." He lowered his head, his gaze sharp. "If the Duke becomes my backer, I will become your sharpest sword." Yaster thought to himself, a pitiful man who lost his parents and his family at the hands of his own brother. If his goal was simply to survive, there are many ways to do it. But his eyes were clearly probing. That could work. I'm not a foolish master who would kick away a loyal dog that comes to his door. But I am curious about one thing. What reason brought you to me? He thought. Why me, of all people? Yaster was filled with doubt. Is he a smart man, or just a fool? Kruin bowed his head and replied, "This time, it is for protection." He looked at him and smiled. "When you said your purpose was protection, I was always very curious. But today, I finally understand." He thought of the scene where Kruin had to fight Deon Hardt and continued. Kruin Hardt wants to protect himself from Deon Hardt. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Is that right?" He lowered his face, his heart heavy. "Yes." Yaster then turned to leave. "If that's the case, then you and I are on the same path. We must eliminate Deon Hardt, the Emperor's dog." Standing right behind him, Kruin said, "I will do it." He continued walking, his hand on his left chest, his eyes glazed over, smirking as if he were high on drugs. He thought to himself, in truth, the Emperor's dog is just an excuse. Suddenly, his hand clenched his shirt. This throbbing heart. Deon Hardt, who had just arrived at his mansion and stepped out of the carriage, must have been sneezing non-stop. On the other side, Yaster was still thinking, that man is a huge hidden threat in this empire. He stood coolly in front of the mansion, his platinum hair slicked back into a side part, while Yaster's thoughts hadn't stopped. He was determined to destroy him. "Deon Hardt," Liner said, following behind with worry and concern. "Are you sure you don't need me to help you inside?" He scratched his head. "I just need to go inside and rest for a bit." Suddenly, he smelled something burning and thought with confusion, "What is that? Where is that burning smell coming from?" Liner and Deon Hardt froze in their tracks. In front of the mansion's entrance, a fire was raging violently, turning the luxurious estate into a chaotic mess. The people gathered around him were startled. "No, the front yard was perfectly fine when we left. How could a fire get so big?" Suddenly, he saw the Phantom Knights frantically rescuing people from the blaze. He was confused about what was happening. The Phantom Knights? What are they doing here? His face was blank as he thought. Am I dreaming? He closed his eyes to calm himself. That's right, this is just a hallucination. It's because I've been so stressed lately. The next second, he could no longer remain calm. What the? I can feel the heat from the fire. This isn't a hallucination. Dion pointed at the fire in a panic and shouted, "Damn it, what are you all doing? Why are you here?" Everyone turned their heads in surprise, calling out loudly, "Commander! Commander!" Another one snapped, "You idiot, you can't call him Commander now, you have to call him Count." Suddenly, a bomb was thrown from somewhere and landed in his hands. He caught it quickly but didn't seem to care, shouting in annoyance. Since when did my mansion become a barnyard? Only after speaking did he raise his hand to look at it with suspicion. What's this? Is this? He thought to himself. Did they really have to use a bomb? Liner's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide with fear. Sir. Sir Count, that's... Only then did Dion become terrified, his eyes wide with fear, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth frozen. He used all his strength to throw the bomb far away. He thought to himself, anyone can see that's a bomb. The bomb he threw rolled to a stop under a bush in front of the mansion. Boom! The next second, the bomb exploded instantly. The explosion was deafening, its destructive power immense. He raised his hand to shield his face. His previously gelled hair was now slightly messy, and sweat was streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth, thinking, why are these crazy bastards playing with things like this in the yard? Liner asked worriedly. Count, are you all right? A man with long hair also ran over hastily. Commander, no, Count. From the spot where the bomb had just exploded, a pair of legs staggered out, confusing him. The man was covered in wounds. He whispered with difficulty, as expected of a hero. Returning the unexpected bomb with such precision, he was quite surprised to see that man emerge. The blonde-haired young man standing next to Dion was utterly shocked. There's still one more? The long-haired man was just as surprised. What? So there was another one? Deon Hardt frowned, a look of helplessness in his eyes as he thought, I threw it away because I knew what it was. Seeing the dove logo on the man's arm was what truly unsettled Dion. The pattern was clear. He shouted, the Revolutionary Army has infiltrated this far? The long-haired man understood. So that's it. The blonde-haired man had a triumphant look on his face, as if he had just done something heroic. Members of the Revolutionary Army threw bombs into the commander's house. We arrived quickly and subdued them. Just as he finished, Deon Hardt's next words silenced the members of the Phantom Knights. What are you all doing at my house? They tried to explain. But, Commander, about that, he turned his back to them, holding his head. Weren't the Phantom Knights reorganized into an official knight order under the royal family? He glanced at them, his eyes probing, his voice still tinged with anger. Don't tell me something happened and you all got kicked out? They hugged each other and laughed foolishly like idiots. Hey, Commander, are you worried about us? So sad. Why would you think that, Commander? Your home is our home. How could we possibly abandon you? Something did happen, but we definitely didn't get kicked out. Deon Hardt walked away, defeated. Those crazy fools. Liner stood with his hands on his hips, lecturing them. How can you be so disrespectful to the Count? You four are the only ones who would dare act like that with the Count. He glanced back over his shoulder. He thought to himself that no matter what, it seemed like attacking just his carriage wasn't enough for the Revolutionary Army. They even attacked the Phantom Knights, the very knight order under his command. It seems they're desperate to kill me. What on earth did I do? Suddenly, he saw two members of the Revolutionary Army sitting there. He was shocked. One of them was still alive. The man, realizing he'd been spotted, panicked and helped his injured comrade up. Damn it, we've been discovered. He quickly dragged his comrade away to flee. Dion was speechless. Was he really trying to escape right in front of him? No. If he wanted to get any information on the Revolutionary Army, he had to capture one of them alive. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the man by the collar. Remember appeared out of nowhere and took down both men in an instant. Dion was startled. Remember? The older man smiled benignly. I almost let you get away. Dion was shocked, unable to believe it. This man was definitely no ordinary butler. He walked gently over to Deon Hardt. This old man is very impressed with you, my lord. Seeing you stand still, I thought something terrible was about to happen. But I never imagined you would catch the bomb and use it to counterattack. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming serious. But what happened at the palace? He seemed very concerned. You look exhausted. Deon Hardt frowned. It was nothing. Liner quickly stepped forward to explain. On the way to the palace, the Revolutionary Army attacked the Count's carriage. On top of that, the fatigue from the journey back aggravated his internal injuries. The butler understood. No wonder you returned so quickly. The surviving member of the Revolutionary Army was captured. The butler smiled. I will handle the rest. Please, go inside and rest, my lord. The orange-haired member of the Revolutionary Army gritted his teeth. He recalled the words he had been told. There are 3 major obstacles to overthrowing the emperor. The first is Nemesius, the commander-in-chief from the war 8 years ago, who is now the emperor's personal guard. The second is Prime Minister Adon, who has stabilized the people's hearts with his brilliant policies and financial management skills. And the commander of the vanguard in the war 8 years ago, the man now known as the Emperor's dog, Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt turned to leave, looking back over his shoulder to give an instruction. Then I'll leave you to take care of the rest. Remember, agreed. I will give them a proper welcome. The orange-haired man glared at Dion with hatred, thinking to himself, because he operates mainly in the shadows, monitoring and predicting his actions is no easy task. This time, he mobilized his troops under the pretext of monster subjugation, but in reality, no one knows what secret mission he's carrying out behind the scenes. He remembered the warning he was given. If the revolution is to succeed, Deon Hardt must not be left alive. Even though he was captured, he remained defiant. Even if I fail, the revolutionary army will never give up. The Emperor's dog. The brown-haired man furiously grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "What did you say?" This brown-haired man's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. "Who did you call the Emperor's dog?" Ever since being dragged into the war 8 years ago, our commander has never once drawn his sword for the Emperor. The orange-haired man was confused. "What? That's..." The knight tightened his grip on the collar and shouted, "We are only..." The orange-haired man frowned, his eyes waiting. "Then what is it for?" The knight yelled. "You don't need to know. In any case, don't bother someone who's already exhausted." He angrily swung his sword, shouting, "I draw my sword for Deon Hardt. Die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Remember, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced back. He frowned. This has created more work to be done. The only one they'd captured alive was now dead. He muttered that he would have to report to the Count that the man had been killed by a dog bite. An old European street with characteristic gray-tiled roofs and timber-framed brick walls. The gloomy sky created a cold atmosphere. A few people walked and chatted on the street. The mood was quiet, tinged with the passage of time. A little girl was huddled against a reddish-gray brick wall, hugging her knees tightly with her head bowed down. Her body trembled from hunger and cold, and the dim light only emphasized her loneliness. "So pitiful," she said in a weak voice. "I'm so hungry," she thought back to before. An older man was grabbing her by the shirt, his face furious, yelling, "Do you have any idea whose stuff you touched?" The little girl panicked, her eyes welling with tears as she trembled and begged, I was wrong. I was wrong." Her eyes were filled with sadness. She thought to herself that since that day, she hadn't had anything to eat or drink. At this rate, she was going to die. She sat huddled on the ground, hugging her knees against the brick wall. She felt sad. People were always dying in the slums, so it wouldn't be strange if she died too. But if I die, I wonder if anyone will be sad? Suddenly, someone walked up and said, "Look, they're all dead already." The little girl was surprised. "Huh?" A boy with blue hair handed her a loaf of bread. He said, "There's no other way. I'll make an exception and give this to you." Holding the loaf of bread, she asked blankly, "Isn't this bread? Where did you get this?" The boy replied, "The relief center." She repeated the question. "The relief center?" He smiled. "That's right. The relief center gives out free bread and water to people in the slums." She was worried. "For free? That can't be right, isn't there? Some kind of poison inside?" he yelled. "Of course not. Why would I give you something like that? The lame old man next door already ate some, and nothing happened to him." The little girl replied, "But if it's that old man, he'd eat it right away without a second thought, whether it had poison in it or not." The boy got angry. "You don't believe me? There's really nothing in it. I just felt sorry for you since you've been starving for a whole week, so I brought it to you." He angrily reached out to snatch the bread back. "If you don't want it, then give it back." The little girl held on to the bread. "But if it's a relief center, isn't it run by a religious group? And don't you have to donate money to get help from them?" She held the bread in her hand. "They're giving out free bread and water without getting anything in return?" He shot to his feet, clenching his fists. "If you don't like it, then don't believe me. I'll go to the relief center by myself." Her eyes welled with tears. "Ah!" His face darkened. "If you don't believe me, you're the only one who'll lose out. Just throw the bread away then." Her eyes filled with sadness. Then she suddenly shouted, Wait a minute," she thought to herself. "That's right. What if the bread and water are poisoned?" She ran after the boy. "Wait for me. I'll go too." She continued to think, "Whether I die of starvation or from poison, it's still death either way." She took his hand. He pulled her along as she thought, if they're really giving out bread and water like the rumors say, then it doesn't matter if it's salvation or a curse. 1 week after arriving in the Empire, the burnt section of the mansion had been mostly cleaned up. Living quarters for the mad dogs who had unexpectedly returned had also been prepared. Now, all they had to do was rest comfortably and enjoy a normal life before being summoned by the Emperor. Dion, suffering from a headache, put a hand to his forehead. He was dealing with a backlog of paperwork. "I thought so too. But did you just say you're going to build another dam in Hatt's territory? Are you insane? Do you have any idea how much time and money that would take? Whose idea was this?" Remember, stood before Deon Hardt, his hands clasped behind his back. "It was me, sir." Deon Hardt suddenly became animated, slamming his hand on the desk. "Even if I'm only managing this territory temporarily, I can't just neglect it. Building a dam isn't a bad thing. Do it." Deon Hardt closed his eyes, thinking, "After that day, I could never bring myself to oppose, remember. If this pile of work hadn't come from remember, I would have thrown it out long ago." Suddenly, he heard a voice from somewhere. "So what?" He pulled back the curtain to see two people arguing. You bastards. You took all our food yesterday, and now you're destroying our things. A mocking voice replied. You're getting mad over that? How petty. Dion stood on the upper floor, thinking to himself, I saw this coming, but the Count's Knights and the Lottie Knights really don't get along. I'm not sure which side is the problem. But a long-haired man was grabbing a scar-faced man by the collar. You shameless bastard. So what? What are you gonna do about it? Deon Hardt raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Don't the Lottie Knights have anything better to do? Remember spoke up from behind him. His Majesty originally sent them here to assist the Count. But, Remember continued, now that the Count's personal guards have returned to his side, they are no longer assigned any missions. All they do now is train and wait. Dion's head ached. Why did His Majesty have to send them back here? He mused. Watching them rolling around reminds me of the Demon Realm. I can't believe I'm nostalgic for the Demon Realm. Remember exclaimed. Isn't it because His Majesty is very fond of you, Count? Dion frowned. Who said that? Deon Hardt sat in his chair and said, Remember, you've been working too hard lately. If you need a rest, just tell me. Remember stood with his arms crossed. You're already treating me like a senile old man. That makes me sad, you know. He hesitated. However, Remember continued. Normally, unless it's for treason, His Majesty would never so easily dispatch the royal guards to help someone. No monarch would do such a thing without immense trust and determination. Deon Hardt was surprised. Wow, you can actually see it that way? After hearing that, Dion's face clearly showed fatigue and frustration. He thought to himself, isn't it just that he tried to keep them, couldn't stand them, and so he dumped them back on me? These mad dogs would be more obedient under His Majesty. Anyway, why has so much paperwork piled up? Deon Hardt said in a tired voice. Deon Hardt picked up the documents, his expression turning serious again. After that day, I offered the Heart domain to His Majesty. It was only a temporary assignment, so why is there so much to deal with? Deon Hardt continued, if His Majesty truly cared for me, he would have taken this territory back completely. Remember, was speechless, not knowing what to say. A moment later, he spoke up. It seems you haven't heard the news. A week ago, His Majesty officially granted you, the Count, full ownership of the Heart domain. Dion's face darkened. I had no idea. The Emperor, Remember threw his hands up and shouted, the official document must be somewhere in this pile. Deon Hardt, exhausted, put a hand to his head, trying to figure out how to return the Heart domain. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, damn it. When he granted me the title of Count and told me I'd only be serving as a Margrave, I just let it slide. But a Margrave. A Count whose domain borders another nation. The title is Count, but you're effectively treated as a Marquis. He continued. I hate the Heart domain. I don't have a single good memory of that place. Do I like it? No, it's pretty much the worst place for me. He slammed the table and stood up. I can't let this go. Sooner or later, I have to return it to His Majesty. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, My Lord Count, His Highness the Crown Prince and General Nemesius have arrived. Deon Hardt froze. The Crown Prince and the General are here? Why so suddenly? He continued to think. No, more importantly, General Nemesius. That man hates me. The General was let in, and he thought to himself, is that a family portrait? It seems Hardt brought quite a few things with him when he moved here. The guide's voice rang out. Thank you for waiting. Please, this way. I will escort you to the drawing room, Elpidius said to Deon Hardt. I apologize for coming so suddenly, but I have something I wish to discuss with you, Count. Cutting to another scene, Elpidius was talking with Anthea. The revolutionaries who attacked the residence were captured alive by Count Hardt, weren't they? Anthea sulked. Count Hardt. Elpidius gave a strained smile. Why the long face? Anthea covered her face. Will he hate the sight of me now? He'll definitely hate me. It's over. All my efforts up until now. Elpidius replied. Weren't they all useless from the start? Anthea slammed the table. She stood up and slammed her hands on it forcefully. You have to admit it, right? I'm very beautiful, aren't I? Plus, I'm a princess. I've never fallen for and pursued anyone before. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she said in a romantic tone, That's why I'm a little clumsy. Elpidius was stunned. Anthea grew anxious. But I really didn't mean for that to happen. And yet, Count Hardt coughed up blood. Elpidius forced a smile. That wasn't your fault, she thought. Of course, I did rush in rather rudely, but she continued. I suppose I should go apologize, right? He asked back. You plan to go see him in person? She replied, yes. He held the teacup in his hand, his voice turning serious. Absolutely not. I won't stop you from doing things within reason, but this is out of the question. He continued, whether you visit the Count at his residence or invite him to the palace, it will only create baseless rumors, she said sadly. But that would be good for me. What if the rumors become true and lead to marriage? He set his teacup down. Anthea, to put it nicely, you're naive. To put it bluntly, you're a foolish princess. You are not in love with Count Hardt. His words stunned her. That is just something Anthea created to deceive everyone. he said in a pensive tone. Her face darkened. Even if I don't love him, as a pawn of the royal family, I must do everything for the royal family. Elpidias smiled faintly. If you make it that obvious, your act as a foolish princess will also make people suspicious. If you want to give up, you're always welcome to, she sighed. All right, in a game full of smart players, the nobles can't afford to make a fuss about the matter of succession. In any case, my efforts with Count Hardt haven't failed yet. I've expressed my feelings for the Count. Everyone knows that. If they have eyes, no one would dare to carelessly dream of Count Hardt. A talent like the Honorable Count Hardt must be on the side of the royal family. No. On His Majesty's side. Elpidias reached out and patted Anthea's head. She hesitated. Ah, brother? He smiled brightly. All right. Since you want what's best for the royal family, everything you do is justified. That said, if you want to stop, you can stop at any time. She replied, Hee, thank you, brother. She smiled. So, could you help me find out what Count Hardt thinks of me? He asked back. What? Oh no. Why are we bringing this up again? She placed a hand on her cheek, making a cute face. He is a talent treasured by His Majesty. If our relationship is damaged because of what happened then, things would get quite awkward, wouldn't they? Elpidias thought to himself, I came to see if the Count was offended by the princess's rudeness the other day, but since I'm already here, I guess this can't be helped. The Count will surely side with the Emperor. Dion's face went pale with fear as he thought, why on earth are these people here? Dion placed a hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. It is an honor to meet the future of the Empire. Elpidias smiled. My apologies for this sudden visit. Please, make yourself comfortable. Deon Hardt sat down, feeling anxious. Thank you, Your Highness. May I ask what brings you all the way here today? Elpidias closed his eyes and raised a hand. I came because I have something to discuss with you, Count. I heard the general also had a private matter to see you about, so we came together. We're all busy, so let's get straight to the point. The general shot him a glance, and Dion's face turned ashen with fear. Yes, he thought. Is he trying to kill me with that look? Why does the general hate me so much? No, it's not just simple hatred. There's something else. Elpidias spoke up. First of all, I want to apologize, Count. Deon Hardt replied. Your Highness, if you're apologizing for the sudden visit, there's no need. Elpidias laughed. Well, for that too, but mainly for what happened at the party. The princess committed a rather serious act of disrespect. Dion looked embarrassed. Ah, about that. Elpidias continued. I've strictly reprimanded the princess. It won't happen again. Deon Hardt replied. It was a small matter, Your Highness. You don't need to apologize. Elpidias added, Very well. I'm glad you weren't offended by it. Dion thought to himself. It was quite surprising. But this isn't the first or second time. In any case, her actions came from a place of goodwill, so getting angry would be a bit much. Elpidias took a sip from his cup. And actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you, Count. But Deon Hardt thought, I knew it. His real purpose was something else. Count, if you wouldn't mind. Deon Hardt clenched his fists. He wondered, what kind of favor would make the crown prince come all the way here? Elpidias then said something that stunned Deon Hardt. Will you be my friend? Deon Hardt replied. Pardon? Elpidias held out his hand casually. For a while now, I've wanted to get closer to you, Count, but you're always so busy. It's difficult to even get a chance to see you. Deon Hardt wore a confused expression, his mind filled with question marks. You came all this way just to say that? Elpidias lamented. The crown prince always carries heavy responsibilities. I can't just do as I please. Even if I want to become close to someone, I can't just casually visit them and speak my mind, not even for private matters. Elpidias blushed, embarrassed. That's why I used the party incident as an excuse to come here. Are you uncomfortable with my proposal? Dion thought. What? What is the crown prince talking about? There's no way I can accept such a ridiculous offer. No matter what, I wouldn't dare. His face darkened, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Next to Elpidias was Nemesius. He was tall, emitting a cold, murderous aura that seemed to suffocate Dion, as if daring him to disagree. He was dressed in a white military uniform with red trim, impeccable and severe. His blazing golden eyes seemed to pierce right through you. Deon Hardt asked again, his eyes wide. This is a truly difficult position to be in. Fearfully, Deon Hardt hesitated. Becoming friends with the crown prince? That is a frightening thought. He thought to himself, wow, I feel like if I refuse, he'll kill me on the spot. I have to agree. I can't fight back. Elpidias excitedly grabbed Dion's hand. Then, from this day forward, we are friends. I'll work hard to make us even closer in the future. Deon Hardt said fearfully. Yes, Your Highness. Elpidias said cheerfully. His Majesty's most trusted subordinate is now my friend. I'm truly happy. Deon Hardt's face was grim. I am deeply honored. Elpidias thought to himself. He clearly sees the responsibility that comes with this. Yet he didn't refuse. He truly is a man of sentiment, quite different from the rumors. If I can really become close with the Count, that would be wonderful, Elpidius continued. So, from now on, please stop by my residence whenever you come to the palace. We can spar, drink tea, and share interesting stories. Deon Hardt pictured it all and panicked, his eyes widening and his jaw dropping. Huh? Dion hesitated. That's a bit. Elpidius chuckled lightly. I've heard the answer I wanted to hear. I must be going now. Dion wanted to stop him. No? Ah. Elpidius smiled. There's no need to see me out. The general still has something to discuss with you. Elpidius walked to the door, waving goodbye. General, I'll be leaving first. Deon Hardt still had something to say. Your Highness, but Nemesius just bowed his head. Travel safely. Elpidius stepped out the door, his voice echoing back. I'm very much looking forward to our next meeting, my friend. Dion was desperate. Wait, don't leave me alone with the general. Only Dion and Nemesius remained in the room. He was screaming on the inside. What should I say? Nemesius spoke first. Honorable Count Deon Hardt, it's been a long time since we've sat together alone like this. Deon Hardt turned his head, hesitating. It has been a long time. Have you been well? Nemesius continued. Well, I'm quite busy, so I'll make this as brief as possible. Nemesius's expression was grave. His Majesty wishes to take custody of the revolutionary you captured. His eyes flared with the intent to capture and eliminate the entire revolutionary army. Of course, the one who caught him was you, Count. If you don't wish to, you may refuse. Deon Hardt glanced at him. No, of course I'll hand him over. I'll lead the way, please follow me. Inwardly, he thought, quick and clean. Good. I don't intend to speak long with someone I dislike. Just hand him over quickly so I can get some rest. Deon Hardt pointed to a brown-haired man covered in dirt and filth. This is the one. He's tied up securely, so you can take him. Nemesius glanced at the bound man, then back at Dion. 3 revolutionaries came to attack. 2 of them are dead. According to the report, 1 died in an explosion. He narrowed his eyes. The death of the other one wasn't clearly reported. Deon Hardt was confused. I'm sorry, but what exactly does the general want to know? Nemesius said decisively. Deon Hardt, I want to know how that man died. Nemesius added, I'm not the type to hate someone without reason. I learned that during the 8-year war, while observing from a location near the battlefield, the truth about Deon Hardt's extreme personality change at a desolate, run-down barracks. For the first time, a person of noble birth was sent to serve as a common soldier. Furthermore, the child I placed in the barracks was always keeping an eye on you. Nemesius walked up to a young boy and began to ask him a question. Hey, are you all right? The child, too weak to survive on the battlefield, chose cruelty as his means of survival. To live, he slaughtered countless lives and nearly went mad. The boy's body trembled. Nemesius placed a hand on him. You've been locked in here for 3 days. It's time to come to your senses, he thought to himself. So far, he's managed to endure. He continued. No one can blame you for the path you chose to survive. However, you must still bear the guilt for that choice. As a result, every time he fought, the boy felt an immense sense of guilt. The boy looked up. Yes, sir. What did you say? Gradually, his personality began to split. He smiled. The wound is probably fine, sir. The general's face darkened. That's not it. Regarding the battle not long ago, a voice called out. General, no, if it can be changed at will, it's more accurate to call it a personality. His face was bewildered. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. The crazed personality focused only on survival, participating in bloody battles. The normal personality only remembered ordinary battles and his everyday self. The 2 personalities coexisted. Deon Hardt smiled. I was so tired that I don't remember clearly. But all the enemies are dead, and I survived once again. I am truly very fortunate. Could that be? No. You are someone shouldering a burden of guilt that is too heavy, and you're using the most extreme method to run away from it all. The general's gaze was sharp enough to slice through anything. No. I'll rephrase the question. How did the other one die? You remember, don't you? Nemesius thought to himself, pretending you know nothing, pushing everything onto the person you created to escape reality. How long can you keep deceiving yourself? I have always been disgusted by you for abandoning your humanity. Deon Hardt casually replied. That other one. Nemesius glared. But if you're not like you were back then, I will, Deon Hardt continued. Coincidentally, I wasn't there, so I don't know the specifics, but I heard he was mauled to death by stray dogs. Nemesius turned his head. Although it was just a precaution, he started to walk away. I see. I must be going. I know the Count is busy, so there's no need to see me out. Deon Hardt bowed his head. Yes, General. Please have a safe trip. The general was furious. As expected, no change. It was unbelievable that stray dogs could wander into Count Hardt's estate. It was obvious he killed that man himself. He used that sickening personality again, this time. Nemesius walked out of the estate with heavy steps. The weakness of someone who bears a great responsibility can become a disaster. For that reason, Deon Hardt is an extremely dangerous element. Nemesius stepped outside with a cold expression. He wondered, but why does His Majesty keep Deon Hardt by his side? He turned his head to look back at the estate. Dion, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke with a start. Drool dripping from his mouth. Remember, suddenly appeared. Are you awake now, sir? Deon Hardt was flustered. I was just resting for a bit and accidentally fell asleep. He was startled. Deon Hardt asked again, have you been waiting here this whole time? How long was I asleep? Remember replied, no, you only dozed off for a moment, sir. He closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly. More importantly, are you all right now, sir? You have no idea how surprised this old man was to see you faint. He wondered. Faint? Then he forced a smile. I've rested, so I'm fine. The old man was still worried. I've already called a doctor to examine you, sir, he continued. Although your body is weak, you fainted due to an accumulation of stress and fatigue. Dion frowned. I see. Lately, the back of my head has been hurting quite a bit every day when I wake up. Remember then proposed. Because of that, this old man is very worried about you, my Lord Count, and has a suggestion for you. Deon Hardt felt uneasy. What is it? The old man lowered his voice. What do you think about ordering the Lottie Knights to go on a monster subjugation mission? Deon Hardt was surprised by his suggestion. Monster subjugation. I'll think about it. Even without this, they've been going around causing one problem after another lately. If we send them off to burn off some energy, that whole bunch will probably be better behaved, right? He pondered it. Deon Hardt pressed his lips together, his eyes wide. I don't want to be the only one slaving away while they get to slack off and have fun. Remember, beamed. I knew the Count would agree to this. As it happens, some monsters are loitering near the borders of our territory, so we can send them there. Dion's face lit up. Then please proceed with this as quickly as possible. He was rejoicing inwardly. Just getting those lunatics out of my sight will make me feel so much better. That's what I thought, but a long-haired girl was riding a horse. It was Liner, she exclaimed. Count, are we almost there? Why was I dragged out here too? Deon Hardt's expression darkened as he rode with the troops. Liner turned her head and spoke to Deon Hardt. My Lord Count, the border is just a little further. Deon Hardt scowled. I'm very curious. Why exactly did I have to come here too? The scar-faced soldier replied, No. What are you saying, sir? How could we be the only ones to go on such a fun mission? A few other voices chimed in. That's right. The Count sits in his office all day, so you must be bored. We know taking care of us must be tedious for you. You must be itching for a fight since it's been so long since you've seen blood, right? Deon Hardt gritted his teeth, thinking, No, what are these lunatics talking about? I'd be much happier if I could live my whole life without ever seeing blood again. Sigh. I was planning to refuse to the very end, but a soldier grabbed Deon's leg and wailed, My Lord Count, please come kill monsters with us. Deon Hardt yelled, You psycho, let go. 3 soldiers in distinctive white uniforms stood side by side. The one in the middle, with brown hair covering his eyes, spoke up. The Count isn't part of the Lottie Knight Order either. The one on the right, with neatly parted dark brown hair, gave a sinister smile. How could we be the only ones to go to such an interesting place? The one on the left, with golden brown hair, agreed. Come with us, Count. Dion was sweating bullets. He thought to himself. Interesting? Are they insane? What part of killing monsters near the border sounds interesting? He stammered. I have official business to attend to. Suddenly, Remember spoke up. It's quite all right for you to go, sir. For the past week, this old man has troubled the Count a great deal. I feel very sorry about that, so please consider this a short vacation, my lord. The 3 soldiers looked deeply moved. They thought, of course, he's so busy he doesn't even have time to join a monster subjugation. Our poor Count. What should we do? It's true, no one can save the Count but us. The 3 of them shouted. See? Even the butler agrees. Let's go. Let's all go together. Deon Hardt was horrified. No, not you too. Remember looked stern. And if the Count leaves, wouldn't the person hiding in the estate follow you? He closed his eyes. This old man will definitely catch that rat. The Count just needs to get some fresh air and come back. Dion scratched his head and grimaced. Since he put it that way, there's nothing more I can say. That's right, I have to catch that spy. Dion thought again. Otherwise, I'm going to die for real. The brown-haired soldier laughed. Hey, it's just us here, so you don't need to get so worked up. I heard that not long ago, you left the monster territory all by yourself, looking incredibly happy. Now we're back. Deon Hardt bit his lip, thinking to himself, isn't that just because I got to rest so comfortably in the Demon King's castle? So, make sure you get some good rest this time too. A soldier pointed at the horde of monsters. Monsters. All units. Prepare. Good. Now wipe them out. A soldier with a sword leaped off his horse. Dion was annoyed. These lunatics, this really reminds me of the demon world. Still, my body feels surprisingly comfortable. Liner let out a sigh. Phew. Dion thought to himself. Right. Liner must be exhausted too. A person capable of managing the Phantom Knights, knights recommended by the Emperor himself. Unlike those mad dogs, this was someone who was a talented knight to the very core. He scoffed, thinking, if it were Liner, with her skills, she could easily join a much better knight order. But forgive me for thinking this. Is this what it feels like to be a parent to a bunch of useless children? Liner turned back and asked, My lord, are you not joining the fight? Deon Hardt replied, for now, we should probably let them enjoy themselves. Liner looked surprised. So you are concerned for them. As expected of you, my lord, he thought to himself. Concerned? As if, how am I supposed to get in the middle of that pack of lunatics? Please, just finish this fight so I don't have to lift a finger. A brown-haired soldier was grabbing a blonde soldier by the collar. They were arguing. Hey, you bastard, I was about to kill that one. Why did you steal my kill? The other guy flipped him the bird. It's not like whoever catches it first is its owner, you know? A black-haired soldier said to Deon Hardt, What's up? Hey, Lord Count, aren't you going to come over? This is the Count's vacation, but it looks like we're the only ones enjoying it. Deon Hardt waved his hand dismissively, his face scrunching up. It's my vacation. I know how to enjoy it. Don't worry about me. The soldier shouted again. We're almost done. Hurry and get over here. At this rate, there'll be no spoils left for the captain. Deon Hardt fumed. I am absolutely not going over there. Just finish it already. Suddenly, Deon Hardt sensed something. And how am I supposed to intervene in that chaotic battle? Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? An arrow shot toward Deon Hardt. He turned his head, and the arrow slammed into his shoulder. He cried out. Liner panicked. My lord, are you all right? He clutched the arrow in pain. If I hadn't turned, it would have hit my neck. Where did that arrow come from? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. An ambush? By who? The kingdom across the border? No, they wouldn't do that unless they planned on starting a war. He seemed to realize something. If that's the case, then someone must have sent an assassin to kill me. A figure, with their face completely covered except for their eyes, stood in the bushes. Damn it, he dodged it. He prepared to draw another arrow. Deon Hardt spoke. Such tedious pests. Liner's face darkened. My lord. He continued. Liner, get rid of this. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Stand close so they can't see. Liner hesitated. But if we do that, it'll hurt more when we remove the arrowhead later. I know. Judging by his expression, he wasn't going to change his mind. Liner snapped the arrow shaft. With it like this, the more he moved, the deeper the arrowhead would dig, which would be extremely painful. Deon Hardt placed a hand on his chest. The Lottie Knights, get the medicine, someone yelled. Hey, look, isn't the guy who just got shot the Empire's third hero, Deon Hardt? Where did that voice come from? A soldier spoke up. He has white hair too, and judging by the uniforms those knights are wearing, that has to be him. The brown-haired man standing next to the soldier replied, Who in the world are they fighting over there, anyway? The brown-haired man thought to himself, Damn it, I thought they were here to hunt monsters. What's going on? Could it be some kind of internal conflict? Even for a hero of the Empire, that wound looks pretty serious. Dion suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute, an injury. The 8-year war only ended 2 years ago. He crossed his arms and said smugly, and to top it off, the hero Deon Hardt is now injured. If a war were to break out now, it would be a huge burden on the Empire. And if those guys attack our kingdom, we could probably get reparations from the Empire. Deon Hardt suddenly popped a pill of some kind into his mouth. Liner was alarmed. My lord, what is that medicine? Deon Hardt smirked. It's a drug that temporarily numbs the senses. Liner asked again, Sir, isn't that a forbidden drug? Deon raised his sword. It's fine, as long as you're not too obvious about using it, Liner said, afraid. Sir, how can that be okay? Someone on the other side shouted, What are you waiting for? Kill them all now. With a whoop, the other side charged. Deon leaped high into the air, his eyes glaring. Prioritize one target. The man had no time to react. Gasp. So fast. Deon ran his sword through the man. For now, just lie here quietly. Blood splattered everywhere. The man only managed a few gurgles as Deon's eyes grew cold, filled with killing intent. I've captured one alive. I probably don't need the rest. Another man tried to launch a sneak attack on Deon, but he didn't have time to fight back. A ferocious battle was unfolding. With ice-cold eyes, Deon Hardt unleashed a powerful attack, cutting through multiple enemies at once. Red flashes streaked through the air, blood sprayed as the bodies of the enemy soldiers were cut down in an instant. Deon ordered Liner, keep him from dying. She replied, Yes, as you command. So, it's my turn, huh? Look at that, a soldier said. raising his sword at a hooded, blonde-haired man covered in blood. "Even if you don't kill me on purpose, I'm going to die anyway. What are you doing?" The scene was pure chaos, everything stained red. The soldier was stunned. The captain of the Mad Dogs, who danced like a maniac in the war, has now become a knight. Is it possible for a survivor to fight like that? The soldiers stood there, astonished. Dion stood amidst the bloody scene. "Not taking the drug, huh? This guy and that one are both so weak. If you don't go this far, you can't survive." Amidst the blood-soaked darkness, a pair of crimson eyes appeared cold, cruel, and full of determination. Showing mercy isn't a skill that helps you survive. I've told them so many times, haven't I? Let go of guilt. You have to stay rational and distinguish friend from foe. He had been swallowed by madness, all for the sake of survival. On the opposite side, another group watched the scene, speechless. One of them hissed in despair. Damn it. Their eyes reflected fear, helplessness, and the feeling of facing a monster in human form. The leader exclaimed, "We chose the wrong opponent. My boundless greed has doomed me." But the offer was too tempting to refuse. The scene changes, and a servant's voice is heard. "Is it really all right, sir?" He continued. "Just injuring him will get us half the promised amount." His Grace, the Duke, was very clear. A black-haired man replied, "It's just a small condition added to the kill order. Surely that's fine, right?" The blue-haired servant continued, "But the request was to completely kill Deon Hardt. Did you use your own money to add that condition? If His Grace, the Duke, finds out about this..." The black-haired man closed his eyes. "I will take full responsibility for it. Do not worry. He hates Deon Hardt more than anyone, but sometimes his actions are impossible to understand. What does he ultimately want to achieve?" The black-haired man's expression was pensive. His eyes narrowed. That child's end. Angry screams and curses. And filled with dirty tricks. A truly disastrous match. Deon Hardt was in the middle of a battle against a group of enemies. He appeared incredibly strong and merciless, easily cutting down each foe. His eyes glowed as he delivered the fatal blows. The last man standing, his eyes lit up at the sight of the enemy corpses. A surviving soldier panicked. "And you're supposed to be a hero of the Empire?" He continued. "We never should have gotten involved in the first place." He was horrified by the brutal massacre. Who could possibly remain calm after witnessing such a tragedy? Deon Hardt appeared indifferent, showing no emotion as he looked at the dead bodies. No wonder they're called the Murderous Knights, instead of Knights of Honor. Dion gave a slight smile, his eyes as crimson as blood. "Isn't it because they're more like demons than men?" The badly wounded enemy leader was dying. Deon Hardt spoke with a cold tone. "I don't know if you people needed money more than your lives, or if you're just plain stupid. Or maybe both." The leader was impaled by a single sword thrust. Dion was now radiating bloodlust, surrounded by gore. He smirked sinisterly. "I'm not a fan of torture. So could you please just tell me who's behind this?" The leader was in agony. In the Emperor's office, he was writing, but paused his pen when the Chancellor reported a complaint from the Kingdom of Iliador. He looked up and asked for clarification. "They're complaining that the esteemed Count Deon Hardt ambushed them near the city walls, considering it an act of invasion that threatens them." The Chancellor, holding a thick stack of documents, slowly explained. Eduardo asked in surprise, "Wait, what ambush? Is Count Hardt all right?" The Chancellor informed him. "He was struck by an arrow in the left shoulder and will have difficulty using that arm for a month." Eduardo froze for a moment, then frowned in annoyance. He scoffed. "So the Kingdom of Iliador is demanding compensation after all that?" The Chancellor replied, "Yes, that is correct, Your Majesty." Eduardo placed the pen he was holding on the desk, deep in thought. "I bet they're guessing we can't go to war while Count Hardt is injured. They should have used their brains a little before sending that request. It seems I've been too soft." The Chancellor was startled and quickly said, "Your Majesty, we can blame the ambush in Yen on some hooligans." "No." Eduardo refused. He crossed his legs, laced his fingers together, and gave a slight smile. "Prepare for war immediately." He said it in a firm tone. Both the Chancellor and Nemesius's eyes widened in shock. The Chancellor shouted, "War?" he said in a panic. "But, Your Majesty, it's only been 2 years since the war ended." Eduardo replied, "2 years is enough." The Prime Minister added, "It will cost a great deal of money." Eduardo simply smiled and replied, "We'll just take back the money and resources while we invade. That's what we did in the last war, and there's no reason we can't do it again." The Chancellor remained insistent. "But, Your Majesty, I am a tyrant," Eduardo said. He looked down, his words soft but filled with warning. The Chancellor bit his lip, his eyes wide. He could only feel fear. "I've been thinking about unifying the entire continent, so this is just a small matter," Eduardo said. Upon hearing this, the Chancellor lowered his head. He was sweating, secretly worried for the Emperor. "If you intend to be a tyrant, you must take responsibility for your actions." The Emperor was obsessed with taking responsibility for his sins. Eduardo looked at his own palm, thinking, unifying the continent has been the ultimate goal ever since I killed my siblings to ascend to this throne. Eduardo clenched his fist, his brow furrowed with determination. I have no intention of shirking my responsibility, and soon that responsibility will become the very chains that bring about disaster. The Chancellor was silently uneasy. Although it was good to bear a great responsibility, he was using the sin of killing his siblings as an excuse to bring ruin upon the Empire's citizens. This is truly wrong, the Chancellor thought, anxiously clutching the documents. If disaster is inevitable, I hope the war doesn't spread to the Empire, he prayed silently. I will prepare the military provisions in secret, the Chancellor said. Eduardo smiled faintly and praised him. You're very resourceful, Chancellor. Well then, I must get to work as well. Have you heard of the Church of Salvation? The Chancellor replied, The Church of Salvation, Your Majesty? You mean the cult that's been growing in the slums, correct? With everything in chaos, it's understandable that the people would turn to religion for a glimmer of peace. The image of a holy woman in a white robe, with a dazzling halo behind her, reaching out as if to save the people below, flashed through the Chancellor's memory. Eduardo covered his nose with his hand and said seriously, But the Church of Salvation is expanding too much. It's better to eliminate this threat before the war. I was just wondering who would be suitable for this job. Or perhaps I should let Deon Hardt handle it, since he's the one who caused this mess? Eduardo said, then chuckled to himself. Although I have no intention of punishing him, the thought of Deon Hardt's surprised face when given this mission made him smile with amusement. Did you say Deon Hardt? Eduardo replied, Yes. It's just exterminating a few fanatics. Even with his injury, I'm sure he can handle it. Oh heavens, I forgot to object, Nemesius thought. Your Majesty, that man is extremely dangerous. His face darkened with anger as he dismissed the idea. Nemesius was always wary of Deon Hardt. Eduardo silently recalled this and asked, You don't like him because of his hobby of torturing enemies? Nemesius stood up straight and replied, No, I'm sure that's just for survival. However, Count Hardt has a split personality. Eduardo was surprised to hear this. That bastard's mind is like a balloon just waiting to pop. He can't be held responsible for his actions. What do you think will happen if you let someone so mentally unstable handle this? Nemesius threw his hands out and yelled. He continued. When he regains his sense of reality, the walls he's built will come crashing down. He'll be terrified of his own second personality. Eduardo cut him off. Why worry so much? Nemesius suddenly stopped. He looked at the Emperor. Eduardo smiled. He crossed his legs, folded his arms and said, I'm already aware of that. Nemesius, surprised, asked, Then why, Your Majesty? Eduardo replied, That's Deon Hardt's problem. Even if something happens, it's his responsibility to deal with it. How can you say that? If a sword breaks, it can harm its master. You will also be held responsible for his actions, Your Majesty. Nemesius shouted in anger. Eduardo calmly asked, It's no problem. Isn't that what an emperor is for? Your Majesty. Nemesius continued, but Eduardo raised a hand to stop him and said, That's enough. Stop. I know I've chosen to be a tyrant, but I can also be a good king to those I cherish, he said, raising his hand. Then, Eduardo's gaze turned sharp as steel. He said, I will forgive your insolence. I'm not so cruel that I can't forgive the mistakes of my loyal subjects. Nemesius winced slightly, then bowed his head and said respectfully, Forgive me. However, it's not that I don't understand your concerns. Rest assured, there's no way I'd keep someone dangerous by my side, Eduardo said, with a casual laugh. He remembered Dion kneeling before him, his eyes filled with hatred. Please, grant me permission to destroy my own family with my own hands. At that moment, Eduardo had thought, this precious gem is filled with so much resentment, full of killing intent and fury. He was a man who had nurtured hatred for his family for 8 years. When he first joined the war at the age of 14, and when he received his merits and stood before the king, his only request was for revenge against his family. The Hardt family had been a thorn in my side ever since they plotted to usurp this throne, so I had no reason to refuse him, Eduardo thought with an amused smile. He asked, You're asking for my permission to destroy a renowned family. But if I'm going to use him as my sword, I'll need to reforge him first. Eduardo calculated silently. Dion grimaced, his crimson eyes holding not a single spark of light. He asked, What must I do? The hero is on an expedition to slay the Demon King. Why don't you go with him? Eduardo asked. The order was to face the Demon King as the hero's comrade. The result was magnificent. He even brought back the hero's corpse. Eduardo, sitting on his throne, smiled and asked, Excellent. Do you still harbor those feelings? Deon Hardt bowed his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. With this feat, everyone called him a hero, even though Deon Hardt didn't possess a single heroic trace. Well now, Eduardo thought cheerfully. His eyes lit up as he gave a sly grin. I believe the Hardt territory will be much quieter today. What do you think? Hearing this, Deon Hardt raised his head. narrowing his eyes slightly at the king. "Thank you for your concern." Deon Hardt bowed his head before Eduardo, who was seated on the throne. Just then, lightning flashed outside the glass window. It was like an omen of the misfortune to come. But what is fate? Crewen Hardt, who returned home very late that day, witnessed Deon Hardt slaughter the entire household and was the sole survivor. That very night, Crewen rode off into the thunderstorm, his face contorted with hatred, screaming in rage, "Deon Hardt." And so, Crewen Hardt became the trump card to use against Deon Hardt. Eduardo rested his chin on his hand, concluding the story. Whatever the reason, Deon Hardt murdered his entire family, and the only one remaining is Crewen Hardt. To fight his brother, he needs me. Eduardo gave a faint smile. He smirked to himself, thinking how Crewen had served the Duke just to survive. The two brothers are now trying to kill each other. Eduardo continued. And as long as Crewen Hardt lives, Deon Hardt will continue to serve me. In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. The pupils were deep crimson, a stark contrast to his white hair. On the crimson-stained ground, Deon Hardt stood looking around in a daze, his white shirt splotched with blood. 4 zombies slowly closed in, surrounding him. One of them reached out and wrapped its hand around his leg. Deon glared in disgust. He raised his hand, covered in a sticky red slime, and hissed through gritted teeth. "This is insane. What is this?" A horde of zombies, their eyes black and soulless voids, with blood constantly streaming from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Their clothes were in tatters, and they let out terrifying gurgling sounds. Deon screamed, "What the hell is this? I'm going insane!" He collapsed to his knees on the ground. His clothes were drenched in fresh blood. Then, a dark voice echoed, "It's all for survival." Deon Hardt clutched his head in agony and collapsed, tears streaming down his face. A hand reached out and pressed firmly over his eyes. A white-haired, hooded figure appeared, covering his eyes. They leaned close to his ear and whispered gently, "Don't think about it. But even if you do, don't run away." Hearing the hooded figure's words, he opened his tear-filled eyes wide. The hand over them slowly parted, leaving a small gap just big enough for him to see through. "I didn't do that." Deon Hardt jolted awake from the nightmare, his eyes snapping open. His body was covered in bandages, and his wounds were seeping blood. It felt as if he were still in a dream. Suddenly, he noticed the wound on his shoulder beginning to split open. "We must have reached the border. I was fighting monsters when I was shot by an arrow." Deon Hardt's memory slowly returned. A man outside was looking at him through the carriage window. "My Lord Count, we have arrived at the Hardt estate. It was a beautiful afternoon, with a deep blue sky. When did I get back here? It's just like last time. By the time I came to my senses, everything was already over. I don't remember anything." He stepped out of the carriage. Liner was already standing nearby. If it weren't for this shoulder wound, I'd think this was all just a dream. A male servant approached and placed a coat over his shoulders. Deon glanced around, then turned to the male servant beside him and asked, "Where is, remember?" "Elsewhere, at that same moment. I had my suspicions, but to think you were actually the spy." Remember stood straight, his eyes narrowed as he looked down. "Then who is the one pulling your strings?" The terrified brown-haired man was pinned firmly to the ground by another person. He lay face down at the butler's feet, his face pale with fear. So he really isn't just some ordinary butler. With a sickening squelch, the man's eyes shot open as a knife was driven straight into his neck. "It's a shame, but you have to die now. Remember, look down at the corpse on the ground without a flicker of emotion." He narrowed his eyes, looking warily into the distance. The shadow of a bird's wings flickered across his hair. "It's all right. There are still ways to get more information." But then a pigeon appeared, flying over the butler's head with a letter tied to its leg. He looked up, watching it. Meanwhile, a hooded figure in black dragged away the dead spy's body, leaving a long trail of blood. Suddenly, another hooded figure in black appeared in front of Remember. He stood solemnly as the figure knelt on one knee to report, "Sir Remember, Count Hardt has returned." Remember adjusted his necktie as he issued his orders. This was settled later than planned. "You, chase after that bird. Find out everyone connected to the spy and who's pulling the strings." As he was about to walk away, he stopped, as if remembering something. "Ah, wait. By my authority as head butler. Dismiss him." Remember tossed a blood-stained piece of paper onto the corpse and turned away. As Deon Hardt sat on his bed, the butler entered. "Remember?" Deon called out softly. "I heard you were injured, my lord. Are you all right?" the butler asked with concern. Deon replied nonchalantly, "It's just my left shoulder, so it's not too inconvenient." The butler smiled. "I see. After all, the Count is right-handed." Remember nodded, satisfied. "That's a relief. After all, there's still a mountain of paperwork waiting for you." As if reading the butler's mind, Deon Hardt sighed to himself. This man has ice in his veins. He sighed, sweat trickling down his forehead. Then, as if he'd just realized something, he asked, "But remember, you're injured too, aren't you? I can smell blood." Remember paused, raising his hand to his own clothes to smell. Does it? I caught a spy on my way here earlier. His blood must have splattered on me. I was in a rush, so I didn't notice. Dion asked in surprise. You found the spy already? Ah, not exactly. He's dead. I had intended to bring him in alive, but something happened on the way here. I apologize. The butler looked at Deon Hardt apologetically. Oh, it's nothing. It was an accident, after all. Dion wondered, is this what the butler is usually like? I heard he came from Terra, a small, isolated region in the center of the continent. The Count also encountered assassins. Have you gathered any information? He asked Deon Hardt. They're all dead, so we couldn't find out who was behind it, he replied vaguely, looking a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I don't remember anything, but I guess that's what happened, he thought to himself. Even the Count failed. That means the person behind this is a formidable figure. If so, we can narrow it down. They could be revolutionaries, enemies of the royal family, or Duke Oosterhart, the leader of the noble faction. An image of Euster's cunning smile appeared. The Duke is the most suspicious among them, but the butler stroked his chin thoughtfully. No matter who it is, they're an existence that the Count can't handle alone. What do you think about asking His Majesty the Emperor for help? Remember suggested, while he just stared wide-eyed, amazed by the butler's sharp analysis without saying a word. This butler is a really capable man, he thought. Noticing Deon Hardt's unusual silence, Remember quickly added, I apologize for overstepping my bounds in this matter. The butler bowed his head apologetically. No, thank you. Deon Hardt thought deeply, resting his chin on his hand. I plan to see the Emperor as soon as possible, to demand the return of the Hardt territory before I get dragged into anything else. I have to either pay them back for what they did or put a stop to everything here. I need to secure a peaceful life, even if it's just for a day. The next day, under a clear sky with white clouds, a magnificent castle with a red roof came into view. His Majesty is in a private discussion with Duke Oosterhart. Please wait a moment, Count. I understand. Dressed in an elegant white and blue noble's outfit, Dion felt annoyed. I can't believe I ran into him now of all times. But a man in a guard's uniform opened the door, announced he was finished, and bowed. Deon Hardt ignored him, turned his head, and began to walk away. There's no other choice. I'll just go somewhere and kill some time. Count! Count! Althea's voice echoed. Don't just charge at him the second you see him. Althea flailed her arms and legs, trying to break free from her restraints to rush towards Dion. My apologies, Count. Elpidius smiled sheepishly at Deon Hardt, ignoring his little sister who was glaring at the petty man. Deon Hardt bowed in greeting. Deon Hardt is greatly honored to meet you both. Elpidius approached, gave him a thumbs up, and winked. There's no need for such formal greetings. Aren't we friends? But hey, friend, I heard you're pretty free while waiting for His Majesty, right? Before he could understand what was happening, Deon Hardt was dragged away. Althea sat happily beside him, hugging his arm. Elpidius sat across from them, leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Dion was stunned, still not understanding what had just happened. How did I end up here? Unlike him, Althea and Elpidius were delighted. I can't believe we get to have tea with you in the royal palace like this. This is so much fun. Dion lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip. If I knew I'd run into them here, I would have come earlier, or later. It seems this tea suits your taste. Take some with you when you leave. The table was covered in cookies of all shapes. Thank you, Althea chimed in. Count, you're only drinking tea? Aren't you going to eat anything? Here, try a cookie. Before he could react, Althea quickly stuffed a cookie into Deon Hardt's mouth. Come on, don't overthink it. Time will pass quickly. Try this one too, and this one. Althea cheerfully fed one cookie after another to Deon Hardt, causing him to turn pale. Elpidius, sitting opposite them, found the scene quite amusing and laughed, but suddenly, his expression turned serious, his playful demeanor gone. I heard that you were injured on your way to the border, Count. You need to be more careful. You must remember that your body is gradually weakening because of the curse. How did you end up participating in a monster extermination anyway, huh? The Count was injured? Althea exclaimed in surprise. I didn't want to. I was dragged into it. Deon Hardt covered his mouth. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Elpidius looked at Dion with worried eyes. You must take better care of your body. After all, you have to serve His Majesty for a long time to come, Count. Outwardly, Dion casually sipped his tea, but inside, he was already screaming. A long time? That's horrible. I need to get out of this quickly and live a wonderful, unemployed life. I'm only saying this for your own good. But Deon Hardt paid no attention to what Elpidius was saying, complaining internally instead. When on earth is His Majesty going to summon me? This is so inconvenient. When Dion didn't answer, Elpidius continued. To be honest, I don't want to become the Emperor. Deon Hardt was so startled that his hand holding the teacup trembled, spilling tea everywhere. From my position, I have no choice but to take the crown prince's seat. But his majesty is only 8 years older than me. By the time he abdicates, won't it be time for me to retire too? Elpidius's lament shocked Deon Hardt, who choked on his water and coughed violently. The princess grew worried. Count, are you all right? Dion covered his mouth, thinking, damn it, what is he suddenly talking about? Don't talk to me about these things. I don't care about things like power, and I don't want to hear about it. If I were to ascend the throne soon, it would mean that something happened to His Majesty himself, and I don't want that. Elpidius suddenly lowered his head, his eyes sad. You know this, don't you? His Majesty is like a real brother to me, my own flesh and blood brother. Althea grew sad as well. I just want him to be happy. Dion thoughtfully raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, thinking, that's right. I know, the crown prince and princess are extremely obedient to the emperor. The current emperor is the 9th prince. The image of a man in a fur-lined cloak, majestic yet lonely, appeared in his mind. It would be incomprehensible if the current emperor had considered killing his brothers and their children during the coup. The very existence of the crown prince and princess is strange. There must be a reason why these nieces and nephews don't hate their uncle. An image of a powerful figure in royal attire appeared. The Grand Prince, father of the crown prince and princess. A memory suddenly returned, of a gentle, blonde-haired man, patting a young Yudo's head. He was a kind person, unlike his despotic older brother. Before he died, he would visit the 9th prince every day to take care of him. And the Grand Prince's son, Yudo, sat in the man's lap, looking down at 2 small children hugging each other in confusion. They must have been as close as real siblings, a relationship as close as a family, even closer than a family. An image of 3 children laughing and playing together harmoniously. Back in the present, Dion's face fell, his dark eyes filled with contemplation. If the Grand Prince were still alive, they say the 9th prince would not have taken the throne. We're very worried about His Majesty. He always takes everything upon himself. So please, Count, help His Majesty. Elpidius took Deon Hardt's hand and urged him. Hey, brother, why are you pressuring the Count like that? Anthea teased. If it were the Count, I'm sure he would have handled it perfectly. While the 2 of them were laughing and talking, they didn't notice Deon Hardt's expression darken. Haha, you're right about that. My apologies, Count. I'm just going to step away to the restroom for a moment. His teacup now empty, Deon Hardt stood up to leave. Come to think of it, the Count did drink a lot of tea. Well, hurry back. Thank you. He hastily left the tea table. Watching Deon Hardt's hurried retreat, Elpidius took a sip of his tea. He ran off. Anthea rested her chin on her hand, gazing after his distant figure. He really bolted. It seems talking with us was too much pressure for him. I apologize, but everything I said was from the heart. Elpidius's eyes turned sharp, no longer like the surface of calm water. Beneath, violent undercurrents were beginning to stir. The metaphorical blade aimed squarely at the emperor. Elpidius recalled the thought, if things continue like this, I might never get to sit on the throne in my lifetime. I will help you attain the highest position. The wave of opposition from the nobles grows stronger. Please, pass judgment on the tyrant. Elpidius sat in his chair, his eyes dark and his face filled with worry as he calculated his next move, teacup in hand. Although I'm not swayed by such absurd words, for the past 2 years, our strategy has shifted from cooperation to feigning compromise as a veiled threat. I don't know when they'll find a weakness and force my hand into doing things I don't want to. That's why I must prepare countermeasures quickly. He used a pair of tongs to pick up a sugar cube. In this empire, one must have their own faction, and he must absolutely not side with His Majesty. Deon Hardt possesses outstanding abilities. If he were on our side, nothing would be more reassuring. That's why we've been working so hard to persuade him, right? Of course, I genuinely like the Count too, Anthea analyzed, resting her chin on her hand. Haha, indeed, Elpidius burst out laughing. I do hope the Honorable Count Deon Hardt will always stand by His Majesty's side. If anything obstructs the Emperor's path, they must die, even if they're royalty. The sugar cube was dropped into the full teacup, causing tea to spill over the brim, cascading over the side of the cup. Meanwhile, Deon Hardt was wandering around, looking lost. Where is the restroom? He glanced around. Every time I come to the palace, I just see the Emperor and leave, so I don't know my way around here at all. A red-haired man, holding a stack of documents, opened a door and stepped out of a room. Dion's face lit up. Oh, hey! The man's face darkened with panic and fear upon seeing Deon Hardt. Why are you so surprised? I'm used to this. Everyone runs the moment they see me. But you can't right now. Deon Hardt slowly approached the man. He backed away, sweating and stammering in fear. What is it, sir? He continued to retreat. It's really urgent, Dion thought. I just need to offer a gentle smile. Then he spoke aloud. Do you know where I am? He tried to force the most harmless smile he could manage. But in the other man's eyes, the sky suddenly darkened. A faint smirk played on Dion's lips. A glint flashed in his red eyes, and his face looked as if it had come to claim his very soul. Terrified, the man kept backing away, stumbling in his panic. He pulled out a hidden dagger and lunged at Dion in a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Dion was grazed on the arm as he frantically dodged. "I was just trying to ask where the damn restroom is, you psycho." Blood splattered from the wound. The man quickly sidestepped Deon Hardt, but because Dion had dodged, the attacker lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. The file of documents in his hands scattered across the floor. He asked, "Do you know where I am?" "That means I've been discovered." The red-haired man remembered with fear. He glanced back at Dion's grim face, then turned and gritted his teeth in frustration as he gathered the documents. "After so many failed attempts, I finally got my hands on these." Deon Hardt's face was terrifyingly dark as he ground his teeth. He slowly turned his head, one hand clutching his bleeding wound, his red eyes flashing with a sharp light. "It has to be him, Deon Hardt. Even if I run, my chance of survival is slim. Just one moment of carelessness." The man schemed silently. A hand shot out and gripped his neck, making him jolt in terror. As the hand lifted him into the air, squeezing his throat, he could finally see its owner, Kruin. The name flashed in his mind just before he started to lose consciousness. Dion's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Huh? What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, Kruin turned his head and saw Deon Hardt standing there, a look of shock on his face as he held his injured arm. "Why is he here?" Kruin narrowed his eyes in this direction. Dion, his mind full of questions, stared back in surprise. Their eyes met. Kruin glared back, his hand tightening on the red-haired man's neck. The man began to gasp for air, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, his trembling hand weakly grasping the muscular arm that was choking him. The documents slipped from his grasp as he whispered a plea for his life. The documents fell to the floor. What kind of documents was he holding? Deon Hardt stepped forward and bent down to pick them up, but another hand was faster, snatching the papers up to read them first. Deon Hardt looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Duke Yaster was holding the documents, reading them intently. Yaster gave a cryptic smile. "This appears to be an important royal document. It's been a while, Count. I was on my way to an audience with His Majesty. I didn't expect to run into you like this." He spoke cheerfully. Could it be that the Count has also come for an audience with His Majesty? Yaster calmly looked at Deon Hardt with a smile. Dion paused. "Yes, I came to return my fiefdom. I also had a favor to ask of His Majesty." He answered vaguely, thinking to himself, "I don't need to tell him everything. To think that even while waiting for an audience with His Majesty, one could catch a spy infiltrating the royal palace." The red-haired spy lay unconscious on the floor, pinned by Kruin. Yaster glanced over at him. If it weren't for the Count, who knows what might have happened. "Oh, that's not it. I have no intention of taking your credit, so the Count needn't worry. Even if Sir Kruin hadn't intervened, the Count could have easily handled him." Dion put a hand to his forehead, a pained and weary look on his face. "That's not what happened." From a distance, Anthea and Elpidius called out loudly, "Count!" The two of them rushed over in a panic. Hearing their voices, Dion remembered. "Oh, crap. I was having tea with them." Elpidius spoke up. "When you didn't return, we got worried and came looking for you." Blood slowly started to trickle from Dion's nose. Elpidius rushed forward and shook him. "You're bleeding!" He was alarmed, while Deon Hardt still seemed dazed. Elpidius shouted, "Someone, get the royal physician over here, now." Only then did Deon Hardt realize, raising a hand to his nose. His vision darkened. "This body, it's starting to break down again." He turned to reassure them. "I'm fine, Your Highness." "What do you mean, fine? Look at all the blood." Anthea stared in horror as blood dripped onto the floor. Elpidius urged impatiently, "Hurry up and call the physician." What on earth happened? "It seems the Count was injured while subduing the spy," Kruin speculated grimly. "That's right. There's a high probability his weapon was poisoned." Elpidius was shocked. The spies have started again. There's no way to explain this properly. Deon Hardt held his nose, a look of complete helplessness on his face. Anthea stood beside him, offering support. "Count, please stay with us." A blue-haired royal physician, carrying a medicine box, rushed over with a worried expression. "Your Highness, the patient." "Where is the patient?" Arriving on the scene, the royal physician was met with 4 pairs of sharp eyes glaring at him. In the center stood Dion, his face a deathly pale, his eyes vacant. The moment he saw the patient was Dion, the royal physician clutched his head and screamed internally, "No, it can't be. Not again. It's Deon Hardt. The last time I was called, during the banquet, it was also because Count Hardt was in danger." It's terrifying to be in a room filled with nothing but high-ranking people, not just the patient. The memory of the banquet came flooding back. The small royal physician clutched his medicine box, surrounded by a crowd of powerful figures, each one scolding him. "You're late. Seems like you've been taking it too easy these days, huh?" Snapping out of his flashback, the physician, trembling under the pressure, began checking Dion's pulse. He couldn't understand why the man was shaking so much. Those people were all obsessed with Count Hardt's health, desperate to ensure he didn't suffer the slightest harm. Every time I get called here, it feels like it shaves 10 years off my life. How is he? Physician, is it poison? Elpidius asked anxiously, placing a hand on the physician's shoulder. The man flinched in terror, his eyes welling with tears as he stammered, the wound. There's nothing particularly wrong with it. Fortunately, it's quite shallow. What do you mean? Then why is he bleeding so much? Did you even check properly? Elpidius yelled, grabbing the physician by the collar. Yes, I've already treated him, Your Highness. Standing between them, Deon Hardt tried to explain, Look, I'm really okay. He looked awkwardly at the two men, thinking, this is just going to make me more enemies. If that's the case, then it must be the Demon King's curse. A pair of boots stepped into view, stopping before the group. General Nemesius. Everyone chorused. The general bowed. Why are so many people gathering here? Dion wondered. His Majesty summons the honorary count, Deon Hardt, for an audience. The general's gaze fell on Dion with a look of familiarity. His eyes seemed to say, It's you again, Dion thought. Shouldn't a servant have delivered this message? Why did he come in person? He let out a sigh and bowed his head. His Majesty summoned me. I'll be going now. As if remembering something, Deon Hardt turned and called back, And, Your Highness, thank you for your concern, but in the future, you don't need to be so overprotective. With that, Deon Hardt turned and followed the general. Elpidius watched him leave, lost in thought. Don't need to be so overprotective. As if reaching an understanding, he clenched his fist with new resolve. He means that since the curse can't be cured anyway, there's no point in worrying about it. A man that deep is bound to be misunderstood by others. Elpidius lowered his head, his eyes filled with worry. What a shame. Meanwhile, Dion clutched his wound with one hand, a troubled expression on his face as he thought, Was I too arrogant just now? Outside the palace, a carriage waited at the bottom of the grand staircase. Yaster Hardt and Kruin boarded it one after the other. The carriage rolled away from the royal palace. Inside, Yaster sat silently with his legs crossed and his chin in his hand. He recalled the document he had read earlier. It was unmistakably a budget proposal for war. Yaster's eyes darkened, and a smirk played on his thin lips. His Majesty said he wouldn't start a war immediately, yet he's handling this so carelessly. As for His Majesty's plan, it works perfectly for what we want. He reached up to straighten his clothes. Back at the palace, Eduardo sat majestically upon his throne. You don't look well. Were you seriously injured while capturing that spy? No, Your Majesty, Dion replied, sitting with his head bowed, his face beaded with sweat. His eyes instinctively darted away from the king's gaze. Look, you're sweating, the king observed with concern. Dion insisted. I'm fine. If you say so, then so be it. But don't you dare hide your true condition from me. The king rested his chin on his hand and sighed. You are, after all, one of the Empire's most vital military assets. Deon Hardt lowered his head. As you command. He thought to himself. That's surprising. But I really am fine. Dion's face grew pale, his hair damp with sweat. It's just, I couldn't find the bathroom earlier, and now I really have to go. I should have stopped by before coming here. Very well. What business brings you here? The king asked. Dion straightened up. It's regarding the Hardt territory. As if he already knew what Dion was going to say. The king cut him off. If you're here to request the return of your territory or anything of that sort, I refuse. Dion was stunned. Unbelievable. Since he already knows my intentions, asking about the Lottie Knights will probably be useless too. Angered, Dion declared. I want to resign. Absolutely not. Why must you spout such nonsense every now and then? The king replied coldly. Deon Hardt's anger flared. Why won't you even listen? People need a proper rest. But, if you accept my request, I will grant any wish of yours. The king smiled and pushed a document across the table to Deon Hardt. Dion picked it up, his expression puzzled as he read the words aloud. Request. For aid? It's a cult founded by charlatans, and they've become very active in the slums. Your mission is to wipe them all out. A scene shows the cult performing some sort of ritual. A figure in a white robe extends a hand towards the entranced populace. Wipe them out. Sounds like a huge pain, Dion thought. Request or not, I have to refuse this. Snapping back to reality, Dion spoke up. Your Majesty, But before he could finish, the king interrupted him. I gave the same mission to Duke Yaster Hardt and Count Kruin just a little while ago. Dion's hand, which had been pushing the paper away, froze in place. The king continued. If Kruin completes this mission successfully, then, as for his wish, Dion shot up from his seat, shouting, I'll do it. I will grant it. The king finished at the same time. Hearing that, Dion froze. Oh crap. I walked right into his trap. I have no idea what Kruin wished for, but whatever it is, I have to stop him. As Deon Hardt thought it over, The king crossed his arms with a triumphant smirk. I can actually guess the reason behind the Duke's request. But I can't just let everything go his way. Therefore, between you, Deon Hardt, and Hardt, I will grant the wish of whoever completes the mission first. The king smiled, gesturing towards Dion. Consider it my way of settling a debt. The Emperor's faction? No. Wouldn't siding with Eduardo's faction be the better choice for me? Deon Hardt's expression turned serious. I'll make sure to finish the mission first. Tucking the document inside his shirt, he silently made a vow to himself. No matter what, he had to beat that bastard Kruin. A hand gently placed a steaming cup of tea on the table. Dion's face twisted into a sour expression as if he'd just been robbed. And he spoke with disdain, clutching the paper in his hand so tightly that it crumpled. You've been drinking this tea a lot lately, haven't you? Butler Burr, standing across from him, replied with a gentle, professional smile. It seems you've taken a liking to it, my lord. This tea was brought by His Highness the Crown Prince himself. Dion's expression darkened. He stared at the cup in his hand, his lips pressed into a thin line, thinking to himself, like it? Yeah, right. It smells good, I'll give it that. But because of what happened, I still haven't been able to use the restroom. Someone just get me to a bathroom and save me. With a dignified wave of his hand, Burr gestured toward the health tonic sitting on the nearby cart. He reminded him, my lord, please don't forget to drink your tonic as well. In Deon Hardt's eyes, the potion bottle seemed to emit a sinister energy. Beside it was a small note from Kruin that read, please, for everyone's sake, you must be healthy. I sincerely hope you drink this. Dion was silent for a long moment before cautiously asking, do I really have to drink that? The butler continued, this was sent by the royal physician. How could it be bad for your body? I've already checked. It's not poisoned. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Remember tried to explain earnestly, while Dion sat there, cold and full of suspicion. He brushed it off. It wasn't about whether it was poisoned or not. But he had another thought in mind. I can't just say I don't like it. The butler remained patient, smiling as he said, I've even prepared some sugar. Suddenly, the door opened. Liner entered, breaking the awkward atmosphere with an announcement. Count, I have returned. Deon Hardt eagerly questioned her, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Liner, is the investigation complete? At the same time, he downed the horrid health tonic in one gulp. It tasted so awful his face darkened, as if he'd just eaten poison. Is there any more information on the Salvation Church? Liner quickly replied. Yes, my lord. It's a force masquerading as a religion, expanding its influence mainly in the slums. Liner respectfully handed over the documents with both hands. They distribute free bread and water to gather followers. Here is the organized file on them. Unlike other cults, they don't demand faith in a leader or money. She continued, they only preach one thing, believe in salvation. Deon Hardt opened the file, glancing through it with a critical eye. His face was cold as he judged, salvation. Sounds a bit abstract, doesn't it? He thought to himself. There's more than just one or two suspicious things here. Dion grew more serious, his voice low as he offered his opinion. If they're distributing free food, they must have spent a lot of money from the very beginning. They're currently being sustained by aid from a few nobles. But remember, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. At that scale, it's a huge sum of money. Even for nobles, it would be difficult to bear that cost. Hearing this, Deon Hardt said nothing more. He simply picked up his teacup to rinse his mouth, a pensive look on his face. His eyes gazed into the distance, his other hand unconsciously tapping on the table. Their goal isn't money, nor is it faith in a leader, so what on earth is their purpose? His hand suddenly froze as if a mind-blowing realization hit him. Let's leave that for now. They'll show their hand eventually. I drank the tea and the tonic at the same time. Dion abruptly stood up from his chair. First, I need to use the restroom. Then I'll think. This made Liner stare at him in complete surprise. She didn't question it. In fact, her eyes lit up like car headlights. A bright smile spread across her face, her fists clenched with pride, as she mistakenly thought. As expected. Is the Count going to handle this himself? He could order his subordinates to do it, but he's taking care of it personally. The Count is truly amazing. Not only that, but Liner also worriedly suggested, it's dangerous to go alone, so I will accompany you. Hearing this, Deon Hardt was completely confused. He stared blankly and asked stupidly, Huh? Go where? Liner eagerly replied in a rush. Where else? To the Salvation Church. The moment she finished speaking, the two of them were already in a village with tall, imposing stone houses looming behind them. Deon Hardt was so shocked his jaw dropped, his face turning completely black. As they stood before an alley, Liner informed him that this path led to the Salvation Church's base. Deon Hardt was still in a daze, asking himself, who am I? Where am I? Despite Dion's pained expression, Liner chattered on relentlessly. From here on, please conceal your identity. The butler has prepared an old cloak for you. He couldn't seem to accept reality. I haven't even had time to prepare. How did things end up like this? Deep down, all he wanted was to relieve himself. And because Liner dragged me out here, I still haven't made it to the restroom. This won't do. I have to take care of this quickly. That's all it is. Deon Hardt tried to look cool as he turned and instructed Liner. Liner, wait here for a moment. Don't follow me. Then he told himself, I won't make the same mistake as last time. The moment his back disappeared around the wall, Liner called out worriedly. Yes, my lord. Will you be all right on your own? Ah, wait. In the blink of an eye, Dion had vanished into a puff of white smoke. She panicked, running to the alley and shouting, My lord! Liner recalled his pale face, the cold sweat, and how weakly he'd pressed his lips together. She turned purple with fear, her mind racing with negative thoughts. He disappeared just like that. He clearly didn't look well. Where on earth did he go alone? Could it be the Demon King's curse? The scene changes to Deon Hardt. After relieving himself, his face breaks into a wide grin, and he lets out a sigh of relief. Phew. I'm alive. Deon Hardt happily stepped outside, only to see a familiar figure. He thought to himself, thank goodness a villager let me use their restroom. I was so nervous, Liner would follow me. In the dim darkness, the face of a handsome man was partially visible. His long bangs covered his eyes, revealing only a high nose and small, pursed lips. Hearing a strange noise, Cruin turned to look. The moment he turned around, Dion couldn't hide his surprise. Cruin. All the color drained from his face. His expression darkened, filled with gloom and rage, as if he'd just run into his sworn enemy. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. You. Suddenly, before he could finish, Deon Hardt bent over, clutching his mouth as he coughed up a handful of blood, staining his hands. Cough. Inwardly, he started cursing. Damn it. This damned body. Fearing he'd lose face in front of the man he hated, Dion rushed forward despite his weakened state, swinging his arm to unleash a red blast of light. I can't let him see me in this weak state. Reacting instinctively, Cruin raised his sword to block the attack. For a moment, his sharp eyes looked like those of a furious wild beast. His own expression had darkened at some point. He spoke in a cold, mocking tone. Shouldn't an injured arm make you a little more obedient? Those words reminded Deon Hardt of the terrible memory of being slashed and severely wounded in the arm by Cruin. Is he talking about the arm that was injured by that spy? The image of blood spraying right before his eyes was truly unforgettable for him. Deon Hardt quickly brushed it off. It was just a small wound. Anyway, before he could finish, Cruin suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, leaving Dion confused. He pressed down hard on Dion's shoulder blade. The pressure made Dion's shoulder start to bleed. As he was clutching his shoulder in pain and shouting in anger, You! Cruin had already jumped back, raising his sword defensively. Only then did Dion feel a surge of anxiety, and the sudden pain made his face go pale as he broke out in a heavy sweat. Not my arm, but my left shoulder? This side was injured by those assassins. How did he see that? Cruin's eyebrows furrowed so deeply they nearly touched. Then he began to pontificate like some grand general. He's clearly injured, yet he can still move like that. In any case, it looks like they failed to finish the job. Dion's face darkened with rage as he growled out the accusation. You were the one who sent those assassins after me. Even covered in wounds, he was still spoiling for a fight, even if it meant dying right here. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, My Lord Count. It was Liner, looking for Dion. Her voice made him pause. Oh, there you are. Forgive me. I came looking for you because I was so worried. As soon as Liner arrived, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped, and her face twisted in alarm. He, on the other hand, glared at her with the resentful look of someone who had been wronged by the entire world. There stood Deon Hardt, his face panicked, beaded with sweat, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was fixed as he weakly whispered Liner's name. A thought flashed through his mind, and for a brief moment, he lost control. Without a thought for her own safety, Liner rushed forward to shield Deon Hardt. She didn't forget to ask, Count, are you all right? She was deeply worried. He's coughing up blood. The Demon King's curse must be acting up. He hid his condition and went off alone so I wouldn't worry. I'm truly an unworthy knight. Letting him fight Cruin in this state. At that moment, Cruin recognized the familiar face of the knight captain guarding Deon Hardt. He suddenly raised a hand, stopping Liner and breaking her train of thought. I'll ask for your forgiveness for this later. First, we deal with him. With a cool and chivalrous expression, he stepped to the front line. Stand back, Liner. Surprised? She questioned. Count? Deon Hardt glared at his opponent as if he wanted to devour him whole. He thought to himself, as much as Liner and I would love to actually kill him, I hate to admit he's still the Empire's hero. This would be bad for Liner. Cruin sheathed his sword and began to question him seriously. Don't tell me you two are infiltrating the Salvation cult? Dion coldly started walking past him, giving an evasive answer. I see no reason to answer that question. It seemed he had already figured something out. Besides, it doesn't look like he wants to fight either. It's better if this just ends here. I lost my head for a moment, but now, after a long silence, Cruin finally spoke up, offering a surprisingly genuine warning. Deon Hardt, you'll be in danger if you get involved in this. Those words made Deon Hardt pause for a moment. He gritted his teeth in anger, stubbornly asserting, "You sent assassins after me, and now you're pretending to be concerned? Even so, thanks for that, brother." That single word made Cruin's pupils dilate, his face turning deathly pale as if he'd just been poisoned. Shocked, speechless, he angrily clenched the paper in his hand and uttered a contemptuous remark. "You fool, you don't have much time left. You should just quietly enjoy what little life you have." Cruin clutched the paper to his chest, thinking, his body's already weakened from the mountain bandits, and with the Demon King's curse, he probably only has a few days left to live. He closed his eyes, pondering for a long moment. Even if I don't know the exact details, it won't be long now. So, until his fleeting fate finally runs out, I just have to wait until then, and I can end everything. The scene changes to Dion, who is smearing mud on his face as a disguise. He casually turned and asked Liner, "Aren't you going to put some on? If you go like that, anyone will instantly know you're a noble." She jumped, startled, and replied loudly, "Ah, about that." Her mouth said, "Of course I will." But her eyes darted away as she covered her nose, her face pale. "This mud stinks." Dion smiled, realizing it. "Looks like Liner doesn't like getting dirty." "Well, that makes sense. She's been a noble since birth, so she's never had to do anything like this before." As if sensing her weakness, Deon Hardt decided to apply some psychological pressure that sent Liner into a panic. "Humph. Are you telling me you're going to let me go in there by myself? I seem to recall you saying you would absolutely never leave me alone. Was that all a lie?" Flustered, Liner practically shouted her defense for all the heavens to hear. "That's not it. As a knight, I cannot break my word. I'll do it." Though she hated the smell of the mud, she gritted her teeth, sat down, and began smearing it on her face. With a stone-cold expression, Deon Hardt silently watched her endure it. She really hates this, doesn't she? Still, if we want to pose as commoners and get to the Salvation cult, there's no other way. Sorry for putting you through this. He suddenly remembered Cruin's advice that it would be better with mud in his hair too, which just made him more annoyed. That bastard's advice is so irritating. But Deon Hardt quickly wiped his muddy hands on his clothes, thinking, Cruin was also assigned the mission to destroy the Salvation cult, just like me. So his reason for being here is the same as mine. I absolutely cannot be slower than him. He had to avoid running into Cruin during the mission. He needed to move faster. He gave an urgent order. "Liner, go hide your sword and come right back." Liner looked up, bewildered. "Yes, sir." Dion pulled up his hood and quickly strode away. "I'm going on ahead." Liner tried to stop him. "Ah, no, wait, Count. You're going alone again." But despite her pleas, Dion was determined to press forward. In less than 3 seconds, he had vanished, leaving a message only he could hear. "Liner, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to wait." His sudden movement also caught the attention of Scylla, who was standing nearby. She looked in his direction with a confused expression. Dion leaped up and started running. "I have to finish this mission before Cruin does." Just as Deon Hardt was trying to have his main character moment, the floor decided to steal the spotlight. He stumbled and tumbled several times before landing face first in the dirt. To make it even more humiliating, it happened right in front of them. Seeing this, both Liner and Scylla's faces went pale with worry. "My Lord Count." The humiliation made Dion want to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He pressed his face into the ground, not daring to look up, his fists clenched. "Damn it, I'm gonna die of embarrassment." The sun was shining brightly, but a storm was raging in Dion's heart. He just kept his face glued to the ground. "Damn it all, just kill me now," Scylla asked worriedly. "Hey, are you okay?" She ran over, intending to help him up. "Are you so hungry you don't even have the strength to stand? You're going to get hurt. Can you even get up?" Just then, Dion managed to push himself into a sitting position, but he immediately broke into a series of dry coughs, his body trembling. He stammered, his words barely audible. "I'm fine," cough. The moment Deon Hardt raised a hand covered in the red syrup he had just coughed up, mixed with a bit of dirt, Scylla screamed in terror. "Oh my God, that's blood." So despicable, he thought. Another person appeared and helped him inside, as Dion tried to stay calm to avoid causing a scene. "Oh, this is a chronic illness I've had since birth. I'm fine, really, and it's not contagious." Scylla urged him on impatiently. "All right, just get inside already. There's a place for you to rest inside." Liner stood silently behind a wall, watching, her heart filled with pity. "Oh heavens, my master." In her eyes, Dion was always, like an angel with the dazzling aura of a main character, a radiant smile always on his lips. Liner's eyes shone with pride. She couldn't help but marvel. It's truly unbelievable how deeply he gets into character, immersing himself so naturally. He looks just like a pitiful wretch. All right, I should follow his lead. At the door, Silent put on a friendly and hospitable smile. Pardon me, but we've already accepted enough new believers for today. While Liner was still confused, she was met with, well, so much for divine grace, but plenty of rude service. Silent quickly shoved a bottle of water and a loaf of bread at her. You need water and bread, right? Here you go. Please come back another time. I'm truly sorry. Despite Liner shouting for her to wait, the attendant insisted on closing the door. Meanwhile, Silent strode coldly back inside without a single glance back. Please, take care. The pests are starting to show up. It was as if she'd figured out Liner's true identity with just a single look. Her aura was so filthy it couldn't be hidden. Her posture was incredibly strong and controlled. That person is a spy trying to investigate the Church of Redemption, and she appears to be a noble. Turning back inside, Silent saw Dion sitting on a chair, looking weak and covered in filth and mud. His gait had been unsteady, a clear sign he'd been starving for days. She also seemed to have noticed how Deon Hardt kept clutching his likely injured arm, and the moment he'd coughed up blood, this man is definitely from the slums. Silent picked up a cup of hot tea and offered it to him. Have some hot tea. Dion, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Thank you. I heard that I could receive rations if I came here, and it seems that's true, Silent replied, maintaining her superficial smile. Yes, that's right. I'll bring some for you, so please make yourself at home, he continued. What about money? Dion's eyes darted to the side, scrutinizing her as he listened intently to her every word. We don't take anything, so please don't worry. Just rest and eat your fill. He recalled in his mind that he hadn't done anything noteworthy on his way in. Dion looked up at the beautifully decorated building. The light streaming in made it look magnificent and grand. It was like a typical church. Furthermore, the Church of Redemption had kind priests and improved the lives of the unfortunate. The guards at the door were even reminiscent of holy knights. Yet, everything still made Deon Hardt suspicious. The truth is, nothing felt normal at all. The fact that everything was so suspicious only made me doubt this place more. Suddenly, Silent's voice cut through his train of thought. Are you uncomfortable? Deon Hardt jumped, his face blank with surprise. Huh? He instinctively ducked his head, pulling his hood down to hide his face. It's nothing. I might be bothering people by being here. This left Silent quite puzzled. A flicker of worry rose in Dion's heart. Even though my face isn't well known, since I don't attend many social events, my eyes are red, and that's extremely rare. Suddenly, a cunning, bone-chillingly cold smile flashed across Silent's lips. If that's what it is, then you can rest assured. Then she suddenly shouted, startling Deon Hardt so much that his hood fell off. No one here will judge you. In the brief moment his hood fell, he felt a surge of anxiety and immense fear, his heart tensing up. Damn it. The color drained from Silent's face. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her expression darkened. She reached out with both hands, about to lift Dion's grimy face. While he was still flustered, unsure of what to do, the room seemed to fall silent. Their eyes met directly, in a scene that looked like it was from a romance novel, except it was just incredibly awkward. Silent spoke. Your eyes are red. Hearing this, Deon Hardt was so frightened his face went blank, and his whole body stiffened. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. A question flashed through his mind. Damn it. What should I do? Silent was about to continue in a low voice. Perhaps but before she could finish, Dion cut her off. His voice took on a pitiful tone. They're disgusting, aren't they? She asked, confused. What? He bowed his head and turned away. If life gives you a role, you might as well play it. I know you won't like them. He even managed to paint a whole tragic life story in just a few heart-wrenching sentences. Who could possibly like them? Even my own family abandoned me because of them. The tables had turned. Now it was her turn to be flustered as she began trying to reassure him. It's all right. We don't find them disgusting at all. You know of Deon Hardt, don't you? I was just wondering because he's rumored to have red eyes, just like you. It seemed Dion could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That went well enough, right? He turned back again, feigning ignorance as he asked, Ah, are you talking about the hero of the Empire? Silent replied in a serious tone. That's right, but there are some nasty rumors that he's a vampire or some kind of demon. Why are there so many rumors? I'm sure he's a terrible person. Dion turned away and let out a foolish laugh. So that's what they say about me. Silent stood, with her arms crossed, staring at him and judging silently. That's right. There's no way a weakling like this could be the renowned Deon Hardt. There was a moment of silence. Silent spoke up. You came here, so you must know what this place is, right? Deon Hardt replied with an incredibly naive tone. Isn't this a place that gives food and water to the poor without asking for anything in return? She continued. Yes. That's what most people think about the Church of Redemption. They'd been beating around the bush this whole time, but Deon Hardt only wanted to hear one thing. Just tell me how you managed to expand your influence so quickly. Silent stood in the middle of the room, shining with a radiant aura. With a warm gesture, she began her speech. This religion was created to save those who are oppressed and suffering under the laws of the tyrant, Eduano. She went on explaining like a professional MLM recruiter. The reason you have to live in pain is also because of the king. If the king had enacted laws to maintain peace in the land, would you be suffering like this? After hearing this, a foolish, vacant smile appeared on Dion's lips, his eyes looking lost. Is that so? Inwardly, he sent a silent message. Your Highness, I haven't said a thing. Silence stood with her arms crossed, launching into an over-the-top tirade of complaints. Even you collapsing earlier could be blamed on the king himself for not paving the roads properly. Hearing that reasoning left Deon Hardt utterly stunned and completely frozen. She took his hand, holding it gently and earnestly, wondering to herself, no one has come to help the poor and hungry, yet you still haven't blamed the king for all this? Silent explained, the Church of Redemption isn't like other religions. As she spoke, a halo of light suddenly appeared behind her, accompanied by Seelan's completely artificial smile. We only believe in redemption. We don't believe in money or anything else. But Deon Hardt's eyes had already narrowed. He didn't say a word, but in his mind, he was already judging her. Plausible claims, sweet words, and a ridiculous religion. However, it's more believable when it comes with a meal. Deon Hardt hesitated for a moment, then asked, will faith truly bring me salvation? His eyes suddenly turned serious and sharp as he asked bluntly, then who will be the one to save me? Deon Hardt thought to himself, I wonder who's behind all of this. The scene changes, and Dion is trudging down a hallway, where light from the windows and an overhead chandelier illuminates the space. But even so, everything still felt pathetically gloomy and bleak. He walked while nibbling on a loaf of bread, his eyes scanning everywhere. He recalled Silen's cheerful words. Once you become a devout follower, you'll find out. This only made Deon Hardt feel more contemptuous than ever. He was putting on a front. Inwardly, he was constantly cursing this place. Like hell, I'm going to become a follower of some cult. Everything seemed suspicious, but there was no hard evidence. It didn't look like they put anything in the bread. Suddenly, something bumped into Dion from behind, making him jump. He was still lost in his own thoughts. I guess I'll have to investigate every nook and cranny down to the last speck of dust. Dion turned to look, and saw an adorable little girl with short hair and bright, sparkling eyes. Her soft voice spoke up. Oh, excuse me. He looked her over and thought, a little kid. She looks to be about 12. Although she's probably poor, her face is full of life. The little girl suddenly beamed, her clear eyes expressive. You're a new believer, aren't you? Deon Hardt hesitated before replying. Yeah. More importantly, she looks so happy. Then, the little girl clasped her hands and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xia. It must have been very difficult for you out there, right? Don't worry, you're in the Church of Redemption now. He asked himself, do I look that haggard? The little girl kept smiling and talking, an innocent and pure smile in this supposedly dark place. They give out food here and don't ask for anything in return. Deon Hardt hesitantly asked, just to say something. Really? That sounds great. In his mind, he thought, judging by her eyes, it doesn't seem like she's been brainwashed. So why is she praising this cult so much? He put on a gentle smile and patted the little girl's head. I really do want to believe in salvation. I knew you'd like it here. Deon Hardt hid his confusion. I can't find anything suspicious in this stinking place. What a coincidence. An idea flashed through his mind. I should go check out the guarded room. Xia beamed. You'll be redeemed soon too. Isn't that great? Suddenly, someone approached from a distance, calling out, Xia. It was a boy about Xia's age, thin and frail, clutching a book in one arm. The boy shouted, What are you doing over there? We have to go pray now. Seeing him, Xia replied, Oh, Pow. Dion caught his angry, hateful, and unfriendly glare. The boy was scowling as if someone had stolen everything he owned. Dion guessed, Is that her brother? Why is he glaring at me like that? Xia offered a friendly farewell. Sorry, I have to go now. He replied, All right, goodbye. And so, the three went their separate ways. On one side, Deon Hardt was racking his brain, trying to execute his plan. I'll find a way into the guarded room. On the other side, Pao didn't forget to scold his little sister. I told you not to talk to strangers. But Xia argued. But he seemed like a nice person. Dion wondered. But what is Damien doing out there? Suddenly, a loud shout from the distance made him jump, his eyes widening with a guilty start. Hey, you there! Wait a minute! A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as Deon Hardt fearfully turned his trembling gaze behind him. Cutting to the outside, Liner was still peeking from behind a wall, observing everything. I thought I sensed something here. Was I wrong? Under the scorching sun, with the leaves rustling, Liner stood alone, waiting for the coast to be clear before taking action. I guess I can sneak in from the back, but I'm probably mistaken. If I can't get in, I won't be able to face the Count again. Suddenly, at her feet, was a pile of scattered bread, making her wonder, why is there bread on the ground? Just then, the sound of an argument behind her caught Liner's attention. Get the captain of the guard, now. She ran over and hid behind the wall to eavesdrop. It turned out to be Ceylon talking with a subordinate. The man asked in surprise, Huh? What are you talking about? Ceylon scolded angrily, There's an intruder. If he weren't a hero, I'd hold you responsible and have you fired. Consider yourself lucky. Hearing this, Liner was so shocked her face turned pale, her mouth hanging open in fear. A hero. That must be the Count. He's been discovered. She kicked her way into the monastery, smashing everything. My lord, just wait a moment, I'm coming to save you. The young monks inside were startled by Liner. They fell back in terror, shouting, What the hell is that? Liner appeared like a hero, surrounded by a dramatic cloud of smoke. Her face became terrifying, absolutely ghoulish, with her eyes rolled back in her head. She demanded, Where's the Count? My lord. Cutting back to Dion, he still hadn't recovered. He collapsed to his knees, panting heavily, his face pale and his lips trembling uncontrollably. I'm alive. Deon Hardt wiped the sweat from his face and let out a sigh of relief. I thought they'd caught me when they called out. He recalled the sharp voice from before. Hey you, wait a minute. Deon Hardt found it strange, but they had just given him a pile of bread. The woman had looked at him with such pity. You look so tired. Take some more bread. He had asked, Isn't this too much? Dion recalled wandering around the back, then stopped short. He approached a window. This window is open. He slipped into a large room with neat rows of chairs. Good thing I could climb through that open window. Where am I? Is this a prayer room? It doesn't look like a normal one. Dion walked around, pulling back curtains and examining everything closely. What the hell is with these hideous purple curtains? Suddenly, a noise scared him half to death, his face turning white as a sheet. From outside, a priest and Ceylon walked in, their mouths agape in shock. Ceylon, however, remained silent, as if she had orchestrated this unwelcome encounter. The priest, stunned, asked, What is going on? The window before them was wide open, sunlight brightly illuminating the room, the curtain billowing in the wind. Seeing it, the priest exclaimed as if it were the strangest thing in the world. The window is open. The priest stepped up to the pulpit and began to preach. Be vigilant. Someone is trying to interfere with our atonement. Standing behind him, Ceylon kept glancing to the side, her face twisted with an unbearable annoyance, as if something was baffling her. Perhaps she miscalculated. It turned out Dion was hiding behind the curtains near the upper platform. He even accidentally made a noise, terrified he was about to be discovered. Someone else immediately clamped a hand over his mouth to keep him from making another attention-grabbing sound. It was Cruin's hand. He whispered, Be quiet if you don't want to get caught. Dion thought with annoyance, Cruin, why did I have to run into him again? I have to get out of here. Peeking through a small gap in the curtains, the two of them saw Ceylon standing at the podium. Now, let us pray for redemption. I have gathered only the most devout followers of the Church of Redemption here today. Deon Hardt recognized her as the woman who had let him in earlier. He guessed she must hold a high position, since the pastor was standing beside her. Ceylon continued her long-winded speech. Instead of mere lambs, I plan to teach you a little more about what true redemption is. Deon Hardt was shocked to hear the phrase true redemption. Shia sat listening with her hands clasped, her face bright, and her eyes sparkling. Pao, however, remained as stoic as ever. The others couldn't stop exclaiming, Wow, finally. Thank you. Ceylon stepped back, pulling aside a curtain to reveal a blank wall. You will all be permitted to enter the room that only the most devout followers may enter to hear a more detailed explanation. As soon as she placed her hand on the wall, a strange purple energy suddenly flared. It had seemed like just an ordinary wall, but her hand suddenly passed right through it, creating a deep, glowing vortex. The circle grew larger and larger, like a doorway. The chosen may enter. The strange door made Deon Hardt wonder, What is that? Ceylon continued her invitation. Now, please, step inside. Seeing everyone walk in one by one as if mesmerized, Deon Hardt wondered, Is that magic? Finally, it was the siblings Shia and Pao's turn to step through the door. Little Shia was completely innocent, excited about the magical door before her. Let's go, Pao. She didn't seem to notice the hesitation and fear written all over Pao's face. The moment they stepped inside, Ceylon's expression changed, flashing with a cold, sharp look. In her eyes was the indifference of a cold-blooded person who had achieved their goal. In an instant, the room was empty, with only a white mist covering the area. No one would believe Dion if he told them what he just saw. He immediately tore himself from Cruin's grasp, stumbling unsteadily and coughing a few times. Anger was written all over Dion's face. His expression darkened as if covered by storm clouds. He gritted his teeth, panted heavily, and let out a curse. Damn it. Cruin emerged from behind the curtain with a dark, annoyed expression. Deon Hardt shouted, Stop interfering with my business. I can't even control my own body anymore. In contrast to his outburst, Cruin just said coldly, It'll be more troublesome if you get caught, and they increase security. Faced with such indifference, Deon Hardt felt extremely frustrated. I wouldn't have had to hide if it weren't for you. Kruin replied, all right. Dion thought to himself, ugh, that expression pisses me off. Deon Hardt turned and placed his hand on the wall, examining it for a long moment. Sigh, I just need to finish this mission and get out of here. I think she touched a specific spot on the wall. Huh? There's nothing here. Suddenly, a shiny, sparkling purple gem appeared in the middle of the wall. Deon Hardt froze for a few seconds. A gem. This is enchantment. By paying a reasonable price, they can create a phenomenon similar to magic. It's a method created by humans to achieve the magic exclusive to demons. But not everyone can use it, and it's even more difficult for sorcerers to perform. Deon Hardt lowered his head, his gaze suddenly falling. His face darkened, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Dion frowned, thinking, the Church of Redemption can use enchantment, and it seems to be of extremely high quality. I'm really curious who's behind all this. He turned to see Kruin beside him, also lost in deep thought. A look of annoyance crossed Deon Hardt's face. This is a real headache. I should probably just get out of here. But if I leave, that bastard will get what he wants. I won't let that happen, even if I die. Suddenly, a young subordinate burst into the room, shouting, huh? An emergency. Luckily, Dion had managed to hide under a table, his eyes blazing with fury, while Kruin had ducked behind a wall. The subordinate didn't notice them and just shouted urgently, I need to report to Miss Silent immediately. Deon Hardt felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. You're supposed to knock before entering, you bastard. The subordinate ran over to the purple gem and spoke loudly into it. Miss Silent, can you hear me? There's an intruder. They're looking for their master and causing a huge mess inside the church. Dion's face went blank with surprise. Master? Someone else broke in here too? Less than 3 seconds later, everything behind the subordinate suddenly collapsed into a chaotic mess. The man didn't have time to process what was happening, his mouth hanging open in shock. He turned to see a cloaked figure exuding a treacherous aura. The subordinate stammered, Who are you? It was Liner, her face as furious as a tiger that had just escaped its cage. Where is my master? Deon Hardt worriedly chided her in his thoughts. I told her to follow me quietly, so why is she doing all this? Liner strode forward and grabbed the subordinate by the collar, who was so scared he fell backward. Wait, who is this master you're talking about? He stammered. Master? Liner felt a swell of pride. A knight must be willing to sacrifice their life. I have no right to call the Duke master because I am bound by a contract to His Highness. Liner shouted even louder, tightening her grip on his collar. Master is my master. The subordinate's face was white as a sheet. He asked dumbly, Is his name Master? Liner snapped back, None of your business. Dion tried to cover his mouth to keep from making a sound. Why is she so reckless? Seeing this, he froze, completely stunned, as he realized something. I thought she was the most normal person around me, but now I understand how she can control those dogs. He looked up at the glowing gem. He thought to himself, I don't think their conversation is over, but if I go out, I'll be caught. What can I do now? Behind the wall, Silent had heard the entire conversation. Liner continued her interrogation. So you don't know where Master is? The subordinate answered fearfully. You keep saying Master, how would I know who that is? Silent's expression turned serious. When I heard her voice, I realized. It seemed she recognized Liner. She's that strange knight. I saw a knight at the front gate looking for her master. Coincidentally, a poor man with red eyes arrived at the same time. At that moment, Silent knew the truth. He's Deon Hardt. I knew the king had given him this mission, but I still let my guard down. Damn it. I already increased security as soon as Kruin reported it. The scene changes and Silent turns to ask Kruin, How did you get in here? When all the windows were locked. She continued seriously. I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let it slide. I'm sure the Duke sent you here to test you. Silent stood with her arms crossed, looking stern. You must have received the essential information from the Duke, correct? A different scene flashed by, an image of a small vampire handing a piece of paper to Kruin and reminding him. That's a map, so finish the game in the safest way possible. I'm sure you can manage, can't you? Kruin accepted it respectfully. I will not disappoint you. After speaking, Seelan turned and walked away, like a servant loyal to her master, just like him. The only thing I can do for you is not call the guards right now. Her gaze turned sharp and steely. I will increase security before Deon Hardt gets in, so find your way out. She thought to herself. There's nothing on the map that points to a secret room, especially not this one. I hope you don't disappoint our master. He's still hoping for our victory. Silent's voice was emphatic. However, I don't want Deon Hardt coming in through the front door. She stepped up to the dais. Please excuse me. She thought, since we've achieved the goals of the Church of Redemption, all that's left is to wrap up this room. Silent continued to wear a sly, fake smile, to manipulate others' minds. Now then, Shall we continue our prayers? I can only hope that Kruin will be the one to clear this room, not Deon Hardt. The scene shifts to the present. The subordinate's body was thrown hard to the ground. Everything was going to go the way he wanted. Liner looked at his unconscious form and let out a soft sigh, thinking to herself, this guy is a traitor to his master. Where could he be? I should check some other places. Deon Hardt suddenly crawled out from under the table, calling out, "Hey!" Liner jumped. "No, Master, you're safe. But why did you come out from under there?" She anxiously looked at the gem. "The gem isn't glowing anymore. Communication must be over." Deon Hardt said, "We'll talk later. For now, let's get out of here." Suddenly, Liner ran over and knelt before Deon Hardt, causing him to startle and yell, "Liner!" She bowed her head and confessed respectfully, "I referred to you as my master, because I didn't know what else to call you." "I sincerely apologize," Deon replied gently. "It's all right. You startled me a bit, but we didn't have many options, so it's fine." He was confused as Liner continued to express herself with unwavering seriousness, but I was prepared to take full responsibility. Only Liner could praise Deon in such a ridiculous way. It's an exaggeration, but I didn't realize it when I first met you under His Majesty's orders, but I understand now, after serving you. You are so careful that you would bury yourself in a pile of trash and lower your own honor for the sake of the mission, and so incredibly brave as to face the enemy directly. Perhaps Liner's confession was the 100th blow for Deon Hardt. From now on, I, Liner, swear to serve you for the rest of my life, as long as it does not go against the king's wishes. His face went slack with surprise, his jaw dropped. Why so suddenly? She lifted her head and continued, "I will serve you as my master with my very life, your grace." He was stunned by her oath, but he quickly regained his composure. He couldn't believe she was actually performing a knight's oath. "Right here and now, and I don't intend to refuse it, since it's not a bad thing for me at all." Under the dim light from the window, Deon Hardt's platinum hair reflected a faint glow, his eyes shining with a burning determination. "I will strive to ensure that I am worthy of your loyalty." In the dim light, Liner was still kneeling before him, but her determined eyes held a hint of concern. "Should we go back now, Master?" Suddenly, Deon turned around. His crimson eyes stared at the large, sparkling gemstone on the marble pedestal. "So today, we will retreat. To find the right way in, we will need high knights, and we'll also need a talented mage to uncover the secrets in this room." 3 days passed. Under a clear blue sky full of white clouds, inside the ancient and massive castle, Deon leaned coolly against the window frame. "Is there not a single decent mage in this empire?" he sighed. "I heard that 99 out of 100 mages come from the south, so there's really not a single mage in the north?" Deon crossed his arms, clasping them tightly. Recruiting a mage from the south now would take too much time. "I just hope Kruin doesn't find a mage first." Amidst the quiet scenery, the butler pushed open the door and entered. "Master, there's good news. We've found a mage." Deon Hardt placed his hands on the table, his eyes lighting up. "That is truly good news. Let's start preparing right away." The butler agreed, telling him, "There is a village of mages about a day's journey from here." Under the vast blue sky, a village appeared through a magical mist. Deon Hardt, wearing a cloak, stood on a cliff observing. "I think this is the village." Liner stood right behind him. "It's quite small, isn't it?" In a cloak that covered his entire body, Deon's face was dotted with a few drops of sweat, his hand resting on his knee. "Mages usually live in seclusion among dozens of people, but why do you all have to live in such a rugged place?" Liner panicked, her eyes wide. "Are you all right, Master?" Hearing the question, he replied to her, "I'm fine." Liner quickly stepped in front of Deon. "Master, please speak more informally. You are my master now, after all." Deon walked past her as swift as the wind. "It's fine." Although he said he was fine, his face clearly showed his tension. "I'm just an honorary count, while you come from a noble and prestigious family." Deon hurriedly went off to find talented mages, his tone urgent. "But we should hurry up and find a mage." Kruin was standing right there in the village, apparently also looking for a mage for this matter. Deon Hardt was shocked. "What the hell?" As soon as Kruin turned his face, Deon Hardt was startled when his eyes met his expression clearly showing his frustration. "Oh, did I say that out loud? Excuse me, brother. I was just a little startled." Through the leaves on the trees, the sun was shining down on the ancient village. Deon was lost in thought. Has this bastard been following me for the past few days? Probably not. We just have the same mission, so it's easy to run into each other. Suddenly, a small rock flew through the air and hit Deon Hardt straight in the head. Fresh red blood dripped to the ground. He quickly clutched his head, his legs buckling from the pain. Liner panicked and rushed to support him. "Master, are you okay?" Kruin looked somewhat startled. Not far ahead, an old woman who had just thrown the rock was being restrained by 2 young men. She gnashed her teeth in anger. "A disaster has come to us. We have to chase him away. No, we have to kill him." A young man holding her arm spoke gently. "Ma'am, Please calm down. The old woman, her face flushed with anger, screamed, "Get out of this village, now." Liner, at his wit's end, suddenly shouted in frustration, "How dare you be so disrespectful to the master?" But Dion just burst out laughing. His eyes darkened and a smirk crept onto his lips. Blood from where he'd been hit by a stone trickled down into his eye, making his face look even more terrifying and vicious. He took a step forward, his voice firm. "No." The old woman, seeming terrified, backed away and huddled between the two young men. The air grew heavy. Deon Hardt leaned down to face the old woman. "I'm closer to a demon than a disaster, wouldn't you say?" The old woman's face remained tense as she stared angrily into the menace's eyes. She said to the two young men beside her, "Let go. I need to take this bastard's life." Dion straightened up, clutching his head with a look of exasperation. This damn old hag. One of the young men beside her quickly tried to hold her back. "Please, Lady Witch, calm down." Dion was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. This old woman was a witch. Suddenly, she rushed forward and grabbed his wrist tightly, yelling, "You must not hate anything. Remember, you must never hate anyone or anything, or an unstoppable catastrophe will occur." Deon Hardt violently snatched his hand away from the old woman's grasp, his face lowered, teeth gritted in annoyance and anger. "What is this nonsense? This old hag, when did she get so close, and why is she so strong?" Just then, Jian appeared behind the old woman, placing a hand on her shoulder and whispering softly in her ear, "Grandmother?" Jian gently tried to calm her. "Please, calm down." The old woman finally turned, startled, and exclaimed, "Jian." The old woman said worriedly to her, "This bastard is a menace. You can see it too, can't you?" With her eyes lowered, Jian spoke softly. "Of course, but it's something that hasn't happened yet. You taught me not to judge a person too quickly." Deon Hardt rubbed his wrist where the old woman had gripped it, thinking to himself, "This old woman is unbelievable." The old woman turned back to Jian. "Yes, that's right. One cannot judge a person so hastily." After all that had happened, Dion thought to himself that if she was a witch, he'd probably have to give up his plan of taking her with him. "I guess I'll have to head south to find someone else now." Just then, Jian spoke up. "Wait. I have been waiting for you." Dion, his back still turned to her, wondered, "She's been waiting for me?" Jian placed her hand over her left breast in a respectful gesture. "My name is Jian. I am the granddaughter of the woman you were just speaking with. First, I would like to apologize to you." Deon Hardt, with a trace of blood still near his eye, put a hand behind his head. "It's fine. I was just about to leave anyway, so don't worry about it." Jian's voice came from behind him. "You came here looking for a witch, didn't you?" Deon Hardt was bewildered. "How did you know?" Jian clasped her hands together, looking at him with serious eyes, her voice steady. "Because I am also a witch. I knew that you would come to our village in search of one. You need a witch to solve the issues related to the Shrine of Atonement, correct?" Jian bowed her head, her hands still clasped together. "If you take me with you, you will be able to achieve your goal." Dion was flabbergasted, his eyes wide and his jaw slack. "She really knows everything. This isn't public information. I was a bit skeptical since she's so young to be a witch. But she clearly has the skills." Dion turned back to look at Kruin, a sudden unpleasant thought crossing his mind. "If I don't take her with me, that bastard will, won't he?" He pondered. "Well, this is still better than searching for hidden witches all the way in the south. And what's more, I get to interfere with Kruin's mission." Dion extended his hand to Jian, a weary look on his face. "Then please, lend me your aid." Inwardly, he was gloating. "I'm one step ahead of you, you bastard. Ha ha." The sky was clear and blue. Kruin watched Deon Hardt's group leave with Gian, his expression pensive. "It's fine even if I didn't find a witch. Since the Duke wants me to prove my worth, that man will prioritize his own victory, so he will either find another witch or switch to a different plan." Still, Kruin had many questions, thinking to himself, "There are a few things I want to confirm with this elder witch." Suddenly, the old woman gently touched Kruin, her face beaming with happiness as she smiled brightly. "My child." She rushed forward and threw her arms around Kruin. "You're here too. Let me give you a hug." Kruin's eyes widened in shock. "What is the meaning of this?" The old woman held him tight. "You've been through so much, but don't worry. I could never hate you. If even I were to hate you, you wouldn't be able to feel love from anyone else in this world." The old woman's face was radiant as she looked at Kruin with joyful eyes. "My child, a creature that is not loved cannot survive for long. You need to live for a very long time and win that war, don't you? The men in a war to see which of them will live longer." The sky began to darken as a crosswind kicked up, sending leaves flying. The old woman grabbed Kruin's wrist. "I hope you will win. You are the child who contains the beginning of the world's end. But if you win, that will not come to pass. The catastrophe will be stopped." Suddenly, the old woman lowered her head, her voice turning incredibly dangerous. "But, if you walk through the door of life and death, or if you wish to die, then make sure you kill that other man before you leave this world." Kruin yanked out his sword and pointed it directly at the old woman's neck. "Old woman, what the hell are you trying to pull?" Kruin's face darkened as he growled, "I'll take care of my own affairs. Please, don't overstep your bounds." He thought, a savage thought, that even without her words, he had already made his decision. His death would come only after Deon Hardt's. Under the shade of a lush green tree, Deon Hardt lowered his head, a hand on his chin as he wondered. "Miss Jian, your grandmother said you could see it too. Was she referring to my future?" Jian glanced at him, speaking softly. "Yes, it is your destiny and your future. I can see it now as well." Dion turned to face Jian, his hand gesturing in midair, his gaze softening. "How could you know my future, even before we met?" Jian turned her head slightly toward him, her hands clasped in front of her. "We foresaw the future of a child from our village. However, we ended up seeing your future instead, because your future and theirs are intertwined." Deon Hardt suddenly turned to look at a nearby bush, spotting a young boy hiding and watching them. "Who's that? Has he been following us this whole time?" Liner whispered to him. "Since you didn't say anything, my lord, we just left him alone and kept an eye on him. Is there a problem, master?" Jian turned her face away, her eyes sharp. "Although we cannot speak in detail about destiny and the future, there is at least something I can reveal to you." Deon Hardt was still bewildered, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Does she really think I'm that powerful?" John went on, revealing more information about Dion. "For you, hatred is like a volcano. It may start small, but it grows rapidly until it swallows everything around it. And that other man, he's like a bomb that could go off at any moment. When a bomb explodes, it creates a fire. But if the fire starts first, the bomb will still go off." Jian knelt before Deon Hardt, his hands clasped tightly, his voice firm. "My name is Jian. Please, take me with you, sir." Jian's determined gaze seemed to say it all. "If you truly are a calamity, then in the future, you're going to need me." The timeline flashes back to the first day Jian had to face his destiny. In a dark, gloomy room, an old woman stumbled back against the wall as if she had just seen something repulsive. Jian was still kneeling on the rug as two young men rushed to support her. "Cirrus, are you all right? What did you just see?" Jian suddenly looked up, alarmed. "Grandmother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my future?" The old woman violently shoved the two young men away and screamed, "You brat, you're the bastard who will cause a calamity. You are the right hand of disaster." A red light emanated from behind Jian as he continued his story, tears falling from his eyes. "Right after that, the villagers' attitude towards me completely changed. A clump of dirt was thrown right at Jian. Angrily, he asked, 'What is this all about?' The children who had thrown it shouted aggressively, 'You're a puppet of calamity. Get out of our village.' Jian was stunned, his hand touching the spot where he was hit, speechless and unable to process it. Then, someone rushed out to defend him. "Everyone, stop. You can't just torment someone for things that haven't even happened yet." And yet, those children continued to curse Jian with the most vicious words. "Die. Get out of our village now. Die." Jian continued his story. Just like that, the friends and neighbors who had once laughed with me all turned their backs, as if our past had been nothing but a lie. A villager argued. "But she said he's the right hand of disaster. What if we get dragged into it just by being near him, all because of a prophecy?" Jian's voice turned cold. "If you're all so certain, then maybe I should just give you what you want. I will become the right hand of calamity." From that day on, calamity was always associated with me. I knew if I just waited, I would surely meet him. And then, after all that waiting, that man appeared. Jian smiled brightly. "Ah, I knew it the moment I saw you." As sunset fell upon the old castle, the butler stood waiting to greet Dion on his return. "Welcome back, master. But, who is that child?" Deon Hardt glanced back toward Jian. "Ah, this kid," Liner said sternly. "He's a village kid the master decided to bring back with him." Jian corrected him politely. "Please, call me Jian." Deon Hardt wanted to say something, but stopped himself. "I decided?" he thought. "I told him to do whatever he wanted, and he actually followed me here." Jian spoke with determination. "I haven't had much education, so I may not know much, and I don't have any battlefield experience. But I will not disappoint you, master." Dion fell silent, thinking in bewildered confusion. Should I just send him back? Why is he calling me master? He suddenly spoke, accepting the situation with a sense of helplessness. "All right, Jian. We'll talk about this later. The mission is the priority," Dion thought. Then he suddenly turned to Liner, his voice tense. "We're leaving as soon as preparations are complete, so get ready. And Lady Liane, bring 10 volunteers from the Lottie Knight Order." Full of determination, Jian spoke up. "Master, should I go with you?" Deon Hardt, flustered, said, "No, for now, you just wait here at the mansion." Jian lowered his head, his hands behind his back. "Yes, master." Deon Hardt let out a sigh. thinking in confusion. He looks disappointed. Why does he want to follow me so badly? I have no idea what his goal is. And no matter how you look at it, he's extremely suspicious. But I don't hate him. A dark night enveloped an old church, while dark plumes of smoke from a fire lingered inside. Inside, a maid sniffed the air. What's that smell? Another was confused. Now that I think about it, I smell something burning. Amidst the raging flames, 3 soldiers heard piercing screams. Fire! The leader, a soldier with a beard and purple hair, shouted, "Don't try anything stupid, just exit calmly, and we'll let you live." In the midst of the crisis, the bearded soldier thought back to what had happened earlier. Deon Hardt was sitting before the 3 soldiers, his expression tense. "I'm going to set fire to the Church of Redemption. While I infiltrate, you will start a fire to scout the area, and kill anyone who looks suspicious. Not the ordinary believers, but anyone who seems suspicious. So don't get carried away. It'll be bad if you lose sight of the original objective." At that, the purple-haired, bearded soldier asked in confusion, "Why is that? Wouldn't it be easier if we just wiped out everything in sight?" A pink-haired soldier agreed. "That's right, Captain. You're being too soft. How can you survive in this world being so lenient?" Hearing their questions, Dion got annoyed. "Stop talking back and just do as I say." From behind, Liner suddenly stepped up beside him, his face expressionless. "That was my request, because right now, there is no need for any bloodshed." The purple-haired leader was confused. Liner replied to him in a low voice, but without revealing any important information. "We can't reveal everything just yet. But this is all for the Count's benefit." At the mention of the Count's benefit, the 3 soldiers suddenly became more enthusiastic. The bearded one smirked. "In that case, just leave it to us." And so, the 3 soldiers understood that they just had to follow their orders. In the chaotic scene of the fire, there were cries for help and pleas for their lives. There were pitiful screams and cries of regret. "Sir, why are you doing this to us? Our paradise. Please, put out the fire." And the 3 soldiers carried out their duty properly. They didn't kill anyone, only helping the disabled, the elderly, and the children get out of the chaos. Suddenly, a man in the church with sharp eyes spoke. "How could they cause a disturbance in a place like this?" he said to the woman crouching beside him. "Knights in white uniforms. I've heard of them before. That's right, the murderous demon knights." The girl next to him had eyes filled with resentment. "Why are those knights owned by that vampire count? Why would someone so powerful be interested in a place like this?" Everyone in the church was filled with regret and despair, as if all their efforts had been for nothing. "I thought things were finally getting better. I was finally starting to feel alive again. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even if it's a cult disguised as salvation." A small hand clutches the tunic of the bearded soldier. Sia sobbed. "Why are you all doing this? Please, just leave, sirs." Shia's determined eyes were filled with tears, her mouth full of... She was determined to save the church as it was engulfed in flames. "If you're going to destroy this place, then you'll have to kill me first." The little girl's hands were still clutching the knight's tunic, her voice trembling as if she were about to lose her only home. "If this place is gone, I'll have nowhere else to go. Please, sir, I'm begging you." The knight, unable to tolerate this obstacle any longer, reached for his sword. "Since this child touched me while I was on duty, I can't just let her go. Then I should make an example of this child." And not far away, a young boy screamed, "No, Shia, come here. Please." The knight released his sword, and it clattered to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, trembling. "Damn it, I can't do it. I wish the order had just been to kill them all. Then we could have used poison and wiped everyone out without any guilt. This place is their last hope. They're desperate enough to think that death is better than seeing it destroyed." As the church was consumed by flames, all the townspeople could do was watch in silence. Suddenly, Xia spoke up. "Deon Hardt is the Emperor's sword." Xia's small eyes filled with hatred. This meant the destruction of the Church of Redemption was also an order from the Emperor. "I will never forgive them for destroying our paradise." In the prayer room, Liner and Deon Hardt stood by the wall. "So this is the Monostone." Deon Hardt's face lit up with joy. "Phew. The riot happened at the perfect time. I couldn't feel anything from the prayer room." Liner lightly touched the glowing Monostone, her gaze distant. "Well, I definitely felt something. I believe they used magic as a medium to bewitch people." Suddenly, the stone emitted a purple light. Liner unexpectedly backed away. "It has many uses, like communication, spatial distortion, and why is it here?" Deon Hardt quickly steadied a startled Liner. "What's wrong?" Liner looked amazed as if she had discovered something. "This isn't a charm. It's magic disguised as a charm." Surprise was written all over Deon Hardt's face. "Magic?" Deon Hardt's voice was filled with disbelief. "Magic? In the human empire? What does that mean?" Liner answered as if she already knew everything. I'm sure it's based on the function of space-time distortion. This is activated by magic. Many thoughts ran through her head. Magic in the human empire. I wonder if the Demon King knows about this. She lightly touched the stone, and the light from it illuminated her face. I've figured out its basic structure. Please wait a moment. Beside her, Deon Hardt's face was full of confusion. Can a real witch actually navigate a magical labyrinth? I don't think she's just an ordinary witch. Liner's voice cut through his thoughts. We can go in now. Deon Hardt was still stunned, just like last time. She actually did it. Deon Hardt led the way with an extremely solemn expression. Let's go. A brilliant purple light burst from the door, illuminating all three of them. Dion flinched back in alarm. A magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. In the center was a circle emitting rays of light. Suddenly, Dion spoke up. It seems we've been transported back to the prayer room. Liner pointed towards the circle, her face serious. No, this place is different. Look around. Do you see the cracks? Liner continued. There's a seal running across the entire floor. It might be related to that door, since it's in the very center. Liner's voice suddenly changed. It's dangerous in there. The door opened, revealing a shining light. Liner volunteered to lead the way. I'll go first, sir. Deon Hardt quickly tried to stop her. No, Miss Liner, wait. Stepping through the door, they found a gloomy forest. Liner, leading the way, couldn't help but wonder. A forest? What is this? Jian explained. It's magic, disguised as a charm again. Jian covered his mouth. They deliberately created a different space. I think you need to open the door according to a special rule to reach the real room behind it. Deon Hardt turned to Jian in confusion. So, you're saying what we're looking for is in that room? To be precise, you must perform a specific action to be transported there. Deon Hardt stood with one hand on his hip, gesturing with the other, as he looked over at the seated Jian. How long will it take you to figure out that action? Jian, sitting nearby, reached down to touch the cracks on the floor. Since magic is a field I'm unfamiliar with, it will take at least 10 minutes. Deon Hardt thought to himself, 10 minutes? That's too long. What if someone's already in the room? What if they've already taken what I want and are on their way out? He paced back and forth anxiously, but there seemed to be no other way. Can I only wait? I don't want to lose to Kruin. Liner turned and looked at Deon Hardt with worried eyes. He's leaning towards Jian. He must be very worried since the king himself gave him this mission. Liner pulled out a white cloth, revealing a chair, and knelt beside it. Master, why don't you sit and wait? Then she suddenly jumped. Huh? He was just here. Both Jian and Liner panicked, looking around for him. Master, where are you? And Jian thought, could it be? At that moment, Dion was in a state of shock, as if something had just appeared before his eyes. And it was true. In front of him stood Kruin, holding a torch. The church was still engulfed in flames. Tisk, they started a fire, Silent observed quietly. I guess they wanted to drive out the commoners and find the real culprits, but they were too soft. If it were me, I would have sealed the entire building and killed everyone inside. It seems getting the evidence was Deon Hardt's top priority. He needs a clue pointing to who's behind this church so he can strike first and eliminate them at the root. But in the end, this is my victory. Deon Hardt can't get what he wants. Deon Hardt spoke, facing Kruin. No matter where you got your information, you sure are fast. Suddenly, Kruin dropped the torch. It set all the papers on the floor ablaze. Deon Hardt lunged forward, his voice tense and determined. What the hell do you think you're doing? No. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get here? Just as Deon Hardt was about to use his bare hands to snatch the papers from the fire, Kruin grabbed his hand. I need to save some of the clues, Deon Hardt thought, shouting as his hand was held. Let me go, you lunatic. Why are you burning everything? Don't you need them too? Deon Hardt's face was now smudged with black soot. Damn it. In this body, I don't even have the strength to push his hand away. The heat is making it harder and harder to breathe. Suddenly, Kruin wrapped an arm around Deon Hardt's waist and lifted him up. Deon Hardt couldn't help but curse. What the hell, you psycho? Let me go, you lunatic. With 1,000 questions racing through his mind, Deon Hardt still couldn't understand the man's actions, and he couldn't help but wonder. Still, he shouted curses. Damn it, let me go. And with so many questions, who was behind the church? Not many people could pull off a scheme this big. Wait a minute. Besides the royal family, who holds the most power? Who is represented by the color purple, and who does Kruin serve? Dion kept shouting, You bastard! How dare you make a fool out of me? He gritted his teeth, glaring at him. This battle was lost from the very beginning, and he had wasted so much effort. Dion's voice boomed. Let me go! His voice grew louder, showing no signs of stopping. Kruin's eyes were sharp, like a predator staring at its prey. The psycho is still cursing. You must be so pleased, watching me make a clown of myself. Damn it. Even with blood pouring from his mouth, Deon Hardt continued to resist. Put me down. Cough. Cough. Just then, Liner saw Kruin carrying her master over his shoulder and panicked. Master! Liner rushed over to support Deon Hardt. Master, you're bleeding. Are you all right? Though covered in blood, Deon Hardt was far from defeated, still shouting defiantly. You, cough, cough. Kruin, I'll kill you. Kruin finally spoke, his voice grim and his gaze piercing. He turned his head. If you want to live, don't you dare breathe a word of what you've seen. Lying in his sickbed, Dion couldn't help but curse his situation. Damn it, he must have taken some of the documents, right? Even though he had planned everything with the Duke, Kruin now held the evidence, so the victory was his. That bastard only made my life miserable. I should have killed him. Liner approached the bed where he was resting and asked softly, Master, are you awake? Seeing Liner, Deon Hardt sat up. Ah, is Miss Jian, the witch, gone? Liner came to his bedside. Yes, Jian just left. If I had known you were awake, I would have told her to visit you first. Dion was a little disappointed to hear Jian had left. Is that so? I had something to ask her. That's too bad. Liner was curious. Something to ask her? What were you going to ask? Dion thought to himself, wondering if she could curse Kruin with her witchcraft, but knew he couldn't say that to her. After a moment's thought, he said, just about how she can break enchantments and things like that. Liner's face lit up with excitement. If you mean how to enter the secret room, that was all thanks to you, Master. Deon Hardt didn't understand and asked again, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything, Liner explained. According to Jian, you created a circle 3 times counterclockwise and twice clockwise, which automatically transported you to that room. Deon Hardt was still confused. When did I ever make a circle? Liner said cheerfully. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when you just disappeared? I realized this before, but I think you're very lucky, Master. It all finally clicked for Dion. He thought, if I were lucky, I wouldn't be living like this. Then Liner continued, oh, I just remembered. Jian left a note for you before she left. The butler has it. Would you like me to bring it to you? Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open. Were you all talking about the note? Here it is. Deon Hardt greeted him. Mr. Reimer. The butler was carrying a tray of hot tea. He spoke with a stern face. And you have a visitor. Suddenly, a brown-haired soldier raised his hand to greet him. Honorary Count Hardt. I've come to escort you to the palace on the king's orders. Dion fell silent, his hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. It was time to go. One morning in the magnificent palace, the king was still lost in a dream. He suddenly bolted upright, his face drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, ever since I became emperor, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. A question echoed endlessly in his mind. How can I sleep soundly when the people I killed haunt me every night? All of a sudden, a voice broke the silence. Emperor. Countless resentful souls materialized before his eyes, slowly stepping towards the bed where he lay. Another voice rang out. Now they even stare at me in reality. The ghost's voice echoed with hatred. Eduardo, I hate you. Then came a loop of voices. Die. Why? Die. Why do you get to live? A ghost lunged at him, aiming right for him, its voice a low growl. Why are you the only one still alive? I hate you. Die. You murdered all of us. But you will find no peace. A cold hand clamped around his neck, as if slowly squeezing the life out of the king. His eyes gradually closed as he spoke, his voice filled with despair. I suppose. You really do hate me, don't you? A loud sound from the door of the room pulled him back to reality. He whispered, Elpidius. Elpidius walked over. I've come to announce that Honorary Count Deon Hardt and the hero, Kruin, have arrived. He then asked, Are you all right? You don't look well. You must have had another nightmare. I'll call the royal physician. The emperor shot him a death glare. You're getting on my nerves. Elpidius was surprised, but he had no idea that His Majesty had a few more visitors from the netherworld around him. He wondered, what is he looking at? I don't think there's anyone else here, Elpidius shouted. Are you hallucinating? The emperor calmly replied, It doesn't affect my life. Elpidius said, That's not the point. I'm calling the royal physician right now, the emperor replied with a steely voice. Elpidius. But inside, he thought. Although I feel pretty bad for bothering Elpidius. He spoke gently. I've just been too busy with the war. I'm just hallucinating from exhaustion. He thought to himself. But I have no intention of just brushing these nightmares and hallucinations aside. His thoughts continued. If I told him I was happy, would he even believe me? He patted Elpidius's shoulder gently. It's all right, so don't worry. Elpidius tried to suppress his rising anger. How can you say it's not a problem? You're having hallucinations. But that was the last straw. Elpidius snapped. How long are you going to feel guilty? You've already compensated the families of the deceased, and you still dwell on every single person who died. The emperor answered him with surprising nonchalance. I know it's a mental illness, but if it weren't for me, they would still be alive. Elpidius retorted, but before he could finish, the emperor cut him off. My decision started the 8-year war. Regardless of whether they were allies or enemies, they sacrificed their lives because of my decision. He looked at the ghostly hand behind his back. This is a burden I must carry not only as an emperor, but as a human being. He donned his imperial robes, the ghosts lurking behind him, and said, "But don't worry. I've shouldered so many burdens, I won't collapse just because of this." Out in the waiting hall, Deon Hardt stood motionless. A second later, he was shouting at Crew and Hart again. "What are you looking at me like that for?" The other man glanced at him but said nothing. He's ignoring me again, Dion thought. And I came immediately when I was summoned, without even getting any rest. But this bastard was summoned too. Can't he look at me any other way? Countless questions exploded in his mind. A voice rang out. "The Emperor has granted you entry." As the two of them entered, he sat majestically on his throne, his voice welcoming them. They both bowed in unison. "Long live His Majesty." Cruin spoke first, introducing himself. "Your humble servant, Cruin Hart, greets the Emperor," followed by Deon Hardt, who said, "Greetings to the Emperor." Deon Hardt had the same thought. The Emperor summoned us to praise us. But why doesn't he look very happy? His voice cut through their thoughts. "Raise your heads. I hear you have completed your mission." Now, only one prediction remained in their minds. He was definitely not pleased. He continued, "I hear that Honorary Count Deon Hardt displayed some rather defiant behavior." Upon hearing this, Deon Hardt's mind went blank. So it was my fault? Outwardly, he could only say, "My apologies." The Emperor explained, "You only executed the criminals who did wrong and left some survivors." Hearing this, Deon Hardt felt even more ashamed. Damn it, why in front of this bastard? The Emperor spoke again. "But your actions actively paved the way for the Empire to find the culprits behind these events." Deon Hardt was surprised. "He's not reprimanding me," the king continued. "In any case, I do not know how Cruin Hart acted, but he is the one who found the culprit and provided the evidence." He placed a hand on his chin. "Although you both distinguished yourselves, I must grant Cruin Hart one wish, as he is the one who resolved this matter." Deon Hardt turned away, thinking to himself, "Tch, I knew it." Meanwhile, Cruin Hart bowed his head and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The king asked, "Then what is it that you desire?" He answered. Meanwhile, Deon Hardt was cursing inwardly. "Damn it, even if I know it's a wicked scheme, I have no proof." Cruin Hart said to the king, "I wish to claim ownership of the lands currently held by Honorary Count Deon Hardt." "Seriously?" Deon Hardt was so stunned he almost fell backward, his eyes wide as if they would explode. A question mark appeared in his mind. "What?" The king smiled. "The Hart family assets. This is unexpected." "First, what do you think of this, Honorary Count Deon Hardt?" In his imagination, he saw himself speaking up. "Those are my lands. I refuse to give them to this bastard." But that was only in his head. In reality, he was completely different. "They are indeed a burden to me. I would be very pleased if he were to take them over." The anger in his heart had not subsided. "I really do want to give them back, but having this bastard take them is just too infuriating." The king made his decision. "Then it is settled. But you understand that you need a title to receive these lands, correct?" Hearing this, both of them were surprised. The Emperor said, "Since the Hart family already exists, it is impossible to give you a different title. Either you renounce the Hart family name and receive a new title under a different name, or you become the true head of the Hart family. What is your choice?" Deon Hardt recalled the first time he met the Emperor after the 8-year war ended. He had offered him the same thing. Back when the 8-year war had just ended, Deon Hardt was kneeling before the Emperor. He had offered, "I will give you my full support, so why don't you become the head of the Hart family?" He mulled it over in his mind. The Hart family. As a survivor bent on revenge, just hearing that name sends a chill down my spine. He placed a hand on his chest and spoke deferentially, "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, but I cannot accept that position." He thought to himself, "I want to remember my rage and my desire for revenge, and I have no intention of giving up my name until it's all over." The king sighed. "You don't want the position of family head, nor do you wish to forget your name. Then what reward do you want from me?" Deon Hardt looked up, his eyes as red as blood. "If I were to make a request, it would be to destroy my own family with my own hands." He replied, "Whatever you wish. Is that your desire? I am certain you would be better off with a new title than with nothing at all." Deon Hardt's memory ended there, and so his title became Honorary Count. Back in the present, he thought to himself that accepting that title at that time was the right decision. Since the title of Honorary Count is unique, it cannot be bestowed upon anyone else, unless I die. However, besides those two options, there were no others. He silently guessed at Cruin Hardt's thoughts that since there's no reason to refuse, he'll probably choose to become the head of the family. "Yes, this is perfect. This time, I'll be able to proceed with the plan I've concocted for everyone in the Hart family, including Cruin." Cruin Hart said, I do not wish to become the family head, nor do I wish to give up my name. Deon Hardt's jaw dropped, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What? He thought back on his family. The Hardt family. It's a house with a long and storied history, unlike the title of honorary count that I received. However, the only living descendants of that family are myself and Cruin. Therefore, the position of head of the Hardt family is currently vacant. He still couldn't understand what he'd said, why he would refuse that position. It would be advantageous for him if he wants to carry out his schemes. He refuses that, but he doesn't want to change his name either. The Emperor had a helpless expression on his face. You refuse as well? You two brothers are truly stubborn, Dion thought. What is he planning? Could it be that he wants revenge on me? The king spoke up. In that case, why don't I grant ownership of the Hardt family assets to Duke Yaster Hardt? I am certain he will grant you the right to manage the assets whenever you wish. Cruin sincerely thanked him for his consideration. The Emperor placed his hand on the arm of the throne. Then that settles it. Dion celebrated inwardly. Finally, I can go home and rest. But his daydream was cut short by the king's next words. Everyone may leave except for the honorary count. Oh my God, he froze, speechless, while Cruin next to him simply bowed. Yes, your majesty, he said, and then just left. How is that fair? Dion prayed silently. Don't leave me alone. No, not you. Get lost, Cruin. But Cruin just remained silent. And then, he was left alone, face to face with the Emperor. He was sweating profusely. What am I supposed to do in this atmosphere? Has he realized I've been completely useless on this mission? It's not fair. That other guy was the one who screwed up first. The king watched his expression intently. He secretly mused. He doesn't look happy. It must be because he lost his land. I wish he would just say what he wants instead of keeping it all inside. At that moment, Deon Hardt's head was still bowed low. He walked down the stairs and commanded, You will proceed with the work sooner than planned. I intend to start a war. The Yen Kingdom has begun. To make too much noise to be tolerated, the elimination of the Church of Redemption was completed just in time. Dion was stunned to hear the king's words. He said, You want to attack the Yen Kingdom, your majesty? The emperor replied, That is merely the beginning. Dion wondered. The beginning? He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Damn it, I'm so sick of war. Is he trying to unite the continent this time? The king's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Therefore, I intend to have you take control of the demon nation. He clapped Dion on the shoulder. You are the only one the Demon King trusts. The Demon King will not sit idly by when the Empire begins its conquest of the continent. I need you there to ensure that the Demon King does not interfere in this war. Dion laughed internally. Ha, so he wants me to return to the Demon Nation, he replied to the king, as you wish. A slight smirk touched the Emperor's lips as he placed his hand on the small seal on Dion's chest. He spoke in a teasing tone. I hope not to see this seal the next time we meet. Deon Hardt closed his eyes and let out a soft breath. He was silent for a moment before speaking. I will do my best. He was furious, but dared not say it to the king's face. He won't even accept my resignation from my position anymore. How can this be? One beautiful morning at a magnificent mansion. Your reward is Hardt's property. Is that really enough? Yaster Hardt asked Cruin directly, flipping through some documents. Yes, ma'am. He nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, when I met Hardt at the palace last time, he said he was trying to reclaim his status. Remembering the meeting with Dion, Yaster rested her chin on her hand and gave a strange smile. I hope you're not taking Hardt's property for his own benefit. Cruin's resolute expression did not change. There is nothing else I want. Hearing this, Yaster Hardt was stunned for a few seconds before quickly laughing it off. Of course, I must just be overly sensitive because of the upcoming meeting. That's definitely not it. She doesn't seem very happy that Deon Hardt got his property back. Yaster approached and placed a hand on Cruin Hardt's shoulder, smiling. I can't blame you. After all, the current situation is an opportunity to reward you. Is there anything noteworthy? Cruin lowered his gaze. Nothing yet. The memory of that day returned. That son of a bitch Dion found the image of two figures in black cloaks, one with white hair and the other with black hair covering their face. How dare you deceive me? I just wanted him to get what he deserved from this game and back off. A sharp look appeared in Cruin's eyes, but he seemed to remember the Duchess was there. An image of Deon Hardt appeared, his bangs covering half his face, making his red eyes look even more ferocious. You must have had a good time watching me fool myself, didn't you? What if the Duchess finds out about this? Yaster Hardt's voice pulled Cruin from his thoughts, making him jump with wide eyes. Let's get going. We'll be late for the meeting. Yaster Hardt opened the door, turning back to give Cruin a meaningful smile. I have to hide it, no matter what. If the Duchess finds out that Dion knows she's behind everything. Cruin silently resolved to quickly follow Yaster. He glanced at the illusion of Dion in the room, his gaze piercing through the illusion, causing it to dissipate. The room fell silent. She'll want me to kill Dion. You're back? Silence saw her walk out of the room, holding documents in her arms. Yaster greeted her with a bright smile. Silen was surprised. Your Grace, you handled the matter of the Church of Redemption wonderfully. Yaster placed a hand on her shoulder in praise. I only did what had to be done, Silen said humbly. Besides, there are still many who believe in the Church. At this rate, your Grace will achieve what you've always desired. She smiled brightly and cheerfully. The goal of the Church of Redemption. They're distributing free bread and water at the Church of Redemption. In a small alley, two children in dirty, tattered clothes sat side by side. The black-haired one turned and smiled. Who would ever help people like us? Silen appeared in a brilliant halo of light, extending her hand. The Duchess is helping us? It's to create followers who are absolutely loyal to the Duchess. Oh my, how can we ever thank her? Amidst a raging fire, a group of soldiers in white were desperately pulling people out. I can't believe such a respectable person cares about us. But isn't this the Emperor's duty? The Emperor is so evil. He does nothing for us, and yet he tries to get rid of the Church of Redemption. Desperate, malicious eyes. A blood-soaked sword was aimed directly at the king. The Emperor has abandoned us. Compared to him, the Duchess is our savior. An image of Yaster appeared, her face gentle and smiling, under a brilliant halo of light. Yaster is our salvation. Yaster smiled brightly under a golden light. Hide for a while. We can't let the Emperor find you. But the Church of Redemption is just a stepping stone for the Duchess's true purpose. At this rate, the Duchess will get what she wants. Silen silently made a decision. Leave it to me. I will succeed at any cost. It's all for the Duchess. The meeting between the king and the nobility was underway. An emergency meeting. Do you know what happened? A noble, with a curly beard, wondered. I'm not sure, but it must be important. Another chimed in. Of course, His Majesty would never summon us for no reason. Yaster crossed her arms, looking at the arguing nobles with contempt. What a bunch of idiots. An emergency royal meeting. There's only one thing he could be announcing. Yaster's expression darkened, a cunning smile playing on her lips. It's what the Emperor does best, the thing he does to try and prove himself. An invasion. The king, riding majestically on his warhorse, raising the Empire's flag high. Routes appeared on a map, the doors to the meeting room opened, and the king entered, followed by his general. Glory to the Empire. Everyone in the room stood up and bowed. The king walked to the table and sat down. Everyone, please be seated. First, I thank all of you for gathering on such short notice. Hearing the king's thanks, Yaster glanced over, looking agitated. Is something wrong? The king said seriously. Let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days. These words immediately sent the attending nobles into an uproar. One of them stood up and asked directly, It has only been 2 years since your Majesty declared the end of the war. Why are we starting a new one? The king replied, I only did so because no kingdom dared to oppose us. But it seems they have forgotten their fear of the Empire over the past 2 years. Facing the king's fierce gaze, a noble said, If you are referring to the Yan kingdom, they have certainly acted improperly, but surely there are other solutions besides war. Another noble suggested, It's not just Yan. The other kingdoms have also grown lax in their attitude towards the Empire. The king stated, I hear Deon Hardt, the Empire's vampire, has been injured. A murmur went through the crowd. Now that the hero is injured, that demon is wounded. I thought the Empire would lay low for a while. He chuckled smugly. The other kingdoms are just waiting for the right moment to attack. Many heroes were born and died in the war 80 years ago, and only 3 survived. He was the last to rise to fame, but he is by far the most well-known. A vision of Deon Hardt appears, his crimson eyes wide. With Deon Hardt's existence, we were able to pressure half of their forces. That's why they see him as the cornerstone of the Empire's military. At this, Eduardo's expression suddenly grew confident, and he calmly crossed his arms. That is the burden of the name Deon Hardt. But shouldn't this continent know that the Empire has more than just Deon Hardt? The king's eyes were sharp and cold. Conquering the continent is a long-term goal, even if we had to put it on hold temporarily. The meeting grew more tense, with nobles continually objecting. But it's still too soon. That's right, another noble agreed. We haven't even rooted out the revolutionary army yet. It's too dangerous to start a war with enemies within. The king lifted a teacup to his lips and took a sip. An excellent point. That is precisely why I convened this meeting. But for the good of the people, not the Empire. I think you've forgotten something. The king slammed his teacup down on its saucer. He smiled confidently. I am the Empire. If you serve me, the Empire, and do not intend to offend me, I suggest you get on with your work. The king's gaze was ice cold. Yes, your Majesty. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Everyone was sweating as they stared at the king. The war has been decided. Bring me solutions for dealing with the revolutionaries at our next meeting. The king ordered. So that's how it's going to be. The nobles filed out, one after another. What do we do now? The nobles discussed worriedly. Just as Duke Yaster stood up to leave, the king suddenly called out to him, Duke, he bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. The king glanced over. The culprit behind the attack on the Church of Redemption has been identified, and he is a man serving under you. Yaster bowed with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. I apologize for being unable to resolve my internal affairs. Before he could finish his sentence, the king had drawn his sword and pointed its razor-sharp tip at his throat. Do you take me for a fool? The king roared. The Duke never leaves an opponent alive. Of course not. Yaster smiled slyly. Because he couldn't target the Emperor's supporters directly, he must have chosen someone who was a thorn in his side, the one behind the church. And there are some interesting rumors spreading. The king let out a derisive laugh. The Emperor is evil. The Duke is our savior. Isn't that right? Isn't that just foolish gossip? Yaster Hardt showed no fear, despite the blade being so close to his neck. It's certainly not meaningless, the king asserted, because I am a calamity, not just evil. The king stood majestically, sword held steady. Isn't that right, Duke? A calamity? No, you are not a calamity, Yaster thought, but he said something else. Your Majesty, you cannot kill me. Yaster remained unfazed by the king's authority, even as the blade pierced his neck, drawing blood. A calamity does not discriminate between people, the king threatened, his voice low with anger. Have you forgotten that I once wiped out an entire domain? Do you think I would hesitate to raise another? But the Emperor does discriminate. I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate for that reason, but Your Majesty still cannot kill me. It would be impossible to stand against a calamity. Yaster smiled confidently. You won't be able to collect war taxes if the nobility starts to rebel, will you? He smirked. But when facing a man, one can't help but become greedier. The king glared. Ha, so you call me evil. Yaster smiled triumphantly as he watched the sword being slowly withdrawn, but the evil lies elsewhere. The king lowered his sword. I want your throne, Emperor. Yaster thought to himself. To steal the Emperor's power, I must first deal with his hound. Yaster Hardt strode down the red carpet of the palace, followed by Cure. He smiled slyly. I need to be more proactive. Excuse me. Deon Hardt looked at the king, confused. Are you planning to go to the demon realm? That is what I asked. The crown prince calmly enjoyed his tea. How could the crown prince possibly know? Dion wondered, looking suspiciously at the smiling prince. He set his teacup down on the table, gently reassuring him, you don't need to be so tense. In contrast to the prince's relaxed demeanor, Dion sat with his back straight, his mind racing. I only had a vague suspicion. The crown prince continued to soothe him. I am the future king. Did you think I wouldn't know your secrets? Of course, I must always be fully prepared to become king at any moment. Deon Hardt's expression suddenly darkened. I guess the king shared important information with the crown prince. He spoke up. Forgive me. The crown prince, who had been acting friendly until now, cut him off before he could speak. As you know, His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately. If the Demon King decides to wage a war, he also became more serious. His brow furrowed. No matter what happens, you must come back. Across from him, Deon Hardt closed his eyes. I will keep that in mind. He bowed his head, revealing only one crimson eye. For whatever damn reason, the kid agreed to the order with a face that looked like he wanted to pick a fight. The king stood up. All right. Having achieved his goal, he looked at Dion cheerfully. I am always grateful for everything you've done. After they finished talking, the crown prince left the study. He walked down the hallway. His mind was a mess of heavy thoughts, a hero of the kingdom, and a commander of the Demon King's army. His brow furrowed, looking even more serious than before. What would happen if the demon world made an offer that benefited Dion more than the human world? I don't know what you're thinking anymore, but I have to be prepared for Deon Hardt's betrayal. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Of course, I'd rather have a friendly relationship than a forced one. It depends on the person's character, but it certainly won't be easy. Recalling Deon Hardt's frightening expression from earlier, the king broke out in a cold sweat. I completely understand why he's someone people fear. If we become close, I think it could become a bond that ties him to the human world. He was lost in thought when a voice suddenly pulled him back. Brother! Anthea hiked up her skirt and ran as if she were afraid the king would run away. She ran up to him, all smiles, but didn't forget to scold him. You left me behind. How did your talk with Count Hardt go? The king replied helplessly. I couldn't help it. We had important matters to discuss. How about you become the heir to the throne instead? Anthea crossed her arms, replying as if to say, I'm not that stupid. I refuse to take on such a troublesome position. You can have it instead. Feeling called out, the king reminded her that her position wasn't exactly stress-free either. Anthea, you're next in line after Uncle and me. Anthea's voice grew serious. Why are you so impatient, brother? Her question left him completely bewildered. His face went blank as he asked, Me? Impatient? Seeing her brother's unease, Anthea tried to comfort him. No, you have every reason to be. The entire empire is talking about the revolutionaries and the war. She took his hand, which was damp with anxious sweat. Come with me. The two siblings went to the colorful greenhouse together. Anthea had her brother sit down first while she arranged a small tea party for them. She said proudly, "I've prepared tea for you in the garden. You need to rest a little." Then, she ordered the two servants, "You may leave." Anthea sat down cheerfully. "You should relax once in a while." But the king paid no attention to her efforts, cutting through the pleasant atmosphere she had created. "Uncle has started having hallucinations," she asked, confused. "Huh? Hallucinations, not nightmares?" The king held his forehead, his face full of exhaustion. "That's right. Why do the dead have such a strong hold on him?" Remembering his childhood, the happy memories only made him more confused. As the heir to the throne, I know I shouldn't say this, but what can I do? Eduardo Diaz was a precious person to me. I would turn my back on the world for him. Anthea asked worriedly, "Has he seen the royal physician?" And the king's answer was, "Of course, no. How could I possibly convince him? He's too stubborn. And this isn't something I can do anything about. It's his sense of responsibility. It's like a disease." Anthea closed her eyes. "You're wrong. This is guilt, not a sense of responsibility." The king gave a faint smile, humoring his sister. "Yes, you're right. Though, back then, standing before those blazing red flames, Eduardo himself once said, 'Guilt. Because this is my fault. I will take all responsibility.' But the king didn't think so at all. 'No, you don't have to do that.' The king spoke again with regret. 'Don't you see? Anthea, we don't have much time left. I completed all the preparations the moment Uncle started having hallucinations.' He instructed Anthea that he would do his best in his current position. 'You should also focus on what you're studying.' Anthea agreed. 'I will.' The king's face darkened. 'Uncle, we were so young back then.' Dark memories flooded back, of Eduardo being the only light in the ruins, holding the two siblings tightly. The king thought to himself, in this palace, not being grown up is a crime in itself. Deon Hardt remained sitting in his study, the future king's words echoing in his mind. 'No matter what happens, you must return.' The king's expression today left him feeling restless. What does the crown prince know, and how much does he know? What did he mean by telling me that? Even though he was worried about himself, his ferocious gaze made it look like he wanted to tear someone apart. And Dion, who had just entered the room, felt it clearly. 'I came here to report a few things to the count, but I think I've come at the wrong time.' 'What happened?' Deon Hardt's foul mood made him break out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. 'I've heard the count's mood is unpredictable, but today seems much more serious than usual.' Dion, sitting off to the side, saw this idiot standing there like a statue and asked, 'Do you have something to report?' Dion flinched and quickly answered, 'Yes, master.' He knew the question gave him permission to speak, but Dion was still on edge. The atmosphere is so tense, but if I keep hesitating like this, his mood will only get worse. He stammered, trying to get the words out. I want to try investing money." Deon Hardt heard him and asked in surprise, "Money?" Dion tensed up in fear and quickly tried to explain himself. "It's not that I've become greedy. I want to give you all the profits." But before he could finish, Deon Hardt's terrifying aura made the words catch in his throat. Dion's eyes narrowed. "I've always wanted to know what your goal is. Since the day I met you, there's no way you'd follow a complete stranger without a reason." He remembered back then, Dion kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Please, just call me Dion. I'm uneducated, so I don't know much. And I don't have much battlefield experience, but I will not disappoint you, master." And yet, here he was, saying something that could so easily disappoint Deon Hardt. "However, what you've wanted all this time is just money, and you'll give me all the profits." Deon Hardt didn't bother listening to his explanation, drawing his own conclusions and letting them loose. "I can think of two possibilities. You're trying to gain my trust because what you want is more important than money. Or two, your only goal is to follow me. Though I don't know the reason why." Dion wanted to protest, but he had barely opened his mouth to say, "I was." When Dion continued, "It doesn't matter what the truth is." He slapped a piece of paper against Dion's chest. Dion looked down, confused, at the scribbled words. "This is..." Dion turned to leave. "If you give this to, remember, he'll lend you the money." He left Dion behind, who was dazedly calling out, "Master." Dion shot him a glare, making his point clear once again. "I don't know what you plan to do by my side, but don't get in my way." Not long after, Deon Hardt arrived at the gates of the mansion. Remember looked at the count sitting on his horse. "I've packed all the necessities in the saddlebag." Deon Hardt frowned as he instructed the man. "I'll be leaving the Deon Hardt estate for a while. So..." But before he could finish, he was cut off by a shout, "My lord." From the mansion, a group of men on horseback were clamoring as they rode towards him. How could you possibly leave without a word of farewell? Despite Liner desperately chasing after them, that bastard needs to stop right now. They just kept raising a ruckus. "You're leaving! You're abandoning us! And leaving!" "Yeah." Liner's face froze. Seeing the scene before him, Deon Hardt could only curse under his breath. Damn it. But the butler beside him was perfectly calm. Oh dear, it seems you've been caught. Deon Hardt spurred his horse and quickly fled. Before I hand over the management of the Deon Hardt estate to you, deal with those bastards first. Remember, watch the group charging like a storm, and couldn't help but sigh. You've left this old man with another difficult task. The loudest one from before continued to roar. We are coming with you, but since it's your request, I will obey. Remember elegantly pulled the loudmouthed man back, causing his face to turn pale. Ugh. He panicked. The horse he'd been riding was now riderless. It neighed, bolted, and quickly caused an accident. Wait, if you could just stop, Remember stood calmly to the side and asked, Are you all right? The soldiers, struggling on the ground, answered honestly, No. Just then, Liner arrived, rushing. I'm so sorry, butler. The loud-mouthed man, still held tightly by Remember, remained dissatisfied. At least make sure the king doesn't send us back. Because the king had just said to do whatever he wanted. Remember had to step in and quell the riot. Upon learning this, the soldiers couldn't help but whine. The king is so scary. Liner quickly moved to drag their bodies back. She said with clear annoyance, Stop it and get up. The last one back will have to run 10 extra laps. They bickered back and forth, not realizing they were being watched from a distance. Ah, our captain is going to die, but what could possibly escape Remember's notice? He quietly glanced towards the tree branches, saying nothing, but he had certainly noticed someone hiding there. Following their commander's order, the soldiers, despite their dissatisfaction, had to drag themselves back. Sob, Commander. But their commander just kept pushing them. Hurry up and get back. Looking up at the tree branches, Remember mused, Oh my, I didn't think they'd let you go peacefully either. His master, after escaping his own soldiers, had quickly departed. Standing in the middle of a dark forest, he wondered, Is this the way to the demon world? He dismounted, carefully leading his horse to avoid traps, unaware that someone was following him. That sharp sword wielder looked like a tough opponent. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, someone asked, You mean we can't make a move until the Empire has conquered at least half the continent? The Duke calmly lifted his teacup, sipping it as he listened to the person before him. He replied, Correct. The person before him was silent for a moment, hands clasped tightly, lips pursed in thought. I don't mean to doubt you, sir, but may I ask the reason? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Deon Hardt, asked seriously. The moment the war reaches its peak, and the Empire can no longer stop it at will. The Duke placed his teacup on its saucer. He smiled faintly, resting his hand on the table, and told Deon Hardt, That will be your opportunity. At that time, the Empire will try to replenish its lost forces, so the majority of its military will be drawn from various places, including the royal palace, he explained. Deon Hardt's face gradually lit up with excitement. That means they won't be able to easily detect our actions anymore, no matter how bold we are. The Duke closed his eyes and smiled. Humph, you catch on quick. Deon Hardt also said cheerfully, You are truly a brilliant strategist. Sir, I will follow your orders. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door and urgently announced, Leader, Diaz has secretly departed under the Empire's orders. He's finally making his move? Deon Hardt was surprised. The Duke held out a hand and said, What a fine opportunity. We don't know what he might do to change the situation, so we'll need to send someone to follow him. Deon Hardt stood up and said hastily, Since we have already received so much from you, this time, let our people handle him. The Duke replied, Ah, if you insist, then I will gladly accept. Deon Hardt pushed the door open to leave, replying, I will go give the orders right away. The Duke still wore a smile that looked completely fake. The next second, the moment Deon Hardt was out of sight, he let out a strange smile, his eyes glinting as he thought, Unfortunately, any member of the Revolutionary Army who dares to pursue Diaz will die. In a forest somewhere, the agonizing scream of a man in black echoed as he was slashed across the chest. The Emperor must have anticipated this development, and sent someone to protect Deon Hardt. Meanwhile, the Duke continued his silent prediction as the white-clad swordsmen who had just killed the man in black sheathed their blades. The commander says, We've fulfilled the royal decree. Let's head back. Just as he finished speaking, one of them was suddenly slashed across the neck. The man cried out, Urk, and fell to the ground. The commander was startled. What? Then he too was pierced through the neck by a sword. The Duke continued his musings. But those on the Emperor's side won't escape with their lives either. A black-haired man with murderous green eyes appeared, spattered with blood. Because, in the end, I anticipated this and sent Cruin, the Duke thought cheerfully. He remained silent in the same room, a satisfied smirk on his face. If the ones sent by the Emperor vanish without a trace, he will become anxious. Well, this is just a petty trick to deal with the Emperor. But if we're lucky, we'll find out Deon Hardt's true purpose. Kruin stood in the middle of the dark forest, where the bodies he had just killed lay strewn everywhere. Kruin looked ahead. Some distance away, Dias, wearing a cloak, was leisurely riding his horse. The Duke guessed, after defeating all his enemies and still being able to track Deon Hardt. The next order I gave him is to confirm where Deon Hardt is headed, the Duke added. After watching Deon Hardt for a moment, Kruin began to move. He walked past the blood-soaked corpses and followed Deon Hardt closely. At a very old and gloomy castle, a little girl was standing in the rain, and a little boy was running towards her. "How long have you been sitting here?" Pao asked, draping a large coat over the little girl who was sitting on the ground in a tattered dress. "Humph. Xia," the boy asked again, but the girl just kept her head bowed slightly, her empty eyes not responding to him. Seeing this, Pao clenched his fists. "I thought I'd have to take Xia to the church for the atonement ceremony, even if we had to survive by living in doubt and anxiety. And I always knew that the warmth of, no matter how much suffering there is, this world still exists." He remembered the sight of his sister's bright smile when a member of the church patted her head. That place was still safe, especially when the country was plunged into chaos. The image of the bright and brilliant Xia from that day flashed through his mind. Pao looked at his little sister, who was slumped on the ground, lost in thought. He suddenly spoke up. "Xia, I'm planning to join the Revolutionary Army. I will get revenge on the Empire for robbing us of our happiness." Pao forced a smile, holding out his hand. "Will you come with me?" The little girl just stared at him with lifeless eyes, empty and devoid of any light. The young girl he had found in the slums. Is this what it feels like to have a little sister? He remembered the first time he met her and the times she would call out to him. She'd call his name, Pao, with a happy face as he took her hand to play everywhere. But now, when Pao held out his hand, there was no response from Xia. She looked the same as always, just as dazed and hopeless. "Fine, go on and be that way. If you don't come with me, you're the only one who loses." His patience wore out, and he turned to leave. But a second later, Pao's feet stopped. "Live close, but don't get attached." He turned back to look at Xia, who was sitting silently. He stood there and wondered if he had followed that unwritten rule back in the slums and not gotten so attached to Xia, would he be in this much pain right now? The image of the little girl sitting in the heavy rain made Pao unable to stop thinking. He burst into tears, wiping them away as he spoke. "No, it's too late. There's no way I can abandon her now." At the Demon King's castle, two figures, one large and one small, were standing at the very top. Renelle cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I wonder when Lord Deon Hardt will be back? I miss Lord Dion so much. Doesn't that constellation look just like him?" The purple-haired servant beside her closed her eyes, thinking helplessly, is she standing guard, or just waiting for Lord Dion? Suddenly, Renelle's eyes shot open. She then leaped onto her scepter and shouted, "There's a presence coming from the western fortress." The servant from before was surprised. "Again?" When the other servant saw her about to take off, she raised a hand to stop her and yelled, "That presence was just another Legion commander. And the Demon King already ordered you not to use too much magic." By the time Renelle had flown far away, the servant froze for a few seconds, then muttered, "And she's gone." Renelle had flown to the castle gate, where Deon Hardt was just walking in. When she saw Deon Hardt, Renelle's eyes lit up, and she shouted joyfully, "This time, it's really Lord Deon Hardt." Hearing his name, Dion looked up. Renelle continued to shout even louder, "Lord Deon Hardt!" Then she slammed down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Deon Hardt was too stunned to speak. After the dust settled, Renelle's figure appeared, standing in a large crater caused by her landing. She laughed sheepishly and said, "It's been a while. Huh? How was your mission?" Dion's face darkened as he let out a soft groan, but inwardly, he was startled. "She scared me to death," he thought, catching his breath. Seeing this, Renelle was taken aback. "Oh, right. How could I ask a Legion commander about a personal mission? So careless of me," she stammered. "Ah, I was just asking for your opinion. I wasn't trying to pry into your mission," Deon Hardt replied. "It was exhausting. I found some people who had created a false religion and were blindly following it." He rubbed the back of his neck, sighing to himself. "Well, my trip to the human realm isn't exactly a big secret, and it's better to explain than to let her misunderstand. She's pretty scary, too." Deon Hardt thought, breaking into a sweat. Renelle asked curiously, "What's a religion?" He replied, "Well, to put it simply, it's similar to how demons always obey their creator." Renelle touched a finger to her cheek, frowning as she said, "How foolish. I guess to demons, that does sound pretty stupid. Instead of believing in such nonsense, they could just worship Lord Dion," Renelle said. Deon Hardt's eyes shot open as he asked, "Huh, the faith of Lord Deon Hardt, the religion of Dion, the cult of Deon Hardt," she muttered. Deon Hardt asked in despair, "What are you talking about?" "Ah, nothing. You're on your way to see the Demon King, right?" The Demon King is in the central garden right now. She changed the subject, holding up a finger with a mischievous smile. It's been a while since you've come to the Demon King's palace, hasn't it? What's going on? In the demon realm, the leaders of various races were sitting around a circular table for a meeting. You've heard that the Empire has attacked the Yen Kingdom, haven't you? The Mermaid Queen asked worriedly, resting her cheek on her hand. The Elf King crossed his arms and added, "This isn't going to end simply. This place was originally known as Hell. Races other than the demon race also existed here. This place is called the Demon Realm, simply because the demon race rules over most of the territory here. The Empire's goal is to conquer the entire continent. The Yen Kingdom is just the first place they've targeted." The Elf King continued. The Dwarf Chief and the Vampire Queen listened in silence, staring intently at the Demon King, waiting for his reaction. "I wasn't aware you all were so interested in the human realm," the Demon King said with a smirk, lacing his fingers together. The Elf King gestured and replied mockingly, "Ha, are you kidding me? After they conquer the entire continent, their next target will be this place. So, as a leader of my race, I cannot just sit idly by and watch." His brow furrowed, and his face darkened with anger as he continued, "I hope they don't touch my people. All because of the naive actions of some nobles." The Demon King just chuckled softly, closing his eyes. How arrogant. Then he opened them and said, "Well, this is good news." The Demon King suddenly stood up, raising his hands high and announcing, "The subordinate I sent to the human realm has returned." Everyone looked up in surprise and curiosity in the direction he had called out to. "Deon Hardt," the Demon King called. As Deon Hardt appeared before everyone, his face was serious, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Deon Hardt, how was your trip?" the Demon King asked, patting him familiarly on the shoulder. "I have a few questions for you, so your timing is perfect. I hear the Empire has attacked the Yen Kingdom, correct? Is the Emperor's goal to take over the entire continent?" he asked with a smile, holding out his hand and channeling a bit of his magic in front of Deon's chest. Deon looked at his own hand, thinking of the seal. Then he quietly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor is planning to conquer this entire continent. I had heard about this agent of the Demon King's, but..." The Elf King interrupted, drawing Deon's attention. "Do you really think that mortal is trustworthy?" All the tribal chiefs glared at Deon Hardt with murderous intent, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense and dangerous. Deon Hardt instinctively grimaced, his gaze darkening, but just then, the Demon King suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder and said, "Well, as long as Deon Hardt is still here, I believe he's worthy of our trust." "As long as I'm still here?" Deon thought, looking at the cheerfully smiling Demon King. "In other words," he thought, "the moment I turn my back on the demon realm, he'll dispose of me." Deon Hardt broke into a sweat, but he tried to keep his expression neutral. "So, what were the Emperor's orders?" the Demon King asked. Deon glanced at the other leaders, wondering if he was allowed to say it here. He must have a reason for asking. The Emperor said to keep the Demon King in check and prevent him from interfering with the Empire's continental invasion, Deon Hardt said. The Demon King smiled and asked, "And if the Demon King has any intention of joining the battlefield, I am to return at all costs." The Demon King rubbed his chin, smiling with interest. "Ah, I figured as much. And on another matter, magic from the demon realm has been used in the human realm," Deon Hardt continued. Hearing this, the Demon King paused slightly, his eyes widening. "I was in the middle of investigating a cult called the Church of Atonement. Under the Emperor's orders, Deon recalled using magic similar to that of the demon realm. He told the Demon King, "I've confirmed that demonic magic was used there." The Demon King's voice was low. "Is that so?" Then, he suddenly laughed cheerfully and clapped Deon Hardt on the chest. "I'll take care of the investigation. You should go get some rest." Deon Hardt's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, "What? A human used demonic magic in the human realm. Yet he doesn't seem surprised or angry at all. Go see Ben and have him check your left arm before you go back to your room. Your movements look a bit off," the Demon King advised, patting Deon Hardt's shoulder again. He started to refuse. "I'm almost fully recovered, so it's fine." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Sir Deon Hardt?" He was so startled that he coughed up blood and cried out. Ben asked in a panic, "Sir Deon? What's wrong? Are you all right?" The Demon King was also worried. "You've overworked yourself, just as I thought. Go rest." Deon Hardt covered the blood with his hand and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, he scared the hell out of me. When did he even get here?" As he left, the noisy voices still echoed. "Show me where it hurts," Ben urged anxiously. "I told you, I'm fine," Deon Hardt replied dismissively, waving his hand. The Demon King watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. What a joke. Are you really going to investigate it yourself? What kind of demon would dare use demonic magic in the human realm without the Demon King's permission? The King of the Elves crossed his arms and shot the Demon King a sarcastic look. Beside them, the Mermaid Queen glanced timidly at the Demon King. The Elf King's face darkened as he looked the Demon King straight in the eye and said, "You must have ordered it." The Demon King, not to be outdone, retorted angrily, "Oh? And what's that supposed to mean? Does it even matter now? Aren't you afraid of the consequences that will come from using demonic magic so carelessly? Our demon race can already feel the changes happening in the human realm every day." The Elf King slammed his hand on the table and shouted in fury. "Before long, the human realm will send a hero. Unlike before, this hero will be an unimaginable threat to the Demon King." An image appeared of the hero pointing a sword at the Demon King from behind. Behind the hero, a figure in a white hood emerged, like a savior. Bathed in a brilliant golden light, the entity stretched out its hands as if to crush the Demon King into 1,000 pieces. "Why should I be afraid of the future?" the Demon King said. The Elf King asked in surprise. "What?" The Demon King replied, "There is no reason for me to be afraid. No matter what I do, that hero will still appear, and our fateful confrontation will be inevitable. Besides, I'm starting to get bored anyway. And as you know, I've lived for quite a long time." The Elf King lowered his head, stunned for a moment, then said, "Fine. Whether you get stabbed to death or not doesn't matter to me. Do as you please," the Elf King said, his brow furrowed in anger. He thought to himself, "He may be a pain, but I tried to show some concern. After all, he is the leader of the demon race, the Demon King, who formed the first line of defense against the humans." After that, everyone began to leave, leaving only the Demon King standing in the same spot. A few of them glanced back at him as they walked away. The Elf King continued to think, "It's only a matter of time before the humans find a way to invade the demon realm." The Elf King led the group, his eyebrows knitted together, his eyes filled with angry calculation. "We must devise a plan to counter the human invasion." Suddenly, an oppressive aura radiated everywhere, causing the Elf King's eyes to widen in alarm. "That's all well and good," the Demon King's voice rang out, laced with anger. Suddenly, the Vampire Queen felt so terrified she couldn't breathe, and she let out a cry. "But couldn't you have chosen your words more carefully?" the voice continued, powerful and commanding. Even the leaders of the other races couldn't withstand the pressure emanating from the Demon King. They all had to bow their heads, gasping for air. "I don't expect you to use polite words when you're just an elf who's barely out of his cradle." The Demon King's eyes turned sharp and cold, glinting dangerously. The aura around him radiated out, making the atmosphere indescribably grim. The Demon King let out a long sigh. "Forget it. What am I even doing with these children?" He gradually withdrew his aura, and the air became easier to breathe. After the pressure vanished, everyone around clutched their chests, bowing their heads and panting with terrified expressions. "I know the elves hate the demon race," the Demon King said. The Elf King glared at him with a mixture of anger and fear. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. "But next time, don't be so defiant, and try to be a little more patient," the Demon King said with a smile. But his smile and expression held no joy. Meanwhile, Ben was still anxiously fussing over Dion. "Sir Dion, it's not enough to just say you're fine. Can't you just let me give you a quick checkup?" "I need to rest," Dion said. Ben thought anxiously. He doesn't take good care of himself. This is why the people around him suffer. He closed his eyes and sighed, thinking it would be better if he could cherish himself the way he cherishes others. I guess that part of him hasn't changed at all. Ben began to recall memories from the past. "Sir Dion?" Ben burst into the room, worried. Inside the luxurious room, a pale-faced Dion was sitting on a long chair. In front of him was a large pool of blood. The table and nearby chairs were also splattered with the blood Dion had just coughed up. Deon Hardt clamped a hand over his mouth to stop the bleeding. The Demon King stood beside him, his face dark as he surveyed the blood-soaked scene. Seeing this, Ben let out a panicked gasp. "How the hell is Commander Zero's personal physician so late?" the Demon King yelled, waving his hand angrily. "Do you think this is why I assigned you to be Deon Hardt's personal doctor?" the Demon King scolded. Meanwhile, Deon Hardt's face was still deathly pale, his hand stained with the blood he had coughed up. "My apologies," Ben replied fearfully. He thought, "I don't deserve to be his doctor. I know Sir Dion is suffering from the after effects of the war with the hero. And yet, I can't even take care of him when he's sick. There's no way he would let a doctor who failed in his duties live. So, this must be the end for me," Ben feared silently. But as Deon Hardt lay in bed, his face pale and a clean white cloth on his forehead, he said calmly, "I'm not going to kill you. Forgive me, but..." "Why not?" Model Ben asked timidly. Deon Hardt said helplessly, "Do you actually want me to die or something?" Ben, startled, said hastily, "Client, no. Of course not. But, why would I kill you?" "Ben, I'm fine, so just worry about your own business." Those words left Ben completely stunned. From the moment in the prison cell until the Research Institute's door closed, he couldn't shake his surprise. It wasn't until he was inside the Research Institute that Ben snapped out of it, thanks to the worried questions from the doctors around him. An orange-haired man asked, "Dr. Ben, you're alive. Another pink-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. How were you pardoned? Are you okay? Dr. Ben, still trembling slightly, stammered. I am incredibly proud to be Lord Deon Hardt's personal physician. A second later, Ben's eyes began to sparkle, his face filled with pride, as if he were talking about something absolutely wonderful. He thought to himself, I always knew he was the most selfless commander in the entire army, but I can't believe he would even protect those who failed to do their duty. On that day, I decided I would do everything in my power to prevent something like that from ever happening again. Ben quietly made a resolution. Back in the present, Ben was still rambling in Dion's ear. I need to examine you. Even just one quick check. Deon Hardt grimaced and replied, I told you I'm fine. But look. Ben cut Deon Hardt off and held up a glowing red stone from the necklace around his neck for him to see. Dion asked in surprise, what is that thing? Ben held the stone up higher and explained, this is a magic stone, created from your blood and the Demon King's magic. Ah, my blood and the Demon King's magic. What? Deon Hardt seethed inwardly. When the hell did they take my blood? Ben enthusiastically held up a finger, smiling brightly as he explained. If you have any issues with your blood, like circulation problems or impurities, it will notify me. It also provides me with your location. That's why I'll be able to find you before it's too late. Although, there's still a bit of a problem if you get injured outside the demon realm. After all, I can't leave this place without permission. I will try to figure out a way to handle this issue by asking His Majesty. Deon Hardt frowned and said, forget about it. Ben calmly replied, forgive me, but this is for you, Lord Dion. I'm sure His Majesty would be happy to do anything. The sound of their conversation echoed through the hallway. S, who was standing in front of a room, saw them approaching and said cheerfully, Lord Dion, you've returned. I've been waiting for you ever since I heard you were back in the demon realm. He asked, but Ben, why are you here? Ben smugly pushed up his glasses and replied, isn't it obvious I should be by Lord Deon Hardt's side? S rushed towards Dion, spinning him around and shouting with worry. Because Ben is here. Were you injured somewhere in the human world? Ben pushed his glasses up again and replied, Lord Deon Hardt is extremely exhausted. He may have sustained injuries to his shoulder and arm. Deon Hardt broke out in a cold sweat watching the two of them. What? Was there no one there to support you? They couldn't even protect you properly. Those damn humans. S's voice echoed. He clenched his fists and screamed in anger. Hearing this, Deon Hardt trembled and thought, I'm human too. S continued to curse. Those weak, useless bastards. Ben nodded in agreement as he listened to S's rant. Deon Hardt silently refuted, I'm probably the weakest one here. Deon Hardt, Lord Deon Hardt? Someone's voice suddenly called out to Deon Hardt. Ben was surprised. Hein, why are you here? Hai Heian smiled softly and asked, Lord Deon Hardt, do you have a moment? Before she could finish her question, Heian suddenly gasped, her eyes widening in shock. S had appeared behind her out of nowhere, grabbing her by the collar and lifting her completely off the ground. S's eyes were sharp and cold as he said icily, Lord Deon Hardt, my apologies, but I will be with you. Deon Hardt was shocked, thinking with trembling fear, why are you so angry all of a sudden? Beside him, Ben sighed. Phew, I knew this day would come. Deon Hardt lamented internally, the demon realm is seriously terrifying. After dragging Hain into a secluded corner, S used his large hand to squeeze her neck tightly. He lifted her off the ground by her neck and snarled angrily, this isn't the first time. How dare a succubus like you speak to Lord Deon Hardt? His face darkened. Have you lost your mind? Hai Hen, crying from the pain, managed to speak. But, Lord Deon loves the garden that I care for. He said the garden is a wonderful place to calm his mind, and I want him to be able to experience that peace in his private chambers. As she spoke, she remembered the happy time she had with Dion. Suddenly, she held up a small, potted plant in front of him. I was going to give this little plant to Lord Dion. The plant let out a few fierce noises. It was a demon plant named CTI, with a rather hyperactive personality. Hearing that, S became even angrier. There's no way Lord Dion would like a monstrous plant like that. Where did you even find that thing? Hai Heian replied shyly, Lord Dion likes it, I think. He immediately changed his tune. This flower is very beautiful. Let me give it to him. S snatched the flower from her hand. Hai Heian was taken aback. Ah, she looked hurt. I wanted Lord Dion to praise me for it. Seeing her expression, he glared angrily, thinking to himself that he didn't want her getting near Lord Deon Hardt ever again, but that he didn't want her to die either. Not long before, in the room, Deon Hardt had watched S lift Han into the air by her collar and calmly ordered, S, don't kill her. His eyes were cold. Han has done nothing wrong. Seeing Lord Dion defend Hyan, he raised an eyebrow in annoyance. Then let me talk to her. S walked away with the potted plant, impatiently warning Hyan not to casually approach Lord Deon Hardt again. If he hadn't intervened, you'd be dead. He thought to himself, Lord Deon Hardt is far too kind. High Haines flower was now humming a tune on Deon Hardt's bed. Looking at the plant, Deon Hardt's expression darkened. He grimaced at it, thinking, why did I accept this thing from Hyen? What the hell happened? Suddenly, the plant became enraged. It opened its mouth as wide as it could, revealing a row of sharp teeth in his direction. Deon Hardt scrambled in fear to the far end of the bed. His face turned pale, and he was speechless. Damn, that's terrifying. He recalled S's words when he gave him the flower. Don't worry, this flower will never attack you. Lord Dion. The gardener has trained it carefully. He thought angrily to himself. He said that, but what if he was lying? Hain, next time, I won't let you off so easily. Abruptly, a knife came flying, stabbing into the headboard right next to him, making him jump in terror. Glancing at the knife right beside him, Deon Hardt was too scared to utter a single word. A girl's voice came from the doorway. As expected of Lord Deon Hardt, you sensed the blade and managed to dodge in time. She slowly walked closer. Hello, I am Devilan, commander of the 2nd Division. She put on an innocent expression and continued, you're so calm. Isn't my blade even worth your concern? As a division commander, infiltration and assassination are my specialties. He raised a hand to his mouth to signal something. Unable to hear what he said, the girl asked again, Lord Dion, forgive me, but what did you just say? Help me. He frantically clamped a hand over his mouth, his eyes looking lost, thinking he was so panicked he couldn't even make a sound. The girl didn't seem to understand, trying to figure out what he meant to say. Beside her, Deon Hardt was trembling with fear. Her eyes lit up as she figured out what Deon Hardt had said. Did you mean to say that you sense no killing intent from me? I understand. How could I possibly have any killing intent toward you, Lord Dion? A wave of killing intent washed over Dion. Yes, if you truly had killing intent, you would have betrayed and killed me long ago. His eyes were blood red. The 2nd Corps commander, Devilania, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Please don't be angry, my lord. In the Demon King's castle, she's the one I have to be most wary of. Oh, the girl enthusiastically pointed at a pile of gifts. I prepared all of these gifts for you, Dion thought. This is insane. I can't refuse. What do I do? She looked at him with a mischievous grin. You're going to wear them all, aren't you? Seeing the look on her face, he found it terrifying, and quickly replied, of course, this one is similar to the Demon King's outfit design. What do you think? No, she made him try on everything, one outfit after another. He could only change reluctantly, his face showing his displeasure. This isn't my style. She continued to ask, what about the attire of the humans from the south? After putting on that outfit, he impatiently thought to himself, this style is too revealing. Getting to try clothes on you makes me so happy. You look good in anything. Try this one next. She cheerfully held up another set of clothes for Deon Hardt. He struggled to support himself on the pile of clothes he had already tried on. Stop. I'm exhausted. Lord Dion. I knocked, but there was no answer. A man dressed head to toe in black, revealing only his red eyes, opened the door and entered. Black smoke emanated from behind him. It was the 8th Corps commander, Hiho. He seemed apologetic. My apologies for entering without permission. I wasn't aware that Lady Devilania was with you. Deon Hardt eagerly changed his clothes. He looked at Hio like a savior, thinking, I'm saved, but said aloud, it's fine. What's the matter? The girl turned her head, a look of disgust on her face. Tisk. Hearing Dion, Hio opened the door wider to enter. I came to see you, my lord, as I heard you had returned, but because of the horizontal sword on his back, he couldn't get into the room. Watching this, Devilania raised a hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. Deon Hardt looked at him helplessly, imagining a puppy chewing on a stick, stuck outside a door. I can't even fit through a door. I really am trash. Hio collapsed to his knees, planting his hands on the ground. Why am I even alive? He continued to lament. Seeing this, the blue-haired man who followed him shouted in a panic, Oh no, Lord Hio, it's just a minor mistake. It's because you carry so many weapons. The 8th Corps Vice Commander Nai was with him. Hio sulked, blaming himself. I carry too many things I can't even use. I'm trash. I don't deserve to live. Nai stood beside him, scratching his head and trying to explain, That's not what I meant. What a headache. Heo continued his lament. And now I'm giving my vice commander a headache. Watching the scene unfold, Deon Hardt thought angrily, what the hell are they doing? Is this a comedy sketch? Devilania cheerfully dashed outside. Unfortunately, we'll have to continue this another time. Excuse me. Walking over to Heo, she said in a soft voice, Lord Heo. Oh, the 8th Corps commander? It seems some bastard is spreading nasty rumors about Lord Dion in the First City. Is this really where you should be right now? She glanced at him, a wicked smile on her face. Hearing this, his already red eyes seemed to glow. Suddenly, Heo melted into a pool of black ooze. Nai dropped to his knees in terror, shouting, Lord Heo! He then looked up at Devilania angrily and scolded her. No! It took him so long to gather the courage to come see Lord Deon Hardt. Lady Devalania, aren't you being too mean? Please stop bullying Lord Hio. She feigned innocence with a soft chuckle. Then, Devalania put her hands on her hips and yelled, "What? A mere vice commander dares to raise his voice at me? Do you have a death wish?" Dion suddenly turned to look at her. Dion's face darkened with disgust. He thought in annoyance, "What a circus. Please go argue somewhere else, you weirdos." But where did the 8th Corps commander go in such a hurry? The 8th Corps commander, Hio, is a demon born from the shadows by the Demon King's power. Initially, his mission was to monitor the cities, but he later received a secret mission as soon as the 0 Corps commander joined the demon army. Hio struck a demon, who cowered in fear. "I'm sorry." His mission, to ensure no information about Deon Hardt's appearance leaks to the human world. "I'll never dare speak of the 0 Corps commander again," the demon pleaded. Hio didn't care and killed him on the spot. When the servants in the Demon King's castle spoke of Deon's appearance, one of them piped up. "His red eyes give me the creeps." "Is that the 0 Corps commander?" another asked. Or when his face was revealed during his first mission in the first city, or even when fighting heroes on the border, Hio would find every witness and make sure they could never open their mouths again. "His Majesty entrusted this important mission to me. I cannot afford to make a mistake. It would be terrible, so terrible." With that thought, he melted into a black puddle again. It was no coincidence that the soldiers of the Empire, and indeed the entire world, knew nothing about the 0 Corps commander. In the castle, Nai was standing by when Hio appeared. Seeing him, Nai immediately ran over, holding out a hand to Hio. "Lord Hio, you're back already." That was fast. Hio didn't dare to fully emerge, looking remorseful. "Yes, because it was my fault." Nai cheerfully comforted him. "Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is that we fix them. Since you've successfully atoned for it, I'd say you did a great job." Hio shyly placed his hand on Nai's. "Really? Then, do you think I'm worthy of meeting Lord Deon?" Nai beamed even brighter. "Of course. I bet Lord Deon Hardt is waiting for you right now." Hearing this, Hio was as happy as a child. In his bedroom, Deon Hardt was casually playing with a Rubik's Cube while the flower next to him hummed a tune. Hearing a strange noise, he turned to look. "Ah!" he screamed in surprise when he saw a single, glowing red eye staring at him from behind the door. He was so terrified that he coughed up blood. Hio trembled as he explained, "I just wanted to see you, my lord, since I couldn't before. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?" Before Hio could finish, Dr. Ben burst through the door shouting, "Lord Deon Hardt." He ran to the bedside. "I sensed a signal that you were injured. Are you okay now?" Hio stood trembling nearby. "It's my fault. You're coughing up blood. Because of me? I'll atone for it with my life." With that, the hundreds of tentacles on Here's back gripped their weapons and pointed them at himself. Dr. Ben rushed out to block Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt fearfully approached the edge of the bed. "No, please. I'm very happy to see you." On the outside, he was comforting him, but inside, Dion thought, "Don't you die. I have no idea what the vice commander will do to me if you do." He said Sir Dion was happy to see him. Why is he being so kind to a piece of trash like me who couldn't even complete the mission? Here was ecstatic. Nai cheered from behind. "Sir Here, it's all right. You're doing a great job." Deon Hardt thought in annoyance. This guy's personality is so irritating. I should just say a few soft words and gently kick him out. His expression turned cold. "Yes, you did a great job. You've completed your mission, so get some rest." He exuded such a fierce aura. Despite his gentle appearance and condescending gaze, his eyes grew sharp. "I want to rest alone, so you should leave now." Here stared at his cold demeanor. Here thought gleefully, is that the attitude of someone who's been strong his entire life? So cool. I want to learn things like that from Sir Deon Hardt. I wonder if it'd be alright to ask to see him again? Following Deon Hardt's words, everyone began to leave. Here spoke up. "Then please, take care of yourself." Dr. Ben added, "I'll take my leave as well. Call me if you're not feeling well." Dion replied helplessly. "Yeah, thanks." He thought with disgust. So, this is what life in the demon world is like. Humans should only live in the human world. And now, the demon world is about to be destroyed. The Emperor ordered me to be a double agent. I guess I should get started on my mission. Seeing his wicked smile, the small plant couldn't help but tremble in fear. If you're a spy, the first thing you need to know is how to gather information on the enemy. A voice seemed to echo in Dion's head. He was surprised by the sheer size of the information archives. "It's huge." A demon glanced at him, looking uninterested. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the demon's expression turned grim. He shot up in alarm, shouting, "Oh, you're here, sir." Hearing this, all the other demons in the room respectfully bowed their heads to him. He felt a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, "Somehow I've gotten used to this, but it's still a pain. I'll just find what I need and get out of here." As he was walking around, a book caught his eye. He took it down. An investigative report on the Empire? It was a report on the Empire's investigation into the current heroes. Author, Adelia. Whenever new information comes in, they immediately add it to this report. Ugh, Dion thought. He opened the book and began to read. The first hero, Nemesius. He assisted the current king, Edouard Desert, in a coup d'état back when the king was still the ninth prince. After that, he served as the commander-in-chief during the 8-Year War and was rewarded by becoming the only noble without a fiefdom. The second hero, Stigma Primero. He became known after the 8-Year War, receiving the title of saint and the rank of duke within the Luen Count family. His main duty is to subjugate the barbarian forces on the southern border of the empire, and he displays incredible power. Reading this far, he was a bit surprised, thinking, wait a minute, if this is the order, does that mean I'm next? Of course, I'm in here too. Turning to the next page, he saw the third hero, Dion H. He let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there are no pictures. Investigation has been forbidden under the Demon King's orders. No further investigation is permitted. Seeing this, Deon Hardt felt a little smug and pleased. The Demon King wasn't kidding, thank goodness. His expression suddenly changed. The fourth hero, Cruin Hart, believed to share the same bloodline as the third hero, Dion H., is a noble who opposes the king. But he slammed the book shut, not wanting to read any further. Standing before the bookshelf, the flames of his anger terrified everyone around him. He thought irritably, reading this stuff is so damn annoying. Putting the book back, he noticed another one. Is the author of this book Kabur? If it's Kabur, isn't that the Demon King? A hero is an existence chosen by humanity and granted immense power to defeat the Demon King. Talent, strength, wisdom, vitality. Everything about them far surpasses that of an ordinary person. I know this already, Deon Hardt thought. The warriors under their command undergo arduous training. Those individuals are called soldiers. Although not as strong as heroes, they are still superior to the average person. This is all information I already know. He suddenly cheered up. There's info on the Demon King too. Maybe there's some good news in here. As he was engrossed in reading, a voice from behind made him jump, causing him to drop the book. The Demon King pointed at the book on the floor. You dropped your book, Dion said fearfully. I'll pick it up, Your Majesty. He slowly reached down to pick up the book, trying to read the last part. The hero and the Demon King are proof that this world continues to develop and exist. He picked it up coolly, thinking in confusion. What does it mean, the world continues to develop? I don't get it. Luckily, the book is okay. He turned around and asked the person behind him in a soft voice, Your Majesty, why are you here? The man chuckled. Then, he took the book from Dion's hands. I want to take a look at this. He was stunned, and panic began to set in. Why now of all times? Why is he looking at me like that? He placed a hand on his shoulder. It's nothing. Anyway, sorry for taking the book you were reading. Dion replied, It's quite all right, Your Majesty. The Demon King turned to leave, waving to the others. I'll be on my way, so don't mind me and carry on with your work, Dion thought angrily. You knew I was gathering information, didn't you? That book clearly didn't want me to finish it. He walked out dejectedly. A demon bowed. Are you leaving, sir? He forced a smile, thinking glumly. I'll just go back to my room. Instead of playing spy, I'd be better off just gathering information in my room. As he was walking, he overheard two demons talking. Why are they suddenly throwing a party? Didn't the commander of the 5th Legion get back a long time ago? Dion was surprised. A party? The short-haired girl replied, Don't you know what she's like? We gathered a lot of information from the outside. She's been completely engrossed in it, so the party's only being held now. Dion seemed to remember something. The commander of the 5th Legion, he thought. If it's the 5th Legion's commander, Ao-E, then not even the Demon King can stop her curiosity. The girl continued, And this isn't just a simple welcome party, you know. Ao-E is in a relationship with Vice Commander Dawn. They're dating. The 5th Legion's Vice Commander, Don Van, that guy with the deadpan face is dating someone? Deon Hardt suddenly spoke up. Hi, Hein, and the girl flinched, saying in unison, Commander Deon Hardt, he thought to himself. Oh, so demons date too, huh? Did you hear everything we said? I caught you bad-mouthing your superior. It's too late. We're going to be killed by this demon. His cold eyes terrified them. Hai Hain and the girl clung to each other, worried. We're sorry. Please spare our lives. Where is he? Who cares if you're on a date? If it's a welcome party, it has to be here, he thought as he ran. Special wine from the demon realm. His face lit up, and he let out a loud laugh. Opening the party room door, he saw a mess on the floor, and his face twisted in disgust. What is this? Looks like it's over. There's not a single drop of wine left. A wine bottle rolled to his feet. He picked it up to examine it and thought, looks like Awe was curious about human wine, so he brought some back. So unfair. A group of servants came in to start cleaning up, but screamed when they saw him in the room. He turned his head to look at the door as the trembling group asked, Wait, Commander of the Zero Model Legion? Commander, did you drink it all? They were shocked to see only him in the room, standing motionless while holding a wine bottle. He answered irritably, "What?" But inside, he was furious. "I haven't even seen a drop of wine. Are you kidding me?" The group screamed. "Hey, run! We need to call for backup. Emergency. We need support." They scrambled towards the door as a panicked Dion asked, "Wait, hold on. What are you doing?" A piercing scream echoed from inside the castle. Commander Dion drank alcohol. Code red, code red. Hearing the scream, all the servants in the castle jumped. Commander Dion drank alcohol. Ja, Ed, and Ben were also shocked when they heard the announcement. "All troops, to defensive positions. I repeat, Commander Dion has been drinking." The Demon King, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Where did that guy go? The sound of frantic footsteps rushed into the room as a group of demons with shields surrounded Dion. He was bewildered, his face pale with fear, thinking to himself, "I haven't done anything. What's this situation?" In the middle of the crowd, whose attention was intensely focused on the white-haired man in the center of the room, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, raise your shields and brace yourselves. If even one of us flinches, we're all going to die here. If Commander Zero drinks past his limit, he'll slaughter anyone he sees." Hearing this, Deon Hardt, the center of attention, broke out in a sweat, his face a mixture of resentment and frustration. His hand was still clutching the wine bottle as he thought, "Damn it, I told you, I didn't drink any wine." His eyes darkened, his expression grew grim, and thoughts raced through his mind. "Ah, that's right. It's been a while since I've felt this kind of atmosphere. In the demon realm, everyone is strongly against me drinking alcohol." He recalled events from the past, like the time the Demon King had warned him, "Dion, I already gave the order." The man rubbed his temples, unable to comprehend. "Seriously, are you really that obsessed with drinking?" Being lectured by the Demon King, he sulked like a punished child and protested defiantly. "But why only me?" The man pointed a finger in his face. "Are you serious?" Recalling that incident, he silently admitted to himself, "All right, my drunken habits aren't good, but it's not like they can't control the situation when I lose my temper and cause trouble, right?" Seeing so many people in front of him, raising their shields, acting with extreme caution, he grew even angrier, unable to understand why these demon bastards were overreacting so much. A brown-haired man watched him from a distance, nervous and a little surprised, his lips pressed together. "I thought he would lay low for a while, but in the end, he drank anyway. I hope things end peacefully, but I'm sure they won't." Just like that day. At Highane last year, during the welcome party for Commander Zero, a muscular, red-haired demon had a sharp dagger pressed against his body. He backed away, making a strange sound. It turned out the hand holding the dagger was Dion's. His face was flushed, his eyes glazed over, and his voice, slurred with alcohol, asked, "Are you an enemy?" That incident made Commander Dion known to all the demons. Hearing his words, the demon became angry. He lunged forward, smacking the blade away, and roared in his face, "What the hell? I already said no, so why do you keep asking?" He thought to himself, "If you're going to be drunk, just be drunk quietly." He was completely furious with his attitude. Ignoring the truth, he shouted, "Damn it, fine, I am the enemy. What are you going to do if I'm the enemy? This is actually better." His face darkened at those words as the insults echoed in his ears. "I never liked how the Demon King created a special position just for you, and then promoted you." He continued to shout, looking as if he was about to charge at him. "Commander Zero, a rank even higher than Commander One. Let's see if you're talented enough to deserve such a high position." Suddenly, a purple-haired man appeared out of nowhere. He reached out and held him back, preventing a conflict from breaking out. "Calm down. This is supposed to be a party to welcome Commander Zero." As soon as the words were out, the sound of a blade piercing through something was heard. Everyone was now horrified, shocked by Deon Hardt's action. The dagger in his hand was buried deep in the chest of the demon before him, and blood splattered everywhere. The purple-haired man's face also went pale with fear. In agony, his mouth hung open as the red-haired demon stared down at the white hair below him. I didn't see him move." Dion looked up at him, one of his eyes glowing a murderous blood red. The blade in his hand plunged deeper as his lips moved. "You must be an enemy." The blade was yanked violently from the body, and streams of red liquid gushed out with it. The demon collapsed onto the floor. Standing tall and looking down at his dying body was Dion. He still held the blood-soaked blade in his hand. And just like that, one of the commanders had been stabbed to death in an instant. After that day, a new law was established in the Demon King's castle. First, if Commander Zero asks if you are an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Phase 1. When Deon Hardt asks, "Are you an enemy?" you must answer, "Of course not." Second, if he insists on a reason, you must provide the clearest possible explanation. Phase 2. You're not? Why not? Immediately make an excuse. "I belong to the Demon King's Legion, just like you, Sir Deon Hardt." Third, If he appears suspicious of your answer, you must immediately move into a defensive stance. Phase 3. But why are you looking at me like that? Response. Defensive stance. Defensive stance. A demon, holding his shield tightly, heard the new rules and asked in confusion, but why do we have to move into a defensive stance? If we want to live, shouldn't we be attacking him instead of defending? Another demon discussed with the first. Faced with the question, he hesitated for a moment. If we hurt Commander Zero, the Demon King will kill us. Hearing those words, the other man let out a terrified scream, shattering the quiet space. What? What kind of ridiculous favoritism is that? Despite the red-haired man clapping a hand over his mouth, he whispered frantically, "You idiot, you're being too loud. Don't provoke Commander Zero." But it was too late. The noise had already caught Deon Hardt's attention, and his gaze, like fiery red sparks, swept over to where the sound came from. The Demon King will deal with his own affairs. Our job is to stay alive as long as possible. He looked in their direction with his crimson eyes and gave a cold, haunting, and terrifying smile that made the two gossiping men freeze in horror. Did he just smile at us? Are we going to die? We can't retreat. Just stay put. Dion's mind was in turmoil, sweat beading on his brow, not understanding why they were so tense. I just gave them the most innocent smile on earth, didn't I? He didn't know how to begin speaking. Suddenly, a tall man wearing a fur cloak stepped into the room. All eyes turned to him. Stop. It was the Demon King, and beside him were his two closest aides. Good thing I was nearby, he said. Deon Hardt thought to himself. The Demon King? And S and Ben are here too? His face darkened as thoughts raced through his mind. Isn't this whole situation getting stranger and stranger? The Demon King spoke up. Deon Hardt, are you listening to me? His gaze was unfocused. Can I even hear him? But I don't know what to say first. How the hell do I get out of this situation? The Demon King thought, he looks so calm. He must only be in the first stage. Don't ignore me. Listen, the people here are not your enemies. Everyone listened intently. Even the two guards beside him were sweating bullets. No one here has any intention of attacking you, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So put that wine bottle down. And the bottle was placed on the ground. Deon Hardt looked up and replied, I wasn't planning on attacking anyone, anyway. He figured he should just do as the king said for now. Then he'd tell them he doesn't drink. Everyone was shocked. What now? What is it? One of them stammered, Lord Dion. Did you just use formal language? He faced everyone directly and replied, What? I always use formal language. Why are they reacting like this? The atmosphere quieted down a bit. The Demon King spoke. Deon Hardt, did you really drink the wine? Finally, they're willing to listen to me, he answered firmly. I didn't drink any wine. I was just looking at these bottles from the human world. A collective thought of relief passed through the room. We're saved. The Demon King was a bit flustered by his statement, taking a moment before he could speak again. Deon Hardt, are you very bored? Huh? What was that? The king ran a hand through his hair and let out a long sigh. The Demon King looked utterly exasperated, one hand on his forehead, the other on his hip. I should have caught on when you went to the library, the place you always go. I went there because I wanted to become a spy, Dion thought. The king's golden pupils widened as he made an offer. In that case, would you like to visit the second city with Devilania? She requested permission for you to go out. He placed a hand on Dion's shoulder, and Dion's face tensed up. He had no idea what was happening. What? Go where? With who? The Demon King's face grew even brighter. He continued, a war might break out soon, so you should go while you still can. In stark contrast to the king's expression, Dion's body trembled with resistance. No. Dion stumbled out of the room. He was gloomy and dejected. How did the story take this turn? I'm screwed. Behind him, the voices of S and Ben echoed relentlessly. I will prepare everything. Lord Dion, let's get a full-body checkup before we go, shall we? As they were chasing after him, a loud call from behind made Ben stop and turn to look. The Demon King beckoned with his arm, signaling for him to come over. See me for a moment before you go. In a lavishly decorated room, exquisitely furnished, yet profoundly deep, the Demon King sat in contemplation, reading the information on a newspaper. The Yan Kingdom surrenders. The Empire scores successive victories. He was focused, his eyes never ceasing to scan the lines of text on the page. I once intended to act when the Empire had conquered at least half the continent. His face darkened further as he plotted something. But I don't think we have much time left. The Demon King's hand tightly gripped a green stone fragment, a communication device. He spoke loudly, his voice clear as he made an announcement to the entire demon realm. Outside the castle, birds circled overhead. The moon was the color of blood tonight, and the air was suffocating. I declare that from this moment forward, any and all use of magic within the demon realm is forbidden. Everyone at work listened intently to the announcement. Aside from pre-sealed magical devices, you are not to use any magic. The only exception is when your lives are threatened. The brown-skinned, white-haired girl also paused her activities. Commanders number 2, 4, and Adelia also looked up, listening intently to the broadcasted announcement. Commander number 8. You will ensure punishment is carried out on those who use magic without a valid reason. The Demon King paused for a moment, his gaze turning several shades colder. An unbelievable killing intent radiated from his body as he emphasized the final words, "You may kill them." Hearing this, the white-haired woman gave a faint smile. She was likely Commander number 2, as mentioned in the announcement. Adelia's face, which usually looked like that of a gentle kitten, suddenly took on a chillingly cold expression. "I guess I'm going to be busy." Another pair of crimson eyes, burning with murderous intent, appeared from behind a mask. "A mission from the Demon King, because he trusts me." The Demon King stood up, secretly plotting a few more things after his announcement. "Normally, I wouldn't have time to bother with the appearance of a single warrior." He walked towards the window. "But with a war going on, it's a different story." He looked down. "Right now, our best option is to delay the warrior's appearance for as long as possible." Below, S and Ben were relentlessly clinging to Dion. "Are you really going alone, my lord?" "Don't worry, I will go with him." Unsure if the world would even cooperate, he refused. "You don't need to follow me. How can one predict when a storm will hit and stop it?" All of these words were heard by a person with long white hair and pointed ears. "I hear it." The elf with calculating emerald green eyes had planned it all. In the blink of an eye, no one in the demon realm could use magic anymore. He curled his lip into a smirk and uttered a few words. "But it's too late. The Demon King must know that the time of the warrior's appearance is drawing near. The world has completed all its preparations. Now it's just waiting for the perfect moment. The moment the world deploys its warrior will be the Demon King's worst moment." Then, when everything was over, the king on his throne clenched his hand into a fist, telling himself something. The Duke raised his teacup to enjoy it, with Cruin by his side. His eyes were filled with calculations that no one could decipher. "Hi, Deon Hardt," with his deep crimson eyes. "You gaze into the silent void of space, secretly waiting for nothing but death to remain." The king sits majestically on his noble throne, his face as cold as ice, listening to the plea, "Forgive me, your majesty, but I fear it will be difficult if we continue this war." His gaze grew even colder. And what is the reason for that? Hearing this, the man before him stiffened, breaking out in a cold sweat. "The Count." He immediately replied, "Well, from what I know, you have accepted the surrender of other nations. You have also let the people live, including the royal families, unlike the war 8 years ago. But as long as those royal families live," he continued, "the spirit of those nations will never die, and the soldiers we have gained from their conquest will not be loyal to the empire." He bowed his head deeply, showing his firm stance and plea. "If we continue the war like this, our military strength will be insufficient. While we can replenish supplies, we cannot gain more soldiers. For the people's sake, you must stop the war, your majesty." The room suddenly fell silent. The Count's heart pounded, his body trembling, afraid he was about to die, but he had to tell his majesty, for the sake of the empire. He had no regrets now, only hoping for a peaceful death. The king was pensive, showing no reaction, which made the Count wonder. "Hick, isn't he angry?" Another courtier then spoke up. "Hey, Count, what are you talking about? We can just conscript commoners to get more soldiers." The king remained even more silent, his hand clenching into a fist as murmurs began to spread throughout the room. "That's too much. What's wrong with asking them to fight for their own country? That's right, we can just use peasants from the slums." A hand slammed down hard on the table, the sound echoing loudly. The king slowly stood up, his face darkened, his voice carrying a terrifying threat. "I had no idea you all could bark so well." His golden eyes blazed with an indescribable anger. "You say I can replenish my soldiers with commoners?" They were suddenly taken aback. "You don't use your own private soldiers, you don't dare lead armies on the battlefield, yet you would force commoners to fight without a second thought?" He spoke, thinking of the people living peacefully and happily. "Do you know why the people pay taxes? Taxes are payment for you to protect their lives and their peace. This means the people have a choice to protect the empire, and the empire has a duty to protect its people." The Duke was stunned, marveling to himself. As His Majesty spoke, his hand rested lightly on his sword. "Let me make this simple." His gaze was resolute, and he drew his sword, declaring, "I will not stop the war. And if I am short on soldiers, I order you to send me your troops. The standards will be the same as the 8-year war." The men in the room could only remain silent, bowing their heads in obedience. "As long as a family has 2 or more men, each of you will send half of your private soldiers to battle. And if you choose not to participate, 2/3 of your private soldiers will be confiscated." He stood tall and solemn, asking the people to fight will be the last resort. His sharp, cold gaze swept over them. "What are you all still doing here? If you understand, then get out and prepare." They all said in unison, "Yes, your majesty." Everyone left, leaving him alone in the vast room. He sheathed his sword, thinking, I know I have no right to be angry and force them to fight, but if the top is corrupt, the bottom will be in chaos. His face darkened again. How disgusting. Both them and myself. He felt his body sinking into a sea of blood that had already reached his feet. He forced a bitter smile. It seems my hallucinations are getting worse. They've never affected my daily life like this before. Horrifying screams began to emerge. Pale blue figures floated up from the ground, resembling the dead zombie Eduardo. He responded calmly, What impatient bastards. They laughed eerily, their figures blurry and ethereal, constantly saying, Come to us. The king's gaze grew even colder as fresh bloodstains seemed poised to swallow him whole. It's not like I planned to stay on the sidelines forever, but why are they in such a hurry? The southern part of the empire was a region frequently at war with the barbarian tribes. Under the massacres tacitly approved by the emperor, it was the place managed by the second hero, Stigma Premiso. This is the second hero, Stigma Premiso. The empire declared war on its second target, the Sarahan kingdom. Is this why the emperor ordered me to prepare for war? He developed his fighting force to combat the barbarians and plagues in the rugged southern lands. He flashed a refreshing smile at his soldiers. Ah, that's our emperor for you. This is truly good news. Fighting barbarians is fun, but nothing beats a real battlefield, right? He was more than enough, and far too strong to be made a mere lord. A guard suddenly asked him, Do you really like war that much, sir? He replied, Not really. A dying man on the ground cried out, The emperor will reward you handsomely once you achieve something great. A sword pierced through the man, and fresh red blood splattered everywhere as he let out a terrible scream. He didn't seem to care at all. There are a few things I truly want from the king. In the 8-Year War, I received the title of Marquis, a grand mansion in the south, and a mountain of gold and jewels. At first, I was satisfied, until I heard what he asked from the emperor. What he asked for was the right to annihilate his own family with his own hands. The smile on Stigma's lips grew more sinister. He thought, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. How could he even think of something like that? It wasn't just shock, it was like I was put under a spell. He turned to the person next to him and said, I wonder if my junior will participate in this war? The blue-haired young man replied immediately, If you're talking about the honorary count, Deon Hardt, I'm sure he will participate, sir. He'll just be late. He thought to himself, his face full of interest, I can't wait to meet him. The conversation between the two continued. Well then, we should prepare for war, too. Just burn all the survivors. They might carry plagues. Yes, sir. He walked out from the smoke and fire, secretly scheming like that bastard. My reward this time will be the right to annihilate his family with my own hands. Commander of the 2nd Legion, Devilania, she said unhappily. I thought I was going alone, didn't I? Ignoring her, Lord Deon Hardt spoke up. This is an order from the Demon King. And even if I hadn't come, you wouldn't be alone. Look at how many people from the 2nd Legion you've brought with you. Outside, a long line of people streamed past. She replied, It's surprising you didn't bring anyone with you. Meanwhile, she herself was preparing to head to the second city and its outskirts. Ben remarked, I know the Zero Legion are the elite, because they would only get in your way, Lord Dion. Hearing that, Dion felt helpless. A look of sheer boredom crossed his face. Why the hell do I have to bring soldiers along just because I'm going to the second city? He looked at the glass window, at his own reflection. Why do they keep going on about the outskirts this, the outskirts that, and even the Demon King? Why is everyone so on edge about the outskirts? I really don't understand why he's making us take the long way around. Try to get on their good side over there. As the carriage clattered along, his expression grew even darker. Come to think of it, Rhinell also gave me a defensive necklace before I left, and she made me wear armor too. The more he analyzed it, the more uneasy he became. It could be that she just wanted to be prepared for an emergency, but is that all it is? He hoped silently. Damn it, this is so irritating. Just let me out of here. Suddenly cutting through his thoughts, the carriage screeched to a halt, throwing everyone inside off balance. His face turned pale, on the verge of tears. Not like this. A soldier ran in, panicked and out of breath. Lord Deon, Sir Devilania has an emergency. Outside, the sounds of running and strange noises echoed. There are too many demons coming this way. Damn it. The soldiers were relentlessly fighting off the demons. One by one, they were struck down. The second squad is fighting well. A demon's head fell to the ground, only for a large, green foot to step on it, crushing what was just there. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. The demons swarmed in continuously, but there were just too many of them. Dion thought to himself, I can't just stand here, I have to do something. Turning his head, he was surprised by how strangely calm his comrades were. Devilania observed, They're everywhere. The losses. The doctor added, Each city has a commander to protect it, but the outskirts don't. Deon Hardt's heart was filled with suspicion, and it was written all over his face. Why are they so calm? It's as if they knew beforehand that demons would attack, Devilania said. A horde this size is probably enough to attack other species. I bet that includes archdemons. His eyes widened. So that's what the outskirts meant? That damn Demon King. Demonic monsters and beasts are the Demon King's responsibility. He's responsible for eliminating all of them to ensure they don't invade the territories of other species by ordering his commanders to patrol the outskirts. They have to go to the borders of their own territory where it meets the other species. It's driving me mad. I'm coughing up blood. And I volunteered to obey like a complete idiot. Devilania scoffed, her voice full of confidence. I'll go on ahead. Take your time. There are quite a few of them here. He stood frozen to the spot. Somebody please, wake me up. Oh God, no, I refuse. He tried to think of a way to deal with this. How am I supposed to handle all these demons? A voice came from behind him. Lord Dion. He turned around. Ah, I'm coughing up blood again, so Ben probably wants to help me up. Contrary to his expectation, Ben looked at him with an icy gaze. It was rare to see him look so terrifying. Dion quietly called his name, Ben. His eyes darkened. Are you not feeling up to fighting today, my lord? Deon Hardt immediately broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, was my avoidance that obvious? Ben always treats me well, but at the end of the day, he's still a demon. If he realizes I'm weaker than he is, he'll kill me in an instant. Ben recalled previous moments, his voice laced with suspicion. I'm only just noticing now. Come to think of it, you've always avoided fighting. 1. Whenever you're drunk. And 2. When your life isn't actually in danger. Deon Hardt froze, his secret exposed, and looked at the man before him in fear. He stammered. That's because, Ben added, if any other demon saw this, they might mistake you for a weak human. The fear in Deon's heart grew. As soon as he heard that, he cursed in his head, just ficking perfect. I'm so screwed, he thought. Well, I did expect to be found out eventually. Demons aren't exactly stupid. Thinking the jig was up, Deon Hardt blurted out, about to confess. Actually, I didn't mean to deceive you. Unexpectedly, Ben seemed to cut in at the exact same moment. But I completely understand your position, my lord. Then, they both exclaimed at the same time. Huh? Realizing he hadn't been exposed yet, Deon Hardt paused for a beat, puzzled. It's nothing, but what did you mean by that just now? Ben immediately puffed out his chest and spoke his mind. Although their numbers are countless, in the end, they are nothing but demonic beasts. They are not worthy of having someone like you personally get your hands dirty. That's what you were thinking, wasn't it? Dion was dumbfounded. A few seconds ago, he thought his weak body had been discovered, but it turned out he was just overthinking things. Ben added in a confident tone, I'm your personal physician. After all, there's no way I wouldn't understand what Lord Deon Hardt is thinking, right? Deon Hardt gritted his teeth as flames of anger erupted within him. It seems he had overestimated this guy. He was unbelievably stupid. Just then, Ben suddenly took out a bottle and said, Don't worry, I've prepared this just for you. The moment he saw the bottle, Deon Hardt was momentarily stunned. He covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Is that, boo? Is that the specialty liquor of the demon world? After what had just happened, he was naturally suspicious of the other man. Is that how you thought I'd react? He mused. Why would he suddenly offer him alcohol right to his lips? He'd always forbidden him from touching it before. This is ficking suspicious. His indifferent attitude immediately startled Ben, who hastily explained, It's because this is all I have, so I'm not forbidding you from drinking anymore. The more he talked, the stronger Dion's suspicion grew. There was definitely something else going on here. Ben cheerfully poured the liquor, tempting him. You just need to rest, relax, and get your spirits up. Don't worry, drink as much as you like. Deon Hardt held the glass, hesitating for a long moment. Even I wouldn't touch such a suspicious drink. But he thought one thing, and did the complete opposite. His hand smoothly brought the cup to his lips, and he downed it in one go. Wiping his mouth with satisfaction, he thought, it would be weird not to drink it. Dion sat to the side, drink in hand, watching the Legion and the second commander fight fiercely, thinking to himself that, given the situation, it was impossible to avoid fighting. So, whatever, I might as well head to the great beyond before I get completely wasted. That looks like it hurts. This time, I'll try not to get blackout drunk. Standing beside him, Ben kept glancing at Dion as he downed one glass after another, then sighed with guilt. My apologies, Sir Deon Hardt. It turns out that before they left, the Demon King had some instructions for him. Ben, if you see Deon Hardt hesitating in the middle of a battle, give him some alcohol. At first, he was a little surprised and asked, Alcohol? The Demon King crossed his arms, sitting calmly on his throne, and voiced his concern. Yes, he's far too humble when he's sober, isn't he? You could say he's so humble that he always comes off as weak. But with a little alcohol in his system, he lets himself go. Ben then recalled the previous details and tacitly admitted that it was true. Although his master enjoyed fighting, Deon Hardt was far too patient when sober. While feeling a bit guilty, he remembered the Demon King's words. Hadn't he assured him that it would be much better to let him loosen up a bit before he exploded? His mind was torn between two conflicting thoughts. The Demon King himself, who calculated everything, had seen the maximum probability of success and guaranteed it. But what if this was a gamble? I just gave him alcohol right now, and he's not feeling well. I'll definitely have to apologize next time. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he was slammed against the carriage behind him by a powerful force. Deon Hardt held a dagger to him and called out coldly, "Ben, you've actually used your brain this time." Ben couldn't react in time, and could only stammer, Sir Deon." For Dion, the drugs and alcohol were like a key. Following the principle of fighting fire with fire, a wall built by drugs and alcohol could also be suppressed by those same two things. I never intended to, nor did I ever really hide this. But who would have thought they would resort to such drastic measures directly? Deon Hardt pressed his arm against Ben's neck and said calmly, "I'm guessing you don't have much time, do you? Because the king's power is gradually expanding, and the number of monsters is increasing exponentially. That's why you don't have a single moment to waste. It's not that I don't understand your urgency. It's just that." As he spoke, he violently plunged the dagger into the ground next to the man's face, causing Ben to go deathly pale. Deon Hardt's eyes suddenly turned incredibly sharp, full of warning. "You need to know that just because you understand me doesn't give you the right to use me." Ben was now in a state of absolute panic, his hands grabbing Dion's. "I'm sorry." His heart was now filled with fear. His master's condition couldn't possibly be caused by just one flask of alcohol. Dion maintained his previous tone and spoke slowly. "Because you've been so dedicated to me for so long, I'll let this incident slide. But remember, there won't be a next time. And don't you dare pretend to care like that again." Ben was a little surprised and stunned by that last sentence. Dion forcefully pulled the dagger back, emphasizing one last time, "Don't forget whose personal physician you are." He turned his back to the man, his voice still carrying a deadly killing intent. "Although I didn't expect much from the start." The doctor immediately bowed his head in remorse. "Ben, you're such an idiot. Sir Dion is always right. Right now, I'm Sir Dion's personal physician, not the Demon King's." Ben was about to run and apologize to Sir Dion, but from a distance, the second commander's warning suddenly rang out. "Zero Squad Commander, there's a monster charging towards you." Ben managed to look up just in time to see a large monster lunging towards the Zero Squad Commander. He hurriedly shouted, "Sir Deon Hardt, be careful." Dion looked up, then calmly closed his eyes, thinking about the past. "I'm so sick of this. Always struggling. Always fighting to survive." A part of his personality wept, truly weak and useless. But in those moments, his second personality would emerge to save the other, becoming a ruthless and bloodthirsty demon. "But that doesn't mean anyone is allowed to use me. If anyone's going to do that, it'll be me myself." Deon Hardt, having just defeated the monster, let out a proud, devilish smirk. "Only I get to decide whether or not to get involved." The monster was quickly chopped into pieces, scattered across the ground. Dion stood in a pool of blood, breathing lightly, then turned to his personal physician. "Ben, video, call the Demon King." At first, Ben was startled and answered reflexively. But when we left the Demon King's castle, he forbade its use. But a second later, he quickly agreed. "All right, I'll try to connect you now." As he made the call, his heart sank. "I almost made another mistake. I'm Sir Dion's personal physician. His orders are absolute." The Demon King appeared on the screen, hastily scolding him. "Ben, what is it? You're not the type to use magic without a purpose." Before he could finish, he saw a familiar back. Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt tilted his head slightly and said icily, "There are more of them than expected." Suddenly, the Demon King's voice rang out amidst an endless army of monsters. "That's right. At first, I thought sending 2 commanders and 1 legion would be enough. I'll send reinforcements. Try to hold out for another 15 minutes. Can you do it?" Deon Hardt immediately turned forward, not even bothering to look at the Demon King, and replied softly, "We'll try." The Demon King lamented guiltily. Deon Hardt must be furious. Deon Hardt suddenly entered the battle, much to the soldiers' surprise. "They're still coming in swarms. 15 more minutes? It's been a long time since I've been in a situation like this." Seeing this, the entire legion was re-energized, cheering loudly. "Commander Deon Hardt has joined the fight." "Ha, we're saved." Deon Hardt pressed his lips together tightly. "If I gave up at the first sign of despair, how could I have survived 8 long years of war?" Dion charged forward like a killing machine. "The only difference is that my enemies now are demons. Think hard." He jumped onto the shoulder of a giant monster, plunging 2 daggers into its flesh. "Figure out how to survive this situation." The monster struggled, throwing his body far away. Ben, watching from behind, shouted worriedly, "Sir Deon Hardt!" Just as the dagger was about to fall from his hand, Deon Hardt immediately circled behind it. He delivered a fatal stab to its back, causing the monster to cry out in pain and collapse on the spot. My specialty isn't killing, but carving deep, despairing fear. Deon Hardt repeatedly stabbed the monster's body. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the space before the lesser demons red. If the demons, with their sensitive instincts, felt an overwhelming fear in their bones, they would flee immediately. He quickly located the positions of the surrounding demons. Although it doesn't work on every demon, he finished them off with a single slash. But his goal right now wasn't to intimidate all of them, so it didn't matter. All three of them were in terrible shape. Ben, holding a large rock, was still full of fighting spirit as he warned, "I dare you to touch a single hair on Sir Dion's head. If the demons run, we'll have a chance to survive. But in the long run, this isn't an optimal solution." With that thought, he immediately called out. Devlin, the second commander, heard her name and immediately turned her head. Here, Dion, still in a fighting stance, turned his head and said to her, "Prepare to set a trap. We have to kill as many as we can right now." Once the trap was set, the monsters, seeing that they weren't being attacked, began to advance confidently. But they had barely moved when one of them was decapitated by some unseen force. The bewildered monsters, despite not understanding what was happening, continued to walk forward slowly. As soon as they moved, their flesh and limbs were sliced off. The poor bastards didn't even know what was happening or why it was happening to them, while the two sides remained in a stalemate. The monsters paused for a moment, then recklessly moved forward again. Within the space, dozens of invisible steel wires surrounded them. Commander Number 2 quickly voiced his concern. "Even though they're in the trap, I don't think we can hold them for long. What's your plan now?" "We've successfully lured the monsters into the Nuhin trap, deployed under Sir Deon Hardt's orders, and in doing so, we've also restricted our own movements." Ben turned his head just in time to see Commander Zero walking step by step toward the monsters. He quickly yelled, "Sir Deon Hardt, the first aid I applied to your arm is only temporary, so please be careful." Deon Hardt shot him an icy, warning glare, expressing his displeasure. As he got closer to the trap they had set, Commander Number 2 also hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, are you planning to go into the trap to eliminate the monsters yourself? Unless you're experienced, it'll be extremely difficult to identify the locations of those steel wires." Seemingly realizing his words might have been inappropriate, Devalania quickly waved his hands. "It's not that I doubt your abilities or anything." Dion gripped his dagger, a strange smile on his face, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he stared at the formation before him. "I'll find them myself. My luck is pretty good, you know." In the dark of night, Deon Hardt's figure moved through the trap as fast as lightning, seeming almost invisible to others. He approached the still confused monsters step by step, then swiftly and suddenly launched a finishing blow. Dion's eyes widened as he sensed the monsters attacking him. He quickly leaned back to dodge. The monsters' attacks inevitably hit the steel wires, and their arms were immediately severed, falling to the ground. Commander Number 2 witnessed the entire scene. His face was instantly filled with terror. How is that possible? He lured them to a place where the steel wires are clustered together. Can he actually see them? To others, Dion stood in the middle of that matrix of wires, completely in control of the battlefield. Every monster that charged at him was instantly cut to pieces. Standing in the center, Deon Hardt was like a cold-blooded demon manipulating the entire situation. In reality, he could see every moment the moonlight reflected off the steel wires, making them shimmer. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment, he could see the position of the steel wires, perfectly kicking a monster into the trap where it was sliced into pieces. I don't know if it's because I've spent my whole life running from heat and light, but I've always been very sensitive to light and feel incredibly comfortable when surrounded by darkness. That's exactly why I can do this. Thinking this, he smirked with a look of pure satisfaction. It really is my good luck, isn't it? The monsters actually stopped, growling in anger. Seeing this, Commander Number 2 cheered with joy. The tide of the battle has completely turned. The monsters are so scared, they don't dare to move forward carelessly anymore. Sir Dion is truly in a league of his own. Ben, on the other hand, was still overcome with fear and worry, but their numbers are still a problem. He kept blaming himself for letting Commander Zero rush into this fight. Things could change at any moment. He's constantly pushing his limits. Not to mention, his arm is injured. When on Earth will reinforcements get here? Up ahead, Dion seemed to collapse onto his knees, coughing violently. Ben was instantly frantic with worry. Sir Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared angrily. "Stay put," Ben was about to say, "but I have to treat you." But he quickly swallowed his words. "Isn't this all part of the plan? Don't bother with useless actions. Stick to the plan." Deon Hardt struggled just to get back on his feet. He took a deep breath, looking at the Legion, fighting with all their might. Then at his current state, he felt like he could pass out at any moment. By charging forward like that, even though I've avoided most of the direct hits, the backlash from them keeps piling up on my body. It seems I've reached my limit. He was hit by a monster's attack. Not only that, I've completely lost feeling in my right arm. Elsewhere, Ben, who had been vigorously smashing monsters, was startled and looked towards him. Sir Deon Hardt. Exhausted, Deon Hardt could only kneel, propping his entire body up with his weapon right in front of the monsters, looking pitifully helpless. I just need to hold on a little longer. Just as the blade was about to reach him, a short sword flew out of nowhere and lodged itself straight into the monster's head, killing it instantly. From a distance, an excited female voice rang out. "Hello, Sir Deon Hardt. It's been a while." This short-haired demoness was none other than Commander Number 7, Silua. Seeing his back, she smiled cheerfully. "I heard there was a party, so I rushed over as fast as I could." The word party grated on his ears. "I'm about to die here. What the hell does she mean by party?" His original personality had returned. Deon Hardt clutched his right shoulder, wincing. "What happened to my arm? And what just happened here?" Dion looked at the entire situation before him and started to recall what had occurred, which startled him. "Right, I drank the wine Ben gave me and then joined the battle. Damn it, did I do it again?" As he turned his head, he met the deathly stare of Commander Number 7. "No, this isn't Sir Deon Hardt." Deon Hardt trembled slightly and whispered, "Sorry." Commander Number 7's face darkened as she mumbled in disappointment. "But he was the madman just a moment ago. How can this be? What do I have to do to see that Deon Hardt again?" Deon Hardt glanced at the woman's attitude and felt an involuntary sense of repulsion. What's wrong with her? This is terrifying. A second later, Silua held a monster up in front of him with an excited expression and said, "Here, Sir Deon is a true demon. Please grant it eternal sleep with your dagger." Hearing those words, Deon Hardt began to fear the person before him, wanting to recoil in disgust. What? What is wrong with this fanatic woman? Silua still looked at him with an expectant expression. "What's the matter? Surely you're not scared, are you? Sir Deon, the noise around must have spoiled your fun." At that moment, Commander Number 2 suddenly approached and patted her shoulder. "Commander Number 7. Stop it. What the hell are you doing here instead of protecting the border?" Silua paid no attention to the person behind her, cheerfully saying, "Don't worry, Sir Deon. My subordinates will wipe them out in a moment. Except for your share, of course." A swarm of warriors appeared from behind and immediately charged forward to finish off the remaining demons. Devilania finally understood everything. "This is insane. Who would have thought you guys were the reinforcements the Demon King sent us? But how could you just abandon the border to come here? Don't tell me you brought your entire force." Hearing this, Commander 7 crossed her arms and pouted. "I left everything to my vice commander. Besides, aren't we the perfect reinforcements?" With that, she abruptly switched back to the old topic. All right, now that everything's settled, Sir Dion, you should also." But before she could finish her sentence, the man in front of her collapsed to the ground. Ben rushed over to check on Sir Deon Hardt. "In your condition, please don't push yourself any further. Please rest and leave the rest to us." Shin Lua was utterly disappointed upon hearing this. "I know you must have been very disappointed in me earlier, but please give me another chance." The more she talked, the more bewildered he became. Deon Hardt tried his best to recall what happened. Earlier? What earlier? Did I lose too much blood? Even thinking was difficult. Ultimately, there was nothing he could do in his current state. "Fine, I trust you all will handle what's left." Immediately after, Ben came to his side to help him up, leaving Commander 7 whining and complaining. "Is he going to rest? Sir Dion, please let me see that side of you one more time before you go. Please, I'm begging you. Just one more time." Aside from Sir Deon Hardt, nothing could distract Ben at that moment. He spoke coldly to the woman behind him. "Commander 7, why don't you go help Commander 2? Shin Lua could only cry out in despair, clinging to her dream of seeing Sir Dion. No. It didn't take long for the entire forest to quickly return to its initial silence. Commander 2 stepped forward to report. "Aside from the ones who fled, everything has been taken care of. Over on this side, his wound had also been treated. The treatment is complete, sir. You can move your hand now." Deon Hardt replied politely. "Thank you." Commander 2 turned to look at his comrade. "It seems like everything is settled. Why haven't you left yet?" Commander 7, Sin Lua, seemed resentful as she snapped at him. "You really want me to just leave after all this? I never knew you were so cold." Devil, Commander 2, remained perfectly calm, explaining with a hint of mockery. "It's for your own good. We'll be heading to the second city next. You haven't forgotten who's protecting it, have you? The second city." Commander 10. As soon as this was mentioned, Commander 7 scowled. Gritting her teeth in anger, she said, Then maybe I should get going. I really don't want to see that bastard who's unworthy of his commander title." She walked up to Deon Hardt and bowed respectfully. "Until we meet again, Sir Deon Hardt." Deon Hardt felt as if a weight had been lifted from his mind. "I thought she'd be more stubborn. But, oh well, this works out for me." Hearing their conversation, his mind quickly put the pieces together, and he grew suspicious. If it's Commander 10, they must be talking about Gaio. I wonder why she hates him so much. But but he soon got his answer. The moment they arrived at the second city, a vampire, who was also Commander 10, Gaio, immediately gave them a devoted welcome. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Sir Dion?" The welcoming atmosphere, complete with horns and drums like a party, left the three of them utterly speechless. I think I understand why now. The party atmosphere was incredibly lively. Some girls were blowing horns, while others were cheerfully waving to welcome everyone. Deon Hardt, wearing a cloak that covered his head, sat on a palanquin adorned with numerous flowers, with several soldiers carrying it beside him. Dion didn't seem very willing. A few bloodstains still marked his face, sweat dripped down continuously, and his lips were pressed tightly together. A voice suddenly rang out. "Sir Deon Hardt, what do you think?" Commander 10, walking beside Deon Hardt, seemed overjoyed as he waved to him. He said, enthusiastically, "I rushed to prepare all of this as soon as I heard you were on your way. And this is called a sedan chair in the human world. Apparently, only high-status humans get to ride in one, so it's absolutely perfect for you, Sir Deon Hardt." After hearing him, Deon Hardt's face darkened, and he raised a hand to his forehead. He thought angrily, "This is so damn embarrassing. That bastard." Suddenly, Commander 10's expression turned to one of extreme panic. He was startled by his own thoughts. "Oh no. Do you have a headache, sir? Or is something troubling you?" Deon Hardt was too exhausted to even answer him. He buried his head in his hands, cursing him internally. "What's troubling me is this entire situation. And you." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I can see why Shinlua hates Commander 10 so much." After such a short time, Shinlua already despised the memory of Gaio, Commander 10. And right now, Commander 10 was so scared, his face had turned pale. He repeatedly pressed Dion. "If you tell me what's bothering you, I'll." But before he could finish, Ben spoke up in alarm. "Sir Dion, you have a headache, don't you? Let me treat you right away." On the street, a large crowd had gathered to watch Deon Hardt's procession depart. A young man, after seeing Deon Hardt, asked the person next to him, "So, that's the commander of the Zeroth Legion?" "Commander Zero." The other young man was incredibly thrilled to see Deon Hardt. "I was wondering who would sit in that embarrassing seat, but he looks so cool. And now I've finally seen Commander Zero sitting on it." The girl beside them was just as excited. She replied to her friend, "Of course, it's because of his cold and composed aura. Since no one knows anything about him, only rumors circulate. I know he's a human because I can't feel any demonic aura on him. But how can a human possess an aura like that? Even the other Legion commanders find it difficult to please him." Everyone gathered to catch a glimpse of Commander Zero, the human who was granted an extraordinary title by the Demon King. The one whose mere presence was acknowledged by the other powerful commanders. The one whose role and power were kept a complete secret. In terms of strength, he was second only to the Demon King. Deon Hardt, being constantly annoyed by Commander 10's noise, coldly uttered a single word, "Disappear." Commander 10 didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Pardon me, sir? Did you say something?" Deon Hardt coldly repeated two words, "Get lost." After hearing Deon's words clearly, Commander 10's expression changed instantly, his eyes widening in fear. He then hurriedly turned and ordered everyone present, "Get lost, now. He wants all of you to disappear. What are you all still doing? He's being bothered by this crowd of demons. Get rid of all of them at once." Deon Hardt clamped his hands over his mouth. He silently cursed Gaio in his head. "No, you idiot. All these flowers and pollen are making me sick. That's why I wanted them gone. So why did you have to go and chase away all the innocent demons?" Deon Hardt coldly watched as Gaio's soldiers chased all the demons away. Commander Zero was now furious. "If you don't want to die, get out of here now," Dion thought. "And if you keep using my name to chase them off." He saw the eyes of the city's demons turning bright red, filled with rage. "See? They're getting pissed off. Look at that. Now I'm going to become public enemy number one for every demon in this city." The chatter on the street was non-stop. "Hey, I still haven't gotten a look at Commander Zero's face. Maybe if you find the right angle, you can see him from over there," Dion mused. "I guess it's too late to get any rest and relaxation in this village." A soldier snuck a glance at Dion, thinking to himself, "I guess hell is in for a rough time." Deon Hardt side-eyed the crowd holding teddy bears. His face was plastered on paintings and balloons. The person hugging the teddy bear shouted, "Everyone, let's pray for Lord Dion." Then came a loud cheer. "Long live Deon Hardt! Long live Deon Hardt!" Another girl clasped her hands together, reverently chanting, "Long live the demon Lord Dion." Deon Hardt thought angrily, "Long live the demon Lord Deon Hardt." "My ass." Another voice suddenly cut in. "If they're going to believe in something so pointless, they might as well believe in Lord Deon Hardt." Hearing that, Deon Hardt froze, his eyes widening in shock. He remembered a girl who had once told him, "Huh? Believe in Lord Deon Hardt? The religion of the Deon Hardt sect." Realization dawned on him. Wait a minute. No way. The Deon Hardt sect. He remembered Renelle, his most fervent admirer. Deon Hardt wasn't entirely sure. He wondered, could it be you? Renelle? He gritted his teeth, thinking in frustration. I even gave her a cookie to stop her from doing something stupid like this. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. In the past, Deon Hardt had given Renelle a bag of cookies from his luggage. He had even gently told her, I'll give you this, so please, don't do anything. Weird. Renelle took the cookies and asked excitedly, oh my gosh, is this fan service? Deon Hardt glared angrily at his own arm. Gael knelt on the ground, bowing his head earnestly. I'm sorry, Deon Hardt, please forgive me. If I have displeased you in any way, I beg your forgiveness. Gael bit his lip hard. A thread was wrapped around his neck, drawing a long line of blood. When Deon Hardt saw the thread, he was deeply suspicious. The thread around his neck. Devilania. At some point, she had appeared behind Gael and wrapped a thread around his throat. Devilania smiled at him and said, It seems he's bothering you, Lord Dion. Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she stared daggers at Gael. Devilania asked for Deon Hardt's opinion. Should I kill him? Seeing this, Dion's jaw dropped in shock, his face turning pale. Dion thought to himself, I could have sworn there was a rule against commanders killing each other. I guess they're just holding back. They'd probably kill each other if they felt like it, regardless of whether they're fellow commanders or not. But this. Dion's voice suddenly cut in. It's fine, he said, stepping forward. His next words left Gael utterly astonished. There's no need to kill another commander. He walked past Devilania and spoke to her. Let's go shopping. Isn't that why we're here? Deon Hardt thought with a hint of fear. If I don't stick to the plan, they could kill me at any moment. The thread was removed from Gael's neck, but it left behind a long, deep gash. Devilania replied to Deon Hardt. If you say so, Lord Deon Hardt. Gael knelt behind them, his eyes sparkling with adoration as he watched Deon Hardt's retreating figure. He called out joyfully, Lord Deon Hardt, I will serve you with my very best, as if my life depends on it. Deon Hardt walked away coldly, completely ignoring Gael's words. He thought, I thought I had a safe tool to use, but that was all a lie. Dion's eyes widened as he reminded himself, I'd better stay on my guard. By now, the streets weren't too crowded. Devilania stretched out her arms, seeming to be in a very good mood. I managed to buy so many beautiful clothes today. Gael followed behind her, his arms full of Devilania's recent purchases. As for Deon Hardt, he was having his outfit adjusted by a subordinate. He thought wearily, I feel like I've become a dress-up doll. Though, it is nice to finally be out of those blood-stained clothes. Devilania was still eager to shop. She suggested enthusiastically, Lord Dion, let's go over there next. Or maybe we could buy some more accessories. Just then, the 10th commander, holding a huge pile of mangoes, cut into their conversation. He called out loudly, Lord Dion, these fruits are called mangoes. They're from the southern part of the human world. Would you like to try one? They're very sweet. Devilania was furious at being suddenly interrupted. She shoved Gael's face with her hand and started yelling, Could you not interrupt us? And where did you put all the bags? Gael argued back weakly. But we've been to so many shops. Shouldn't we get something to eat now? I left the bags with the subordinates behind us. All their bickering was starting to piss Deon Hardt off. Lord Dion, Lord Dion, Lord Dion. Lord Dion this. Lord Dion that. Can't they just leave me alone for 5 seconds? Suddenly, a horse came charging toward them. A subordinate shielded Deon Hardt as the horse galloped past. Deon watched the horse go, feeling extremely suspicious. The subordinate who had just protected him asked curiously, Lord Deon Hardt, what is it? That horse is heading into the castle. Deon voiced his suspicion. Aren't most of those monsters supposed to be at the bay? It's strange for the castle to have its gates wide open like this, he mused. But now that I think about it, a lot of these items seem to be from the southern part of the human world. Is there a boundary nearby? Hearing this, Gael dropped all of his mangoes. With a pale face, he asked, How? Did you know? Caught off guard by the question, Deon froze, his eyes darting away. The scene then shifts to a slaughter. Hordes of monsters are being cut down and pushed back. Devilania let out a breath. Phew, the monsters here are pretty aggressive. Gael pointed ahead. Over there, we discovered a boundary not too far from the southern part of the human world. Deon Hardt's eyes widened as he looked in the direction Gael was pointing. In the distance, the sun was rising, illuminating the entire area. How could you hide something like this? Gael clasped his hands together and began to explain fearfully. When do we city dwellers ever get to experience the human world? Since we just stumbled upon it by chance, I thought we could enjoy it a little. Deon Hardt pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Gael hastily explained, But we even established rules and moved in secret so we wouldn't be discovered by humans. You know? And as you can see, we did our best to stop those monsters from invading their world. Just as he said, the ground was indeed littered with the corpses of slain monsters. Deon Hardt wondered, Right, and that's a relief. But what are we supposed to do now? He felt extremely conflicted. If this is the southern part of the human world, it's not even part of the Empire. Should I even bother? No, but it's still the human world. Dion dismounted his horse and told Gael, "We have to report this to the Demon King." Gael bowed his head, agreeing with his course of action. "Yes, I understand." Dion looked towards the border and told them his next plan. "But before we do that, I have to confirm it myself. I need to check if it really connects to the southern human world. And if it does, I need to see which nation it belongs to." Dion ordered his subordinates. "Let's go." Meanwhile, in a small southern nation, a doubtful voice rang out. "Huh? They're covered in blood from head to toe. And they've already crossed the border. Into the human world?" The king of this kingdom flew into a rage upon receiving the news. Those wretched demons! Seeing him clutch his forehead in pain, the subordinate who had just reported the news cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty, call for the royal physician, now." The king sighed and told his subordinate, "Forget it. This isn't a problem a physician can solve. I knew the demons would cross the border unexpectedly one day. I pretended not to care because nothing had happened. But right now, I'm already overwhelmed, just trying to flee from the Empire. I can't afford any conflict with the demon world." The subordinate bowed his head and continued his report in fear. "There is another major problem, Your Majesty." Seeing his subordinate's attitude, the king immediately grew anxious. What could possibly be worse? The subordinate's face was deathly pale, but despite his fear, he was forced to continue reporting what he knew. "We've confirmed that one of the members of the demon party is the commander of Devolania's 2nd Legion, and the other unusual demon. Judging by how they revere and serve him, it seems he's the rumored Commander Zero." The king's face turned just as pale. He gaped in astonishment. "Commander Zero? What is he doing here?" A terrifying silence filled the grand hall. The king's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. "No matter what they're doing in the human world, we must cover up the fact that Commander Zero and his group have come to our country, no matter what." At that moment, Deon Hardt was being reminded by his subordinate. "Sir, Deon Hardt, please make sure you're wrapped tightly in your cloak. The sunlight in the human world is scorching." Deon Hardt pulled his hood down low. The sun is so bright, he thought. Whatever, he wondered. But why did they follow me? Devolania asked him with great enthusiasm. "Sir Deon Hardt, where would you like to go first? The bustling city streets or a quiet place?" Deon Hardt thought wearily, "I just wanted to come to the human world by myself. They should have stayed in the demon world like Gael Thiel." Gael Thiel had scratched his head, shyly refusing to accompany them. "I have to return to my duty of protecting city number 2. Dion convinced himself. "Devolania knows the human world well. Perhaps she'll be useful." After considering, he replied, "Then let's go somewhere we can observe the lives of the humans here. I need to figure out where this is. Anyway." Devolania immediately made a decision. "Then we'll go to the market." But just then, a man appeared, blocking their path. Devolania asked him, "What the hell? What do you want from us?" The 3 men who had just appeared bowed to them, and the man in the lead spoke up. "Please forgive us for blocking your path." Deon Hardt speculated, "Are they knights from this place?" The man explained why they were there. "We've come to express our respect for the mercenaries who stopped the monsters from crossing the border." He continued, "Thanks to you, many lives were saved. On behalf of the knights, I sincerely thank you all." Deon Hardt didn't answer them, thinking to himself, "No need, it was nothing. They think we're mercenaries? I thought something was up." What a relief. The lead knight presented a bag of gold and a cloak as a humble gift. "Please accept this gold and cloak as a token of our gratitude. We prepared these cloaks thinking you might have gotten bloodstained while fighting the monsters. Our intentions are good." Devolania and another subordinate shielded Deon Hardt with their bodies. Deon Hardt's expression immediately changed. He gasped as he realized, "Damn it. I was so worried about myself that I forgot they're both covered in blood." Dion fell silent. But wait a minute. Devolania and Ben were putting on the cloaks offered by the lead knight. Devolania even thought to herself, "They work fast." Deon Hardt suddenly realized something. Anyone can see that Devolania and Ben aren't human, and they weren't wearing cloaks. So why are these people still welcoming us warmly instead of kicking us out? The lead knight offered the bag of gold. His entire body was trembling with fear. "Please, take this as well." Deon Hardt approached him. He carefully observed the man before him. Aha, they're scared, but they're not panicking. Deon Hardt was certain they must have encountered demons before. The man was holding the bag of gold in his hands. Though his face revealed his fear, the man was trying to appear calm. Dion guessed, "I suppose the Southern Kingdom discovered this border long ago." The lead knight shot a sharp glance at Deon Hardt's group. "Since the king didn't mention anything when we met, I guess the entire kingdom doesn't know." "All right. It's wartime right now. It would be difficult to reveal to the entire kingdom that they have another border to worry about. So, they want to hide the fact that demons can come and go as they please." Dion took the bag of gold, covering his face with his hand as he laughed uncontrollably. "Ha." His action made the man opposite him tremble in fear. "If they want to ignore us, then I can rest easy." After seeing Deon Hardt laugh, The knights all showed clear signs of confusion and fear. Why is he laughing like that? I'm so scared. Devolania and Ben turned to leave. He had figured out their intentions. They're probably hoping we'll go back quietly without causing any trouble. The three knights bowed to them. Then we wish you a safe journey. Deon Hardt continued to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Devolania watched Deon Hardt and thought, Sir Deon Hardt seems to be in a good mood. Deon Hardt thought happily, this is great. They're even giving me money. Don't worry. I have no intention of causing any trouble. The three knights were still bowing as Deon Hardt's group departed. The lead knight raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he watched Deon Hardt's back. His clothes were unusually clean compared to the blood-stained attire of a demon. Of course, he's the only one who changed his clothes, and he has a strange aura. That's for sure. He must be Commander Zero. Only after Deon's group was out of sight did the three knights dare to relax. One was so scared he fell to his knees, sighing in relief. The lead knight stood up straight, placed a hand on his chest, and thought to himself, my king, we've done our best. The rest is up to them. The scene then shifts to a bustling market, where everyone is busy with their own work. Dion, with a meat skewer in his mouth, looks around in complete amazement. So many people. He eats the last piece of meat, feeling incredibly happy inside, but Dion doesn't let it show on the outside. Well, looking around is fun, but I should start gathering information about this place. While walking, he's suddenly bumped by a man, and he lets out a surprised cry. Devolania rushes forward to support Deon Hardt. She calls out worriedly, Sir Deon Hardt. The man looks at Deon Hardt's seemingly pained expression, feeling extremely suspicious. He asks with concern, are you all right? Then he wonders to himself, did we really hit each other that hard? Devolania also felt something was off. Is he this shocked just from bumping into a human? Dion looks at Devolania. I can feel your suspicious gaze. I just get knocked over easily. That's all. It's because of my injury. My right shoulder still seems to hurt a lot. After hearing his answer, Devolania immediately brightens up. Aha. So, that's it, Dion thinks. Should be good enough, right? It's a plausible reason for Ben to treat me. Suddenly, Ben aggressively storms forward, grabs the man by the collar, and yells, what's the big idea, you foolish human? The man is terrified by Ben. His face turns pale, and he hurriedly apologizes. I'm so sorry. Deon Hardt is utterly baffled by Ben's attitude. Why is Ben overreacting when Devolania is acting so reasonably? Have they finally remembered their roles? Ben thinks in surprise. I'm the royal physician. Devolania's eyes widen. I'm the one who's supposed to overreact. At this point, things start to feel normal for Dion. Oh, right. Then, Ben and Devolania quickly switch places. Ben moves closer to support Deon Hardt. Are you all right, Sir Dion? And, Devolania? She takes Ben's place, grabbing the man's collar. Now, how should I scold you? Dion realizes the situation is starting to spiral out of control. He thinks, this can't be happening. Stop. The people on the street, seeing their actions, curiously stop to watch. Whispers begin to spread. What's going on over there? A knight orders his subordinate, seize that scoundrel. The subordinate immediately complies. Yes, sir. Deon Hardt starts to get nervous. They look like royal knights. They're making such a big deal out of this. I knew this would cause trouble. He looks at the approaching knights and quickly raises his hands to explain. Excuse me, we didn't mean to cause this. An arm is looped under the man's armpit, and he is easily lifted up by two knights. Deon Hardt is completely confused by their actions. The man, on the other hand, is terrified by his sudden arrest. Wait a minute. What is this? Why are you arresting me? The knight's cold voice rings out. How dare you cause a disturbance in the middle of the market? Take him away. As the man is dragged away, he starts to wail. Huh? A disturbance? We just bumped into each other. Dion can only stare in astonishment at the swift and decisive action of the royal knights. The human world maintains order really well, doesn't it? But just then, Ben is tightly gripping someone else's hand, causing them to drop a money pouch. A murderous glint flashes in Ben's eyes, and a puff of white smoke escapes his mouth in anger. He warns the young thief. You little human, what were you trying to steal from Sir Dion? Are you looking to die? Suddenly, a royal knight with a pale face rushes over to intervene. Leave it. He quickly tucks the child under his arm and carries him away. Another knight bows his head to Deon Hardt, saying, Please, let us handle this. As soon as something happens, Deon Hardt takes a bite of the mango in his hand, and its flavor makes him want to gag. Why does this taste so disgusting? The moment he says that, the owner of the fruit stall is immediately arrested by the royal knights. They shout, How dare you poison someone? Seize him. Deon Hardt is completely bewildered. The fruit was bad, sure, but not so bad that he needs to be arrested. The royal knights always seem to show up. From inside a building, someone's desperate screams echo. I won't do it again, please spare me. Why are the royal knights here? The royal knights seem to be everywhere. Deon Hardt starts to get annoyed by their actions. He speculates, I think they're trying their best to take care of everything, before I cause a scene and draw attention to myself. Wherever the three of them go, they are met with the terrified gazes of the local people. Don't go near them. If you even touch their clothes, the royal knights will come and arrest you. How terrifying. But who are they? Nobles? Maybe? Deon Hardt is getting a headache from all the commotion. He rubs his forehead in annoyance. Because of you guys, we're drawing even more attention. I don't think we can investigate anything at this point. Let's just go back. Suddenly, he notices an argument. I already told you, we don't sell dosa tea leaves to those merchants. Nearby, two men are arguing. The one in white says, why are those bastards so persistent? The man in orange scratches his head awkwardly. Their name is the Merchant Guild, but since they're new, they're very eager. They're dead set on importing dosa tea leaves. The man in white crosses his arms. You said the Merchant Guild? Right. Why don't I get a look at which bastard it is? Just as he finishes speaking, he's startled by Dion, who has appeared right in front of him. Dion squints, staring intently at the man. The man asks in a panic, what is this? But Dion doesn't want to do anything to him. He just wants to buy some tea. I'd like to buy some dosa tea leaves. The man immediately turns to get the tea. Oh, a customer. I'll get that for you right away. While fetching the tea leaves, the man discreetly observes Dion. On the outside, he looks like a regular traveler, but why does he have such an intimidating aura? Is he a noble in disguise or something? After asking to buy the tea, Deon Hardt falls completely silent. He's thinking, dosa tea leaves in this kingdom. Finding these leaves is nearly impossible, because there are so few plantations, and they're usually sold at high prices only to the nobility. A southern kingdom wealthy enough to have such a precious tea leaf at a common market stall. The man places a small, square wooden box into Deon Hardt's hand. Here you are, sir. Deon Hardt takes it. The lesser kingdom of tea is exporting tea leaves. Ben tosses the man a large pouch of money and even says generously, keep the change. The man in white immediately bows his head. Thank you, valued customer. Deon Hardt looks at the tea box in his hand and smiles. Devilania, walking behind him, asks, Sir, are you finished with your business? In a spot unnoticed by Dion and the others, a knight peeks out from behind a wall, watching them. Only after seeing them leave does he feel a sense of relief. They're finally going, another knight says, with great relief. Luckily, they didn't cause any trouble, but I don't think that was Commander Zero. Because back at the market, he seemed weak and was even coughing up blood. The man next to him asked curiously, Then who could it be? I don't know, but I hope they don't come back here again. The scene then shifts to the national battlefield. Inside a tent, a shocked voice cries out, What? The man sitting in the chair was furious. You came all this way to speak with me privately, just to ask what? Yaster smiled and repeated his question. I want to ask if you remember the death of the crown prince, the father of the current prince and princess, and your older brother. The king rested his chin on his hand and ordered his subordinates. All of you, get out. When only the two of them remained in the tent, the king began to answer Yaster's question. Do I remember the death of the crown prince? You ask? The man with a warm heart. The only one among us who cared for the Eduatir. He remembered his brother with a warm smile, calling him Ed. You killed him, Duke Gratis. The king continued. Is it true what they say? That it wasn't you all along? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? Yaster let out a sinister smile. He said, Oh my, you already knew? The king gave a wry smile and cursed. You're truly insane. It was only after Duke Gratis and his family were executed for assassinating the prince that I found out Yaster was the true mastermind. I had no choice but to temporarily cover up that crime because the nobles were gaining power, but I never expected the culprit to turn himself in like this. The king was extremely curious. What are you plotting? Yaster narrowed his eyes slightly and confessed to the king. First, I'll tell you the reason I eliminated the crown prince. Everything was so that I could climb to the highest position. A smug look appeared on his face. Yaster detailed his plan to the man before him. All the princes and princesses would fight for the throne if the legitimate heir, the crown prince, were to die, correct? I wanted to place someone I could control on that throne, but I didn't account for the ninth prince, a quiet prince who suddenly turned the tables. The king fell silent at Duke Yaster's scheme. If he was already a duke, there was only one position higher, the king. The king placed a hand on his forehead, his gaze turning ice cold. Yaster was born this way. The king closed his eyes wearily, lost in his own memories. The crown prince sat by the bed and said gently to him, I'll be back later, Eduano. The crown prince looked at his two younger siblings, fast asleep in bed. He instructed his younger brother, It won't be long. Please take care of Elif Idias and Eltia for me. The king, in the past, didn't say anything, instead using a confident expression as his answer. Afterward, he felt immense regret. I should have stopped him the moment I felt something was wrong. A moment later, the past king finally spoke. Yes, Don't worry, brother. He obediently lowered his head to let his older brother pat it. Had he known it would be their last meeting. The Crown Prince gave a warm smile. Thank you. When he first heard the news of his brother's death, the king stood devastated next to the bloody sword and uniform. I should have investigated instead of just drawing my sword like that. He clutched the blood-soaked clothes tightly. But the rumor that another one of my brothers had killed him for the throne forced me to draw my sword. I hate you. Die. And now, I'm just so tired. Yaster told the king. The Crown Prince's killer, the Church of Atonement, and Deon Hardt's participation in the 8-year war. He smiled. You already know who was behind it all. Back then, Deon Hardt's family had come to the palace to see the king, but were stopped. Something's wrong. I told you, it's our eldest son, Kruin, who is supposed to go to war. We sent a correction request stating the document was wrong. The knight at the gate absolutely refused to let Deon Hardt's parents see the king. I've already told you, there's nothing more we can do. And we can confirm that we never received any correction request. Deon Hardt's mother immediately broke down. Deon Hardt, my son. She covered her mouth and began to cry. My poor child, he's already so frail. Her husband sat beside her, comforting her. At that moment, she was drowning in guilt. And I couldn't even hug him because I was afraid he'd get sick. If I had known, it would come to this. Deon's father didn't give up. He continued to beg the guard to let him see the king. Please let us see the king. I will speak to him myself, so please, just let us see Deon Hardt. No matter how much he begged, all he received was the guard's refusal. The king is not in the palace. Deon Hardt's mother angrily questioned the guard. Please, why is it that every time we come, he's not here? This is absurd. The guard offered them a solution. Then please leave a message for him. And just then, Yaster Hardt walked by. He glanced over at the couple. On his lips was an incredibly smug smile. Yaster got into his carriage, handed his subordinate a stack of documents, and ordered, burn this, too. Yaster Hardt fearlessly and frankly admitted it. That's right, I destroyed and concealed all of those documents, which is why you never knew that the enlistment was a mistake, at least, not at first. The king bowed his head, silent in the face of these newly revealed truths. He continued, but when you found out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched as Dion murdered his own family. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he'd react. Finally, the king was enraged by Duke Yaster Hardt's words. Duke Yaster, do you have a death wish? Yaster flashed an incredibly arrogant smile. Didn't I already tell you? You can't kill me, your majesty. If you kill me without reason, my honor will remain intact, while your reputation will spread far and wide, as that of a tyrant. The king coldly shot back at him. You think I'm afraid of a few rumors? Yaster Hardt replied. Oh, of course not. But the royal family's authority, and that of the heir, will plummet. Both the princess and the king will be in trouble because of them. The king was completely silent. Yaster continued. I'm sure that's not something you desire. His eyes were filled with killing intent. And yet, you've always pretended you knew nothing, Yaster said to the king. He was his accomplice. So, doesn't that make you my accomplice? The king seemed determined to kill Yaster Hardt. He said in a cold voice, if I leave you behind, you'll shut your mouth on your own. Faced with that threat, he wasn't scared but instead grew provocative. Go on, why don't you try it? I would be honored to have my life ended by your hands. After speaking, Yaster walked out of the tent. A triumphant smile was on his lips. The king is still alive because he cannot die. That's right, that look. I can't let you die until you've achieved your goal. Inside the tent, the king remained seated where he was, his arms crossed over his chest, silently lost in thought. His face now showed a firm resolve to kill Yaster Hardt. I will not rest until I've given you the most gruesome death imaginable. As for Duke Yaster, a horse stood beside him. He confidently asserted, he won't die until he kills me. Yaster narrowed his eyes slightly. That's why I went to see the king and asked to manipulate the Revolutionary Army. The knight before him wore the insignia of the Revolutionary Army. Yaster confidently declared, everything is going according to my plan. At this moment, the king was riding his horse swiftly through a forest path. On a tree branch in the forest the king had just passed. Something suddenly stirred. It seemed like a figure had just been standing there. The king's horse continued to accelerate, and two figures appeared behind him, giving chase. The king glanced at the two people chasing him, then suddenly reined in his horse. He sat still on his mount, seeming to wait for something. A deeply sarcastic smile spread across his face. I came out for some fresh air, and yet there are still annoying cockroaches following me. The pursuers finally caught up. Each of them held a weapon, and notably, they all wore the insignia of the Revolutionary Army on their arms. Though alone, the king showed no fear and did not try to flee. He coldly asked the newcomers, "You've come for me?" In another scene, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Deon Hardt, pushed open a door and entered a house. He called out loudly, "Mom." An elderly but very gentle-looking woman, sitting in a chair and knitting, immediately brightened up when she saw her son had returned. Deon Hardt, welcome home. I heard you'd be coming back after your mission was done. She gently cupped his face, asking with concern, it looks like you've been injured. Deon Hardt sat down and explained to his mother. When I got to Ilion, I ran into the Phantom Knights. I have some minor injuries, but it's nothing to worry about. For a world where everyone is equal, where no one has a rank in society. Deon Hardt took his mother's hand and comforted her. I'm not kidding, Mom, his mother said gently. I won't say anything about what you do or where you go, because I trust you. Then, she draped the unfinished scarf over her son's shoulders. Her words deeply moved and stunned Deon Hardt. He uttered, Mom. He was the one who had gathered people with the goal of killing the king. Deon Hardt happily touched the new scarf around his neck. He sat beside his mother, listening to her advice. But please be careful. And it was that person who said we should overthrow the throne and create a world that is fair for everyone. This is all for my mother. My mother was a noblewoman who ran away with a commoner. Even though she had a simple married life, even when Dad died at the hands of a disgusting noble, even when she grew weak from extreme stress, Deon Hardt yelled as he saw his mother collapse from her illness. Mom, my mother always told me about her dream. While sitting on her sickbed, she would stroke Deon Hardt's head and tell him about her dream. A world without kings or nobles. A world without a social hierarchy. Where everyone can be the master of the nation and its citizen. Someday, a world like that will come, and I have gathered all those memories, one by one. Deon Hardt's mother gently pulled him into an embrace. I hope my son will one day be able to see such a world. I swore as I watched my mother grow weaker each day, that I would make the world of her dreams a reality. Deon Hardt rested his head on his mother's lap. He hated himself immensely. But Mom, I'm a sinner. I fought in the revolution, but because of my orders, many people have died, and we're about to start a battle. It will threaten everyone's lives. His mother stroked his head and asked, Do you want to stop fighting? Deon Hardt looked up, his voice filled with determination. No. For the sake of my fallen comrades. And for you, Mother, I will see my goal to the end. So please wait for me, Mom. She smiled and comforted Deon Hardt. Of course. Like I just said, I believe in you, but you have to come back safely. She touched the locket around her neck. If anything happened to you, I will drink this vial of poison to follow you. Deon Hardt was utterly stunned by his mother's threat. He pleaded in fear, Mom, you can't say that. Just then, a revolutionary knight burst through the door and reported, Captain, it's an emergency. Aiden has taken the troops to dethrone the king. Deon Hardt's expression changed instantly. He exclaimed in disbelief, What? The king? The scene now shifts back to the king, surrounded by a troop of revolutionaries. But the king wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he coldly asked them, You came looking for me? He realized something and smiled. But it seems you aren't the only ones who came looking for me. Hearing this, the revolutionaries immediately grew anxious. What? It seemed that behind them, phantoms were also coming for the king. He calmly dismounted his horse. The king stroked his horse and asked the men surrounding him, Do you know how I ascended to the throne? It seems you don't know about one of the key leaders in the 8-year war. The king reached to his side, then pulled out a knife. You led the battle to victory. The leader of the revolutionaries' eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Blood began to flow. A knife had sliced across the back of his hand, and blood dripped continuously. He was so frightened by the sight that he let out a curse. What the hell? It turned out the king had used the knife to stab his own hand. Fresh blood dripped steadily to the ground, forming a small puddle, yet his expression didn't change at all. The king continued, Don't worry. I was just chasing away the spirits that were bothering me. And indeed, those spirits had vanished without a trace. The king flicked his wrist, letting his vambrace fall to cover the wound on his hand. He smiled. Much better. The king tossed the knife he had just used onto the ground. Now, let me continue. Do you know about the nameless hero who possesses the hero's remnant? The reason why I don't need guards to protect me? The leader of the revolutionary army was panicked by the king's words. He screamed, What are you talking about? There's no reason to listen to this bastard anymore. He yelled, Attack, but before he could finish his sentence, a blade sliced across his throat. The king had killed the man before him with a single move. As the enemy's blood sprayed everywhere, the king coldly asked the revolutionary soldiers, Have you ever heard the saying, Beware of what you've forgotten? Following that was a loud scream as a girl charged forward with her sword. She grit her teeth and yelled, Die, king. The king blocked her attack with his own blade. He continued, That's because foolish people will never learn that they are doomed to repeat their mistakes. The girl was easily killed. If you remembered me when I was accused of treason. One by one, they charged, and one by one, the king cut them down with a single strike. If you remembered me from the 8-year war. The king continued to push forward. Or at the very least, if you had investigated what I did during that 8-year war. The knight in front of him leaped into the air, sword ready to strike the king. But before the sword could even descend, he was killed. Then would you dare to target me so pathetically? Overwhelming power. The knight's eyes widened as blood poured from his mouth, the way he swung that longsword with one hand so effortlessly. His swordsmanship was wild and brutal, just like his spirit. At this moment, the only thing left in the king's eyes was bloodlust. A knight took advantage of his distraction and grabbed his cloak. He let out a triumphant smirk. "Got you now," he said mockingly. "Why would anyone fight with this cumbersome cape on?" Before he could finish, his expression changed. The king yanked him forward and ran his sword straight through the man's chest. The immense power he possessed was enough to cleave a mountain, or even heaven and hell itself. The king spoke with arrogance. "How could you possibly look down on someone like me?" Now, only a single knight remained alive. Watching his comrades get slaughtered one after another, he began to feel terrified. He stared wide-eyed at the king, his whole body trembling as he wanted to flee. He looked at the man standing in a pile of corpses. "I remember now. The talent that was hidden by the titles of king and tyrant." The king slowly approached him, causing him to fall to the ground in fear. The king said, "This bastard, that bastard, all of you must think I'm some kind of joke." The closer the king got, the more violently his body shook. "Are you the last one? I recognize your uniform and that crest." The king smiled. "But if I remember correctly, your leader isn't the type to be this stupid. Was this your own doing?" A murderous intent appeared on the king's face. He raised his sword high. "If that's the case, then I don't need to worry about the Revolutionary Army anymore." The knight realized the name of the man who stood above all others. His eyes flew open, his pupils reflecting the image of the king's approaching sword, the wielder of the hero's remnant. Eduardo. The king walked towards his horse, a field of corpses he had slain laid out before him. He was bandaging a wound on his hand. Suddenly, the king glanced in a certain direction, becoming vigilant. He looked down at the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers. He guessed the duke must have sent them here to keep an eye on him. He surely knew they posed no real threat. This means he's using the revolutionary army to bring down the king, and he doesn't want me to die by their hands. The goal of the revolutionary army is a world where everyone is equal. In the meantime, they've been recruiting new members in the capital. Ellen, is he trying to control them by increasing their numbers to confront me? The king let out a crazed smile. How dare he try to use me? Elsewhere, Deon Hardt was listening to a report from his subordinate. "And so, we estimate that about 1/9 of the revolutionary army is dead. I believe we need to halt our plans for now due to the lack of manpower." After hearing the report, Pao found it utterly unbelievable. Deon Hardt angrily slammed his forehead. What was he thinking? Trying to take down the king like that? He said to his subordinate, "Good work gathering the information. You may go. We'll have to replenish our forces eventually. But it seems we're back to square one." Deon Hardt angrily crumpled the paper on his desk. Aiden was a bit wary of this action, but he wasn't the type to act rashly. He wondered to himself, so why would he do something like that? Pao asked Deon Hardt, "Since the king has entered the battlefield, it will be harder for us to track his next movements. What do you think about having Aiden find the king's whereabouts and then acting?" Deon Hardt was stunned by Pao's speculation and began to ponder, "You have enough authority to obtain such crucial information at a time like this. Come to think of it, before Aiden left, someone saw him talking with Aiden, the Duke, and Aiden. They planned the encounter between the revolutionary army and the emperor." The sun began to rise over the kingdom. The king returned on his horse, and a servant immediately came out to greet him. "Your Majesty, you've returned?" Suddenly, a worried voice called out, "Wait, there's blood. Dawn has just broken. Don't tell me you were ambushed." The king calmly closed his eyes and said, "If I die, then I suppose that is my fate." Hearing the king's words, the butler immediately became angry. "Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing?" The king walked past him, a small smile on his face. "I'm joking. What kind of Lord Chamberlain can't tell when I'm being serious and when I'm not?" Laughed at by the king, the Lord Chamberlain bowed his head dejectedly and lamented, "Please do not joke about such matters." Suddenly, the king spoke up. "Lord Chamberlain, do you remember, one of my younger sisters wanted to make this nation wealthy, and one of my younger brothers wanted to turn this capital into a nation that no one would look down on by creating an empire. Another younger brother wanted to unify the continent. As a child, the king could only sit and watch them discuss. They had so many things they wanted to do that they could spend all day just talking about it. But now, the king stood amidst countless corpses and fresh blood. Because of what I've done, none of them can achieve their dreams. I have a responsibility to fulfill their wishes." The king stood alone on the battlefield, looking so lonely. "I cannot turn back from the path I have chosen. Because of that, I have had to endure quite a lot." The king clenched his fists. He continued, "There's no way I could imagine such a pointless death after living such a busy life." The chancellor noticed the wound on the king's hand. He realized that the wound on his left hand didn't seem to be healing. Perhaps he creates a new wound each time. Although the wound on the king's hand was bandaged, it hadn't healed. and blood was still seeping through the cloth. He was supposed to be the center of the empire. The chancellor reminded him, "Your Majesty, it's wonderful that you are so responsible, but you need to keep yourself safe." The king continued walking inside. Then he suddenly remembered something and said to the chancellor, I should tell you in advance. I don't think my body is valuable, so if I die," the king looked at him and smiled, "I trust you won't be wasting the army's resources on restoring a useless hunk of meat." The Lord Chancellor's face instantly changed. His eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "Your Majesty!" The king ignored him and continued to walk away. "Don't worry, I plan to shine as brightly as I can until the very end. And thanks to a certain someone, I don't want to die just yet. The demon who just arrived has already secured the position of the 9th Corps commander." Right now, 2 people were fighting in the arena. The red-haired man was the 9th Corps commander, Shav. He threw a punch and yelled, "Earthquake!" He claims his strength is in magic, but in reality, he uses a body that has been trained to the absolute extreme. With just one move, Chav forced his opponent back. The white-haired man thought in shock. That was just a straight punch downwards. He raised his hand, and his sharp nails seemed to gleam. Then, the white-haired man immediately jumped up, unleashing a flurry of attacks toward Chav. Chav shouted, "Shield." At that moment, the 3rd Corps commander, Asil, and the 1st Corps commander, Jay, were watching from the sidelines. The 2nd Corps commander, Devilania, was also present. Chav yelled, "Great quake!" Deon Hardt was sitting to the side, looking utterly bored. He wearily thought, "I have no idea why he's chanting spells when he's not even using magic. This is so weird. Why do I even have to be here?" Dion was completely fed up. He kept asking himself, "How did this even happen?" The moment I arrived at the Demon King's castle, Chav demanded a match, but I tried to trick him by saying I was tired. Chov, on the other hand, was incredibly excited. He yelled at him, "Ah ha ha, let's fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Sir Dion, I've asked you to be the referee today, but once you're well rested, you have to fight me." "That's right, he asked me to be the referee. So, that's why." Just then, his opponent was embracing a woman. Chav yelled angrily, "Hey, are you two ignoring me?" Ignoring his shouts, the woman spoke softly to the man hugging her. "I've read a human romance novel, and it said that the knight who is about to fight and wins gets the main heroine." The white-haired man replied gently, "Is that so?" The woman gently encouraged him, "So, Donovan, please win for me." Donovan agreed with her. Of course. The sweet atmosphere between them drove Chav insane. He screamed, "Damn it, let's start the match. Sir Dion, please start the match. I can't stand this stuff anymore." Deon Hardt touched his chin. "All right," he thought to himself, "but what am I supposed to say to start a match in the demon realm? Do your best? Fight with all you've got? Or maybe, try not to get hurt? Man, that all sounds so awkward." Finally, an idea came to him. Since this is the demon realm, Deon Hardt raised a finger and said, "Just don't kill each other, okay?" He thought to himself, "That should be fine, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the arena floor. Deon Hardt felt a bit suspicious. What's with this atmosphere? He began to doubt himself. Did I say something wrong? Why is everyone reacting like this? I thought that would be a fitting thing to say to a bunch of stupid, brutal demons. Suddenly, Myers spoke up. "Sir Deon Hardt." Deon Hardt looked at him and recognized the man. It was the 12th Corps commander, Myers. Deon Hardt silently criticized him. "Well, I heard he's a man of few words, but his voice is so hard to listen to. He really looks like a commander." Deon asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Myers replied succinctly, but then he pushed the matter onto someone else. "Daha will speak to you in my stead." Daha was completely shocked to be suddenly pushed forward. He shot a glance at Myers, who was now sweating nervously. Daha bowed and introduced himself to Deon Hardt. "Greetings, my name is Daha, and I am the Vice Commander of the 12th Corps. Please allow me to relay the message to you." Deon Hardt looked at them with a question mark over his head. Daha cleared his throat. Then, he immediately became incredibly excited. "First, when you said, 'Don't kill each other,' you looked so cool. To think you would let the battle conclude only when one of them can no longer fight or surrenders. Of course, you wouldn't accept their surrender. Fighting to the very last breath is what you desire." Deon Hardt was stunned by his words. He stammered, "Wait, when did I say that?" But Daha paid him no mind. He continued his flattery. "There is no other commander with such a heart of steel. That is Sir Deon Hardt." After speaking, Daha straightened up, returning to his serious demeanor. He said, "That is all." After hearing Daha speak, everyone there except for Deon Hardt gave him an impressed thumbs up. Deon Hardt's face went pale. He was completely speechless at this misunderstanding. Asil was also convinced by those grand words. He laughed with great delight. "Thanks to Sir Dion, things are about to get more interesting, but I don't think a winner will be decided anytime soon. Jay agreed with him. It seems that way. In the arena, the fight was still raging on. Jay continued. Because Dion received a recommendation to become the 9th Corps commander, just like Chav, that means they're on the same level. Devilania shared the information she had gathered. I heard the number of recommendations for commander this time was unusually high. At first, it was S. Dion looked at the vice commander smiling beside him. He thought to himself, S. Is she mentioning her vice commander even though his true strength hasn't been confirmed? Devilania continued. After that, it was Dion. Down in the arena, Donovan launched an attack at Chav. Chav raised his hand to block it, as Devilania's voice rang out again, and the third person recommended for this position was Chav. Chav launched an attack and yelled, "Blind!" Asiel said, I was wondering why he refused the recommendation, but after meeting him today, it all makes sense. Donovan's vice commander suddenly spoke up. It's because he can't stand me, due to his immense love. Asiel was startled by the unexpected voice. Whoa. You scared me to death. Dion looked at the girl beside him, his eyes wide with surprise. When did she get here? Donovan's vice commander touched her stomach and spoke up unexpectedly. Sir Deon Hardt, they say you can create a baby with a certain probability when two people are in love. Is that true? Deon Hardt was confused. Is she talking about pregnancy? He finally understood. Well, I guess she wants a child, but I thought demons couldn't have children. The vice commander was lost in love, looking incredibly happy. I hear such children are called blessings. Dion was utterly shocked by what she had just said. Down in the arena, Chav was lifting a massive boulder, preparing to smash it down on Donovan. He roared, Meteor! Donovan calmly watched the boulder flying towards him. He wasn't afraid at all, and faced it calmly. Up above, his lover was telling Dion, I want to have a blessing with Donovan too. Dion asked, A blessing? The girl beside him looked at Deon Hardt's clenched fist and called out worriedly, Sir Deon Hardt, if a child is considered a blessing, he remembered the blood-soaked family photo. Then what about me? Deon Hardt remained silent. The duel between the two young men below the stands was unfolding intensely. Both were clashing fiercely, neither one willing to back down. Deon Hardt's expression began to darken. He sat with his arms crossed, his face cold and emotionless, not saying a word. His comrades beside him were completely baffled by his expression. A young man with dreamy purple eyes noticed and curiously spoke up. Sir Deon Hardt, why do you look so unhappy? As if sensing Deon Hardt's mood, the blue-haired man next to him quickly covered the purple-eyed man's mouth and whispered, Shut up. The pink-haired fairy sitting nearby simply sat with her hands clasped, shyly observing Deon Hardt's expression. It seemed she was very worried about him. She pondered, what's wrong with him? Is this not interesting enough for him? Then what would possibly interest Sir Deon? After a moment of internal debate, running through every possible scenario, the girl casually struck up a conversation with Deon Hardt. Sir Deon Hardt, did you know that Chove guy could originally use magic? Her words broke Deon Hardt's train of thought, and he glanced over at her. His gaze made her feel a bit awkward as she thought to herself, I guess this isn't interesting either. It seemed Dion found the topic she brought up rather novel. He turned to her and asked, so why isn't he using it now? She was very surprised by Dion's reaction. She was so happy her eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed a little. Right after, she immediately answered Dion's question, because he's completely exhausted his mana. Down in the arena, the two young men were still fighting passionately. It seemed the battle was growing more ferocious by the moment. The pink-haired fairy continued to explain, the mana used in magic cannot be restored, and I'm sure he knows how to control it. Chav, the pink-haired fairy, offered her assessment, but his personality prioritizes fun above all else, so he used up all his mana. And he didn't have much to begin with. Idiot. A mysterious gate appeared. The dim purple light emanating from within was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Seeing this, Dion voiced his opinion. Does that mean the 9th Legion commander can never use magic again for the rest of his life? Hearing this, she quickly denied it. No, there's still one other method to use magic. She continued to explain, it's the Demon King's power that our bodies possess. In her mind, a series of images of Demon Kings with latent power flashed by. She argued logically, because we are the children of the Demon King, our bodies are also made of his power. You can consider it the most powerful, purest form of mana. Then she affirmed with certainty, and you can make use of it. After the pink-haired fairy's clear explanation, Deon Hardt somewhat understood the mechanics of mana. He thought to himself, does this mean I have to entrust my life to a legion that has guys like this? Watching Chav and the young werewolf fight so intensely below the stands, Dion screamed furiously in his mind. Did Chav really use such a precious source of mana just for fun? What a psycho. Just then, Chav and the young werewolf attacked at the same time. Both of them threw a punch at their opponent, causing it to divert and slam down onto the floor, creating a deafening explosion. Chav was furious that his opponent had dodged his attack. He cursed in frustration. Hey, you're as slippery as a rotten fish, you damn wolf. The young werewolf saw his opponent insult his honor like that, but his face showed no trace of anger. He just said quietly, "Are you ready to stop yet?" With his rash, impulsive, and competitive nature, Chav's eyes, blazing like fire, shot towards his opponent as he unleashed a technique, his mouth never ceasing its taunts. "How about you try and block a fatal blow?" As he finished speaking, Chav unleashed a devastating earth-shattering attack straight at his opponent, but the young werewolf was no pushover either. The power erupting from him was enough to counter the attack, and as the two sides clashed back and forth, they created a massive explosion. The young werewolf sneered, "You're just combining all your moves together." The immense power from both sides was so great, it even shook the stands. Deon Hardt thought to himself, "There's so much dust and wind." Suddenly, a deep purple rock flew up into the air from somewhere. Just as Deon Hardt moved his hand away from his eyes, he saw the rock flying toward him. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. Deon braced himself to take the hit, but someone unexpectedly appeared, blocking the large, sharp rock and shattering it into 100 pieces. Deon Hardt was completely stunned. He exclaimed in shock. S hurriedly turned back and asked Dion, "Are you all right, sir?" Deon Hardt couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He analyzed it seriously. How did he swat that giant rock like it was a fly? Dion's head was a mess. He lowered his face and answered with difficulty, "I'm fine." Ugh. Immediately after, a series of coughs erupted from his throat. Seeing this, S cried out, "Sir Dion." Deon Hardt replied grimly, "This wretched body is acting up again." Just then, Deon Hardt observed the area below the stands and thought, "Huh? Did they stop because of me? Look at their expressions." Chav's face was pale with regret. He clutched his head and stammered, "I didn't think that would fly all the way up to him. Sir Dion is going to kill me." The young werewolf also spoke up, "You've really got some nerve, attacking a legion commander, huh?" Chav quickly did some damage control. That was just a mistake. At that moment, Ez quickly knelt before Dion and said softly, "Please forgive me, Sir Deon Hardt." Deon Hardt was rather confused by S's action. S continued, "I didn't realize the air here would be so unpleasant for you, sir. It's so dusty. What's more, I can't believe there's an idiot here who would dare to attack him, Lord Deon Hardt." Dion was still completely bewildered. He stammered, "What is wrong with you people?" The young werewolf's mind went blank. He couldn't think of anything, and just stared intently at Dion. Meanwhile, Chav was scared out of his wits. He glanced over, thinking, "Oh crap, he's furious." But Deon Hardt quickly diffused the awkward situation. He stood up, patted S on the shoulder, and said calmly, "I'm fine, so stay out of it." Then, Deon Hardt turned and walked away, leaving them with the words, "I think I'll go get some rest now. You can all consider this a draw and continue some other time." Deon Hardt's actions left Eze so stunned he couldn't believe his own eyes. Deon Hardt thought to himself, "Can't we all just live in peace? Why must you people always be fighting?" Deon Hardt turned his back and walked away, leaving everyone completely baffled. Everyone just stared blankly. But the pink-haired fairy had a different, darker interpretation. She blurted out, "He said not to interfere. If he wants revenge, he'll take it with his own hands." How cool. Her companions nearby immediately chimed in. He called it a draw. It seems like he wants to watch this fight to the death. Just then, from the doorway, Dr. Ben rushed in and anxiously asked, "Lord Deon Hardt, I saw your caller react." As Deon Hardt and Eze walked side by side in silence, Deon Hardt thought to himself, "So, he's finally here." At the same time, S was thinking, "He's more ruthless than any demon I've ever seen." Back in the room, the Zero Corps commander spoke up with a cheerful laugh. "Deon Hardt, I think it would be best for you to visit the Empire. My apologies for the sudden summons." Deon Hardt looked less than thrilled. He thought to himself, "Ordering me around the second he sees me. Figures." Snapping out of his thoughts, Deon Hardt asked with a hint of annoyance, "What's this about?" The Zero Corps commander, brimming with excitement, pointed to a map. He couldn't hide his glee, as he said, "Yes, have a look at this map. It seems the Empire's reputation isn't just for show." Dion stared at the map and exclaimed in astonishment, "We've already taken over half the continent?" The Zero Corps commander pointed to the map and mentioned in a low voice, "The kingdom we're targeting now is Esperana's. Based on its size, it's the smallest kingdom on the map. It's only a matter of time before the Empire breaks through their gates." Dion listened intently, his mind racing. Esperana's. That name sounds really familiar. Where have I heard it before? Remember. Thinking back, Deon Hardt recalled an old memory. He then spoke up, "Hey, remember." "Who are you, really?" "Remember," replied without hesitation, "I am the butler of the hero, Deon Hardt." But that wasn't the answer Deon Hardt was looking for. Deon Hardt immediately pressed him, "That's not what I'm asking. I mean, what were you doing before you came here under Imperial command?" This time, Remember seemed to be lost in thought at the question, while Dion mused to himself, "He's far too suspicious and powerful to be just an ordinary butler." Just then, Remember suddenly spoke, breaking Deon Hardt's train of thought. I come from Esperanza's. Is that what you wanted to know? Deon Hardt was stunned by Remember's answer, and he broke out in a sweat as he stammered, Esperanza's? Where's that? I want to know your true intentions, not where you're from. After saying that, Deon Hardt fell into a thoughtful silence. In the end, all I got was a story about his hometown. I didn't find out a single thing about his true identity. Recalling that conversation, Dion thought to himself, is the Empire really at war with Remember's homeland? The Zero Corps commander stated with firm conviction. The Empire won't stop with just conquering the human world. They're aiming for the demon realm too. Therefore, I have no reason to simply stand by and let them do whatever they want. Hearing the commander's words, Dion's expression changed as he replied, What? The commander's face then twisted into a monstrous expression, his eyes darkening, displaying his overwhelming authority. He declared powerfully, I will begin preparations for this game. Dragging a finger crackling with dark energy across the world map, the Zero Corps commander declared, I will lay my cards on the table with the Empire. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. The commander radiated such an overwhelming aura that it made the hair on Deon Hardt's neck stand on end. The commander then declared with certainty, renaming this game from a territorial dispute between humans to a wager on the very survival of demons and humanity. By now, Deon Hardt's face was pale as he thought anxiously, a real war is about to start. What am I supposed to do? Before he could finish his thought, the commander cut in. You should leave now. It's dawn in the human world, so you should arrive in the morning. Deon Hardt, still trying to process everything, stammered, Is that? As if sensing Deon Hardt's question, the Corps commander held up a watch and explained, Oh, this? Thank you. It's actually very useful, since it's hard to tell time in the demon realm. Immediately after, Deon Hardt complied with the commander's order. He said respectfully, Then, I will be on my way. But in his mind, he was still thinking, he's still holding on to it. I feel so guilty about so many things I've done in the demon realm. I just gave him some random thing I had in my pocket. He kept pestering me ever since I returned to the demon world. I never thought he'd still be using that watch. Thinking back to that time, Dion shuddered, recalling the commander's words. I heard you gave Renelle cookies as a present, so what about me, huh? As he was calmly walking out the door, the Zero Corps commander suddenly called out, making Deon Hardt freeze in his tracks. Deon Hardt, you don't have to bring any presents back this time. But then the commander suddenly changed his tune, saying, However, if you can, just bring me back one thing. Those words made the hair on the back of Dion's neck stand up, and he stared fixedly at the commander. The commander looked imposing as he crossed his arms and declared, Something, like information, on a full moon night, at a massive castle in the demon realm. The eerie light in the sky created a chilling atmosphere. The Corps commander slumped down in his chair, drinking wine, and muttered to himself, I don't want to send him, but doing otherwise would break the rules. A long, winding thought process began in the commander's mind. Because this is a war, and also a game between me and the Empire to decide who will win the prize. Dion. Putting his wineglass down, the commander consoled himself over his decision, which could be either brilliant or incredibly foolish. The only rule is that if I hold him back or kill him, I'll be considered a pathetic loser. We must abide by the rules, because I'd hate for such an interesting game to end so soon. The leader remained silent, lost in thought. I need to be cautious about using Deon Hardt. At that moment, Dion was already heading out to the hall. He said to E, I have to go on a mission now. E, ever sharp, replied, Yes, sir. I'll go prepare your luggage. The leader's thoughts drifted back to him. He's useful, but he's also an incredibly dangerous card to play. It had to be said, to make this decision, the commander must have been torn, but the look in his eyes showed he had complete faith in this battle. He let out a wicked smile and said, This is going to be exhausting. Meanwhile, in his room, Deon Hardt was having his gear adjusted as he prepared to depart for the battlefield. As this was happening, Deon Hardt's mind wandered. A war I'm bound to get swept up in. Am I going to have to stuff a handkerchief in my mouth and fight those bastards again? Just then, a memory suddenly flooded back. A handkerchief being offered by someone, and that person's voice rang out, Are you sick? Right after, the person approached Deon Hardt and spoke in a low voice. I don't think you're wounded, yet you're coughing up blood. Are you an Imperial soldier? Deon Hardt looked utterly pathetic, blood staining his mouth, yet he still managed a threat. Get lost, or I'll kill you. The face of the kind young man who'd appeared before him was a blur. He held the handkerchief out to Dion and advised him softly. On the battlefield, they say that those who look weak are the first to be targeted by common soldiers. Whether you swallow your blood or stuff this in your mouth, you'd better hide the fact that you're ill. As he recalled this memory fragment, a splitting headache hit Dion. He clutched his head in pain. Seeing his master's distressed expression, a nearby servant quickly asked about his well-being. Sir Deon Hardt, Are you all right? Nothing good ever comes from going to the training grounds. Dion quickly replied to calm the servant. It's nothing. But inside, his thoughts were a tangled mess. Who was that kid? I don't need to hide my condition anymore. Everyone knows about it now. But this time, it's proven to be quite useful. The servant asked anxiously. Are you certain you're okay, sir? Perhaps you should have it checked, just to be sure. Deon Hardt answered honestly. I'm fine. Just a bit on edge. Then, he departed for the battlefield alone, saying, I'll be back soon. Under the desolate night sky, Dion rode off to war, alone. The world around him was sunk in a silent darkness, the only sound being the crunch of his horse's hooves. As he rode, a thought suddenly came to him, an image of a delicate 7- or 8-year-old boy with platinum blonde hair. A voice echoed in his memory, Please take care of Sir Deon Hardt, in my place. Deon Hardt continued his journey. As the sun climbed higher, its light bathed the roads, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. A grand mansion came into view, looking magnificent in the morning dawn. Remember was there, respectfully pouring tea and offering it to Deon Hardt. He greeted him with a joyful welcome. I am glad to see you have returned safely. Holding the teacup, Deon Hardt looked at the butler and said, Remember, you took excellent care of the mansion while I was away. Remember, replied modestly. I was simply carrying out my duties. But as he spoke, he hesitated, his eyes flicking to Deon Hardt's cumbersome luggage. He chided gently, Sir, why didn't you allow a servant to put that bag away? The tea in Deon Hardt's hand sloshed everywhere. It seemed Remember's sudden question had struck a nerve. He quickly recovered. Ah, this? It has something incredibly important inside. I can't just entrust it to anyone. Remember seemed to understand and replied respectfully, Ah, I see. Deon Hardt thought to himself, how the hell could I possibly let anyone else get their hands on this bag? As he was lost in thought, the flower pot in his bag started making weird noises again. Dion cursed internally. And what is that stupid plant doing in there? Deon Hardt seethed with anger. What the hell is this? He was completely bewildered, thinking, when did that thing even get in my bag? No one can be allowed to see this plant. I need to figure something out quickly. The noises from the pot started up again, and Deon Hardt hurriedly faked a dry cough and took a sip of his tea, as if to drown out the strange sounds coming from his bag. Seeing Deon Hardt's peculiar expression, Remember quickly asked, Master, are you all right? Please, drink slowly. Allow me to pour you a fresh cup. Deon Hardt sputtered out a reply. Thank you. His other hand squeezed the bag, while he silently pleaded, I'm begging you, please just stay quiet. Realizing the situation was getting dangerous, Dion knew he had to create a distraction. He immediately picked up his cup and faked a compliment. My, this tea is especially fragrant today. Remember, taking him seriously, replied graciously, I'm glad you think so. I brewed it using the doxa leaves you brought back previously. Growing more enthusiastic. Remember elaborated, come to think of it. Young Master Dion also brought back a great deal of doxa leaves last time he was here. He said that his merchant guild has begun trading this type of leaf as well. Dion was surprised to hear this. He blurted out, stunned, Dion established a merchant guild? He then fell silent, lost in thought. Come to think of it, that's right. He borrowed money from me to do something in the demon realm. At that moment, a memory surfaced. Dion, looking flustered, had stammered, I want to earn my own money. With my own 2 hands. But Deon Hardt had simply turned his back, offering a piece of advice as he left. Try talking to Remember. Perhaps he'll lend you some. Stunned, Dion had stammered, Master. Remember quickly answered Deon Hardt's unspoken question. He explained. Dion named it the Dion Guild, and it appears his guild has been growing rather quickly. Feeling a bit uncomfortable with him standing, Deon Hardt said to Remember, sit down and have a cup of tea with me. Remember responded awkwardly, Is that really all right, young master? Deon Hardt fell into a thoughtful silence. The Dion Guild? Wait a second. Back when our group was in Tun, right after we managed to escape the demon realm, 2 men were having a conversation. The one with a white wrap around his head said with his arms crossed, Why are they so persistent? The man with the yellow wrap scratched his head as he replied, I hear they're from the Dion Guild. Seems like they're a pretty new operation. Recalling this, Dion's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Everyone's talking about them. That stubborn guy. Was that Dion? Remember, now, seated opposite Dion, spoke with a warm smile. He seems quite resourceful, wouldn't you say? Why not pay the guild a visit when you have a moment? Deon Hardt heard this and replied awkwardly, sure, if I find the time. Though that's what he said aloud. Internally Dion thought, I think Remember's starting to take notice of Dion. Wait, could that old man be Dion's grandfather? Model, sipping the tea in his hand, Deon Hardt was restless and anxious. When will I get my chance? What's more, the war between the demon realm and the empire is about to break out. Snapping out of his wandering thoughts, Dion suddenly spoke up. By the way, have you been well? Remember? Right after, Remember replied, "If you wish for me to spare some time, sir, I am always willing." Sensing the tension, Dion quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, that's not what I meant. A war is about to break out between your demon realm and the Empire." Gently placing his teacup on the table, Remember said in a low voice, "So, you're referring to the war in Hispanis, sir." The expression on Remember's face was incredibly hard to read, but he still answered respectfully, "As of now, I haven't heard any news." Seeing this, Deon Hardt became flustered, raising a hand and stammering. In his mind, Deon Hardt imagined thousands of tragic scenarios involving, "Remember, that must be it. You must be very worried since your homeland was plunged into war." Before he could finish his sentence, Remember affirmed with conviction, "It's all right. I'm fine, sir." Deon Hardt was stunned, frozen to the spot, and blurted out in surprise. Then, as if to break the awkward silence, Remember suddenly spoke up, "I summarized the war situation in Hispanis for you last time, Master." Deon Hardt quickly replied, "So, just think of it as a small kingdom in the middle of the continent." Remember immediately began to explain. "Yes, to speak of it is to speak of fortresses surrounded by natural hills and mountains." As if the continent was laid out before his eyes, Remember stated with conviction, "That means if a war truly breaks out in Esperanas, the enemy's defeat is a given, as the king can mobilize his army swiftly." Lifting his teacup to his lips, Remember declared emphatically, "Esperanas has never been an easy target to conquer." Deon Hardt fell into a state of deep thought. God only knows what's happening there. Besides, what kind of country is Esperanas anyway? I should investigate it a little. His train of thought was immediately broken by a sound from the giant, deep purple stone on Deon Hardt's desk. The atmosphere once again fell into a quiet stillness. Rushing to his desk, Deon Hardt thought in a panic, "That's the communication crystal the king gave me." Hurriedly grabbing the crystal, Deon Hardt said anxiously, "Glory to the Empire." Suddenly, the leader's voice came from the crystal. "Forget the pleasantries. I was just going to hear your report when you returned." "Can I hear it now instead?" The Legion commander's voice replied through the crystal. "That's the situation, and the Demon King has finally made his move." The Legion commander's voice softened encouragingly. "I need everyone to unite. When facing the demon realm, we should temporarily halt the conquest." At that moment, the tables had just turned, and the commander fell into a thoughtful silence. Psychologically speaking, confronting the Demon King head-on is no different from seeking death. "I have absolutely no intention of retreating from this war." The commander's voice continued to echo. "Any other reports?" Deon Hardt immediately asked, "Your Majesty, do you need any information unrelated to the war and the demons?" The Legion commander replied without hesitation, "Just tell me. I'm sure you don't occupy your mind with trivial thoughts." After saying this, the commander thought confidently to himself, "You would never show your cards if I didn't ask." Deon Hardt held the crystal, listening intently to the commander's instructions. "What is it? Monsters? Or has a gate been discovered?" Deon Hardt quickly answered, "A gate leading to the demon realm has just been discovered in Tihan." The Legion commander was extremely pleased with Deon's attitude, thinking confidently, "I was sure you'd tell me everything." Then, the commander rested his chin on his hand and praised him. "Tehran, the southern nation. That's very useful information. Thank you for your cooperation." Dion continued his report. But before he could finish his sentence, the commander interjected, "I suppose I'll see you at the hunting competition next week." Dion was utterly stunned, seemingly unable to believe the words he was hearing. "Your Majesty." For a moment, a question flashed through Dion's mind. Why would he organize a hunting competition at a time like this? As if he couldn't trust his own ears, Deon Hardt pressed the crystal closer to his ear to hear what the commander was saying. "I'm sure you've already received the invitation to attend. And don't forget the outfit I sent with the letter, as a gift." Upon hearing this, Deon Hardt was shocked as he finally realized about the invitation. The gift, was that it? Glancing at the neatly placed gift box on the table, Dion froze. In the Dark Trio's study, a handsome young man was still engrossed in reading a report. "It seems things aren't going as expected." He crumpled the manuscript and let out a sigh. He wondered to himself, why hasn't there been any response? I'm sure he has already received the report of Deon Hardt's return from the mission. It turned out the handsome young man was Kruin. Overly frustrated, he walked to the window and pulled back the curtain to look outside. His mind was cluttered with theories. If it were the Duke, he would have dispatched the Revolutionary Army or the Assassin's Guild immediately. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Greetings, Sir Kruin." The voice seemed to awaken Kruin from his deep thoughts. He instinctively glanced at the reflection in the glass door. Duke Yaster Hardt entered. Kruin replied respectfully, "Greetings, Your Grace." Yaster got straight to the point. "I'm sure you've heard about Dion's return, haven't you?" Duke Yaster Hardt then continued, "I have something I need you to do." "Sir Kruin." Kruin glanced at the Duke. Yaster Hardt explained, "The time has come." A conversation between Kruin and the Duke followed. The scene shifts to 1 week later at the hunting competition. Walking gently, Deon Hardt murmured his thoughts. Remember, the place you wanted me to stop at before the hunting competition. Was it the Genhei Merchant Guild? Deon Hardt, wearing a bright red outfit, stood out starkly in the crowd. The sound of whispers echoing in his ears made him cringe. His face flushed red with embarrassment. Deon Hardt complained unhappily. Isn't this outfit a bit too conspicuous for walking around a place like this? Beside him, Remember chuckled and leaned in to whisper in Deon Hardt's ear, but there's no other choice but to wear this to the hunting competition. It seems you'd prefer to wear something else. But after all, this is the outfit the king himself specially sent to you as a gift. It suits you quite well, master. Seeing Deon Hardt like this was such a novel sight that Remember couldn't help but want to tease him. But he was far from pleased, his face sullen and grim. Deon Hardt angrily thought to himself, "Don't mess with me, old man." The two of them strolled leisurely down the noisy, bustling street. Remember reminded him in a low voice. Besides, he would be delighted to know you're stopping by, master. Deon Hardt and Remember walked into the Genhei Merchant Guild, completely stunned. The lively, bustling scene inside the Merchant Guild was overwhelming. Inside the guild, two people at a table near the entrance were arguing. A woman with fiery orange-red hair spoke aggressively. "Are you kidding me? I graduated from a prestigious academy. How on earth could you think I can't even identify my own herbs?" A man wearing a headband was just as fiercely trying to make his point. "Our guild always deals in the most exceptional herbs." Deon Hardt was impressed by the sheer scale of the guild. He thought to himself, "Wow, it's so busy. It's even bigger than I imagined." Then he immediately got to the point. He wondered, "Now, how am I going to find Jian?" At that same moment, in the distance, a young man walking alongside Jian reported, "Sir, I've just received a report that there's been an incident on the Dun Bridge. How should we handle this? All goods from Luik have been halted." Before his subordinate could finish, Jian decisively gave an order. "There's still the Bijan Bridge. Inform them to change course." The conversation quickly caught Dion's attention. He watched them, a grin spreading across his face. "There you are." Jian continued issuing orders. "And I've heard rumors of bandits running rampant lately. Make sure our guard is never down, and under no circumstances are they to attack." Seeing how decisively he handled every situation, Dion was secretly impressed. So he really does act like a guildmaster with the way he works. Suddenly, Jian's gaze shifted, and his face lit up with overwhelming joy. Jian tossed the documents in his hands to his subordinate and rushed over, saying, "Master, did you cussy me?" Deon Hardt frankly admitted, "Well, yes." But a stray thought crossed his mind. Is seeing me really something to get this excited about? Deon Hardt said casually. Your guild seems to be doing quite well." Jian immediately replied cheerfully, "It is all thanks to you, master. Thank you so much. Ever since I began serving the Hardt family, almost all of my problems have been solved." Jian joyfully explained, "I often deal with shady characters." Deon Hardt angrily snapped, "You even dare to use my name?" Jian asked curiously, "Judging by your clothes, where are you headed?" Deon Hardt replied awkwardly, I was on my way to the hunting festival and decided to stop by." Jian quickly seized the opportunity. "If it's the hunting festival, I heard you can bring a partner along." Deon Hardt asked coldly, "And?" Jian pleaded earnestly, "Please, let me accompany you." Deon Hardt maintained his stern demeanor and coldly refused. "No." A sense of unease grew in Jian's heart. He sighed to himself, such a firm answer. Then he pressed on, "But why? I can use my swordsmanship to escort you. That would be useful, wouldn't it? There's no way I'd be a burden to you." Deon Hardt was in an awkward position. He just stood there, rooted to the spot in silence, thinking to himself that that wasn't the problem. Clutching the briefcase containing the bizarre potted plant, Deon Hardt thought in distress, "If I bring you along, how am I supposed to get rid of this stupid plant in my bag?" Deon Hardt had used every trick he could think of to destroy that pot, but nothing had worked. He thought back in frustration, "I've already tried so many things at home." First, he tried a knife, but it did nothing. Second, he tried fire, but the pot didn't react. Third, he let it fall from a great height, but the pot remained intact. The fourth attempt was poison, then a fifth attempt, releasing it into the wild, and then the sixth, seventh, eighth, but nothing worked. Dion mused silently. Perhaps the hunting festival is the only chance I have to do something about this plant. It would be a huge problem if someone came along and saw it. Remember and Jian were confused by his behavior. Remember spoke up impatiently, "Master." He cheerfully placed a hand on Jian and said, "Why don't you try trusting Jian this time? From what I can see, it looks like he holds himself to a high standard for your sake." Deon Hardt clutched his head in frustration. He lamented, "Good grief, trust isn't the issue here." Deon Hardt said, with difficulty, "I just want to be alone." As soon as he said it, they both looked at him with pleading, expectant eyes. Deon Hardt thought in turmoil, his old man's last wish, "He won't be a burden to you." Deon Hardt clutched the briefcase to his chest, looking warily at Jian and, Remember. He was so conflicted he couldn't speak, but his mind was screaming, "That's enough, don't look at me like that, no means no." But no matter how much he resisted, Deon Hardt had to powerlessly give in, agreeing to let Jian come along. "Remember," announced cheerfully, "we've arrived." Jian, on the other hand, excitedly jumped out of the carriage, exclaiming with joy, "Thank you so much for allowing me to accompany you." Only Deon Hardt remained, huddled alone in the carriage, too distressed to even speak. Seeing Deon Hardt's lack of reaction, Remember called out anxiously, "Master." He had no idea how much his master was suffering at that moment. Dion was racking his brain, not knowing how he would face the upcoming situation. He held his head in his hands, thinking, "This is bad. Damn it, am I really this weak?" Jian peered curiously into the carriage to check on Dion, while he was wondering, "Now how am I supposed to deal with this damned thing? Maybe I should just leave it in here? It won't do anything, right?" Jian stood, rooted to the spot, taking in Dion's entire display. He said nothing, just watching him with a curious gaze. Dion opened the door and stepped out of the carriage, thinking, "Maybe I should just worry about this after the hunt." He let out a soft sigh and held out his hand for Jian to help him down. Of course, the frenzied tree is a problem. His gaze grew more menacing, but this hunting competition itself is already a nuisance. The atmosphere was dead silent. Remember, stared at him in surprise. The others also widened their eyes in astonishment. It was only then that he realized the problem. He was holding out his hand for Jian to help him down from the carriage. What the hell? What did I just do? I'm screwed. His eyes filled with bewildered shock, and he snatched his hand back in a flash. Jian, not understanding why he did that, asked, "Master, is something wrong?" He couldn't answer, but he desperately wanted to say that there were many, many things wrong. Dion screamed internally, wanting to explain that it wasn't because he was delicate. Escorting a grown man off a carriage was a blatant insult. Perhaps Jian offered his hand because he knew his body was weakened by the curse. And while his consideration was commendable, his ignorance was a crime. Jian just stood there, completely clueless. Not only had Jian made a fool of him, but he had also mocked the honor of a hero. "Jian," Deon Hardt called out in a low voice. Everyone thought Jian was dead meat for sure. Even if his master was merciful, he wouldn't let this slide easily. But to everyone's surprise, Deon Hardt smiled and praised Jian. "You're very perceptive." Dion clapped Jian on the shoulder and said, "I haven't been feeling well all day. Thank you. But you don't need to do that next time." Then he turned and walked toward the competition grounds, and the people there were moved by his actions. He actually forgave him. "That's our leader for you." Someone else chimed in excitedly. "Incredible." "The commander." "No. I mean, the Duke is truly amazing," a man said, standing there dumbfounded. Even if he had gotten angry, no one would have said a thing. But he forgave him. The rumors must be false. Another person nodded in agreement. "That's right." Everyone began to praise Dion, calling him a respectable man. Lion, blushing slightly, praised him in her heart. "Did you all see that? The way he mercifully forgave his subordinate. She felt incredibly proud. That's our master." But Deon Hardt was in a state of panic. "Damn it, that was too close. I'm so used to the customs of the demon world, I'm starting to forget how weird that is here." He turned away, sighing in exhaustion. "Anything I say to Jian now would just make me look ridiculous. I'll just let it go for now. I'll remember this and teach him a lesson later." As Jian followed behind him, it was as if a dark shadow enveloped him. Dion walked over to greet Lian. "Lady Lion, it's been a while." She replied formally, "Master, it must have been a long journey. Are you all right?" Someone approached, intending to help him with his bag. "Commander, is that bag heavy? Let me help you with that." Dion quickly shouted, "Wait, I'm fine. Don't touch it." He looked like a child, desperately clinging to his belongings. "It's mine. Don't touch it." Everyone was baffled by his reaction. He glanced around before asking, "Anyway, where's everyone else?" "It seems like there aren't many people here," Leon replied, just as the Crown Prince arrived, announcing, "I was the one who summoned you here." Deon Hardt immediately bowed. "Dion of the Glorious Empire greets your highness." The Crown Prince placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's been a long time. Duke, I'm sure you've heard that we're hunting monsters in the competition, right?" Dion replied. "Yes, I heard the competition's purpose is to cull the number of demons. I mean, the monsters that have been rapidly increasing in number." He was startled again, having almost slipped up and said demons. His eyes were sharp, taking in everything. "That's definitely just the official reason. The real reason is to emphasize the fact that this kingdom has enough leisure to hold a hunting competition in the middle of a war. Damn politicians," he thought. The Crown Prince continued, "As you said, the monsters are multiplying, so to prevent any accidents, I plan to eliminate all the monsters on the hunting grounds, leaving just a few for the competition, and I want the Knights of the Mazi Order to assist me in this task." Deon Hardt was stunned by his words. The Crown Prince added, "Of course, I'm not forcing you. If you refuse, I'll have the Royal Knights handle it." It's not that I don't want to, Dion replied. The Crown Prince said, I don't want to either, but some of the royal knights have gone missing. Deon Hardt was taken aback. What? The prince said wearily. And of course, there are also those who have to stay up all night cleaning up their comrades' messes. The men behind him snickered. How embarrassing. Disgusting bastards, Dion thought angrily. Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed his head. Thank you for the offer, Your Highness. I am more than willing to lend you my knights. I don't know how he'll deal with those monsters, and frankly, I don't care. It turned out he had other plans. I was planning to rest a bit before the hunting competition started. He said, I'm not sure if it will be enough to make up for the trouble they've caused, but please, feel free to command them as you wish. The Crown Prince, sensing something was off, cut him off. Wait, what are you saying? Of course, you have to be the one to lead them. Dion froze on the spot. Huh? In front of them was a horde of monsters. A royal knight shouted, Royal Knights, hold your position. Do not fall back. The Royal Knights had a proper command structure, so they could control the situation, but the only one who could control the Berserker Knights, who were like wild horses. They were ordered, charge, kill everything you see. Hey, you can't just charge in without a strategy. It's you. Only you can control them. One of them lunged forward and killed a beast. This horned one is mine. Another charged and slew a different monster. Die. So it's obvious you'll have to command them yourself, right? The Royal Knight was horrified. They fight like a pack of thieves. He snuck a glance at Dion. I guess their personalities are just like their commanders. What is he looking at? Every time he glances at me, I get goosebumps, Dion thought. But he wasn't surprised by the knight's expression. It's not the first time I've been misunderstood. But his eyes lit up with a frightening smile. I'll be going home soon. I already have a plan for this kind of situation. They've mocked me countless times, starting the journey injured and going right back home. He let out a soft chuckle. Seeing him laugh, a knight laughed along. My goodness, look how excited the Duke is. His eyes are practically sparkling. Suddenly, someone screamed, Master, watch out. A monster was lunging to attack him. Unafraid, he grew excited. Excellent, come at me. But Lion moved to block its path. Lady Lion, she roared at the monster. How dare you? You won't lay a single finger on my master. She struck them all down at her feet. Deon Hardt praised her. Lady Lion, you're very good at protecting me. She turned back, smiling shyly. It was nothing, master. But Dion wanted to say, that wasn't a compliment. She said excitedly, I guarantee you won't have to fight this time. I will protect you with all my strength. Dion felt a wave of annoyance. Damn it, I don't need your protection this time. He looked at the battle before him. No, it's almost over. At this rate, I'll have to participate in the actual hunting competition. I don't want to. An idea sparked in his mind. Maybe I should fall off my horse and get injured? I want to, but I can't just fall for no reason. Suddenly, the strap on his bag snapped, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The horse began to buck, throwing him off balance. What's wrong with you? Did you read my mind? Suddenly, Jian's voice came from nearby. My apologies. I accidentally bumped the horse because my foot got stuck in the mud, Jian said. Are you injured anywhere? You're apologizing with that look on your face? Dion thought. Jian's face showed not a single hint of remorse. Just as Deon Hardt said, It's fine, just be more careful next time. The man had already bolted off. He looked back at his bag. Even if something is suspicious, I don't want to say it out loud. What if he's planning something? Why is the thing in here so quiet all of a sudden? Is it dead? I hope so. He opened it to check. Damn it, it's this annoying monster flower. He tried to stuff it back into the bag. Get in there and don't pop out again. Jian approached and called to him, My lord. He simply replied, We'll talk later. He turned back to look at Jian, who asked, My lord, why is it that you never get angry? Dion asked Jian. What are you talking about? Jian said, Sir, I made many mistakes today, but you haven't gotten angry with me once. His eyes were filled with vigilance. I followed Deon Hardt precisely because he is the calamity. It turned out he had deliberately helped Deon Hardt off the horse. I was always expecting a wrath that suited his title, but he's far too kind and considerate. So what if Dion isn't the calamity? Deon Hardt understood the situation. It seems he wants me to get angry. You! A group of monster knights screamed as a large number of them charged forward. Dion spurred his horse onward, leaving Jian behind and saying only, We'll talk after this hunt. He was trying to get to the monsters his tickets home. Jian began to have doubts. Are you truly the calamity? Or am I? Dion charged towards the monsters. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to get injured and go straight home. A monster entered his line of sight. Perfect. I'll use that one. He calculated carefully. Since it's not too big, with any luck, I won't get a serious injury. But Dame Lian quickly moved to protect him, shouting at the monster, How dare you? With a single slash. Blood sprayed everywhere. Deon Hardt was furious. You again? He quickly turned his horse to find another target. Plans ruined. Gotta find another one. Seeing another monster his next ticket home, a knight joyfully exclaimed, "I killed it." Another knight yelled at him in anger, "You bastard! I called dibs on that one." Suddenly, the two of them froze, staring at something. Deon Hardt had his head down in anger beside his horse. The knights were surprised. "Huh, Captain, what's wrong? Why do you look so terrifying?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "Why is everyone so damn fired up?" He looked around elsewhere. What about the others? Every single monster had already been defeated by the knights. "Where am I supposed to find any leftover monsters now?" one knight said angrily. "Damn it, one got away." Dion's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his sword and shot forward like the wind. A knight who saw this grew a little worried. That posture of his, just now, could it be? Another knight continued, "I hope he's not planning to use that skill." They clutched their heads and yelled, "No! How could he use that skill on a single stupid monster? Is it really necessary to go that far?" He charged forward with fervent hope. "I am definitely going home." But his eyes widened in shock once again. The knights had moved up right behind him, rushing to block his path. He yelled in surprise, "What the hell?" A loud crash resounded right where he had been standing. They had tackled him in a group hug. "Captain, are you hurt anywhere?" He roared in anger. "You guys, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "It got away," a knight shouted back at him. "Your actions were too dangerous, Captain. Weren't you about to unleash that skill just now?" He was stunned. "What? What is that skill?" "A skill that allows us to temporarily surpass our limits, our speed, and our strength to become the fastest and strongest. In exchange, it causes immense damage to our bones and muscles after the battle. We're all still alive thanks to the captain's sacrifices, time and time again. But today, you move to act without even giving a signal. Please, sir, take care of your body." He pushed the man away. "Get away from me. I'm going home." He was furious because he only wanted a minor injury. The knights continued to wail, hugging him tightly. "What do you think you are, some kind of workaholic bee? You're really making me sad." He struggled to break free. "I'm suffocating. Someone came to report. Since the subjugation has ended, I believe we can return to the tournament grounds." Deon Hardt was stunned. "What? It's over? Impossible. Bring out more monsters." The man answered hesitantly, "About that. Even if you wanted to, we still have to leave some monsters for the competition." He was bewildered internally. Isn't this enough bloodshed for him? So scary. A knight said, "Captain, my lord, the official hunting competition will begin soon. You only need to wait a little longer." "That's right. You can kill as many as you like later." They all felt a sense of pride. "We're so lucky to have Count Hardt on our side." Dion watched silently. He stood alone in the dark shade of a tree, his gaze terrifying. The competition had begun. Dion lay on his bed, dejected. "Do I really have to participate in this hunting competition?" He sighed, thinking, "When the competition starts, the Emperor will be here too." Hart recalled a call he had received as a reminder. "I'm sure you've realized it ever since you received my invitation. Remember to wear the outfit I gifted you. He's the one who initiated this hunting competition. I wonder if he's trying to tell me something. I wonder if it has anything to do with the war." "War?" He turned away, frustrated. "I hate it, and I don't even want to be a part of it, especially when this war is against the demon world." Suddenly, the flower next to him cried out, "Quack, quack! Here!" He shot up in anger and yelled, "I told you not to crawl out." Suddenly, a knight came and called to him, "Sir, may I come in?" He stood frozen on the spot, witnessing the image of Dion flailing around inside by himself. He asked blankly, "What are you doing, sir?" Dion pretended to be exercising, saying, "I'm just warming up. Is there something you wanted to say?" The knight smiled with delight. "It seems the captain is very excited for the hunting competition." "I'm so glad," Dion asked him. "Why are you here?" He replied, "Could you perhaps take one other person with you in the hunting competition besides that Dion fellow?" Hart asked in surprise. "Why would I do that?" He explained. "I feel uneasy leaving you alone with that man. Earlier, when he was looking at you during the subjugation, his eyes looked like he was feeling extremely dissatisfied, or maybe it was a rising suspicion, or perhaps a burning rage. It was something along those lines." Hart replied, "Is that so? I understand." The knight smiled. "So you understand?" Dion called for Dame Lien. "Take this man away." She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him off as he tried to keep talking. "Yes, sir, Captain. When did you get here?" "Wait, I'm being serious right now," he tried to explain. "It's because you didn't see Dion's face earlier. Sir, please choose one more person as your aide." Dion clutched his head in pain. "I can't let too many people get close to me because of this stupid tree. Not even one more." Leon said, "Sir, I don't know the details, but I agree that you should choose another aide." Hart got angry with her. "Leon, you traitor," the knight replied with delight. "Right, I knew you'd agree." Then they both said in unison, "We will accompany you, sir." They glared at each other, vying for the position. Taking care of him is my responsibility. That's not fair. It's my turn this time. You went with the captain last time. He turned and shut them down. I'm not choosing either of you. They exclaimed in shock. What? The knight tried to plead. Captain, I swear, there's something very suspicious about that guy. Hart turned away. I don't care. Whatever, this is my decision. The knight begged. Are you a child? How can you be so stubborn without saying a word? Deon Hardt was a little suspicious. He thought, this guy is really strange for asking. Sir, why aren't you angry with me? He's definitely suspicious, but if it's just him, I can handle it, right? The knight chased after him, pleading, he's truly suspicious. Please, let me accompany you. But Dion was adamant, shooing him away. Get lost. He thought to himself. If it was just luck, I wouldn't have made it this far. Suddenly, someone appeared before him and said, Are you that crazy honorary count? He sneered at him. How can a true count and some honorary count be treated the same? This world has really gone to the dogs. The knight ground his teeth in anger. What did you say? Lian stopped him. Don't cause a scene. You'll only bring trouble to our lord. Deon Hardt just stood there, stunned. Who the hell is this guy? The people nearby asked each other, Who is that rude old nobleman? Someone else answered, I'm not sure, but he's a fool. He has no idea who he's insulting. Deon Hardt, his face contorted in anger, demanded, And just who the hell are you? The onlookers warned the stranger, How dare you provoke the hero of this kingdom? He is the king's sword. But the rude man was full of himself. He placed a hand on his chest and declared loudly, It's good that you asked. I am the true patriarch of the Hardt family, the real Duke Hardt. Everyone was astonished. Duke Hardt? The man calling himself Duke Hardt pointed at Dion and shouted, I am not an imposter like you. The crowd started buzzing with discussion. Some said, A real Duke Hardt. Others said, I think they're done for. Another person commented, I've never seen him before. Is he from a collateral branch? That's right. Since a collateral branch does exist, the family must still be around somewhere. Lian, standing behind Dion, couldn't take it anymore. Furious, she said, How dare he insult you, my lord? Just let me deal with him. We'll see if he dares to spout any more nonsense. I've heard that vicious man refused the offer to become a count. Perhaps some descendant from a collateral branch finally became the patriarch. Deon Hardt stepped toward the self-proclaimed duke, his face a terrifying mask. He warned him, Congratulations. I hope you do your best, he thought. It won't be long now before the Hardt family disappears from history. My heart feels so light and joyful. Witnessing the prophesied decline of his family, the self-proclaimed duke was furious but could do nothing. He left, holding a grudge in his heart. You just wait. Dion watched him go, a challenging smile on his face. We'll see about that. I'm sure the greedy members of the family just put a fool like him in that position to use as a pawn. After the rude man had left, another voice spoke up from somewhere. Although I believe it's better to let the family fall into ruin than to let someone like that become its patriarch. It was the crown prince. He appeared with a smug look on his face. Is everyone here? He addressed the crowd. Thank you all for taking the time to participate in this event. I hope everyone has a good time and that no accidents occur. If you are ready, please begin. In this kingdom, there was a custom where admirers would give ribbons to warriors preparing to go into battle. Friends and family would give handkerchiefs. A young woman offered a handkerchief to the one she admired and said, I hope you'll accept this. The warrior then promised the young lady, My lady, I will return victorious. Deon Hardt said to his guard, It's not that I'm expecting anything, but aren't you guys going to give me a handkerchief? The guard next to him hadn't anticipated this situation at all. He stammered an explanation. Sir, we're not the type of people to remember these things. You want one? I'll go get you one right now. Deon Hardt felt embarrassed and refused. Get lost. I don't need it. Lian saw this and could only laugh. Suddenly, she noticed a cute handkerchief exchange on the other side. A little girl ran up and gave a handkerchief to a young man. Big brother, this is for you. Don't get hurt, okay? The warrior happily patted the little girl's head and said, All right, thanks kid. This scene reminded her of the past. She too had once given a handkerchief to someone she admired, and that person had promised to return safely. Remembering it now, she could only sigh sadly, recalling the days 8 years ago before the war. I also gave a handkerchief to my brother once. Dion noticed her expression and asked, Did your brother enlist in the army, Lady Lian? Leon answered Deon Hardt, My parents forbade me from enlisting. I'm more skilled with a sword, and my health is better too. That's why I'm so worried about my frail brother on the battlefield. I couldn't bear to see him have to set foot on the battlefield again. That's why I became a knight, because my parents wouldn't forbid that. Her expression gradually shifted from sorrowful to proud. Deon Hardt told her that was commendable. He recalled a time long ago. It's very similar to a fairy tale I once heard, although the ending was completely different. The people saw the warriors off to battle. A knight shouted, Save Chevs. Deon Hardt, worried for his own warriors, let out a sigh. Travel safely. Deon Hardt gave his instructions, instilling confidence in them. He reassured everyone. Everything has been thoroughly prepared. Having gathered this many weapons and assassins, even Dion won't be able to defeat me. Recalling the other day, the Duke had told Cruin, "Of course, I will place archers and assassins in the hunting competition. Even if they fail, I trust you will complete the mission." Cruin asked worriedly, "Do you know where Deon Hardt will be?" The Duke replied, "No, but I can guess. Deon Hardt despises crowded places. Therefore, if I lure him with monster tracks, I can isolate him." The Duke continued, "Hasn't he lived long enough already?" Cruin saw that the Duke understood Deon Hardt very well, while conversely, Deon Hardt knew nothing about the Duke. That's why he had no idea he was walking into a hunting competition designed to be a trap. Unbeknownst to Dion, the rude man from before was following him again. He asked, "Where are you going without a horse?" Dion replied, "Because a horse can't easily enter this area. Why are you following me?" The rude man immediately denied it. "Who's following you?" Dion looked around and thought, "I've already reached the abandoned lands. I just need to pretend to hunt a few monsters and then get out of this forest." The rude man watched Deon Hardt and thought, "Why is he going into this deserted wasteland? It's suspicious." Deon Hardt paid no attention to his surroundings, focusing only on the forest and thinking, "There must be monster tracks around here somewhere." Suddenly, there was a shout, "Master!" The follower who was protecting him quickly tackled Deon Hardt out of the way. Caught off guard, Dion looked back and saw an arrow. The follower asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Deon Hardt seemed to be fine, clutching his head and wondering, "What is the meaning of this?" Suddenly, as if seeing something, the two of them quickly scrambled apart. A volley of arrows rained down on the spot where they had just been. Dion cursed in anger, "Son of a bitch." From deep in the forest, a commander's voice echoed, "Are you tired? Hurry up and kill Deon Hardt." Meanwhile, the rude man was terrified, hiding in the bushes. The men who received the order charged forward to attack Dion one by one. He fought them off, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. It was only then that I realized I should have listened to Chloe and brought more guards with me. Why did I have to waste my own strength like this?" I could only sigh as I looked over at the brute hiding behind a bush, clutching his head. That useless bastard from the Branch family. Looking at Dion, I figured he had only just started learning swordsmanship, and I didn't have the strength or talent to handle those bastards on my own. Fighting them alone, I was unfortunately cornered. I cursed under my breath in frustration. "Damn it, I'm trapped." An order came from above, "Fire the arrows." Suddenly, a volley of arrows was aimed right at me. Deon Hardt cried out in fear. "How am I supposed to dodge all of these? Shit." Suddenly, Dion shouted, "Master!" He then ran to Deon Hardt, tackling him to the ground. A series of bombs exploded right where Deon Hardt had been standing. Once it was safe, Deon Hardt covered his mouth as blood trickled out. Deon Hardt said to the person holding him, "Thank you, Dion." But when he looked up, it wasn't Dion. Deon Hardt gasped in surprise. "You," he thought. "Isn't that Cruin Hardt?" Seeing that Deon Hardt recognized him, Cruin pulled his cloak over his face, but Deon Hardt stopped him and said, "You think putting on this cloak means I can't recognize you? What are you scheming, Cruin Hardt? Why are you here?" Just then, a giant plant monster appeared among the assassins and started fighting them. Dion looked over, wondering to himself, "What the hell is that? Is that the mad plant? How did it get so huge? Is it wiping out the assassins?" Deon Hardt was stunned. How is it so damn strong? After finishing off the assassins, the mad plant turned towards Deon Hardt and called out to him, which creeped him out a little. He thought to himself, "Stop waving at me. It was a good thing it took care of the assassins for me, but I feel like I've been pushed into an even more dangerous situation now." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Dion. I heard the alarm. Turns out, it was that blonde-haired guy. He looked towards the mad plant, and its appearance gave him quite a scare. He exclaimed, "What in the devil is that? I've never seen a plant-type monster like that before." The brute, who had been hiding in the bushes, finally spoke up. "Hey, that monster came out of Dion's bag. The bag right in front of you," the brute said, still terrified, his face pale. "It saved Dion from the assassins, so he must be the one controlling it." Everyone looked on, wondering if it was Count Dion's monster. In this situation, it certainly seemed that way. But was it true? Dion stood up and glared at the brute who was talking way too much. What the hell is that loudmouth rambling on about? The rumors circulating about me must be his doing. Is he too stupid to know fear? The guy looked furious and a little scared right now. What's that guy staring at? Deon Hardt looked around and realized that Cruin had apparently run off. One nuisance after another. This is getting old. Dion looked at the mad plant, and it seemed the situation had gotten even worse for him. I need to deal with this stupid demon plant first. Should I just finish it off for good this time? Deon Hardt was seething with murderous intent, but it was easier said than done. If I could have killed it, I would have done so a long time ago. Then, suddenly, the plant lunged forward and wrapped itself tightly around Deon Hardt. He was surprised by its action. He yelled, "What are you doing?" The The mad plant tackled Dion to the ground in front of everyone. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man turned and angrily told the brute, "I thought you clearly said they were on the same side." The brute had no idea what was happening. His jaw dropped. "No way. They're not just putting on a show, are they?" The blonde-haired man yelled angrily. "Who would risk their life for a show? Hurry and help the count." Dion, pinned to the ground, was confused. This damn plant was just waving at me a moment ago, so why is it acting like this now? Ugh, I can't breathe, Deon Hardt groaned, his strength failing. He then struggled and punched the plant hard, screaming, "Get off me!" The mad plant fell back and collapsed. The soldiers standing behind them were amazed. "You've defeated it!" Jian ran over, calling out worriedly, "Master!" The other soldiers praised him. "He's defeated a new species of monster." As expected of Count Deon Hardt, Jian anxiously rushed over to help Deon Hardt up and asked, "Are you all right? You're bleeding so much." Deon Hardt thought in surprise, "I beat it with a single blow? And as for whether I'm okay, of course I'm okay. The reason I'm coughing up blood is because of this weak body of mine, not because I suffered any serious injuries." Thinking back, it might have looked like a violent attack, but before I was slammed to the ground, it used its vines to protect my head, and when I swung my sword unconsciously, it placed itself right in front of the blade to kill itself. The other soldiers approached the mad plant to inspect it. Ugh, getting closer you can really see how bizarre it is. It was then that Dion realized. It had realized that I'd be in trouble if they found out we were on the same side, so it attacked me to prove to them that we weren't allies. Even though I've wanted to kill it so many times, it still tried to survive, but for my sake, what a fool. Jian helped Dion to a place to rest. He replayed the recent words in his head. The brute had said, "Hey, that monster came out of Dion's bag, so he must be the one controlling it." Thinking back, I also saw that plant monster crawl out of my master's bag. In hindsight, the situation was still very suspicious, but with the monster attacking its master and then killing itself, everyone's doubts were erased. It truly was the perfect way to end everything. The brute was still trying his best to explain things to the soldier. "I told you, they were just acting. That monster belongs to Deon Hardt. Believe me, I'm the real count." The other soldiers crossed their arms, looking like they wanted to teach him a lesson. The blonde-haired man thought, "Think before you speak. How can a human possibly control a monster?" Suddenly, Deon said to Jian, "Are you satisfied now?" Jian thought to himself, "That's right. As soon as I saw that monster crawl out of my master's bag, I stopped fighting and just watched. And I became certain." Jian said to Deon Hardt, his face filled with murderous intent, but with a challenging smile. "Of course, master," he thought to himself. Deon Hardt is a calamity. What kind of person can control a monster? It's impossible, unless he himself is a calamity. From now on, I will no longer doubt Sir Dion. Back at the resting area, the green-haired guy was getting annoyed just looking at the brute, who was whining and complaining, giving him a headache. The black-haired man said to Deon Hardt, "What is wrong with that relative of yours? He found a place to hide the second you were ambushed. He's completely lost face." The brute's face turned pale. He thought, "I need to get out of this as soon as possible, or I'm going to die." Who would have thought the rumors were true? Did he set this all up? Who would even believe me? Dion slowly appeared behind him, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. "You're still living at the Hardt family estate, aren't you?" Suddenly, Dion's expression hardened, becoming terrifying as he said, "Yeah, you better clean up, because I'll be painting these walls with blood soon enough." The man shouted in fear, "What are you talking about?" So does that mean the rumors about him being a homicidal maniac are true?" He glared at the man and said, "Oh, or perhaps you need some additional cleaning services. For example, for the vengeful spirits wandering around your yard or something like that. And if you don't want me to clean you up as well, you'd better not do anything rash. Just think about how Deon Hardt had just threatened that guy." He just smiled, resting his chin on his hand, and said casually, "Who knows? Maybe the hunting competition was just too scary for him?" The black-haired man didn't quite believe him. This guy was wondering how a fool like him could possibly become the head of the family. A grand announcement was made. "The Emperor is entering!" Everyone bowed. "We greet the Emperor. We greet the Emperor." The Emperor addressed the crowd. "This hunting competition was supervised by the Crown Prince on my behalf. Is everyone satisfied?" It seems there was a bit of a commotion, but overall, it ended well. Hearing those words, it felt as if the Emperor was targeting him, and Dion grew pensive. The Emperor picked up a piece of paper and said, "I will announce the winners, and after that, I have a few more things to say. Congratulations to Kruin for hunting 4 monsters, placing 3rd. Looking at the empty seat, no one knew where Kruin had gone. The Emperor continued. Elpidius hunted 5 monsters, placing 2nd. The Crown Prince's face swelled with pride. Everyone was surprised. Huh? The Crown Prince didn't get 1st place? Who could possibly have beaten the Crown Prince? Next, the Emperor announced the person in 1st place was Dion. Deon Hardt still had no idea what was going on. A look of utter confusion on his face. while everyone around him was already celebrating for him. "Congratulations, sir. As expected of our captain." Deon Hardt was shocked. "Me? How did I get first place?" The black-haired man joyfully hugged Deon Hardt. "All your hard work paid off." Deon Hardt was flabbergasted, his jaw on the floor. Deon Hardt thought back. "I'm sure I only killed one monster. Although I did take down a fair number of assassins." The Emperor continued. "This is the first time a plant-type monster has ever been discovered, so I have awarded you bonus points." Deon Hardt thought with disgust. "I don't need them." The Emperor announced with a smiling face that held a hidden danger. "This concludes the hunting competition. But before we begin the feast, I have one more announcement to make. As you all know, the Empire is at war with many other nations. But there is something more important than all of that. As of now, we will cease all wars in the human realm, and we will wage war against the demon world." The Emperor looked incredibly determined. He continued, "The Demon King has officially announced that he will intervene in the wars of the human realm, so we can no longer turn a blind eye." Below, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. They said to each other, "So not only are we fighting amongst humans, but now there are demons involved too? What about the current losses of people and property from our wars?" A man spoke up and asked, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but will the kingdoms currently in the midst of civil war accept this situation?" Hearing this, His Majesty replied, "They'll have to accept it, whether they like it or not, because our kingdom is the only territory in the human realm capable of waging war against the demons." With a confused look, Deon Hardt thought to himself, "That's strange. Isn't he going to say anything to explain why humans would try to collude with the demon faction? The Demon King not only accepted a mere human like me, but he even gave me the title of Commander Zero, and even asked, 'What do you think about joining the demon army?' Originally, he held no malice or animosity towards humans. That means that even if you're a human, as long as you have enough ability and can create benefits for the demon world, the Demon King will accept anyone. Why isn't the Emperor considering such an obvious factor?" His Majesty walked leisurely with Dion by his side, whose face had darkened and looked a bit pensive. Noticing Deon Hardt's expression, His Majesty spoke up, "Are you upset about my sudden summons?" "Surprised," he replied. "Not at all," His Majesty continued. "It's a good thing I chose red clothes for you, Count. Just imagine, if you had appeared covered in blood in front of those faint-hearted nobles, how terrified would they have been?" He was speechless, thinking to himself, "It's not like I wanted to be covered in blood." His Majesty continued, "By the way, since you have overcome a challenge set personally by the royal family, any in addition to the first-place prize that will be sent to your home, you will also receive another reward worthy of your efforts." Dion replied politely, "Thank you." Inside, his thoughts had already turned to another matter. He thought to himself, "I don't really need the money though. But when did His Majesty start wearing gloves?" The Emperor seemed to notice Deon Hardt's distraction and said, "The reason I called you here privately was to discuss another matter. Are you listening?" But he still wasn't paying attention to His Majesty's words, still thinking, "I thought he hated the feeling of not being able to hold things directly." Just then, His Majesty called his name loudly. "Dion." Startled, he replied, "Yes, I'm here." He had completely forgotten he was standing before the Emperor. His Majesty said, "I just told you that you will be participating in this war." His Majesty thought, "I knew it." Deon Hardt's decision on which side to follow would be based purely on instinct. His Majesty said to him, "Perhaps it's time for you to make a decision. Which side are you going to be on? You must understand that up until now, I have given you many chances. Deon Hardt, you once participated in a monster subjugation mission where even the hero died, yet you managed to survive and bring back the hero's body. That feat was truly extraordinary. But it was also because of that event that Deon Hardt is now nothing but a mess. Although he didn't appear to be seriously injured, he was constantly vomiting blood. Could that mark on his collarbone be the Demon King's curse?" His Majesty asked him, "Have you found a way to remove that mark yet?" Deon Hardt replied, "To do that, I believe I must return to the demon world." At the time, I never thought that allowing him to return to the demon world would cause things to take such a turn. His Majesty continued, "The information regarding the commanders and legions that you brought back will be incredibly useful to the Empire. Do you still need to return to the demon world?" Dion looked up, his expression incredibly complex. "I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I still have not found a way to remove that curse." The Emperor's gaze shifted as he thought, "Who would have thought Dion could be so cunning behind my back?" Deon Hardt went to see the Demon King to request that the curse be lifted, but he was unsuccessful. But strangely, the Demon King still allowed him to return unharmed. "Although I still intend to continue using Dion as a spy to minimize our losses, it's truly strange. Is the Demon King really just going to let him be? What if he's hiding the fact that he's a spy for the Empire? But what would the Demon King gain from that?" The information Dion brought back from the demon realm was detailed. So much so that only the Demon King's closest confidant could possibly know it. And coincidentally, rumors about Commander Zero also began to spread right when Deon Hardt started traveling between the two worlds. Dion is serving more than just the Empire. Now I understand. The Demon King is using him too. Dion is maintaining a perfectly neutral position between the human and demon worlds, holding two parallel positions at the same time. Even after discovering that you were the one leaking the Empire's information to the Demon King, I still didn't imprison you. Do you still need another chance? As soon as His Majesty finished speaking, he replied, I have never uttered a single lie whenever questioned by Your Majesty. His Majesty said grimly, yes, that is precisely why I have left you alone until now. Honestly, I was disgusted at first, but it would be a shame to just kill him. Deon Hardt isn't on our side, but he's not on their side either. He won't reveal any information unless he's forced to. Dion might be reluctant during a mission, but he won't refuse a single command. Despite a small misunderstanding, it's undeniable that he is truly outstanding and talented. As long as I have Dion in the palm of my hand, he will be the most effective chess piece, the King's Knight. From the very beginning, this was an unwritten rule in the game between me and the Demon King. That Demon King is surely thinking the same thing. Who will use Deon Hardt more effectively? Which side will lure Deon Hardt to their side first? If Deon Hardt intended to lean completely to one side, would the other side even notice? And how would they react? The players are the Demon King, and the Game Master will be Dion. The prize for winning is also Deon Hardt, and the next player is still Deon Hardt. Dion added, even if it's a curse, it will disappear on its own after I kill the Demon King. He placed a hand on his chest. Everything you've achieved until now is right here. His Majesty also touched the curse on Deon Hardt's chest. There must be a reason you were born into this world. I can't live in darkness forever just because I'm sensitive to light. Right? You're human, so stay here. Dion thought, I really have held on for a long time. I knew this day would eventually come. As his thoughts wandered, His Majesty said, I know this is a bit sudden. I'll give you more time to think. I hope your answer won't disappoint me. For all your achievements to date, I shall grant you the honorary title of a Marquis. His face turned sinister as he said, I thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, His Majesty's thoughts are so easy to predict. A beautiful girl was thinking pensively, I've miscalculated. I should have given my ribbon to the Count before he left for the hunting competition. If I had planned more carefully, I could have been a little more helpful to him. In a room, two men were talking. The Count has returned, the other continued. I wonder what he and the King discussed. It's obviously about the reward for winning the hunting competition. The girl cried out with a panicked look on her face. Count. He bowed respectfully and replied, Your subordinate, Dion, greets the Rose of the Empire. She thought, maybe it's not too late. I heard something happened during the hunting competition. Since all the traps were removed, if things continue like this. He cut her off. I should have been more careful. Your Highness, would you mind if we spoke somewhere more private? The princess was silent for a moment before speaking. Very well. Anywhere is fine, as long as we can be alone. Are you all right? After the two went outside to a secluded area, the princess spoke first. I'm so sorry I couldn't give you my ribbon to wish you a safe hunt. So, when I heard you were attacked, I was quite panicked. He replied with a calm expression. I am fine. The princess continued, but I still feel terrible. It's all my fault for forgetting. His eyes suddenly darkened as he said, It's fine. Forgetting is only natural. The princess asked, confused. What? He replied, I think it's perfectly understandable that Your Highness would forget about me. The princess was shocked, her mind reeling with conflicting thoughts. What's with that expression? Is Deon Hardt sad? No, that's not it. He continued, his eyes turning cunning. Because Your Highness doesn't actually like me. He's openly mocking me. He knows this is all an act. The princess bowed her head and replied quietly, You're right. Then, she suddenly glared, grabbing his shirt as she spoke loudly. It's embarrassing, but if we became a couple, it would be mutually beneficial. This offer isn't so bad, is it? He thought grimly. I've completely failed. He removed the princess's hand from his shirt and said, Don't waste your precious time on me. You only live once. He walked away, leaving the princess standing there, stunned into silence. Afterward, she collapsed to the ground and sobbed, then suddenly seemed to realize something. The princess thought, He's so blunt. I didn't even get a chance to persuade him. Does he really not want to marry me? Even though he's so handsome. I've never heard of him being involved in any scandals with women. Does he have some strange tastes? Could it be? He suddenly had the strange feeling that he was being gravely misunderstood. As he was lost in thought, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. He jumped and turned around. The person behind him smiled condescendingly and said, Where have you been hiding, my subordinate? Marquis Stigma asked, tapping his shoulder from behind. Where have you been, Junior? He thought, startled and confused. Marquis Stigma? Wasn't I just talking to the Emperor? Why am I here now? The Marquis asked, confused. Did something happen? He thought to himself, I can't remember anything at all, then answered awkwardly, no, it's nothing. He still tried to think back. It seemed the Emperor had said something about giving him more time. I'll think about that later. I need to deal with this first. He asked, Marquis Stigma, did you need me for something? Stigma replied with a smirk. I thought I'd missed my chance to meet you. Luckily, we just happened to run into each other here, Junior. Stigma's words made the approaching man show a look of clear annoyance. Wait a minute, what do you mean by Junior? How can he be our judge then? It wouldn't be fair if he showed you favoritism. Dion, his face full of confusion, asked, Judge what? Stigma just smirked. Did I say I knew him before? This is the first time we've ever spoken. The man only grew more confused the more he heard. Then why are you acting like he's… He hesitated for a long moment, drawing out the sentence, but the Marquess cut him off, simply because I like him. As he spoke, the Marquess laughed and slung an arm over Dion's shoulder. His eyes went wide with surprise, unable to believe what he'd just heard. What the hell is he rambling about? Like what? The man was speechless. He put a hand to his head, rubbing his temple, and said, All right, let's just have the Count judge us first. Please, be brutally honest. Tenter walked towards Deon Hardt and politely shook his hand in greeting. First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tenter. Deon Hardt frowned, his eyes full of suspicion as he replied, I'm Deon Hardt. Tenter continued, I've heard a great deal about your accomplishments. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Ah, goodness, we haven't even introduced ourselves properly. I am Marquess Stigma. Deon Hardt bowed his head politely in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. He then thought, what are these people planning? He then asked the two of them, but what is it you want me to judge? Tenter gave a forced smile. It's nothing, really. Just a small disagreement between myself and the Marquess here, and I thought you'd be the most suitable person to settle it. Deon Hardt's eyes widened in astonishment. Me? Stigma laughed in reply, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry, our arguments are quite simple. Dion thought coldly. Then why don't you guys just handle it yourselves? Tenter was interrupted. The men who live in the Southern Empire. They're the Manzi tribe? The Marquess laughed. The name's too long, can't remember it. My apologies. Dion thought with annoyance. Could you please not argue in front of me? Those men are constantly invading my territory. They've been killing and pillaging, causing chaos in the south for a long time, so we reported the situation to the Empire. I wasn't expecting any reinforcements, either. Since the Empire is prioritizing the war with the demon world, I plan to exterminate the Manzi people myself. But, the Count here said, the Marquess was cut off by Count Tenter. Yes, I opposed it. You short-sighted old fool. The Marquess laughed with a look of ridicule and contempt. Deon Hardt thought to himself, good heavens, shouldn't they be going to the Emperor about this? As if reading his mind, Marquess Stigma continued. The Emperor said the Count and I should resolve it ourselves, since it's our territory, after all. Dion thought, is that so? So they want to know whether they should prioritize exterminating the Manzi tribe before the war starts, or convince them to join the fight against the demons. That's what sparked this argument. But why are the Emperor and these two both thinking this? He said, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but why is the Count so certain that the Manzi tribe won't ally themselves with the demon tribe? The Count, startled and alarmed, said, but they're human, just like us. Even if they see the Empire as an enemy, they wouldn't side with the demons. With a look of weary disappointment, he said suggestively, who knows? There's no guarantee they'll always side with their own kind. The Count said in shock. Why would you? Just then, the Marquess clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Exactly, you truly are wise. The Count's only flaw is that he's too merciful. With that, the Marquess patted the Count on the shoulder. Count, the things that can change a person's decision are absolute power and hatred. If the demon tribe held unrivaled power, humanity would choose to side with them, as long as they could save their own skins. And there are people who would willingly sell their souls to demons, just to take the life of someone they despise. Race isn't the main factor. The Manzi people do not have a good relationship with us, so there's a high probability they'll side with the demons, the Marquess said with confidence. Then I suppose the debate is over. I knew you'd be on my side, Junior. Deon Hardt was confused. Huh? No. I'm not on anyone's side. The Marquess, still smiling, clapped the Count on the shoulder. I'll report this to the Emperor. You may leave now, Count. The Count replied. Then I'll be on my way. What about you two? I'll also. Deon Hardt was in the middle of answering when he was cut off. The Marquess said, I'd like to talk with my Junior a little longer. Deon Hardt silently cursed to himself. Heavens, of course, Junior. Yes, sir. Deon Hardt tried his best to remain calm. He was incredibly anxious inside. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone's staring. It's so uncomfortable. The Marquess gave a faint smile. Oh my, it seems we're attracting quite a lot of attention. You don't like being stared at like this, do you, Junior? With just a single glance? Is this the influence of the Empire's second hero? Are you still uncomfortable? The Marquess asked him. Deon Hardt deliberately changed the subject. And no, not at all. I just noticed that you have brown eyes. The Marquess stopped smiling, his gaze turning sharp. Yes, they look so terribly ordinary, don't they? So what if they are? It's the same color as my mother's eyes. I'm so screwed, Deon Hardt thought. Stigma was born of a maid. Dion took a deep breath. My mouth moved faster than my brain. Marquess, what are you doing with that wine bottle? Are you planning to hit someone? The Count held the bottle out towards Dion. It seems we have a lot more to talk about. Care for some wine first? Dion thought. He's not angry? Thank you, Marquess. You can just call me Stigma. The Count gave a faint smile. Then I'll call you Senior Stigma. It's been a while since I've had a drink, Deon Hardt thought to himself. The Count laughed loudly. I knew I shouldn't have believed the rumors. I thought you were some cold-hearted fellow, but you're surprisingly naive. It really would be wonderful to have a junior like you. Now I understand why the Emperor values you so much. Deon Hardt froze. That's not it. What's there to value? The Marquess quickly continued. You don't realize it? The Emperor greatly treasures talented people, especially those who share similarities with him. Those who have risen from the dregs of society, or those who are never satisfied and are always obsessed with proving themselves. And finally, those who have laid hands on their own families. That's why the Emperor likes you, Junior. But don't you find that a little terrifying? A chill ran down Deon Hardt's spine. I don't know what you mean. The Count smirked. You yourself requested that as a reward for your achievements after 8 years of war. Deon Hardt stammered. He thought back to the old days, when his father said to him, Oh my, Deon Hardt, are you also here to learn how to be the heir? That might be a bit difficult for you. A cheerful and confident Deon Hardt replied, It's fine, Dad. Deon Hardt is very smart. His father replied, Just don't overdo it. His mother spoke with gentle care, Have a little snack. When did my son get so big? You truly are the pride of our entire family. But different words echoed in his head, the shame of the family. Go to your room and reflect on your actions. No one expects anything from you. Monster, I'm sorry, but it would be better if you just died. It became hard for him to breathe. Junior, are you all right? The Marquis's voice pulled Deon Hardt back to the present. Deon Hardt answered with a chilling gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you deaf? The Marquis smirked. I knew it. I understand now. It seems you really don't know anything about it. How could a sober person possibly suggest that to the Emperor? The Marquis made a suggestion. Why don't we have a little drink before we continue our conversation? I brought a flask of fine liquor from the south. Do you like strong drinks? If his sober mind refuses to discuss it, why not try getting him drunk? A man entered the tent. The Emperor said in surprise, What wind brings you here, Duke? I hope this won't take too long. I have a banquet to attend. The man replied, Since you look so busy, I'll get straight to the point. Emperor, have you ever experienced hallucinations? The Emperor furrowed his brow, confused. What? Duke Yaster Hardt said sarcastically. Your Majesty, are you hallucinating? The Emperor was baffled. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Did I take my precious time to come here just to listen to you spout such absurdities? The Duke replied flippantly, There's no use denying it. That left hand of yours never heals, even with the power of a hero's remnant, and that habit of yours of staring into empty space makes it difficult for me to simply overlook this. The Emperor's face darkened, and he clenched his hand subconsciously. A person of such importance, the Emperor of a country, should always be looking to the future. Yet this man only ever fixates on the past and what has been. Unfortunately, the king feels responsible for even the most minor wrongdoings, and is easily overwhelmed by that guilt. How can a king who can't even bear the weight of his own crown be worthy of the people's acknowledgement? He asked. What exactly are you trying to say, Duke? He smiled. To put it simply, the position you hold seems to be too great a burden. He made the suggestion with sinister intent. So perhaps it's time you handed it over to someone else? The Emperor laughed at the Duke's words. He taunted him. Ha! Instead of just standing there spouting nonsense, why don't you try and take the crown from my severed head? Yaster covered his mouth and laughed out loud. What a terrifying scenario you've imagined. I simply want you to hand it over to me fair and square when I am worthy. Besides, Your Majesty is well aware of this. Yaster Hardt grinned, saying that for now, he was turning a blind eye to a number of issues. The Emperor eyed him defensively. It was true. Not only was this man the leader of the nobles, but he also had an imperial hero under his command and held immense influence over the people through the Church of Atonement. Not only that, he also has ties to the Revolutionary Army. With power that stretches in every direction, he still manages to keep both the nobles and the commoners in line and prevents the Revolutionary Army from running wild. The Emperor crossed his arms over his chest and asked seriously, Then why do you want this position? He wondered to himself. There's really nothing stopping this man from deposing me. he calmly retorted. Your Majesty, does one need a reason to desire power? It was then that he realized it. The man was simply trying to force him to abdicate the throne on his own. Still, he confronted him. And is that your reason? Hart exclaimed. Oh dear, it seems your Majesty still doesn't understand. In that case, he slowly stated his desire. I want absolute power to protect everything. Is that reason good enough for you? The throne is the pinnacle of power. Of course, everyone wants it. The emperor smirked and said, Oh, so you have someone you want to protect? Yaster laughed quietly, speaking in mysterious riddles. Perhaps I do? The emperor changed the subject. Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing. In short, you must know, Duke, that I won't just hand over the throne because of a few empty words. The two stared at each other grimly before the Duke cracked a smile. He bowed formally and said, Then I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. May God bless you. In the vast darkness of night, only a sliver of moonlight shone down on everything. As Yaster strode away, he was deep in thought. The king shows no sign of distress before the battle. He didn't even try to use his abilities to twist my words against me. He cheerfully considered the possibilities. The risk of the nobility abandoning the king for the demon's side, and the risk of other countries forming alliances with the demon realm. The emperor must be running through countless scenarios in his head right now. A worried steward ran up to him. Your Majesty, are you all right? He straightened his clothes and commanded, Let's head to the banquet. We're very late. Yaster stopped walking. How naive. He turned to someone behind him and said, It seems we have no choice. Relay this message at once. Tell them to use this information to start rumors about the demons. Any kind of rumor will do, as long as it centers on them being treacherous, man-eating monsters. A cloaked figure listened silently to the order. In short, just make sure humans no longer trust demons. Then, both of them vanished into the night. Yaster mounted his horse, satisfied. If His Majesty's wish is to participate in this war while still on the throne, then I am happy to oblige. Yaster rode off on his horse, a look of malicious delight written plainly on his face. Because I can't let my empire slip away so easily. At the banquet, the sound of shattering bottles and objects echoed through the hall. People ran and screamed, trying to get away from the two men who were fighting. The man with blue hair was bleeding from a cut on his cheek. The other was Dion. His face beat red as he panted heavily. Even though he'd been hit, the man simply smiled and asked, Don't you want to give up yet, Junior? If you keep going, you're going to destroy this whole party. Dion gave a bitter laugh. But you said you were an enemy. The blue-haired man wiped the blood from his cheek and explained, I was just kidding. I only wanted to see how you'd react. I don't want to be your enemy. Despite this, Deon Hardt lunged forward again. But you said you were my enemy. The man struggled to parry the attack. He's a monster when he's drunk. I was just using my curiosity as an excuse. He remembered a few minutes earlier, holding up a drunken, stumbling Dion. Junior, are you all right? Deon Hardt had mumbled. Enemy. The man sighed. Looks like he's completely wasted. He thought to himself that he just wanted to have one straightforward conversation with the kid, but at this rate, he wouldn't be able to get a single coherent word out of him. Deon Hardt asked, Are you the enemy? The man was surprised. Huh? Deon Hardt looked up at him and repeated, Are you my enemy? He looked at the young man before him, then broke into a mischievous grin. Maybe I am. And just like that, the two of them started fighting. The man regretted it. If he had known the kid would turn out like this, he wouldn't have bothered picking a fight in the first place. While doing his best to block the attacks, he had to acknowledge Dion's talent, but I have to admit, I was a bit flustered at first. He doesn't have any of that heroic pretense. This is just mindless, drunken violence. He swung his sword, forcing Dion to dodge back. There's no way I'm losing to him. However, Dion was breathing heavily. It seemed he had lost control. He repeated, Enemies must die. The man thought to himself, to be this drunk and still have this much speed, power, and skill, if this were any other situation, when he was sober, he would probably be a real handful. Still, he readied his stance, prepared for the next blow. It doesn't look like he's going to calm down, does it? In that case, I should probably just subdue you quickly. He swung his sword and moved in front of Deon Hardt. Sorry about this. It's going to hurt a little. Deon Hardt, likely because he was so drunk, couldn't react in time. Suddenly, someone jumped in between them, blocking the blue-haired man's sword and shielding Dion. He was shocked. Then, the Emperor walked over and ordered, Everyone, stop. The man said, Your Majesty, the Emperor asked, So this whole mess was caused by you heroes, the very people who are supposed to be model citizens? Suddenly, he yelled, Deon Hardt. Over there, Deon Hardt had pinned the person who shielded him to the ground, his hand holding a knife, unhesitatingly stabbing downward. He said obsessively, You are the enemy. It was Cruin. He managed to dodge the blow and grab the hand squeezing his neck, still admiring inwardly, so decisive. The Emperor spoke up, Deon Hardt, but he didn't hear him, raising the knife for another strike, repeating over and over, All enemies must be killed. They must be killed. You are my enemy. Die. Before Deon Hardt could strike, the Emperor grabbed his hand and commanded, Deon Hardt, I told you to stop. He warned, give it up, you can't beat me as you are now. Deon Hardt unexpectedly twisted his own hand back. The action horrified the Emperor, who quickly let go and asked, what are you doing? He wondered. Did he just dislocate his own wrist by shifting his center of gravity? Cruin also looked in terror at the man before him. Deon Hardt had completely lost his mind, his mouth endlessly repeating, all enemies must die. His eyes were filled with malice, and his expression with hatred. All enemies must die. All enemies must die. Die, die. He tightened his grip on the other man's neck and snarled, die, you evil thing. The Emperor repeated his command. I thought I told you to stop. He grabbed one of Deon's hands and slammed his head into the ground with the other to subdue him. Deon Hardt looked up at the Emperor with annoyance. The Emperor thought, you insolent bastard. He moved his wrist the moment I grabbed it, because he knew I couldn't restrain him for long without injuring him. Cruin immediately backed away, coughing and trying to regain his composure. The Emperor asked, didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? Deon struggled, yelling, he's the enemy! Let me go! All enemies must die! All enemies! Cruin touched his neck, gritting his teeth as he thought, that bastard. His wrist. He's using his conscious and subconscious personalities for his own purposes. The Emperor looked at Deon Hardt's broken wrist. Fool. He reminded him, Deon Hardt, this is not a battlefield. Then, he healed Deon Hardt's hand. He gasped in pain, letting out small cries. The Emperor said, it's time to sober up. He placed a hand on his back. Breathe. He continued, have you come to your senses yet? I've reset your wrist joint, but you should still get it checked. Deon Hardt was too stunned to say a word. A guard approached and asked, are you all right, sir? Cruin also quickly said, then, Your Majesty, I will take my leave. But the Emperor replied, I don't think you're in a stable state of mind yet. Cruin remained silent. Meanwhile, Saner was escorting Cruin home. Cruin silently blamed himself. My body reacted before I even realized it, but how dare he? He recalled the moment he jumped out to block the blue-haired man's sword. How dare he raise his sword? How dare he point his sword at my beloved little brother, the one I love so much that I can't even bring myself to hate him? He turned back and ordered, Saner, you stay here. When Deon Hardt wakes up, give him this message. Saner listened silently. Don't wander the streets tonight. Go straight home. Meanwhile, Deon Hardt was resting. He woke up, dazed, wondering where he was. He saw the royal physician in front of him, examining his hand. Why does my whole body ache so much? And why is the royal physician here? What the hell did I do when I was drunk? Seeing that he was awake, the physician instructed. His Majesty already reset the joint, so there wasn't much for me to do. Please refrain from using your wrist for a while. He looked over at the Emperor and Stigma. My wrist was broken? No wonder it hurts this much. And why are they here? The Emperor looked at the other man and said, I don't recall allowing hard liquor to be served at this party. The man admitted his guilt. My apologies. I had my subordinate bring it in specially. Some of the weaker ones tend to rely on alcohol and medicine to get by. The royal physician announced, he's awake. The Emperor immediately walked over to ask, how are you feeling? Deon Hardt sat up and replied, I'm fine. I apologize for causing such a scene. The blue-haired man also smiled and replied, my apologies. I guess I was having too much fun and gave you too much to drink. He replied, it's all right, senior. I hope I didn't become a burden to everyone by drinking too much. The other man said, don't worry about it. It was very interesting. Those words confused Deon. Interesting? The man smiled cheerfully. He remembered the Emperor's words. It's time to sober up. This is not a battlefield. Based on what His Majesty said, this wasn't just some drunken joke. It's a phenomenon where a person falls into a state of delusion, hearing imaginary voices, suffering from extreme depression, or becoming belligerent, seeing everyone around them as an enemy. A common symptom among those who have been wounded or have killed in battle, post-traumatic stress disorder. He suddenly felt a sense of pity. The rumors say he went to the battlefield at 14, right? Despite all the wild rumors, my junior is only human after all. The Emperor asked with concern, why don't you rest a little longer? Deon Hardt stubbornly got out of bed anyway. I'm fine. Stigma smiled to himself. But if that's true, then he's even more special than I thought. The fact that this side of him only comes out when he's drunk means that when he's sober, he must be suppressing those instincts with everything he has. What an outstanding junior. Suddenly, blood gushed from Deon's nose. The Emperor immediately called for the royal physician. He hurried over. Yes, Your Majesty. He silently prayed in fear. Please, don't let him be frail. His expression made Deon wonder. What's wrong with him? The physician said nervously. Besides his wrist, his body is covered in bruises. But those are all just minor wounds, so he shouldn't be getting a nosebleed. Stigma asked again. Then why? The royal physician replied, I believe His Highness is naturally. Before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor cut him off. It's the Demon King's curse. That curse is making my body weak. The royal physician looked at the Emperor in silence. His Majesty stared at him and then gave an order. Your work here is done. You may leave. The man bowed and left. Stigma mused. A curse. That's right. I'd forgotten all about it because he seemed perfectly fine. He must have been trying very hard not to show any weakness. I'm starting to like him even more. The mark on Dion's body began to glow. He told himself he should head back and rest. At the residence of Cruin and Deon Hardt, Cruin had returned. He was taking off his cloak when a voice called out. The voice made him freeze instantly. You're late. Only then did he notice the person sitting before him. Your Highness, he stammered. Why are you here? Before he could finish, Yaster Hardt placed a pawn on the chessboard. Before we begin, he ordered. Kneel. Confused, Cruin asked, Pardon? A dagger flew out of nowhere, stabbing straight into Cruin's thigh. He dropped to his knees, his eyes darting around. Cruin realized they weren't Yaster's usual guards. They were assassins. Cruin swallowed hard. Fully aware of his current situation, he cautiously got on both knees, bowing his head before Yaster. Only then did Yaster speak. I heard a very interesting story. Cruin listened tensely. It's not as if I have time to waste. Yaster Hardt picked up a knight and toyed with it. So why don't we get straight to the point? As you can see, I'm a very busy man. He glanced at Cruin, then dropped the knight and asked, Did you think I wouldn't find out? Cruin silently watched the chess piece fall in front of him. Yaster stated bluntly, About you protecting Deon Hardt. Hearing Yaster's words, Cruin flinched. Just as Dion placed a hand on his horse, someone called out to him. He turned, glaring behind him with a terrifying look. Dion narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Damn it. Did that bastard Cruin ask you to tell me not to wander around and to go home immediately? The guard, Senner, replied calmly. Yes, Marquess. But Deon Hardt just let out a scornful laugh. Just ignore him. Deon Hardt mounted his horse and leisurely rode off, thinking to himself what a joke this was. Why should I listen to that bastard? Senner watched Dion leave without trying to stop him, his vacant golden eyes cold as he stood there in silence. He recalled an earlier memory of Cruin giving him an order as he mounted his horse. Senner, you stay here. When Dion wakes up, give him this message. Tell him to come home immediately and not to wander around outside tonight. Back then, Senner had asked, May I inquire as to the reason? Hearing this, Cruin shot him a sharp, cold glare over his shoulder. He said, That kid never listens to a word I say. So if you tell him that, he'll definitely stay out tonight. And then he'll probably drag his wounded body around and get himself into more trouble. And that would be more beneficial for us. He truly understood Deon Hardt's psychology perfectly. At that moment, Dion was furious. His eyebrows raised and his teeth clenched. He thought, Who the hell are you to tell me to go back? That's rich. You think you're my guard or something? As he rode out, he came across the estate's carriage waiting for him. When the female guard saw him, she called out, Marquess. She gestured toward the carriage and said, We have prepared a carriage for you. But Deon Hardt ignored her, riding right past. Seeing him get further away with no intention of getting in the carriage, the female guard's face went pale. She cried out in panic, Where are you going? The female guard hurried after him, calling out, You don't want to take the carriage? But it could be dangerous. Please, let me accompany you. Jian, who was nearby, also rushed over with a horse, holding a cloak. He called out, Young master, you've forgotten me again. Deon Hardt said coldly, Leave me alone. His voice carried a killing intent and the stench of blood, making Jian and the female guard freeze in their tracks. Deon Hardt glanced back at them, his sharp eyes brimming with malice, his entire being radiating a dark aura. He said, I'm going to get some fresh air by myself. But in truth, he was afraid that going home now would be the same as admitting defeat. Deon Hardt could be quite childish like that. The female guard looked at Deon Hardt, who was exuding a blazing red aura, a clear warning not to follow. Seeing this, she was at a loss and could only mutter, But. A hand reached out, holding a black cloak, followed by a voice full of concern. Then at least please wear this cloak. It was Jian. When had he gotten so close to the horse? He gently said that if the young master went around so carelessly, he would reveal his identity as Count Hardt. Let me help you put it on. It seemed as though Jian's eyes were sparkling. Please consider this my apology for testing you earlier, he said. You don't need to feel pressured. Seeing this, Deon Hardt curled his lip in disgust and said, Forget it. I'll put it on myself. Looking at Jian made Dion think, This guy reminds me of someone. As if by telepathy, the person on Dion's mind felt that someone was thinking of him. Speak of the devil. In a small, nearby village, the villagers were releasing sky lanterns. Countless lights illuminated the night sky in a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Dion, wearing a black cloak to conceal himself, walked along the village road. He'd had to tie his horse at the village gate because it was too crowded. Looking at the cheerful crowd around him, he reluctantly thought, "So, I've ended up in the next village over. Are they really having a festival in the middle of a war?" Dion walked alone among the groups of people, looking completely out of place. Strange, he thought. Is this another way the Empire expresses its freedom, just like the hunting competition? I'm tired right now, so it's best not to get near any crowds. He couldn't help but recall Scener's words. He said you should go home immediately, and not to wander around outside tonight. Deon Hardt immediately got angry at Cruin again, thinking, this is all that bastard Cruin's fault. As he walked, he wondered, what is he plotting now? He obviously knows I'd never listen to him, which meant that Dion was only now realizing Cruin's scheme. He thought, is he trying to lure me out? Is this a trap? He was reminded of when they were children, playing chess. When Deon Hardt would make a move, Cruin would suddenly say, if it were me, I wouldn't make that move. Have you thought it through? Back then, the two had matched wits thousands of times over the chessboard. Cruin would say with admiration, that's incredible. Your last move was brilliant. But is the knight in front of me a trap? What's a lie, and what's the truth? I don't have a single clue. That's what Dion used to think when he played chess with Cruin, but now, he was just tired of it all. He thought dejectedly, I don't care if he's worried about me or trying to trap me. Either way, it's disgusting. Dion was endlessly trying to come up with a good excuse for his actions. He thought to himself, but wandering around like this isn't making me feel any less angry. Maybe I should go back? It's not like I'd be going home right away, like he said. This wouldn't count as giving in, right? A figure, completely covered, walked by and bumped into Dion. The impact was so strong it made him stagger, bumping into the back of the person in front of him. The man in front, startled, turned his head to look back and asked, whoa, what was that? Are you okay? Deon Hardt struggled to catch his breath. The man cried out in shock when he saw that Deon Hardt's hands and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. He yelled in a panic, blood! Someone call a doctor! Quick! Deon Hardt paid no attention. He gasped for air, his vision blurring, thinking furiously to himself, damn it, what a cursed day. Over on Cruin's side, he was still kneeling on the floor. Yaster's voice rang out, did you think I wouldn't notice? He sat on a chair with his legs crossed, looking down on Cruin from above, and said, you're secretly protecting Dion. His eyes were sharp as he said icily, do you really think you can deceive me? Yaster Hardt spoke slowly. The last time I entrusted you with the mission to assassinate Dion, you chose to hire assassins, instead of using the Revolutionary Army's available manpower. Yaster continued, I heard your brother had returned. And Dion replied, I will send a request to the Assassins Guild. Yaster went on, people you shouldn't have needed to spend money on, since their objective already included this assassination anyway. You even changed the bounty condition to just inflicting a small scratch, Yaster said. At that time, Dion had indeed set that condition. The Assassins Guild even asked you back in disbelief. As long as we managed to put a single small scratch on the target, you're willing to pay half the bounty immediately? Yaster continued, and yet, I heard that you personally saved Deon Hardt's life during the hunting competition this time, both in the forest and when you blocked a sword for him. Cruin remained silent, kneeling with his head bowed low. Yaster said, what? Nothing left to explain. Did you ever truly intend to kill Deon Hardt from the very beginning? Cruin opened his mouth to answer. To be honest, I want to kill him with my own hands, not through someone else. Cruin's answer startled Yaster. He looked at Cruin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then why didn't you say so before? He stood up, snapping his fingers. I've really wasted a lot of precious resources. Cruin knelt, bowing his head. My deepest apologies. The surrounding assassins saw the signal and immediately vanished. Yaster Hardt said, well, whatever. For now, it's fine. But I can't blindly trust you anymore. Let's make a wager, you and I, he said. I will give you the chance to kill Deon Hardt with your own hands, just as you wish. You can deal with Deon Hardt however you please. Of course, my side won't just sit idly by. The words made Cruin freeze. Whoever kills him first wins the bet. As he spoke, he brought his foot down, stepping on the knight chess piece on the floor. The white piece was stomped on, becoming filthy with dust. Yaster walked towards the door, saying the prize would be the loser having to unconditionally obey one command from the winner. He reached out to open the door, but suddenly stopped when Cruin spoke up. There's something I'm curious about. Yaster glanced back over his shoulder. Cruin was now picking up the chess piece. He looked at the knight in his palm, and said, why does your highness want to kill Dion so badly? Cruin recalled a memory from his childhood, looking at the tiny, adorable newborn, with skin as white as snow and a shock of pure white hair, and eyes like two sparkling rubies. That was Deon Hardt. He was born with albinism. Deon Hardt was also a premature baby. He never understood why his little brother was in such a hurry to be born. A young Cruin looked at his baby brother lying in the crib, thinking, He's so small. He looks like a little white rabbit. He gently reached his hand towards Deon Hardt's face, and Deon Hardt also reached up with his tiny fist, grabbing one of his fingers. Cruin thought, but even though you were so small and frail, I could never forget how happy our parents were to see you healthy. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Hart stood side by side, watching their two children. The mother said happily, "Oh my, it seems Deon Hardt really likes you, Cruin." He thought, "My heart back then was warmed by the heat from your tiny hand." But then, the incident happened. Does this mean, even with the slightest stress, the boy will vomit blood? The voice was filled with shock, panic, and disbelief. The doctor examining Deon Hardt replied, "Yes, that's correct. The young master's constitution is extremely weak. He's very sensitive to stress as well as sunlight, so he will require special care daily." The horrified mother covered her face and said, "Is it that serious?" The father, standing beside her, clutched his forehead in distress, saying, "He's still so young. He doesn't even know what's happening." He was standing by the bed then, holding Deon Hardt's hand and calling his name. He gripped Deon Hardt's hand tightly and said gently, "It's okay. Don't push yourself too hard. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to. Just stay here with me and our parents." His parents hugged each other, looking worriedly at Deon Hardt. Afterwards, the three of them went out to the garden. The father put a hand on Cruin's shoulder and said, "Cruin, your little brother gave us quite a scare when he was born, but it looks like we'll have to get used to it from now on." The mother worriedly said from the side, "He's so different. He's going to face so many difficulties. I'm so afraid he'll get hurt." The father immediately said, "No, we shouldn't treat him too differently from everyone else. If we do that, it could make him feel insecure and ashamed of himself." And just like that, the Hart family chose the wrong path. "We'll just keep our distance and watch over him. Since you're the older brother, I'll leave him to you." The father then patted his shoulder and said, "We're counting on you." Then, Cruin replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at a window covered by a curtain. It was Deon Hardt's room. Behind the curtain, a young Deon Hardt stood by the window, pulling the curtains shut tightly. Cruin called up to him from below. That action caused a great misunderstanding for Deon Hardt and made him lose faith in his own family. Cruin thought to himself, "What do you think you're doing?" A young Cruin, agitated, spoke loudly, his hands holding Deon Hardt firmly by the shoulders to stop him. A flustered Deon Hardt replied, I just wanted to practice a little. Look at you, you're bleeding again. We have to call the doctor." And a thought formed in Deon's mind. If that's the case, then I won't do anything at all. Cruin thought with self-blame, "I should have realized sooner. Will you be all right moving away?" someone had asked, and Deon had evasively replied, "You don't need to worry about me." And the final scene when Deon was taken away, his young face filled with fear, tears streaming down as he called out, "Brother." Cruin thought to himself that his little brother had been hurt continuously and had gradually built a wall around his heart. Back then, we couldn't even stop them from forcing you onto the battlefield. The image of Deon Hardt's small, lonely back appeared in his mind. Surrounding him were intermingling shades of light and dark red, along with a black aura resembling blood, giving off a clear sense of foreboding. Our first model. After 8 long, grueling years on the bloody battlefield, my brother returned, his heart covered in scars. I couldn't believe my eyes, Cruin thought, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. "Deon Hardt," he called out. The boy before him was his brother, and yet, he was a stranger. He was crouched beside 2 cold bodies, their blood soaking into the fur rug, staining it crimson. They were our parents, and my brother was the one who killed them. My world shattered in that moment. Seeing him like that, it felt like my heart was being ripped apart. Cruin remembered Deon's face, as lifeless as a puppet's, splattered with blood. With a dagger in his hand and tears streaming down his cheeks, he had called out to his older brother. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Deon lunged at him, only to be blocked by Cruin's sword. "We had to fight, no matter how much you hated me for it. It's all our family's fault," he thought, "for forcing you into this agonizing hell." Cruin knew the fight was over. Deon was on his knees, defeated. Cruin raised his sword, but he hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to strike the final blow. Seeing Deon utterly broken, sprawled on the cold floor with tears still glistening on his lashes, he couldn't bear it. He mounted his horse and fled into the rain. "Because we couldn't protect you," he thought in anguish. "We were the ones who forced you to become this." In the pouring rain, his eyes were sharp, yet filled with an unspeakable sorrow. "So how could I ever hate you?" he thought. "You, who I cherish more than my own life." Back in the mansion, the abandoned Deon Hardt slumped against the wall by the window. And finally, after a long investigation, I uncovered the truth. Cruin thought to himself, "This is the document my contact mentioned. This is all that's left of it." In a dark alley, a secret exchange was happening. The source of all this misery, he thought with seething rage. That damn bastard. His eyes narrowed, brimming with killing intent and a deep-seated hatred. Yaster. He spat the name. Back in the present, Yaster squinted at him and repeated. You're asking why I want to kill Deon Hardt? The roots of his inexplicable hatred for Deon Hardt run deep within him, he thought. Cruin stared at the Duke, his eyes dark with suspicion. How does he know about Dion? He wondered. My brother has never even left the estate. Seeing the man's smug, fox-like grin, Cruin thought, and now he's targeting him. Even after the war, his hatred for Dion never faded, he thought, puzzled. It was for that very reason that Cruin decided to serve under Yaster. He had gone to Yaster and asked him, would you be willing to be my patron? Yaster, wary and curious, had asked, why the sudden offer? In his heart, Cruin said, to protect him. But what he said aloud was, this time, it's about protecting something. He stopped there, finishing the sentence only in his mind. My little brother. He looked at Yaster. He tightened his grip on the chess piece, thinking, I have to protect Dion from Yaster's clutches. Cruin stood up. I have a perfectly good reason to kill him, he said. But it seems you don't. As long as I stay by his side, he thought. I can guarantee Dion's safety. His expression soured. But I still don't know why he's targeting the kid, he thought. Yaster shot him a sideways glance. Does a high noble, such as myself, need a reason to put down one of the Emperor's loyal dogs? You ask why? Yaster thought, his hand instinctively clutching the center of his chest, right over his heart. It's because of my contract with the Demon King. An intricate magic circle drawn in crimson lines flashed in Yaster's mind. He recalled a transcendent being of immense power, one strong enough to defy the natural order of the entire world. That is the power I crave, the power I desire, Yaster thought, thrilled. And this is just a fraction of it. The power I've gained through our pact is already this extraordinary, he thought, his excitement growing as a mysterious, dark purple smoke swirled around his heart. If I could just form a true contract with the Demon King, my power would grow exponentially, he mused. A contract? A mocking voice echoed, as an arrogant smirk appeared on its speaker's face. Not interested, the Demon King said with an indifferent shrug, standing in the center of the glowing purple summoning circle. Yaster flinched, unable to believe what he was hearing. I used forbidden grimoires and sacrificed countless lives just to summon the Demon King, Yaster thought. But I never imagined he wouldn't have the slightest interest in making a pact. Yaster remained kneeling on the ground, completely stunned. However, he thought, it seems the heavens haven't abandoned me yet, because in that instant, he thought, a brilliant idea came to me. He opened his mouth and said, well then, how about a little wager? In the surrounding shadows lay bloodstains and bodies. The open pages of books stained a deep red. The Demon King looked at him, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he replied. A wager? The king prompted. This is my chance, Yaster schemed, to give the bored Demon King a new toy. Yaster looked up. Yes, he said, and I promise, it will be very amusing. He began his tale. I once saw a young noble with stark white hair and crimson red eyes, despite being human. It was at a party for the nobility. Yaster was standing by a table, listlessly observing the crowd with a glass of wine in hand. And that's when he saw him, Deon Hardt. At that moment, Dion was being picked on by a larger child. Because he was born with a frail body, he explained, the boy had never set foot outside his home, only occasionally attending these royal banquets. Weakness, fragility, and timidity were all written plainly on Dion's young face. Yes, Yaster thought. I had my eyes on that one. Yaster took a sip of wine. He barely even looks human, he thought with disgust. What a pathetic little creature. Then, Yaster continued his cruel proposal. Aren't you curious? He asked. How long a boy like that could possibly survive on the battlefield? At this, the Demon King covered his mouth and let out a chuckle. I cast aside all conscience, Yaster recalled, to make that filthy wager. Finally, he thought, as the Demon King could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing, clearly amused. To think that someone so cruel and heartless was the one who summoned me. Hearing this, Yaster rejoiced internally. He's taking the bait, he thought, still kneeling on the floor. Since you had no interest in a contract, Yaster said, I had to find another way to pique your interest. The Demon King replied, intrigued. Yes, human motivations are always so wonderfully twisted. It seems war is inevitable, one way or another. The Demon King wiped a tear from his eye, remarking, It's been a long time since I've laughed this hard. Very well. My bet is that he survives. The Demon King's words stunned Yaster. He stared back in disbelief. What? Why? He stammered, utterly bewildered. He's not betting on how long the boy will last, but whether he'll survive at all? Yaster thought. I was certain the odds of Dion's survival were minuscule. Why would he choose such an unfavorable bet? The Demon King just smiled. Don't overthink it, he said. Betting on the underdog is always more fun. As soon as this war ends, our little bet comes to a close. If the boy dies, you win. but if he's still alive, the victory is mine. And just like that, the bet began as the sun rose again. A new day dawned upon this battlefield, with its towering, sturdy walls and tightly packed tents. The reason I sent Dion to the battlefield 8 years ago was because he had to die. He thought of Dion as a young boy, standing in the middle of the training grounds, trembling as he clutched a sword. Tears of fear and despair streamed down his face as he watched the barbaric fighting all around him. The only reason a child of noble blood would be placed on the front lines and appointed as a commander. He thought to himself that Dion's name was on the designation notice because he was supposed to die. Yaster viciously pictured Dion at that moment, sitting in his tent holding the notice, quietly drinking. The reason I cut all ties with the Hardt family and continuously forged documents was because it was the only way for me to win my bet with the Demon King, Yaster thought, but he had already taken the real documents and burned them to ash. However, things didn't go according to plan at all. The Vanguard Legion was undefeated, victorious in every battle. He imagined Dion, holding a flag, sitting on a mountain of his enemies' corpses, surrounded by his subordinates, the entire group radiating a ferocious, murderous aura. A figure hidden beneath the hood of a cloak, his eyes glowing blood red, his silver-white hair showing, his whole body splattered with the blood of his foes. That was their master, the commander of the Undead Knights Legion, and the great hero of the 8-Year War. Yaster thought angrily that Dion had survived and was continuously racking up countless achievements. He sat in his study, lost in thought. If this keeps up, I'll lose the bet, and then how will I be able to make a pact with the Demon King? But when I met the Demon King again, I found another solution, he thought to himself. The Demon King had extended a tempting hand and said, I have another offer. At that moment, he had thought, even if I lose the bet, I haven't failed completely. Bring Dion to me, and in return, I will grant you a sliver of demonic power, the Demon King said. Hearing this, Yaster Hardt was completely stunned. The Demon King continued, It won't exactly be a complete pact. That's right, you can just call it a contract. He smiled, having achieved his goal, thinking to himself, I had a feeling he'd find him fascinating. Dion, that is, after observing him for 8 years, but I never expected it to be this simple. He immediately said, I can find a way, one way or another, to bring him to your Majesty's palace. But as for keeping him here, the Demon King interjected, Yes, that will be my job. The Demon King smiled at Yaster and said, I will take care of everything. And so, Yaster immediately went to have an audience with the Emperor, suggesting, Why don't we have Dion participate in the subjugation of the Demon King? The Emperor on his throne asked, What are you scheming now? Duke Yaster Hardt replied, Scheming? I simply don't want to let such a talent go to waste. After all, the Empire is still in turmoil. He looked up, asking, Why not forge Dion into your personal sword, Your Majesty? The Emperor was silent, but his expression wasn't one of disapproval, Yaster recalled. Despite some hesitation, the Emperor accepted my proposal. And so, he had summoned Dion, telling him, The hero is on a journey to destroy the Demon King. You are to go with him. He gave the order, and Dion departed from the Empire. After that, Yaster calmly read through his documents, thinking, he might just die on the way, but I've done my part, so His Majesty won't blame me. Just like that, I was sure everything would go according to plan, he had thought smugly. But then, the unexpected happened. A servant burst in, announcing, Sir, Dion has returned. Upon hearing this, Yaster lost all composure and slammed his hand down on the table. Documents scattered into the air, but he paid them no mind. His expression was grim and dark, as if his entire being was radiating a deadly black aura. He thought frantically, but the man I thought would die came back with the hero's corpse in his arms. He lifted his head, his jaw clenching as he growled a curse at Dion. That damn pest, he thought. How did Dion make it back? Did the Demon King just let him go that easily? What happened there? He thought, unable to accept it. Yaster Hardt stood calmly before Cruin and asked, Is there anything of note to report from your mission? Cruin replied, About this mission. After you take them down, if you can still pursue Dion, confirm his destination, Yaster said. Cruin replied, As I said before, Dion had already fled, so I didn't see a thing. After listening, Yaster began to walk away, saying, I don't know if you really saw nothing, or if you're just turning a blind eye, but I suppose it couldn't be helped. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you win your bet, he said. Cruin watched him go, his gaze sharp and cold. Inside the ducal manor, he walked down the corridor, thinking that there was no place in the human realm his eyes and ears couldn't reach. But if Dion's destination is that place, a legion commander suddenly appearing in the demon realm, and the Empire's hero, so beloved by the Emperor, Yaster Hardt thought. Putting the two identities together, he slumped down, his hands on his thighs, finally coming to a conclusion. They must be the same person. Yaster sighed in frustration. I can't believe he's a double agent, he thought to himself. Someone who holds an extraordinary position in the demon realm and is also incredibly influential in the Empire? The Demon King and the Emperor are both using him, but he'll have to choose a side eventually. And if he chooses the Demon King, things will become very complicated. As he came to this conclusion, Yaster lifted his head, his face filled with a terrifying and ruthless killing intent. He muttered to himself, "I have to kill him before that happens." Was for the good of the Empire, Yaster Hardt said. Elsewhere, inside a small, warm wooden room, a doctor was examining Deon Hardt, who lay unconscious on the bed. His life isn't in danger, he just needs to rest. No further treatment is necessary. He coughed up blood due to stress. It seems his physical constitution isn't very strong, the doctor explained. But then he suddenly spoke, glancing at the person standing behind him. "Did you know this before you brought him here?" The doctor asked Dion, who stood with his arms crossed. Dion brought a hand to his head, blaming himself. "No, I was just too careless. It's my fault. I didn't pay close enough attention from the beginning," he said, only scrambling for a doctor after it happened. The doctor quickly replied, "Don't worry. My lips are sealed," and closed his medical bag. The doctor added, "Besides, my memory has been terrible lately. I doubt I'll remember any of this," before taking his leave. Dion's veiny hand slowly approached Deon Hardt's throat, his expression a complete reversal of what it was moments ago. A face contorted with rage, his teeth grinding together as he muttered, "Die. Just die." His eyes were brimming with killing intent, his anger reaching its absolute peak. With all his strength, he growled out a single word, "Dion." At that very moment, blood suddenly spilled from Deon Hardt's mouth, and the image of his ailing mother surfaced, overwhelming his thoughts. His heart ached as he blankly thought of his mother, and then he suddenly snapped back to his senses, his thoughts returning to normal. Dion stumbled back in alarm, abandoning his intent to kill Deon Hardt. He sank to the floor, having lost control, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Deon Hardt clenched his teeth, his face covered in sweat, but his gaze remained cold. He grabbed his other trembling wrist and muttered, "Consider yourself lucky." In his mind, Dion thought, why did it have to be today? Flashing back a little, during a command meeting for the Revolutionary Army, someone shouted, "Do you even intend to complete our mission?" The speaker was a young woman, and she continued to shout, "The war between humans and demons is almost here. If we don't start the revolution now, when will we?" Deon Hardt covered his forehead and closed his eyes, feeling a headache coming on. This wasn't the first or second time this had happened, Dion said. "I have already put my full effort into preparing for the uprising." So, the woman cut Deon Hardt right off, her impatience and disrespect on full display as she continued in that same overbearing tone. "You keep delaying like this," she said. "Are you sure you don't have some secret agenda? I've been suspicious since our last meeting." Slam. Dion lost his patience and slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark and terrifying. He looked up at the woman and enunciated every single word. "While humanity is on the brink of war with the demon realm, you dare suggest we start a revolution immediately? My entire reason for existing and all of my actions are for the people." By now, Deon Hardt was absolutely furious. The woman who had been shouting just moments before now spoke softly, hesitantly. "What I mean is, do you think this revolutionary army can survive without their support?" Before Deon Hardt could answer, the person beside him spoke up. It was Pow. "No," he said. "Right now, we're just seen as a group of rebels. We have to convince the people to believe in our ideal of justice. To do that, we must eliminate the corrupt nobles. Our ideology has to be recognized first. In my opinion, that is the path of a true revolutionary army." Dion's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and a small smile touched his lips. He said, "You have to pick up the chess piece and move it to a different square." At the same time, he said, "You must stand before the castle gates to meet the king." Dion then asked, "But do you think we have enough manpower to carry out this plan?" His question made everyone at the table fall silent. Deon Hardt continued, "Not long ago, certain people acted on their own and caused our revolutionary forces to suffer losses. And who was it that didn't stop them, even though they knew the plan was flawed? They were just as impatient for a revolution as you all are." The others around the table grew wary. Suddenly, Dion raised his voice, shouting loud enough to burst their eardrums, trying to force the words into their foolish heads. "So if you still think we must start the uprising right now, then you don't deserve to sit in these command chairs." Once again, Dion slammed his hand on the table, his face set with fierce determination. After the meeting, only Deon Hardt and Pow remained. Pow quickly asked, "Hey, are you okay? I have to leave soon, remember?" Before he could finish, Dion flicked him hard on the forehead. Pow rubbed the spot, looking bewildered. "Hey," Dion chuckled softly. He gently placed a hand on Pow's blue hair and said, "You've grown up, Pow. You even know how to stand up for others now." Pow looked a little surprised. Dion continued with a fond expression, "You were great back there, thanks." Pow, slightly embarrassed, replied softly, I wish you a safe journey. Dion asked back. Am I going somewhere? Pao saw right through him. I know that whenever you're stressed, you go to see your mother. Go visit her. Dion was surprised, and then felt a warmth spread through his chest. He broke into a bright smile, his eyes closing. Haha, you really have grown up. Then the two of them began to play fight. Dion wrapped an arm around Pao's neck and ruffled his hair with his other hand. Are you sure you don't want me to walk you back to the dorms? Pao, embarrassed, tried to push him away, saying, Stop messing up my hair. Thinking of his mother, Dion's resolve hardened. He couldn't give up on his promise to show her the world she had always dreamed of seeing. Deon Hardt opened the door and stepped inside. Outside, 2 soldiers stood guard. Dion called out, Mom, I'm home. But this world was truly cruel to him. The woman in the blue dress collapsed onto the cold wooden floor. Dion's face went pale, and he rushed to call out for his mother. His mother had been battling a serious illness for a long time. Cradling her in his arms, he saw that her mouth was bleeding, and her hand was weakly trying to reach up to touch her son. Deon Hardt's entire body trembled. The pain was too much to bear. How did this happen? Why? When did Mom get so sick? He turned and screamed at the 2 guards outside. Why didn't you tell me? The guard was speechless, only able to stammer a reply to Dion's furious questioning. His own comrades had hidden this from him, even though they knew everything. The woman's face was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and long streaks of blood at the corners of her mouth. She forced herself to speak. Deon Hardt, my son, I'm all right. Don't be angry with them. He didn't know when it had started, but 2 streams of tears were now flowing down Dion's face. They just kept falling, one after another. His mother continued, I'm the one who begged them not to tell you. Dion thought back, and in his mind, he understood. A mother doesn't want to break her son's heart because the leader of the Revolutionary Army cannot be allowed to falter. No matter what happened, Mom only wanted what was best for me. But was she really about to leave this world? Deon Hardt looked at his trembling, blood-stained hand. He couldn't accept it. She hadn't even had the chance to see that new world yet. Dion was suddenly bumped into by someone cloaked in black. He couldn't see their face, and they quickly apologized to him. Dion was still crying when he turned to see a young man with white hair coughing up blood, a sight that reminded him of his mother. Dion involuntarily exclaimed, No. In his heart, he thought, this isn't my mother, but his grief was simply too overwhelming. Dion threw his arms around the young man, his eyes bloodshot as tears continued to stream down his face. His mouth moved. It's okay, just wait a moment. No matter what it takes, I will save you, Mom. He no longer looked the same as he did just moments ago. Now, his face was filled with the stunned, agonizing grief of a devoted son. The pain screamed inside him, trying to break free, but he couldn't let it out. Don't leave me, I'm begging you, Mom. These thoughts consumed every part of his body at that moment. Back in the present, Deon Hardt pushed himself up from the ground and slowly stood up, thinking to himself, that guy reminded me of my mother. That's why I had such a violent reaction. And yet, I still can't bring myself to kill him. Why am I so soft? Deon Hardt whispered. You have no idea how lucky you are. His eyes were ice cold. He thought he should have killed him the moment he realized, but today, he couldn't do a thing. He noticed the mark near the other man's chest. It was the cursed seal he'd heard rumors about. Deon Hardt thought, not only is he coughing up blood, but he's also cursed. Even if I don't kill him, he'll die soon enough. Perhaps he was just trying to convince himself. This contradicts what I told the commanders, but I have to hurry. I can come up with the perfect plan and execute it before Mother passes away. Deon Hardt grabbed the doorknob. Before leaving, he glanced back and said nonchalantly, If you've been afflicted by a curse of the Demon King, then perhaps my mother was cursed by this very world. Because this world has always been cruel to my poor mother, before she dies, I will give her the happiness she always dreamed of. Deon Hardt left, leaving Aiden alone in the room. The moment Deon Hardt was gone, Aiden woke up. He sat up straight, pushing the blanket down. Aiden's face was pale, and he let out a few dry coughs, a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand to his neck, thinking to himself, Ah, damn it, he's finally gone. Was he trying to torture me to death? I nearly died. Thinking back on it, Aiden was still terrified. He decided he had to get out of there before Deon Hardt returned. Aiden sat on the bed, swinging his legs over the side and propping himself up with his hands, muttering, But, where am I? This looks like an infirmary. The door suddenly opened, and a physician walked in, surprising him. Aiden relaxed when he saw it wasn't Deon Hardt. The physician was a bit taken aback himself. Before he could even ask how Aiden was, Aiden spoke up. It's not like I was trying to escape or anything. Oh, right. I'll pay you, but I don't have anything on me right now. The physician handed him a cloak and a blindfold, and said at the same time, You don't need to worry about money. If you plan on leaving, just take these with you. It would be problematic if you remembered the way back here. So even if it's uncomfortable, You have to wear the blindfold. He turned toward the door, then looked back and added, come out when you're ready. I'll escort you off the premises. As Aiden put on the cloak, he couldn't help but wonder what these people were hiding. He guessed this was no ordinary infirmary. Yaster rested his chin on his hand and looked at Aiden, asking, Aiden, why have you come here so suddenly, and so early in the morning? The Duke's sharp eyes could tell something was off about Aiden. Aiden clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and stood tall, replying clearly, I need to discuss the uprising. Standing before the Duke, Aiden began to state his case. So, when are we finally going to make our move? Duke Yaster Hardt remained calm, as if deliberately trying to provoke Aiden, before he finally opened his mouth to answer. With the upcoming battle against the demons, the kingdom's army is of the utmost importance. If we start a civil war now, our country will be in grave danger. Aiden seemed extremely impatient, but the commanders beg me every single day. I hope you don't expect us to just sit back and do nothing. Seeing the Duke's unusual calmness, he thought that his attitude had suddenly changed. He must know about my mother's illness. This made him even angrier, and he shouted. In response to Aiden's fury, the Duke's expression remained unchanged. I am aware. Why don't you put a stop to everything and take a rest for a while? Aiden had a few thoughts about the Duke. I held him in high regard, but I never expected he'd be swayed by such a trivial matter. I must ensure he doesn't get any other ideas while the war is happening. As he spoke, Duke Yaster stood up and walked over to Aiden. I think it would be better for you to take this time to calm down and think. Aiden, you realize you've been too hasty, don't you? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Say something. Hearing the Duke's analysis, Aiden thought for a long while before finally replying with just 3 words. I understand. After the conversation with the Duke, out in the hallway, Aiden reflected on the Duke's words. Why don't you stop everything and rest for a while? He thought that, thanks to the Duke, he had accepted his place. Does he want us to remain idle until the king has conquered half the continent? So Aiden led the troops in rebellion after all. Thinking back, before Aiden left, someone had seen him talking with Silen. Could it be that the Duke and Silen arranged the clash between the Revolutionary Army and the king? After all these thoughts, Aiden grew even angrier. I just hope the Empire doesn't fall. Of course, someone in a high position like the Duke wouldn't give up his status so easily. I felt he was the most suspicious one from the very beginning. The only reason he approached the Revolutionary Army was to make sure we'd fall into his trap. Aiden looked out the window, thinking how foolish he'd been. I should have been more careful when cooperating with those in power. While Aiden was still lost in his unfinished train of thought, he suddenly heard a voice call out to him from behind. Pow's voice made him jump and turn around. He saw Pow, furious, with his fists clenched, storming towards him. Surprised, he asked, Pow? You haven't left yet? Pow walked right up to him with an angry face and stared him down. This made Aiden a little nervous, and he stammered, What's wrong? Pow confronted him. Did you bring Deon Hardt here? Hearing that question, Aiden's eyes went from surprised to stunned. He grabbed the boy's shoulders and shouted back at Pow. How do you know? Did you see him leaving? But he should have been wearing a cloak, right? Where did you see him? Pow cried out. Yeah. But Aiden didn't care. He just kept grilling the boy. Did anyone else see Deon Hardt? Pow quickly tried to calm him down. Wait, calm down. I'm the only one. He was wearing a cloak and a blindfold when he left. But I recognized his hair. With such a unique hair color, who wouldn't recognize him? Aiden gradually calmed down, though he mentally cursed the doctor. Damn it, you should have concealed him more thoroughly. Seeing Aiden regain his composure, Pow turned to blame him. I don't understand why you didn't kill him. At the very least, you should have taken him hostage and squeezed information out of him. He's the king's dog. I'm sure the king would have been affected. The Church of Atonement was destroyed because of that bastard. Helpless hatred was written all over Pow's face. He remembered the past, the day he had run to Aiden all by himself. Aiden had been surprised. You came alone, kiddo? Didn't you say you were bringing your sister? Pow tearfully explained. Aiden. Rhea. She doesn't want to go anywhere. When she held my hand, Aiden quickly comforted him. I understand. Maybe your sister just needs some time to think. Why don't you go visit her? I'll go with you. And if your sister isn't there, it's okay. You just need to be strong enough to protect her. Isn't that right? Aiden comforted the tearful boy, ruffling his hair. The boy had stopped crying and obeyed. Sniff, yes. Remembering that moment, and wanting to soothe Pow's current rage, he teased him lightly. It's been a long time since you've cried in front of me. You're such a big boy now. Pow got flustered and angry at being teased. Don't change the subject. I was already grown up when you met me. But seriously, why did you do it? I don't understand, Aiden. Maybe because he knew his actions were wrong. For his own reasons, he knew he had made a mistake. No one is perfect, Pow. I'm sure you'll see plenty of my other weaknesses in the future. Pow was hesitant, still not fully understanding what he meant. Huh? Aiden looked at Pow and continued. Just ignore the things that don't make sense. As long as you can make them useful to you. I plan on teaching you a lot in a short amount of time, so I hope you're a fast learner. The position of successor isn't an easy one, kiddo. Hearing the word successor, the boy jumped in surprise and shot back. Your successor? Me? No way. Is that why you've been taking me everywhere? Dion wasn't surprised. You're just figuring that out now? Why else would I let you sit in on such an important meeting? As he turned to leave, Pao called after him. But you have so many people. Why me? I'm just a street kid. I don't even have a basic education. Dion paid him no mind. Don't worry. I'll teach you everything. Pao's face was still pale, but Dion cut him off. You're still young. I thought you said you were all grown up. Realizing his own words had come back to stab him in the back, Pao could only shut his mouth. There, Dion comforted him. Being young is a good thing. You can see the world from a different perspective, and you're not afraid of change. Pao. You may have come from the kingdom, but you are a child who survived in the slums without any help from this empire. Did you know that the Revolutionary Army has many people from different nations? The fact that you have no ties to the empire only further proves my fairness. By now, Pao had begun to accept the situation and sat down to talk with him. So, that's why you chose me? Dion answered calmly. That's one of the reasons. But the most important one is that you know how to love. Pao was suddenly bewildered. Love? I've never even dated anyone. Seeing his naivety, Dion chuckled teasingly. You think romantic love is the only kind there is, even if you can't put a name to it? What do you call the feeling when you pour your entire heart and soul into treating someone well? Hearing those words, Pao instinctively whispered Xia's name, then angrily clenched his fists. But that's also your weakness. Every time your mother is mentioned, you get shaken up. Dion remained composed. You're not wrong. I'm aware that every time my mother is brought up, I end up showing you my ugly side. He then continued. But Pao, the ideal of the revolution is justice. And to create a world like that, we need someone who knows how to love, someone dedicated and empathetic. Deon Hardt extended a hand toward Pao. Like you. Pao could see how much trust Dion had in him. Even if you say that, I still don't know if your decision is the right one. And it's kind of funny for someone as young as you to be thinking about a successor. But I'll do my best to learn. Seeing Pao's determined spirit, Deon Hardt was very pleased. He beamed. Thanks. For the revolution to succeed, we have to overcome huge obstacles, like the Duke and the King, for example. But we will succeed. Why is he so happy? Pao wondered. Just as he finished speaking, Dion shot to his feet. Therefore, since time is money, let's start right away. Before Pao could process what was happening, he saw Dion bring out a towering stack of books. He told Pao to read all of them. Pao was terrified. I take it back. I don't want to do it anymore. Now, Dion pressed on, teasing him. How about we discuss a little something about human rights, which scared the daylights out of Pao. Elsewhere, the king was out hunting, discussing the Duke's weakness, his pride. Is that the Duke's weakness? The king said. Yes. He always looks down on others and thinks he knows everything. He doesn't realize that others can look down on him too. It's true, I've been used like a fool a few times. But the Duke isn't the only one who knows how to use people. And on the day I declare the war with the Empire is over, we will fight the demon world. Some nations cheered. Thank goodness, we're saved. While others were outraged. He was the one who declared war, and now he's backing out himself. What does he take us for? I don't agree with the Empire's actions, but we can't just stand by and watch it collapse. Humanity would fall along with it, and some nations just normalized the whole thing. But absolutely no one considered siding with the demon world, because that's exactly what the Duke wants. He deliberately makes sure people think ill of the demon world. After all, that is his specialty, which only helps me. The king reflected. Just now, I put on an act for the Duke, acting as if I believe humans and demons are incompatible. And just like that, he took the bait. But how could such cheap tricks ever fool me? He uttered a single, cold word. Ridiculous. I'm just letting the Duke play his part and pretending I know nothing. Thanks to him, I can solve the problem without lifting a finger, and save so much manpower in the process. As he spoke, the king raised his bow again, firing a second arrow into the next prey. They lay dead in a pathetic pile. The attendant beside him saw this and commented, It's a risky move indeed, placing such an important outcome in the hands of an enemy. After killing all the so-called monsters in the area, the king smiled victoriously. That is precisely why I trust him. The Duke would never allow this empire to collapse, because he wants this empire for himself. With that, the king whispered to his horse, Shall we head back? He was certain that even though the Duke had treated him like a child before, he still fell for such a simple trap. One thing is certain, his pride will one day be his downfall. I wonder what kind of expression he'll make then. One fine day, a bouquet of blue roses, along with a smug face, appeared before Deon Hardt. He looked at the bouquet coldly, clearly confused by the situation. The one who brought the flowers was none other than the crown prince, who didn't give Dion a chance to speak. He greeted him immediately. It's been a while, Marquis Hart. I stopped by to give you these flowers. Deon Hart's face was full of suspicion. Why are you suddenly giving these to me? The Crown Prince wore a friendly but forced-looking smile. It seemed he really was being forced. Because I have to tie you to the kingdom, of course. Alenthea, will this method really work? He recalled. Alenthea's instructions back home. Your Highness, I mean, Marquis Hart. He's definitely into men. Just hearing it was a shock. Seeing her gleeful face, I was surprised myself. Cough. What? It was as if Alenthea had just discovered a profound truth. She said, think about it. He's only ever surrounded by men. There aren't any women around him at all. I calmly sipped my tea, intending to explain things to my sister, but Alenthea seemed to know what I was going to say next. She cut me off immediately. My plan was wrong from the start. You're the one who has to seduce him. Seeing his sister's determination, the Crown Prince grew a little worried. This feels wrong, I said. But before I could get another word out, she explained, no, it's not. Think carefully. It's the same every time the royal palace holds a banquet. So many young ladies stare at him. Yet Marquis Hart pays them no mind. Suddenly, what my sister was saying started to make sense. It was true. Thinking back, he really doesn't have any women close to him. All his subordinates are men, and they even seem to be very close. No way. Could what Alenthea said actually be true? Probably not. Still, I'm already here sitting with Dion. I'm in too deep to back out now. Either way, I have to get him on my side before the war breaks out. Putting on a forced, friendly smile, I tried to salvage the situation with a question. Why didn't you ask His Majesty for a higher title after winning the hunting competition? I had to do whatever it took. I continued. The hero, Cruin Hart, has now become a count. Seeing Dion's grim expression, I felt a bit guilty, thinking I shouldn't have brought that up. But then I put on a bright smile and added, but more importantly, your title has been promoted by 1 rank to Marquis. This bouquet is my congratulations to you. Deon Hart's mood seemed to stabilize as he offered a brief, perfunctory response. Thank you. After that, Deon Hart's expression softened, and he seemed relieved. He thought to himself, so, he just came to congratulate me. I almost misunderstood. Seeing the change on Deon Hart's face, I became suspicious. Is he smiling? His expression is always cold, no matter what Alethea does. Yet my bouquet made him smile. Seeing that things were going my way, I felt more confident about securing my power. I wonder if your political views have changed. Hearing this, Deon Hart was startled. He thought, on high alert. Political views? Did the king order him to gauge my reaction to the war? Dion wondered. Sensing the danger, I stammered, about that. But this only made Deon Hart more suspicious. Why is he faltering? Is he about to say something serious? Dion wondered. Feeling Deon Hart put his guard up, I gathered all my courage and asked, what if same-sex marriage was accepted? It was a completely unexpected move. The words left everyone in the room stunned. Same-sex marriage? I felt utterly humiliated. Absolutely mortifying. As the room fell dead silent, I silently prayed, please, just say something. Deon Hart abruptly shot up and walked toward the door. Something urgent has come up. Realizing things had gone too far, I chased after him, grabbing his hand and explaining in desperation, whatever you're thinking, it's all just a misunderstanding. A look of clear horror was on Deon Hart's face. I know, we're different. Is he blushing from embarrassment? Deon Hart flinched and took a step back. Yes, I know people have different tastes, but I like women. The Crown Prince ran after him. Didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? I like women too, he yelled, so loudly it felt like the deepest parts of the forest could hear him. As he was leaving, all the household servants stared after him curiously, only daring to think, did His Highness just scream that he loves women? The prince must really like women. Then, we don't have to worry about an heir anymore. On his way to the gate, the prince didn't say a single word out of embarrassment, simply hurrying to his carriage. He felt like he'd been tricked, and he was furious. I'm such an idiot for thinking that was even a possibility. I was in too much of a hurry and acted rashly. Just you wait, Alethea. Meanwhile, after the prince left, Dion felt like he was the butt of the joke among his servants. Furious and humiliated, he thought to himself, go ahead and laugh, you scoundrels. His aide followed behind him with a wide grin. Whatever you decide, my lord, I will support you. He was clearly being mocked. Deon Hart yelled, shut your mouth. He already said it wasn't true. Besides, why are you here? I thought you were only supposed to escort me to the hunting grounds. Go back to managing your merchant guild. But this guy, Dion, was persistent. Unafraid, he just stood his ground and said casually, but you are my #1 priority, my lord. Master, you're hurting my feelings. Deon Hart was helplessly furious. This bastard just won't leave me alone. This guy Dion showed no fear of Deon Hart whatsoever. He pressed on. Aren't you about to leave on the mission His Majesty assigned you? Shall I escort you? Deon Hart was annoyed. No need. I'll be more comfortable on my own. Get lost. But Dion insisted on following. But you won't be back from the hunting competition until dawn anyway. Deon Hardt spun around angrily and warned, I'm going to get some air by myself. If I return home before then, I lose. Do you dare to follow me? Dion wouldn't back down. You'll only get hurt again on your way back. Hearing that, Dion unconsciously touched his neck, his mind flashing back to the previous night. Last night was incredibly dangerous. Those scoundrels acted like they were treating me, but one of them tried to choke me. Even when they left, they were extremely cautious and kept me blindfolded. Last night, a blindfolded Deon Hardt was led to an unknown location. After being shoved forward, he was left alone. When he removed the blindfold, there was no one there. Is he gone? What the hell was that? Where am I? Who were they? I don't even know who my enemies are. In any case, I was lucky. With that thought, Deon Hardt turned back to Dion. Don't even think about following me. If you do, one of us is going to die, he thought. Anyone who sees me cross that line has to die. Damn, was that too harsh? Dion wondered. Dion stepped back with a suppressed laugh and said, As you wish, master. I will not follow you. Dion glared at him. He's the bane of my existence, Dion thought. He never imagined someone would threaten him in a situation like this. Deon Hardt looked back at the man, finding him truly baffling. Why does he look so pleased? He's such a strange man. Deon Hardt walked over to the dining table, where the butler rushed to greet him. Welcome, my lord. A group of noble knights were eating, and, upon seeing Dion, cheerfully called out, Commander, are you here to eat? Want to try a piece of this sausage? Another knight stopped his friend. You idiot, the commander isn't going to eat your scraps. Deon Hardt watched them, thinking to himself, Noble knights. A bunch of detestable scoundrels. He then turned to the butler. We need to leave soon. How much longer is this going to take? It has been 10 minutes, the butler answered. Just then, one of the knights seemed to lose his cool and shouted, You ignorant fools! You're supposed to call him Marquis now. As soon as he said it, he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. Before the others could figure out what was happening, one asked, Greer, were you drugged? And then, the rest of them collapsed too. Seeing that everything was in order, the butler thought, Finally, it's done. I can't believe they were drugged and still managed to talk non-stop for 10 minutes. That dose was enough to knock out an elephant. Deon Hardt looked down at them and thought, These mad dogs are hardly human. He didn't seem to realize that this made him the commander of a pack of mad dogs. Deon Hardt turned gratefully to the old butler. Thank you. It was so chaotic last time, but now I can finally leave in peace. The butler chuckled humbly. It's only because they love you so much, my lord. After a moment's thought, Deon Hardt simply denied it. The butler saw Dion off, wishing him a safe journey. The smallest hidden passages at the border existed solely for Dion. Hihane, the Shadow King, swore to keep the location hidden, the borderlands, for his own safety, until he decided which side to choose. That was why the knights couldn't follow him through the mountains. Would the Demon King simply stand by after discovering the king's intention to declare war? Of course, the answer was no. As Deon Hardt crossed the mountains, he thought, It's time for me to make a decision. It feels like my life is on a timer. Suddenly, a brawl broke out in front of him, with men crying out in pain as they were stabbed. Looking closer, he saw Cruin among them. Cruin, on the other hand, thought, Why is that bastard here? Is he following me? Meanwhile, Deon Hardt wondered, Is he here to see where I'm going? A look of surprise, mixed with a hint of excitement, crossed Dion's face as he spoke. Perfect timing. I need to kill all the witnesses, don't I? A dark, imposing voice echoed from the man holding a small sword. I have to kill everyone who saw this, especially if you happen to be a subordinate of the noble's leader. Suddenly, something flashed past in an instant. It was Dion, lunging forward, striking with his sword, but his opponent was quick to parry. The two blades clashed, emitting a brilliant red light. The man's eyes were ice cold, his presence dominating the space as Deon Hardt glared back, seething with that same killing intent. Suddenly, Deon Hardt swung his arm, immediately launching another attack. The clang of swords and the force of their power echoed continuously. Cruin also used his weapon to block every single one of the man's attacks. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they immediately rushed at each other, fighting fiercely. The battle was evenly matched, with no sign of weakness from either side. It seemed both were determined to win. At that moment, Deon Hardt suddenly began to pant, his eyes wide with an unwilling expression. Can't you at least put some effort into this? Cruin held his sword, his face cold and expressionless as he looked at him. Besides anger, I also felt confused. His brow furrowed as his killing intent flared. You should be the one who hates me. I'm just a useless, troublesome younger brother. Cruin stood tall before him and raised his voice. I don't want to be the heir or take advantage of my family name. He remembered what he had said. You have to hate me. I was the one who stole your family from you. Each moment of the fight flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film in Cruin's mind. So why? You. His eyes suddenly flew open as he realized something. Deon Hardt gently held a small dagger in his hand and moved slowly. His breathing labored. The blade pointed straight down as he stabbed forcefully, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "You keep acting like you're trying to save me." A trickle of blood spurted out, flying into the air. Dion immediately collapsed to his knees, looking up. A blood-stained dagger was in his hand, but the space in front of him was empty. The person had vanished, leaving him speechless. He ground his teeth in frustration and clicked his tongue. Tisk. He ran off like a rat again. Damn it. What is this feeling? It feels like I'm missing the bigger picture. A hand clenched into a fist and slammed down on the table in anger. This person shot to his feet, seething with rage. Of all the times to leave, Deon Hardt chooses to leave right now? Right after I made a bet with Kruin on who would kill him first. I have to at least eliminate him before the war starts. Duke Yaster let out a sigh, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Letting the lucky bastard slip away like this just makes me even more obsessed with him. It feels like the world itself is protecting him, but that's obviously impossible. After all, the world was the one that brought him the cruelest fate. Yaster closed his eyes, his expression grim. I hope you return soon. And when you do return, beyond this gloomy forest, Deon Hardt slowly approached his horse, lost in thought, as he walked. The Demon King prepared a horse for me. He must know where I'm going since he can track the magic spells I've cast. He gently placed his foot in the stirrup. Ah! Dion glanced at the pouch hanging on his side, doubting the medicine was for him. After a moment, Deon Hardt walked over to the edge of a cliff. He took the pouch, gently turned it upside down, and the medicinal pellets inside quickly fell out below, forming a small pile. Deon Hardt looked pleased, almost delighted. Let's just leave it here. But the doctor who created this medicine was crying in regret. No, the medicine we created tastes like coffee. We did it because you hate the taste of medicine, sir. He felt incredibly relieved inside. Wow, I feel so much lighter. That evening at the grand, towering palace, fireflies gently drifted through the air. Deon Hardt's eyes suddenly widened. He had just arrived back when everyone suddenly erupted in cheers. It's Sir Deon Hardt. Long live Sir Deon Hardt. Long live Sir Deon Hardt. Amidst all the shouts and cheers, he hadn't even dismounted his horse and had no idea what was going on. Observing the people, they chanted, Long live Sir Deon Hardt. Looking at the badges on their clothes, he was quite surprised. Long live Sir Deon Hardt. Seeing this, his jaw dropped. What the hell are they doing? Meanwhile, the crowd continued to cheer Sir Deon's name. Just then, a girl with a bright, cheerful expression walked over. Welcome back, sir. Deon Hardt was suddenly taken aback. Rhinell? Deon Hardt walked directly towards her, his face pale as he asked, Wait, what is all this? Rhinell answered enthusiastically. It's a fan club. We created it by gathering everyone who respects you. Half of them are from the Demon King's castle. In the dark of night, I created it using a religious format I heard about from Devillana. Do you like it? Hearing this, Dion was horrified, screaming internally. Devillana, I knew it. I think it grew a little bigger last time too. He suppressed the annoyance in his heart and said, Disband them. Immediately, the other three were stunned. What? But Deon Hardt waved his hand dismissively and shouted, Disband them now. Disband them permanently. Compelled by his forceful demeanor, Rhinell immediately turned to carry out the order. Disband. Everyone, disband. But the people protested. Never. We can't. Everyone, disperse. Sir Deon Hardt is displeased. Instantly, everyone ran off, and in a flash, not a single person was left. See you next time, sir. Sir Dion, he panted. Just leave me alone. In another space, a young man held a stack of papers, wearing a pin on his shirt identical to the ones the crowd outside had. Hey, you're back. Sooner than I expected. Deon Hardt had just noticed the badge. Seeing his reaction, the man explained with amusement. Ah, this pin? I got it from Rhinell. How could I possibly miss out? Deon Hardt was so stunned he was speechless. The man walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. But Deon Hardt, you look very grim. Your heart rate has been elevated since you entered the study. Did you hear something important from the Empire? This stunned him. He faintly remembered his contact with a member of the clan. You're a human, so just stay. The other man smirked sinisterly. I wonder what it could be? You can't even hide the expression on your face. In this large, gloomy room, the atmosphere between the two was anything but pleasant. Has that cowardly emperor finally made his decision? He leaned in close to Dion's ear. He said coldly, And you weren't going to tell me if I hadn't noticed, were you? Deon Hardt could only tremble, unable to speak. I'm sorry. Immediately, he spun Dion around and quickly grabbed him by the throat, making him cry out in pain. Were you tempted? I wonder how that emperor tempted you. Deon Hardt grabbed at the man's hand. He could feel the blood flow being cut off, and could only manage a few choked sounds as the strength left his own hands. The man smirked menacingly. Aren't you worried about what I'll do in response to your actions now? Meanwhile, Dion continued to struggle for help in vain. Is he really going to kill me? His voice was ice cold. Do you think your life might be in danger? Deon Hardt struggled to reply, Your Majesty. I. He frowned and barked, surprised. Are you? After a brief struggle, he let go with a click of his tongue. Tsk. It's not like I don't understand your situation. His finger pointed straight at Dion's chest as he said cheerfully, But you know which side you have to choose, don't you? Dion stared blankly. To be honest, he didn't even know if this man was talented enough to be worth fighting over. His gaze shifted to a spinning circle on his chest, his expression grim, but I don't want to go back to that boring life again. He turned his back and declared proudly, In the demon world, every demon except for me will kneel before you. That means you can do whatever you want. The moment Dion suddenly realized it, everything you've ever achieved is right here. He brazenly opened the door. The sky outside was cold and gloomy. And here, you don't have to worry about the sun anymore. It's always night here. But look at that moon. You can't live in the dark forever just because you're sensitive to sunlight, right? He turned with a smirk. See, if you want to visit the human world, I won't stop you. If you want their lands, I'll invade and bring them to you. You're human, so you should stay here. Whatever the Emperor offers, I can offer you something better to win this battle. Deon Hardt suddenly remembered something and was horrified. Then he answered, No, thank you. He still looked so smug. He'll run if I push him any further. The man waved his hand dismissively. Tsk. Think carefully. I don't want to throw away my toy just to win. A few days later, seething with frustration, my steps grew much faster. I'm so pissed. I couldn't stay in my room anymore, so I went for a walk outside the castle. Inside the castle meant inside the walls of the Demon King's castle, while outside the castle meant outside those same walls. There was a village for ordinary demons and barracks for the warriors. One of them frowned and shouted, Lord Deon Hardt has left the castle, but look at what he's wearing. Deon Hardt had no idea what was going on. What's wrong with them? Do they think I'm an idiot? There are a few situations where you must be especially cautious around Commander Zero, Dion. First, when he's drinking, and second, as he walked, he observed, Are people avoiding me? Although, it's nice not to be bothered. The person walking behind him could only sigh helplessly. Is when he's dressed completely in black. People were whispering, He's wearing all black today. He must be furious. Hearing this, Deon Hardt felt extremely annoyed. Wait, is it black because I'm wearing black clothes? Do demons not like black clothes? Why is he here? Doesn't he normally never leave the castle? He's probably looking for something to vent his anger on. He frowned and thought, I wore black so I wouldn't stand out, but I didn't expect it to repel demons. Hooray for black clothes. The others kept chattering back and forth. I've never heard that murderous laugh before. I'd rather die at the hands of the Demon King than any of the other commanders. The person behind him grew anxious. He's coming back. He must be really on edge. Normally, I'd leave him alone for some peace and quiet, but the Demon King told me to watch him. He definitely finds me annoying, even though he hasn't said anything. Looking at Deon Hardt's back as he walked ahead, I really want to cheer him up. He keeps rubbing his head as if he's incredibly irritated. The attendant grew frustrated. Where is that stupid doctor? This won't do. He walked over and called out, Lord Deon Hardt, may I suggest a place that could help you relax? Dion looked stunned. He'll definitely like it there. At least, that's what I thought. But in reality, Deon Hardt slammed his hand into a pillar. Damn it, it left a huge hole. His attendant tried to console him. Lord Deon Hardt. With a dark, serious expression, Deon Hardt said, Are you messing with me? E stood up straight and said, excitedly, I can suggest a place to take you to relax. His eyes were wide, his hand on his chest to prove his sincerity. That's what he said. But why are we at the training grounds? Deon Hardt looked skeptically at the two people in front of him. One was forcing the other to bring something over, something the second one didn't have the authority to retrieve. Noticing the demon still wouldn't go, E threatened him, saying he'd ask for permission later and that the demon had better get it, or else he'd die. The demon's face was pale with panic. Hey, I thought you just wanted to get some fresh air. Why are you threatening people? The demon's eyes darted around in even greater panic. He didn't even know who had told him to do this, or what that thing even was. Dion, standing by, wanted to intervene. I need to clear this up before there are more misunderstandings. The atmosphere around E was incredibly tense, but just as Deon Hardt was about to step in, before he could even finish his sentence, he slipped. This was completely unexpected. He fell instantly, before he could even process what was happening. Seeing this, both E and the other demon panicked. He crashed down, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. It looked painful. As the dust settled, Deon Hardt's hand was visible, having smashed into the wall and shattering it into large chunks. The lesser demon beside them was trembling. Damn it. Smoke billowed from the crack. The lesser demon cowered, shaking, as E called out Dion's name in a quavering voice. Meanwhile, he lowered his head and threatened, Are you messing with me? His eyes were wide and staring as Deon Hardt spat. Do Do you think, no matter how weak my body is, there's no way I would just trip? Deon Hardt's face was dark with rage, ignoring E calling his name. E looked at him and said, I know you're upset, but now is not the right time to kill a demon in the castle. The Demon King would also be displeased. Hearing this startled him. Finishing his sentence, E turned back to the demon and warned him that this was his last chance for insulting his lord, but I think it's because he wasted time arguing. Dion was startled. He said he wasn't going to do anything, but the demon was already bowing with teary eyes, thanking him for his mercy. He was about to leave, but was interrupted by the challenging voice of someone in white. All three of them whipped their heads around. E looked around in a panic, the necklace around his neck glowing intensely, signaling something. The signal was blaring strongly, startling him. When he looked at the back of Deon Hardt's hand, he saw it was covered in blood. Deon Hardt glanced over, finally noticing the problem. Lord Dion, your hand. E was furious that he was only just arriving. Even though he was Deon Hardt's personal doctor, Ben shot back angrily that he had been working, and that E should keep quiet because he came the instant the signal went off. E yelled angrily. It wasn't just this one time. He's been agitated for a while now. This startled Ben. What? Ben then said that no signal had come from the bracelet. E immediately concluded that the bracelet was broken. Throw it away. Ben slumped to the ground, defeated, saying that wasn't right since it had been replaced many times, but the gem itself was never damaged. Hearing that, Deon Hardt was startled and angry. Wasn't that thing rumored to be made from his blood? He didn't even know when they could have taken it. When asked if his body felt different, it really made him notice. He no longer vomited blood when under stress. Ep, who was beside him, couldn't help but get excited, thinking that fighting the hero had actually worked. But Ben, standing next to him, immediately refuted that. He said Deon Hardt's body was like a ticking time bomb, and couldn't stop himself from adding a few stitches. Deon Hardt winced in pain, his eyes drooping as he felt his strength drain. Wait, Ben. But Ben didn't hear him, and continued. The signal from the stone is getting weaker and weaker. It's related to the changes in your body. As he was speaking, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. His hands trembled. Deon Hardt's hand had been stitched up without any anesthetic. Are you all right, my lord? He asked worriedly. Ep, next to them, was even more startled and shouted in concern for him. What? You stitched his hand without using any painkillers? What are you doing? Ben immediately dropped to his knees, panicking. I have made such a grave mistake. If you intend to kill me, I will not object. It's fine, Dion said, closing his eyes and letting it go. He was used to pain, after all. Besides, he hadn't dared to stop Ben because his expression had been too frightening. The image of Ben, blushing with frustration and concentration, flashed through his mind. The nearby gatekeepers overheard and started whispering among themselves. They couldn't believe he had suppressed the pain of being stitched up, nor that he hadn't punished the doctor. It left them baffled. Ben was also worried that his lord was hiding his pain from him. They marveled at how truly merciful he was. The demon from before returned with a bucket full of red firecrackers. Sir, commander of the Zero Division, I've brought them as requested. The items you asked for. He cheerfully held up a snow firework. When you mentioned you were sad and wanted to use some fireworks to lift your spirits, the Demon King agreed. Dion felt helpless. Why would I need the Demon King's permission for this? How do you use it? He asked, looking doubtfully at the firework in his hand. The demon happily instructed, you just have to cut the top off. He then offered to help. The fireworks fuse was quickly pulled. A spark flared from the top, and a streak of light shot into the night sky, exploding in a circular shape. From it, snow began to fall endlessly. He quickly realized it was actual snow. Ep, delighted, asked him if he liked it. Looking over, Ep said with a joyful gaze, you sometimes see it in the human world, but the demon realm doesn't have weather, so I thought this might make you feel better. Deon Hardt smiled and held out his hand. Thanks. It's not bad. It's been a while since I've seen this. Behind him, Ben and Ep exchanged happy smiles, delighted by his reaction. A few guards looked on boredly as the snow fell from the sky. One of them said, this is for that crazy lord, and grumpily told the other to shut up and start cleaning. At least he's not using the red fireworks. Those are even harder to clean up. He was cut off before he could finish. A red firework exploded. There are the red ones. Guess we're working overtime again, they said tiredly. Seeing the red snow, Dion immediately recognized it, and his eyes sharpened. This smell, it's unsettling. It smells like blood, doesn't it? Ben turned, surprised to see His Majesty, Cruin, approaching. He cheerfully asked Dion, did those little snow fireworks lift your spirits at all? Dion slowly approached, asking to make sure, these are the red fireworks? Cruin happily asked back, doesn't it look real? I added a bit of blood perfume. I think it will be very useful when war breaks out with the humans. Cruin then asked what he thought. Disgusting. Deon Hardt thought with contempt. imagining a scene where the smell of blood suffocated him. It was horrifying. The ground covered in a layer of splattered blood, with snow gently drifting down. A pair of horrifically blood-spattered legs dragged across the ground. Deon Hardt's face was troubled, tears streaming down, his eyes vacant. Yes, I think it's very useful. War is influenced by weather and morale. His entire body was splattered with blood. The faint scent of blood carried the stark red, mixed with the white of blood and snow. Dion smiled, a somewhat wicked glint in his eyes. Being enveloped in a scent like this could strike fear into the enemy. Deep inside, however, he felt as if he had returned to that place. His Majesty laughed loudly. Just as I thought. You have both good judgment and a keen understanding of strategy. He placed a hand on Dion's shoulder, smiling as he praised him. You really are brilliant. The surrounding scenery darkened, becoming eerie. Cruin chuckled and said, Congratulations on joining my side. Those words made Dion's face darken with a hint of fear. He held out his hand, wanting Dion to follow, which left Dion a bit bewildered. But there was nothing he could do. He could only comply, placing his hand in Cruin's. The two of them quickly vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a puff of white smoke. Everything around him was white. He slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him was breathtakingly sparkly. It was a fairy-like realm, bathed in an ethereal, dreamlike hue of white and blue, but no less dangerous. His Majesty asked with delight, What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? Dion was still too stunned to answer. Cruin continued, It's a shame for the one who has to live here. A blonde-haired man stepped out. He scowled and said, Nonsense. The chief of the elf tribe, the Elf King, had brilliant golden hair and sharp eyes. Cruin sighed, I came all this way just to listen to complaints from the elves. The Elf King scowled back, You are the cause. It's because of you that the elf tribe is having problems in the first place, and that's why I had to come. Deon Hardt, standing beside them, felt confused. He thought Cruin had brought him here for fun, but it turned out to be for work. Very quickly, the Elf King's attention turned to him. He wondered why Cruin had brought a human along. Dion felt helpless. So, we really are here for work. Suddenly, the wind stirred, and the canopy of leaves rustled. The world tree trembled slightly, as if in excitement, causing the Elf King to turn and look in surprise. He couldn't understand why it was so excited. Is someone else here? Looking back at the two of them, he was sure of it. The Elf King's gaze hardened as he looked more closely, his eyes fixed on Deon Hardt, the one who the entire continent would soon be watching. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. 3 men stood there, the Elf Chieftain, the Demon King, and Deon Hardt. That young man was the one the entire world had its eyes on. A flash of surprise crossed Deon Hardt's handsome face. Just then, the Demon King stepped between Deon Hardt and the Elf Chieftain. With an angry expression, he shouted, Enough! Get straight to the point. Why are you here? You're certainly not here to welcome us. The chief simply replied calmly, You've arrived without any notice, and you're being incredibly rude. With that, the elf chief held out his hand, revealing a very large seed as he continued. First of all, take responsibility for this. Deon Hardt thought to himself, Is that some kind of seed? The Demon King asked, What's this? The chief replied, his expression unpleasant. It's a seed from the world tree. When you trespassed here, you released your demonic energy. The seeds, which are vulnerable to demonic energy, have been tainted like this. Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly snapped his fingers. A girl with a dazed look on her face instantly appeared in front of the 3 of them. It was Hai Hain. She landed on the ground, looking around in bewilderment as she asked, Where am I? Then, she heard her name being called. Hai Hain. She turned to see the Demon King, and her eyes immediately widened. She exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Demon King, and Sir Dion too. Hai Hain was met with the Demon King's cold expression. Deon Hardt, standing nearby, glanced at the Demon King and thought, I thought magic was forbidden. He's certainly using a lot of it. Then, the Demon King pointed to the seed in the chief's hand and said, See if you can bring that seed he's holding back to life. Still surprised, Hai Han quickly responded, Huh? Oh, yes, Your Majesty. She approached, took the seed, and began talking to it. Oh, why are you growing mold? Are you okay, little seed? But then Hai Hain suddenly paused, horrified. This is... Hearing that, the Demon King pressed on. So? Can you revive it? Or not? Hai Hain turned around, a strange look on her face, and replied, Well, I can probably make it grow. But as for the demonic energy tainting it, I don't think I can do anything to help. The elf chief put a hand to his head, looking completely exasperated. I knew it, he said loudly. So, what are you going to do now? We were entrusted with the monumental task of safeguarding the world tree seeds, because we are the race that reveres them the most. But now, the Demon King suddenly cut in. Revere them? Aren't you more like the world's lapdogs? Hearing that, the chief couldn't contain his anger. His eyes blazed as he shot back. What did you just say? A cunning look appeared on the Demon King's face. He smirked triumphantly and continued. Has the world said anything about these seeds of yours that are slowly dying? Seeing how desperate you look, I'd say you're not just a dog, but a very loyal one. Furious at his words, the chief retorted, the world respects our race. Han just watched as the two bickered. The Demon King scoffed. Humph, whatever. What would the leader of a race hated by the world know about it? The chief shot back. I don't care whether we're liked or not, unlike some people who are puppets to the world's whims. Seeing the two of them, a frightened Han hid behind Deon Hardt. Dion stood there, watching the argument unfold, then glanced over at Han, silently wondering, why are you hiding behind me? Then, the chief continued. It seems nothing can be done for the seed. So I'll let it go. But why don't you take care of the demonic beasts roaming the area? Hearing this, the Demon King replied, we're doing our best to hunt them, but I suppose you wouldn't know, since you've isolated yourselves here. Suddenly, Han piped up. So, you don't need this seed anymore? Her question astonished Deon Hardt. He thought, you're seriously asking that in a situation like this? Seeing her, the chief replied with an icy stare. You can have it. This made Han ecstatic. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with delight as she replied, thank you so much. Deon Hardt thought to himself, this plant-obsessed airhead. She's nuts. Suddenly, something caught Deon Hardt's eye. He turned around to see, appearing behind him, a girl with long, flowing, jade-green hair rising from the water. The beautiful woman smiled at Deon Hardt. It was the leader of the merfolk, the Mermaid Queen. Dion wondered, a mermaid. Her tail is turning into a dress, and sure enough, the Mermaid Queen's tail was gradually transforming into a gown. She slowly walked toward the baffled Deon Hardt and said, it's so good to see you again. We met at the Demon King's castle, didn't we? Dion recalled. Ah, right then. Before he could say more, the Mermaid Queen swiftly moved forward, took Dion's hand, and added, I've been wanting to speak with you again. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. The Mermaid Queen stared straight at Dion, making him feel rather flustered as he wondered, why is this woman looking at me like that? Deon Hardt's expression grew suspicious as he continued to think, this affectionate look. Deon Hardt slowly began to pull his hand from the Queen's grasp. I don't know why, he thought, but this kindness feels unsettling. Before he could pull his hand all the way back, the Queen swiftly gripped it again, stunning him. She continued, not long ago, I foresaw a certain future. At this, both the Demon King and the Elf Chief listened intently. She said, it foretold that a new hero will appear, one who will be an even greater threat than the last enemy. The Mermaid Queen kept her grip tight on Deon Hardt's hand as she went on. And that hero will decide your fate, your majesty the Demon King. The Mermaid Queen mentioned his majesty. So a new hero is going to appear soon? The news came as a huge shock to both Deon Hardt and the Elf Chief, but Han couldn't have cared less, completely absorbed by the seed in her hands. The Mermaid Queen continued, it seems the world isn't very fond of you, your majesty the Demon King. The Demon King heard this and replied coldly, that's hardly new. He gave a slight smirk and added, the world has hated my race from the start. What does a little more matter? Besides, the future you see can always be changed, right? The Mermaid Queen glanced at His Majesty and replied, perhaps, she said, but the future I saw this time was special. If it can be changed, it would be nothing short of a miracle. It was then that the Elf Chief spoke up. It seems the ban on magic has become pointless. I told you, didn't I? The world is targeting you. Cruin just sighed before replying. Do you think I banned magic because I'm afraid of some hero? I just figured it would be a pain in the ass if a hero showed up while the war is still going on, that's all. Deon Hardt was still lost in thought. Oh, so it was to maintain the balance of power. Wasn't it said that the more demons use magic, the faster the world spawns a hero? Suddenly, the chief walked over and grabbed Deon Hardt's injured hand, taking him completely by surprise. Deon Hardt's face flushed, his hand apparently still in a lot of pain. The chieftain continued, so you couldn't even heal the wound properly and had to resort to this crude method? The chieftain's gaze fell on Deon Hardt's trembling, pained hand, and then he said, it seems there's no other choice. Follow me. I'll heal it for you. Afterward, Deon Hardt followed the chieftain to another location. Beneath the canopy of a tree, the chieftain used magic to heal Deon Hardt. A turquoise light from the chieftain's magic slowly healed Deon's hand. Deon Hardt sat there with his face turned away, thinking to himself, this awkward atmosphere is driving me crazy. His eyes occasionally glanced at the hand being treated as he thought. First the Mermaid Queen, and now the Elven King. He looked at the chieftain, and wondered why they were suddenly being so friendly to him. When I first saw them at the Demon King's castle, I'm pretty sure they didn't like me very much. But the more he looked at the Elven King, the more Dion accidentally spoke his thoughts aloud. He really reminds me of Jaka. Hearing this, the chieftain looked up and asked, "What? Jaka? Are you talking about the first corps commander of the Demon King's army?" Dion was extremely flustered, thinking in a panic, "Oops, I actually said that out loud. This is bad. The Elven King hates demons, and I just compared him to a corps commander." He then quickly said, "I'm sorry." The chieftain wasn't angry, simply replying, "It's been a while since I've heard that name. Is he doing well?" Even though he's been influenced by the Demon King's demonic energy, he is still a warrior of our tribe. So I want to know about him. The chieftain also didn't forget to remind Dion, "Relax, can't you see the wound is getting worse?" Hearing the chieftain talk about Jaka left Dion completely stunned. Huh? Jaka, the first corps commander of the Demon King's army, is from the elf tribe? How is that possible? Finally, the treatment was finished. The chieftain smiled and said, "All right, it's done. It won't hurt anymore." Deon Hardt said politely. Suddenly, the chieftain's expression shifted slightly as he said, "You must feel that my unusual kindness is a burden. Throughout the entire healing process, you didn't look comfortable at all. If I were to offer you a tour of this place, you would most likely refuse." Hearing that, Deon Hardt looked as if he'd been completely seen through, his face turning a little red. Dion thought, "He understands me so well." The chieftain continued, "But not just anyone receives my goodwill. The reason for my kindness is because the world is focused on you." Dion seemed to be emitting a wondrous light. This took him completely by surprise, his expression changing as he hesitantly asked, "What did you say?" The chieftain began to speak again. "I'm talking about the day you arrived. That first meeting was very sudden. As the leader of the elf tribe, I realized immediately that you understood the will of the world." The elven chieftain's brows furrowed as he recalled his thoughts. The world is expecting something from this human, but as time went on, I had more and more questions and doubts. What's so special about this human? The image of Dion from that day appeared in the chieftain's mind. Red eyes? They can't handle the light, so those eyes will only be a weakness. Aside from that weakness, he has a small body and nothing else special about him. Is the one standing before me truly the person the world is paying attention to? That's what I thought. But at this point, the chieftain suddenly shot to his feet and continued, "You're abnormally lucky, aren't you?" This made Deon Hardt suspicious, but he still replied, "Not really." The chieftain said, "The records I found about Deon Hardt through my research are truly astonishing, to the point I can't believe them." Suddenly, the chieftain unexpectedly grabbed Deon Hardt by the collar, leaving him stunned and confused. A human who has faced countless dangers between the demon world and the human world, and still managed to survive so absurdly. Then the chieftain pulled Deon Hardt closer and said, "Think carefully. For example, a situation where you should have died but survived, or a situation where you should have suffered a permanent injury, but in the end, your wound was light enough to be healed. The world, which normally doesn't interfere with the flow of things, is protecting his life." Deon Hardt was completely stunned by the chieftain's behavior, staring at him with wide eyes. Dion slowly thought back through his memories, like the times he'd suddenly burst forth with immense power, or taken a heavy blow without being harmed. Deon Hardt had once taken down a giant with just his small frame. He had faced many dangers on the brink of life and death. Doesn't your body automatically take actions that benefit you whenever your life is threatened? A fragment of memory rushed back into Deon Hardt's mind. In that moment, Deon Hardt was like a different person, easily fighting off surrounding enemies with a strange smile on his face. The chieftain continued, "But when I examined your body after you recovered, I couldn't find any changes." Deon Hardt's face was now filled with utter astonishment at the chieftain's words. Deon Hardt recalled the blue-haired man once telling him, "Lord Deon's body is still like a ticking time bomb. It's as if something inside Lord Deon's body is constantly changing." The chieftain frowned and continued, "What I mean is, the reason you've managed to survive until now is thanks to the world's blessing." Deon Hardt was completely bewildered and asked, "But, what is it?" The chieftain stared intently at Dion, at the body the world was enhancing. "This isn't an enhancement to make the body stronger or give it more power. This enhancement and transformation is to help him better receive the world's power. The hero who is about to appear will be an even greater disaster than the last one. That hero will decide the fate of the world." It was as if a light bulb went off for Deon Hardt as he thought, "Oh, I finally understand what the world wants from me." In the not-so-distant past, there was a hero who, even in death, worried about his companion. That hero prayed, "O world, please save him." And so, the world answered the hero who had offered his very soul for that wish. The world replied, "You need not worry, hero. I have been watching over him for a very long time." That person was probably Dion, the one the world was focused on, his entire being seemingly carrying a magnificent light. The elven chieftain looked at Dion and said, "The will of the world is firm. The next hero is you." Deon Hardt saw the elven king shouting loudly to rally everyone's spirits. "There are many of them, but they aren't strong. Don't falter. Fight. Why did a horde of monsters suddenly attack when everything was peaceful? Watching the battle before them, two girls holding the seeds of the world tree looked over at Deon Hardt and asked, "Sir, don't you need to go and fight?" Lord Deon Hardt. He stood watching with his arms crossed, his eyes indifferent, and an eyebrow slightly raised. "I don't think I need to go there myself." Inwardly, he thought, are these monsters insane? The Demon King and the leaders of all the other races are here, so why would they attack now? They can't even start a proper fight. My conversation with the Elf King was interrupted because of them. Suddenly, Deon Hardt recalled the Elf King's words to him, "Because this world revolves around you." He pondered deeply. What did those words mean? Suddenly, a voice snapped Dion out of his thoughts. "So you're saying the reason those monsters lost their survival instincts is because of what's in this pouch?" The Elf King asked, holding up one of the medicine packets Dion had thrown away earlier. He then thoughtfully watched the fairies fighting the monsters. "I have to admit, they're getting more and more fearsome. Something happened after they consumed that strange brown liquid inside this bag." The fairies pointed to the small brown pouches. Deon Hardt's gaze fell upon the strange bags. Those look familiar. Wait a second, those are. Deon Hardt now realized those pouches were his. The merfolk leader stared intently at the bags. "What's the purpose of whoever spread this strange brown liquid? It smells a lot like coffee. Could it be humans or demons waging war?" The Elf King found it strange too. "No, humans are still unaware of our existence. And the Demon King is the type who prefers to solve things with brute force, not these cheap tricks. Then the only possibility is the one human who can freely come and go." Hearing this, everyone turned in unison to where Dion had been standing, but he was gone. Seeing this, he said with amusement, "He acts so uninterested, but he actually wants to fight, doesn't he?" The Elf King didn't understand what was happening, and followed his gaze, only to see Deon Hardt fighting the giant monster. The Elf King fell into deep thought. Since when did he? The merfolk leader rested his chin on his hand and asked the Elf King, "He's probably not human, right?" The Elf King raised an eyebrow. "It's possible. If he were the one who planned all of this, he wouldn't be fighting like that." Seeing this, the merfolk leader said, "I feel guilty for ever doubting him." As for Deon Hardt, the moment he realized those were the medicine packets he'd thrown away, he rushed to fight the monsters out of guilt. "Aren't those the medicine packets I threw out?" He recalled the memory from that time, the man's face grinning gleefully. "Just throw them down." After he did, Ben had cried out desperately, "No, those are the potions I poured my heart and soul into creating." Back in the present, Dion's face filled with dread as he thought in confusion. Why would the monsters eat that? And why did they get stronger after eating it? "I feel so guilty. I have to fight them. Since things have turned out this way, I won't give them a chance to talk to me." As he was fighting fiercely, a hand landed on Deon Hardt's shoulder, stopping him. It was the Demon King. "Deon Hardt," he called out. "Deon Hardt, just leave it. We'll talk later." Hearing this, Dion thought the Demon King might have figured something out. His face went cold as he thought, "I'm so screwed." The Demon King stepped in front of him, holding out a hand to signal Dion to back away. "We need to end this quickly and get back. Everyone back up. Get away from that monster." He gathered all his power into his hand, forming a purple orb. He threw it toward the horde of monsters, creating a massive explosion that wiped them all out, leaving no survivors. Deon Hardt stood behind him in awe. Just one hit? After it was over, the Demon King turned back, his face dark and a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Shall we head back?" Upon returning to the castle, the Demon King placed one hand on his hip and scratched his head with the other. "Wow, how long has it been since I let my guard down like that?" Hearing this, Deon Hardt stood behind him, looking completely drained. "I'm sorry, it wasn't anything strange. It was my recovery medicine." But at this, his eyes darkened, startled. It was medicine? Not something dangerous? Who was the one who made it? Was it that guy who practices alchemy? "I'll go give him a piece of my mind," Deon Hardt thought to himself. "The royal physician would faint if he heard you say that." The Demon King continued to question Deon Hardt. "But why did you throw it away?" Dion placed his hands behind his back and said, "I tried drinking it, and it didn't seem to have any effect." But in reality, Deon Hardt was thinking, "I threw it away because it tasted disgusting." In truth, he really wanted to help Deon Hardt. "Do I want to help? I really want to help Dion with that medicine." Though it seems it never reached him. Then he turned and said to Deon Hardt, "Tisk, since you didn't do it on purpose, you're free to go." Deon Hardt was surprised. "He's letting me go?" He was even more shocked by what the Demon King said next. You don't need to attend the commander's meeting this time. You must be tired after dealing with those monsters, so just get some rest." Dion was in disbelief, his face flushing slightly. "I don't have to go?" "Really? But how could that be? Wasn't he at that very meeting right now?" The 11th Legion commander, Renelle, saw him arrive and her eyes lit up. "Lord Deon Hardt, you're here." The 1st Legion commander, J.K., crossed his arms and spoke with a cold demeanor. I heard you were resting. You're quite diligent, commander of the 5th Legion, to come here after dealing with those monsters. Oh, seemed to be teasing Dion. You're always complaining about how annoying these meetings are, so why do you still show up? Or could it be, you're a tsundere? As she spoke, a hand quickly covered her mouth. Lady O, this is not the place for such talk. Her mouth was covered, but she still managed a muffled. Really? The one covering her mouth was the vice commander of the 5th Legion, Derivan. Deon Hardt thought angrily, these guys don't know anything. Seeing this, Cruin looked at Deon Hardt and taunted him a bit. I told you that you could rest. Deon Hardt pulled out a chair and sat down. It's fine, sir, he thought to himself. Do you people have any idea what would happen if I actually took a day off? It's like none of you have ever worked an office job. If I hadn't shown up, who knows what he would have done to me? I'm a survivor with a knack for reading the situation. Without that, I'm nothing. The Demon King looked at Deon Hardt and smiled knowingly. As if he had achieved his goal, he rested his chin on his hand. It seems he's figured out my true intentions, to minimize the chance of information leaking out. By coming voluntarily, I'm not breaking any rules. If he returned without any information, the Emperor would suspect him. Pretty clever. At this point, Deon Hardt thought to himself that he would just kill some time here. The 2nd Legion commander, Devlin, looked over at Deon Hardt and was surprised to see him playing with a cube. Lord Deon Hardt is playing with a cube. It seems he's very interested in it. The commander of the 4th Corps, Leah, seemed very troubled, as this was a war against her own kind. Indeed, she'd occasionally join the meetings, playing with a Rubik's Cube while listening to them talk. The Demon King smiled after bringing the meeting to order. Now that Deon Hardt is here, shall we begin? I assume you all know the purpose of this meeting? At this, the commander of the 3rd Corps, Asio, exclaimed, is the war really starting? We have always targeted the human territories, so we are prepared. But from the Emperor's perspective, this will be a loss. All eyes turned to Dion. Everyone believed that if he agreed, the cube would move more gently. If not, it would move erratically, and the best outcome would be the cube being solved. Renel didn't quite understand, wondering why he would do something so foolish. If he just defended the borders and fought occasionally, his claim to the throne would be more stable. Hearing that, the Demon King smiled faintly. You really don't understand, do you? The Emperor wants to die. Hearing this, Deon Hardt's hands froze, pausing for a moment in shocked disbelief. His pupils dilated. What? He continued. The Emperor, that stubborn man? He feels so guilty for killing his own brother that his guilt is overshadowing his responsibilities. But he couldn't die, even if he wanted to, because he had responsibilities. An emperor couldn't choose death, which is why he chose war. If he conquered the demon realm, great. Conversely, if he died while fighting, he could make it look like he had done his best. He's pitiful but also selfish for sacrificing so many lives and starting a war for such a trivial reason. Isn't that right? While the Demon King was speaking, he suddenly shot to his feet, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, What other choice do we have? If he wants to die, then let's just kill him. He let out a devilish smile, as if he'd grasped his opponent's weakness. He thought to himself, but strangely, I can understand him as a leader who has lived for a very long time. I'm not sure about other things, but living just because he can't die is something I find very familiar. It makes me envious, because he has an enemy who can kill him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he continued, Think simply. This is a confrontation you haven't had in a long time. Just think of this fight as a way to stretch your muscles. Enjoy it. The humans will start their attack when you go on your mission, since the Emperor can't make a move easily while Dion is still here. Asil angrily slammed his hand on the table. So, they're going to aim for a time when our strongest weapon isn't here to attack? The man next to him crossed his arms and nodded sagely. Humans truly are treacherous. At that moment, he smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, although the Emperor's actions could be seen as abandoning Dion, this is quite interesting, so let's just leave it be. The meeting room fell unusually silent. Everyone stared at the Rubik's Cube in Deon Hardt's hand, which was now solved. Sir Deon Hardt probably thinks this is the best plan. From now on, there's no turning back. No one said a word. With a sharp gaze, Deon Hardt spoke up. The Emperor calculated, Legion number 1 commanded by Jaka, Legion 3 commanded by A, Legion number 7 commanded by Sinua, Legion number 8 commanded by Hilo, and Legion number 9 commanded by Chul. The Emperor scoffed, speaking sarcastically. Bringing their entire army wouldn't be enough, yet they're only sending 5 legions? To go against an entire empire with such flimsy preparations. What a surprise. They really should understand the situation before underestimating me. The Emperor's face filled with killing intent as he uttered a threat. Well then, I'll have to make them regret it. Dion, terrified, broke into a cold sweat before the Emperor's fearsome expression. How terrifying, he thought. But suddenly, the Emperor spoke. Deon Hardt, who answered quickly, "Yes?" The Emperor then said, "It's nothing," and dismissed Dion to rest. He began to scheme. I don't need to press him for an answer just yet. The Demon King probably thinks I won't be able to hold out and is waiting for me to put pressure on Dion. Things won't go according to your plan, Demon King. Then I shall take my leave. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a shout. Your Majesty, Chancellor. This, the Demon Realm. The Chancellor gasped for breath, speaking in a panic. They've begun their attack. Both Dion and His Majesty were stunned by the announcement. The Emperor rushed outside to assess the situation. He flung the door open, his expression turning uglier than ever. This was a message from Jia Ka, commander of the Demon Realm's First Legion. The Emperor muttered a spell, as Jia Ka calmly addressed the Empire. From the perspective of the Demon Realm, which cherishes peace and balance, we view the Emperor's rule over the entire continent as an act that has gone too far and become a formidable threat. To protect the human world from being torn apart by the Empire's actions, we declare that we will stand against the Empire. The furious Emperor ordered the Chancellor to quickly summon the royal mages. The Chancellor, panicked, nodded, and obeyed the command. Deon Hardt smirked amidst his doubtful thoughts. Isn't that Jia Ka? What are they doing? This must be an order from the Demon King. And besides, cherishing peace and balance? That doesn't sound fun at all. Jia Ka, commander of the First Legion, continued, since peace and balance are our goals, as long as the Empire promises to refrain from any further excessive actions, we will consider withdrawing. It was unexpected for them to make direct contact like this. The common folk also seemed suspicious. What does this mean? Does the Demon Realm want to start a war? Then why does the Emperor want to fight? Their hearts were filled with unease and worry. I've heard enough of your barking. His Majesty finally addressed the public. He calmly crossed his arms and replied, The Emperor is the Emperor. The crowd clamored. The whole world knows of your cruelty. Why do you still speak such lies? And according to the history recorded in the palace, the Demon Realm has always coveted the places where the light touches. He continued speaking while looking at the mage. I can't believe he was able to interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this the skill of a royal mage? Deon Hardt thought in praise, while the Emperor, with a furious expression, demanded, Or is it something else? You demons have always had your eyes on our human world. Why should I believe the words of a demon? His words also carried a hint of a threat. Why don't you just pretend you were deceived and retreat? If you think we won't keep our word, it won't be too late to act then. The Demon King appeared to refute the Emperor's words. The commander of the First Legion was surprised by the Demon King's appearance. Demon King, he offered a friendly smile in place of a somewhat abrupt greeting, while the people began to murmur amongst themselves. They were also a bit surprised by the Demon King's appearance. Is that the Demon King? I thought he'd look like a monster, but he looks more normal than I expected. Maybe demons aren't as scary as the rumors say. I trust the Demon King. What are you saying? He's our enemy. Right in front of everyone. The Demon King continued. Isn't it true that you're sacrificing your own people simply out of your own greed? War isn't a child's game. As a threat directed at His Majesty, even the Duke watched on tensely. No, His Majesty's firm declaration rang out. This is a matter of selling out the future for temporary peace, or taking advantage of the fact that the Empire is on the brink to protect the future. The Emperor's direct and decisive response to the threat even surprised the Demon King. The commoners once again cheered in support of His Majesty. That's right, we must protect the future. It might be hard for us, but it's for a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. Even the revolutionaries could only watch the situation in silence. Dion then told the heir, Paul, that for now, there would only be small-scale battles to test the opponent's strength. The days passed like a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when a fierce war would finally erupt. Finally, things have calmed down a bit. Deon Hardt lamented about this war. After that tense beginning, acting as both the commander of the Demon's Zeroth Corps and the third hero of humanity, he had to travel between the two factions to the point of exhaustion and nausea. Recalling the burdens he carried from the Zeroth Corps, Deon Hardt's spirit surged. The hero of the Empire? He's nothing to us. Clear a path for the commander of the Zeroth Corps. On the other side, the Imperial army he commanded would say, The Zeroth Corps commander, shall we go take care of him? Deon Hardt cursed inwardly. Damn it, they're both me. He worried about his future. How long will my life be like this? I thought I was going to die from overwork. You commanded well this time. You've worked hard. The Demon King and Deon Hardt communicated through a glowing purple magic stone. Deon Hardt conveyed his sincerity to the Demon King. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will have my subordinates send over the battle report. He thought to himself that he couldn't remember the details of the battle this time either, but he survived, and that's all that mattered. The Demon King then pressed Deon Hardt. His voice wasn't pleasant. Are you feeling guilty for those who had to die? Deon Hardt was startled, thinking to himself, what is he talking about? The Demon King continued. You are my sword, and a sword feels no guilt. I will bear all the painful and guilty memories of the war, so you need only follow my orders." Deon Hardt panicked at his words. He thought the king would comfort him, but he was mistaken. There was no way in hell he was going to comfort him. The Demon King continued, "That is why you should start preparing to break free from those bonds. He just wants to pressure me into deciding which side to stand on." He cursed the wicked Demon King in his heart. Things were starting to go too far. The demon world, the human world, all of it. He walked, lost in thought. Is this karma? Damn it. What did I do wrong? Forget it. Is it a crime to just want to live quietly? What war? They should just be fighting each other. Deon Hardt ran his hands through his hair in frustration. At that moment, a blue light flashed from his pocket. His attitude then changed to a sweet one. "Yes, Demon King," he answered, in less than a second. The Demon King asked if he had rested. He could only say, "Yes, sir," while thinking to himself that he was just a scumbag chasing after power. Deon Hardt's face was a mask of weary agony. The Demon King apologized for placing so many burdens on him, but still requested that Deon Hardt handle the monsters in the west for him. "Isn't that the front line, sir?" Deon Hardt replied quickly. "Yes, it's a very important position, so I believe you are the best person for the job," the Demon King affirmed. Deon Hardt's silence made the Demon King tactfully reassure him, "I'll send a few people to create a diversion if you don't want to go there." Deon Hardt thought to himself that he understood the Demon King had been quite sensitive lately, but he still had to complete this dangerous mission anyway. The Demon King told him he wouldn't have to go far, as the monsters had already come to him. A horde of ferocious monsters advanced toward him. Deon Hardt was confused, not understanding what was happening, but he had to prepare, to fight. The scene changes to crew inside. He asked if there was anything to do today, and that the postponed bet would now continue when Deon Hardt returned. The person beside him spoke up. Despite multiple raids and poison attempts, he managed to handle everything himself. He acted as if he didn't notice me and handled several incidents, seemingly assessing the situation. Cruin said calmly, "He's a hero, after all." As expected, the Duke doesn't give up after just a few failures. He thought for a moment, then continued, "Protect Deon Hardt until you receive orders from me. Be wary of danger and keep an eye on them." Cruin reflected that, in any case, there were others in the Assassin's Guild who had received orders to kill Deon Hardt. One person pays to kill him, the other pays to protect him. "I don't even know what I'm doing, getting stuck in a situation like this," he thought, while looking over his documents. The person who had just received the order from the hero Cruin began to tense up, thinking about Deon Hardt's safety, suddenly remembering that today was the day he went out, and hoping his own subordinate would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, his subordinate was near Dion. He was panicking because there were so many demonic beasts, scrambling to figure out what to do, and wondering, "Isn't that guy scared? Why is he just standing there with that bloodthirsty look on his face?" Dion muttered. "I alone will handle all of them." His hands moved swiftly to the hilt of his sword. Without a word, Nemesius swung his blade close to the Crown Prince's hand, but with his sharp reflexes, the Crown Prince immediately retaliated by drawing his own sharp dagger to block the attack. Giving Nemesius a cold glare, the Crown Prince growled, "What is this?" Nemesius quickly explained, "Forgive me for drawing my sword before you, your highness, but you were aiming for your wrist, not the back of your hand." The Crown Prince's hands, covered in a web of wounds and bandages, looked pitiful and pained. The Crown Prince clutched his head and gave a weary, forced laugh, exclaiming, "It's so hard to stay sane." He then sheathed his sword at his hip. Nemesius asked in a low voice, "Would you like me to call the royal physician, sire?" The Crown Prince was lost in his own thoughts. He thought silently, "This is strange. This is too blatant. I'm sensing a strange malice here." Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Crown Prince felt as if someone's hand was squeezing him tightly. Once again, he fell into silent contemplation, realizing it was just a figment of his imagination. With that thought, the Crown Prince suddenly spoke, "Quietly summon the High Priest here." Immediately, Nemesius was stunned by the Crown Prince's decision, as if he couldn't believe his own ears, and tried to ask again, "You intend to call for the High Priest instead of the royal physician?" The Crown Prince replied nonchalantly, "Yes. And I've also heard rumors that the fighting style of the commander of the Demon Legion Zero and the hero of the Dion Empire are very similar. As always, handle it quietly." Suddenly, on the Crown Prince's desk, a deep purple crystal emitted a blinding light, shattering the tense atmosphere of the conversation. Seeing it glow like that, nothing needed to be said. The Crown Prince and Nemesius shared the same thought, a communication signal. Instantly, the Crown Prince snatched up the crystal. Quick as a flash, the Crown Prince dashed out the door, still clutching the crystal tightly, and hastily announced, "I need to go somewhere. Postpone my meeting with the High Priest until I return." Nemesius bowed respectfully and acknowledged the order. Though he appeared reverent on the outside, deep down, Nemesius couldn't help but wonder. "But, Your Majesty, is it true that Deon Hardt and the commander of Legion Zero really have no connection to each other. The scene shifts to a battlefield. The destructive power of a certain hero's attack had brought the fearsome demon to its knees. A bloody scene came into view. Dion, still tightly gripping the blood-soaked dagger he'd used to kill the demon, was so exhausted he collapsed, gasping for air. The battle against that demon must have drained a great deal of his strength. Before he could even collect himself, Deon Hardt heard strange sounds echoing from the distance. Sitting on the remains of his kill, Dion cried out in shock. "That's weird. Usually, they get scared and run away after seeing me take one of these down." The slain demon's allies swarmed in, appearing right before Dion. Confused, he thought to himself, "Are these monsters so hungry they've lost their senses?" The monsters just kept roaring and shrieking, their cries filling the sky. The chaotic scene was horrifying to behold. While Deon Hardt was still lost in thought, the monsters targeted him and charged. Fearless, Deon Hardt didn't hesitate to rush straight toward them. He brandished 2 sharp daggers, his eyes burning like embers. In his mind, he still wondered, "Do I really look like such easy prey?" At that, Deon Hardt angrily spat. "I won't allow it. That's right, I won't let you look down on me." As he spoke, his entire body blazed with a fire of hatred, as if Deon Hardt wanted to teach these insolent monsters a lesson they would never forget. Quick as a flash, with all his suppressed emotions and spirit, Dion unleashed his pent-up power. One by one, the monsters fell before his destructive force. In his heart, Dion reassured himself. Everything else is still fine. The monsters were caught off guard by the attack. They were heavily wounded, with blood splattering everywhere, but it seemed that wasn't enough to take them down. One of them fought back, swinging its fist to attack Deon Hardt. With his sharp eyes and keen observation, Deon Hardt immediately defended against the monster's counterattack. He continued to reassure himself, even if this weak body gains something else, nothing will change. But it seemed Deon Hardt's small frame couldn't possibly withstand the punch from the massive monster. He was instantly sent flying into the air. Even so, he kept encouraging himself, "I will definitely not let anyone look down on me." With that thought, Deon Hardt fiercely declared, "It's been a long time since anyone's managed to piss me off." These silent words of encouragement made Deon Hardt feel as if he had been reborn. He gripped his weapons tightly, his confidence restored. Brimming with fighting spirit, Deon Hardt braced himself to launch a counterattack against the monsters. Things didn't seem to be going as planned. Deon Hardt's body was covered in wounds, with blood gushing out and staining his clothes. He began to lose consciousness, whispering, "My wrist. It's broken. My leg hurts so much. Every muscle in my body is screaming in pain." Though his body was riddled with injuries, something was compelling Deon Hardt to push forward. He realized in shock, "But I can't stop." As he charged forward to kill another monster, Deon Hardt stated firmly, "Not yet." He was caught in a loop of his own thoughts, certain that, if I stop, I'll die. Reflected in the monster's eyes was a Dion filled with resentment, his fighting spirit blazing intensely. It was clear this immense power could slaughter anyone who came near Deon Hardt. The monsters were frozen in place by his murderous aura. Roars and screams echoed through the air. Deon Hardt emphasized his declaration, "I will kill all of you." Blood continued to pour across the battlefield. Deon Hardt turned his back on the monsters, his clothes tattered and pathetic. He grimly deduced, "The monsters following from behind stopped a long time ago." His hands were bloody from the monster's claws, his face scratched and streaked with blood from the fight. Deon Hardt silently noted, "Oh, so their claws have poison." The remaining monsters were still staring at him greedily. Their glowing eyes revealed just how immense their hunger and ambition were. Deon Hardt glared at them, still brandishing his sharp dagger. He resolved, "Since it's poisoned, I have to cut it off before it spreads. Now then, shall we finish this?" The monsters on the other side continued to stare at Dion with confusion. Dion figured that no matter the species, they could all recognize a madman. At that moment, the monsters charged all at once. But Deon Hardt didn't move an inch. He just stood there, frozen, his head bowed without a word. Suddenly, Dion's entire body collapsed into a pool of blood on the battlefield. He lay face down on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of countless monsters. Blood flowed freely, creating a gruesome scene. His body was completely drained of energy, but Deon Hardt's mind was still quite clear. He tried to tell himself, "I have to get out of here. Fast." His eyes were still wide open, but it seemed fighting an entire horde of monsters alone had consumed too much of his stamina. Deon Hardt was utterly exhausted. He lamented, "It hurts so much, I can't move." Deon Hardt steeled himself, quickly pushing aside his fear of those stupid monsters. With his last ounce of strength, he struggled to hold the communication crystal and managed to speak. "Demon King, I need help on the northern front line, please." As soon as the words left his lips, Deon Hardt passed out, his mind still echoing with the warning that they would return to feed. Deon Hardt's mind kept urging him, "I have to wake up." A hazy dream began to form in his consciousness. The surrounding scenery was harmonious and bright, bringing a sense of calm and comfort. Someone's hand gently rested on his head as they spoke softly. Deon Hardt. It felt as if Deon Hardt's entire body had relaxed and was being healed more than ever before. When that person appeared, the heavy, stiff feeling he had before vanished. Deon Hardt hid. This is so comfortable. The landscape before him was unusually peaceful, bringing a sense of profound tranquility. That person spoke again, their voice as smooth and melodic as a lullaby. It's time to wake up. Under the lush green canopy, sunlight streamed through the leaves and branches. A gentle young man approached, comforting and consoling Dion, treating him with kindness. But the peace didn't last long. The young man now gripped Dion's shoulder tightly, speaking urgently. Deon Hardt, wake up. Deon Hardt seemed utterly stunned by this dizzying turn of events. His eyes widened and he stammered, wait. The young man's deep eyes burned with an indescribable power. His face was contorting, but he continued to urge Deon Hardt, open your eyes. Just then, Deon Hardt's eyes flew open. It seemed he still hadn't fully recovered from that strange dream. His mind was still in a fog, the roars of the monsters still echoing in his ears. Deon Hardt unconsciously wondered, what was that dream? When he looked around, the monsters had closed in on him. Deon Hardt lay completely still, his body too rigid to move. One by one, they drew closer and closer to him. Deon's mind was blank, as if he was completely bewildered by the situation. He cried out in terror, monsters, what's going on? I remember fighting them under the Demon King's command, but when did I pass out? The monsters, now incredibly aggressive, swung their arms to strike him down. Their blows got closer and closer. With no way to retreat, Deon desperately raised his hands to cover his head. But he couldn't help but curse in fear. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. But then, surprisingly, the Crown Prince appeared out of nowhere, his sword flashing as he cut down the monsters, saving Deon Hardt from the clutches of death. Deon Hardt was completely astonished by the Crown Prince's sudden appearance. A series of question marks popped into his head as he blurted out, Your Highness? Still reeling from shock, Deon Hardt questioned him. Why are you here, O radiant light of the Empire? As soon as the words left his mouth, Deon realized with a jolt. What? How did my body get like this? Did I really fight that hard? A chunk of my right hand is gone. After dealing with the monsters, the Crown Prince turned to answer Deon's question about the communication stone. Are you sure you're fit to be a spy when you're this full of holes? The Crown Prince mocked the flaw in his communication device, which was meant for the human world, whereas the communication stone was a tool used in the demon world. Before he could process one surprise, Deon was hit with another. He exclaimed in shock, I contacted you? 1,000 questions then flooded his mind. Did I accidentally contact the Crown Prince while I was unconscious? The Crown Prince suddenly spoke up. I was at a loss for words too, but I knew what I had to do. Since my talented asset was asking for help, I had to come myself. I couldn't just send anyone. Not when this is related to the Demon King. The Crown Prince's explanation left Deon Hardt so stunned he was rendered completely speechless. Sizing up Deon Hardt with a scrutinizing gaze, the Crown Prince smirked slyly and said, Still, thanks to this, I get to meet the commander of the Zero Division, Deon Hardt, for the first time. Those words made Deon Hardt freeze for a second. He clutched his wound, completely astonished. His eyes gradually grew fearsome as he watched the Crown Prince walk away. The Crown Prince laughed smugly. Ha ha, no need to worry. I don't plan on doing anything for now. Deon thought to himself, damn it, he's terrifying. How did my life turn out like this? I'm going to lose my mind. The Crown Prince softly announced, I'll leave some clean clothes and medicine here. Take care of yourself and then return. I'll send a knight, since it looks like you can't even walk. Deon let out a sigh and said sincerely, Thank you very much. He sat slumped in a pool of blood, his head bowed in thought, what a relief. I really can't stand up anymore. Mounting his horse, the Crown Prince cleared his throat and proposed, and since you followed the Demon King's orders this time, next time, you'll follow mine. I'll be in touch soon. Leaning against a tree, Deon Hardt began bandaging his own wounds, thinking dejectedly, whether it's the Demon King or the Emperor, all of them just want to use me for their own purposes. His hands moved deftly as he wrapped his injuries. Deon Hardt gave a bitter smile and muttered to himself, Whatever, this isn't my first rodeo. I just want to get back quickly, so I can get treated and rest. When is that knight going to get here? Before he could finish his sentence, Ben appeared in the distance, carrying a medical kit. Ben cried out in alarm, Sir Deon Hardt. Deon Hardt was just as surprised by his sudden appearance, thinking, Ben? Wait, this is the demon world, isn't it? Immediately, Deon Hardt questioned him urgently. Why are you here? Ben, without a second thought, immediately replied, I received a signal from your necklace, so I got worried and secretly escaped. Why are you so badly injured? Did you kill all these monsters by yourself? Deon quickly explained. No, it was probably His Highness. No, no, someone's coming. We have to go before we're caught. Before he could finish, the guard sent by the crown prince appeared in the distance. He spoke respectfully. Greetings, Marquis Dion. I am here to escort you on His Highness's orders. The guard was stunned by the scene before him. Dion's mind raced. We're caught. Ben, who had been overjoyed by their reunion, also froze, unable to move. Dion cursed inwardly. Why did you have to cause trouble at a time like this? The guard, seeing a stranger, drew his sword defensively and said hesitantly, Are you a demon? Both Deon Hardt and Ben turned pale with fear. He painfully realized how dire the situation had become and was too horrified to even speak. We're screwed. Deon Hardt and Ben, resting in the forest, had suddenly been discovered. They looked at each other warily, thinking, We're caught. What do we do now? The one who found them was the guard. He pointed his sword towards Deon Hardt and Ben and shouted, You vile demon, get away from the Marquis. Dion already had a small sword ready in his hand. He carefully assessed the situation, thinking, Should I kill him? If I explain myself, His Highness will surely understand why I had to kill him. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, Deon Hardt acted. He quickly grabbed Ben by the collar and slammed the sword into the tree right next to his face. Seeing this, Ben froze, utterly terrified. Deon Hardt then continued to think to himself, In my body's current condition, I have to avoid fighting. Then, he whispered to Ben in a voice only the two of them could hear, Push me away and run. Hearing this, Ben respectfully called out, Lord Dion. The guard who witnessed this immediately spoke up, with concern, Marquis, are you all right? Ben was put in an incredibly difficult position, struggling to decide what to do. Then, Ben let out a shout and pushed Deon Hardt away. Thrown back, Deon Hardt let out a few pained groans, giving Ben the opening he needed to escape. Now, only Deon Hardt and the guard remained in the forest. Seeing Ben run away, the guard shouted, Stop right there, you demon. Driven by his loyalty, the guard urgently said, I'll go after him. However, he had only taken a few steps when suddenly, Dion coughed up blood behind him. Seeing this, the guard asked in terror, Marquis Deon Hardt, are you all right? You're coughing up so much blood. Deon Hardt heard him and replied softly to reassure him, I'm fine. In reality, it was just an act. Deon Hardt wasn't nearly that weak. He thought, good thing I got his attention. Whew, even acting hurts this much. Thankfully, His Majesty gave me some painkillers. However, the guard thought otherwise. He truly believed Deon Hardt was severely injured. His wound is far more serious than what I was told. Besides that one demon, there are 10 other monster corpses around here. I can't believe he went on this mission all by himself. How many responsibilities must he be shouldering? The guard said to Deon Hardt worriedly. Sir, I have a carriage prepared on the nearby road. I will ensure you get there safely. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard hastily lifted Dion onto his back, his face on the verge of tears as he spoke. As the guard carried Dion on his back, he thought, he can't possibly be angry. He chased after that demon himself, instead of taking care of his own wounds. Deon Hardt was quite surprised to be carried on the guard's back. Seeing the man running so fast, he tried to stop him. Wait. However, his words had little effect, as the man was lost in his own thoughts and worries. The guard continued to think as he ran. I have to prioritize his injuries first, even if I get punished for it. Elsewhere, Ben was trying to escape, his mind racing with what had just happened. This is the first time I've seen a magic tool react so strongly. I even snuck out, knowing how terrible Lord Dion's condition was. But instead of being helpful, I just became a burden. Ben berated himself, thinking that based on the situation, Lord Deon Hardt was acting like a spy disguised as a marquis in the human world, and I almost blew his cover. I know it was an order, but to push him like that, I always managed to escape thanks to Lord Dion. But what would happen if he got caught? I should have just accepted my fate if he had killed me back there. But he found a way for me to live. I'm always being saved by him. Back with Deon Hardt, he was lying on the guard's back. It was a bit embarrassing, but incredibly comfortable. Finally, he was on his way home. When the guard carried Dion to the carriage, another guard was already standing there. Seeing the two of them return, the other guard cried out in surprise and alarm, My Lord Marquis. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, 3 people were having a conversation. His Majesty spoke thoughtfully, his tone still very serious. So, are you saying I'm cursed? The young girl replied respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Nemesius became furious and shouted, Insolence! How dare you! However, His Majesty calmly said, It's fine. Then he spoke in an extremely detached tone. The curse must be quite powerful, mustn't it? So powerful you have to cover your mouth just to speak of it. The girl, as if he'd hit a nerve, quickly denied it. No, sir. Then the girl tried to prove her worth, saying, I can handle this curse, but the karma and resentment that Your Majesty is enduring is so great that I have to ask how you've managed to stay sane until now. Hearing this, His Majesty wasn't fazed in the slightest. He stroked his chin and smirked, replying with an arrogant tone, That's not so surprising, is it? Forget all that. Tell me the details of this curse. The girl continued with her spiritual explanation. Your Majesty, there is an evil spirit throwing your mind into chaos and draining your life force. It's a curse meant to destroy its target. An evil spirit needs a dead person. However, it seems you've been cursed for a year now. How could you not have known? Although its effects have weakened recently, Nemesius became extremely worried and frightened upon hearing this. He yelled, "A year? How is that possible, Your Majesty?" In contrast to Nemesius's anxious state, His Majesty leisurely took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. Don't make a fuss." Then, His Majesty said to the girl, "Someone killing another person to kill me in their stead is hardly worth mentioning." Hearing this, the girl cut her thumb and thought, a curse based on karma. A normal person would have gone mad by now. The culprit probably never expected such a powerful will. With that thought, she slammed her hand on the table and made a decision. I will burn this talisman to temporarily suppress the evil spirit. As she held the talisman to the flame, she spoke. Things should become a little easier once the talisman is burned. Just then, a guard ran in to report, "Your Majesty, Marquis Deon has returned." Deon Hardt quickly entered the room and respectfully greeted His Majesty. "May glory come to the Empire. I was told you summoned me, Your Majesty." As Deon Hardt walked in, the girl glanced at him. She could see a darkness emanating from him. The girl was utterly shocked. She covered her mouth and stammered, I'm sorry." The other three, Deon Hardt, Nemesius, and His Majesty, were all quite surprised to hear that. They all turned to look at the girl. Seeing their gazes, she bolted from the room. Dion was completely bewildered by this, wondering to himself, why did she run away after seeing me? His Majesty, however, didn't find it strange. He calmly enjoyed his tea and said with a chuckle, "You must carry a great deal of resentment yourself, don't you?" Deon Hardt heard this and replied, "Yes." His Majesty then said gently, "It's nothing." The Crown Prince's mind suddenly flooded with old memories. The Crown Prince recalled a past conversation. "I've told you before, there's something I need your help with. And with that, and since you've done as the Demon King commanded this time, next time, it's my turn." A voice echoed in the Crown Prince's imagination. At that reminder, Deon Hardt fell silent, bowing his head. He fretted anxiously. Damn it. He's been pretty quiet lately. I really thought he'd forgotten." Gently setting down his teacup, the Crown Prince casually remarked, "I trust you've made a full recovery by now?" He sat on the sofa, arms crossed. The Crown Prince continued nonchalantly, "There are rumors among the soldiers that you command the Zero Legion. You'll need to prove you're on humanity's side once again." Deon Hardt froze solid upon hearing this. After a long moment, he unconsciously uttered, "Yes, sir." A desolate wind whistled through the mountain range, where a base housed a concentration of the most elite soldiers. Deon Hardt stood on the observation deck, looking around with a weary sigh. He leaned his hands on the barrier, lost in frustrated thought. "So I'm back on the battlefield after all." Stigma appeared from nowhere and called out, "So this is where you were, Junior?" Deon respectfully bowed to greet Stigma. "It's been a while, Senior." Stigma friendly ruffled Deon's hair and said with a cheerful laugh, "I heard you'd be coming. You must have arrived while I was out on reconnaissance, right?" Stigma rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, then said grimly, "To place two heroes in the same spot, especially when we're so short on manpower. This place must be strategically important," Deon Hardt thought to himself, extremely annoyed. "I hate it here. I just want to be out doing the hard work, like killing monsters. That's not easy for me either." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. What's going on?" It completely shattered Deon Hardt's train of thought. He vaguely recognized the voice as belonging to one of the mad dogs from his family. With that thought, he looked down below and saw a group of soldiers gathered together, apparently arguing about something. The two soldiers were locked in a war of words. The young man with light brown hair sneered and said, "Hey, if you're a candidate to be the next hero, you should act like it, shouldn't you?" The black-haired young man shouted back furiously, "You started it, you arrogant knights." The light brown-haired man, not backing down, shot back, "Arrogant knights? You guys started it." Standing on the observation deck, Deon Hardt was so annoyed he cursed under his breath. These mad dogs are causing trouble again while damn Lee is out. As he thought this, Leon's words echoed in his mind. "I will go speak with the captain of the Royal Knights to ensure better cooperation." Deon Hardt's face turned purple with rage as he shouted, "Hey!" But suddenly, Milan appeared out of nowhere, stopping the two soldiers and yelling, "Hey, knock it off." Before Dion could even step in, someone had already done it for him. Milan, Deon Hardt thought. That bastard Milan. He's finally acting like a vice captain. I'm so moved. The light brown-haired soldier couldn't control himself and blurted out, "Hey Milan, whose side are you on? They're the ones who disrespected us first." Hearing that, Milan thought to himself, "You think you're the center of the universe just because you're a hero candidate?" A moment later, Milan cleverly retorted, So what if he is a hero candidate? The soldier froze for a second, stunned. Huh? Milan smirked victoriously. They're a squad that doesn't even have a name. Hearing this, the soldier gritted his teeth and snapped back. A squad's name has nothing to do with its strength. The argument raged on fiercely. But Milan came back with a devastating response. Yeah, maybe they're arrogant, but you guys don't even have a name. You're just a bunch of ragtag nobodies. Milan's words hit hard. So hard the other soldier was left speechless. Meanwhile, Milan's comrades started cheering. That's our vice captain. He's the best. Deon Hardt, still on the observation deck, had witnessed the entire confrontation. His face was a mask of pure rage, but he remained silent. Stigma, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Junior, the word made Deon Hardt jump. He quickly turned and answered, Sir. Stigma stated calmly, his expression unchanged. It seems your squad needs to be taught a lesson before they're sent to the battlefield. Deon Hardt was stunned into silence by the warning. Stigma continued smugly. Because a captain's dignity can be judged by the actions of his subordinates. The PRMO Night Squad appeared, a unit composed entirely of the most elite warriors, shining in their magnificent uniforms. Deon Hardt was secretly impressed. Just looking at their uniforms, he could tell they were a world away from his childish knights bickering below. Are they really that elite? I wish my own mad dogs were more like them. Stigma placed a hand on his hip and offered some gentle advice. I'm only telling you this because I don't want you to be disrespected out in the field. I hope you'll listen to my advice. Deon Hardt nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Below in the camp, the argument was still audible. What? What did you just say, you bastards? Deon Hardt watched them and thought, it looks like they need to be disciplined. The noisy debate continued below. I'm saying, what kind of hero has no heroic remnant? The light brown-haired man stubbornly retorted. No matter how many accomplishments you rack up, they only mean something in the human world. How can someone without a heroic remnant be called a hero? Milan's face turned crimson with fury. He clenched his fists and shouted, Hey, you're just jealous of the Marquis, aren't you? The light brown-haired man scoffed. Ha, jealous? A challenge hung in the air. That position should be ours. We'd win if we fought for it. Milan's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with towering rage. The PRMO members gasped in shock. Huh? The light brown-haired soldier stared in horror at Milan's face. The PRMO hero squad had reached their limit. They erupted in fury, roaring out a threat. You don't know your place. How dare you insult our leader and the Marquis? The battlefield was desolate, under a sickly yellow sky that spoke of decay, mourning, and ruin. The survivors were covered in a foul-smelling red fluid. Some stood, others knelt beside the bodies of the fallen. They were mercenaries, a nameless squad formed from farmers, the poor, and the vanguard in a war that had dragged on for 10 years. After such a long, grueling battle, some still trembled, collapsing to their knees to weep, burying their faces in bloody hands. They were terrified. They couldn't go on. Many had never even held a sword before this. The braver ones stood nearby, using their blood-soaked swords as crutches, stabbing them into the ground for support.